Chapter 1: The Golden Heroes Edict. Blue Star, Dragon Country, Jiang Province, East Sea City. A colossal golden altar hovered above the central square. Beneath the altar, thousands of novice lords stood silently, their eyes reflecting a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. Suddenly, Mayor Luoshi stepped forward, her crisp voice resonating through the heavens and the earth. Esteemed lords, the seventh heaven of the 10,000 races battlefield, Zone 666, is about to commence. As the saying goes, heroes are not defined by their origins. No matter the grade of your lord's heart, your courage to battle in the 10,000 races battlefield makes you a hero. Let us not look far a millennium ago. The venerable Xuan-Yuan, with a mere blank lord's heart and a great talent of begging, was able to defy the divine and rise to become one of the most prominent domain lords of Blue Star, the Lord of Mingyu. Would any of you wish to remain in the shadows? Finally, I wish for the eternal prosperity of the Dragon Country and the human race. All the aspiring lords, fueled with fervor, echoed in unison. Long live the Dragon Country! Long live humanity! As soon as the words fell, countless rays of radiant light cascaded from the dual altars, enveloping all the lords within. When the brilliance faded, the square lay desolate. Welcome, Lord Jiang Chen, to the 10,000 races battlefield. You have lost a lord's heart. You have acquired a territory. Your territory is located in the 7th Heaven, Zone 666, Blue Star Domain, Newbie Town 10086. You have a 2-hour protection period for your newbie territory. During this time, your territory will not be attacked by monsters. That if the territory levels up, the protection will cease. In a flash of light, Jiang Chen materialized in his territory as the voice of the celestial system echoed in his ears. A few ragged farmers, upon seeing Jiang Chen, hurriedly knelt before him. "We bow to you, Lord." Jiang Chen waved his hand. "Rise." Jiang Chen had traversed this world for 18 years. This is a realm where every individual is a lord. Any sentient being possessing a lord's heart can secure a piece of land in the 10,000 races battlefield. The grades of lords' hearts are classified as follows: white ordinary, green excellent, blue rare, purple exceptional, orange epic, and gold legendary. It is said that beyond the gold legendary lies the realm of mythical quality, a domain that surpasses the knowledge of textbooks. This world is unequivocally just, as long as one possesses wealth. Exceptional, epic, and even gold legendary lords' hearts can be procured. Jiang Chen, having been an orphan since birth, could not afford a lord's heart. He had aspired to become a literary scribe or perhaps establish an entertainment company to secure his first fortune. However, alas, this is a world centered entirely around lords. Even filming a web series necessitates being within the territory of a prominent lord, otherwise it would garner no attention. After a year of toil, Jiang Chen found that his earnings barely surpassed the value of a scholarship. Fortunately, his academic performance was exemplary, enabling him to obtain a lord's heart through a student loan. Though it possessed the most abysmal grade entertainment talent, it at least granted him the opportunity to enter the 10,000 races battlefield. Suddenly, a stone radiating with vibrant hues emerged from Jiang Chen's forehead, gently floating before him. Jiang Chen was filled with immense joy. As I suspected, this divine stone is indeed related to the battlefield of myriad races. His ability to traverse realms stemmed from this very stone. However, for 18 years, the divine stone had languished in the depths of his consciousness, dormant and inert. Without delay, Jiang Chen stepped forward to examine the attributes of the stone. Divine Creation Stone. Ownership: Jiang Chen bound. Function: consumes a certain amount of spirit stones to enhance any item. Description: a divine stone born before the inception of the battlefield of myriad races, seizing the creation of heaven and earth and encroaching upon the mysteries of the sun and moon. Note: the divine stone is activated, granting 3 enhancements without consumption. The definition of item refers to objects that can be stored in the backpack. Thus, Jiang Chen promptly opened his backpack. Aside from essential living supplies, it contained an ordinary hero token and an ordinary military talisman. Ordinary hero token. Upon usage, can summon an ordinary hero. Ordinary military talisman. Upon usage, can summon a small squad, 12 members of ordinary troops. Compared to before, all items now bore an additional symbol. With eager anticipation, Jiang Chen clicked on the plus sign next to the hero token. The enhancement list instantly appeared. Enhancement option: Refined Hero Token. Consumes 1,000 Spirit Stones. Enhancement option: Rare Hero Token. Consumes 10,000 Spirit Stones. Enhancement option: Exceptional Hero Token. Consumes 100,000 Spirit Stones. Enhancement option: Epic Hero Token. Consumes 1,000,000 Spirit Stones. Enhancement option: Legendary Hero Token. Consumes 10,000,000 Spirit Stones. Free enhancement opportunities. 3. Golden Legend. An ordinary hero token can be directly enhanced to a golden legend. Even with Jiang Chen's composed disposition from 2 lifetimes, his heart raced fiercely at this revelation. Even the direct descendants of the immortal domains, such as the Qin of the Immortals, the Li family of the Tang, or the Zhu family of the Ming, could not start with a golden legend. How precious is 10,000,000 Spirit Stones? Indeed, it is not a trifling sum. If one could procure a legendary hero token, it would incite a frenzy among all major powers, even if it cost 100,000,000 Spirit Stones. Fortunately, the Divine Creation Stone provided 3 free enhancements. Without hesitation, he declared, "I will use 1 free enhancement to select the legendary hero token." With a thunderous roar, the legendary token emerged, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Centered around Jiang Chen, golden light surged skyward, enveloping the entire territory in a resplendent sea of gold. The immense pressure caused the few farmers who had just risen to tremble in fear, prompting them to collapse to the ground, exclaiming divine miracle. As the golden light dissipated, Jiang Chen examined the hero token in his hand. The once grayish-white hero token now gleamed as if forged from pure gold, adorned with intricate patterns imperceptible to the naked eye. Golden Hero Token. Upon usage, can summon a legendary hero, requires possession of a tavern. We need a tavern. The level 0 Lord's Manor spans approximately 100 square meters, presenting a somewhat shabby and dilapidated appearance. Jiang Chen accessed the Lord's Manor interface to examine the territory attributes. Lord's Manor level 0. Lord, Jiang Chen. Area, 1,000 square meters. Population, 10,100. Buildings, Trading Post 01, Warehouse 01, Residential Houses 05, Fences 0. 128. Constructible buildings, residential houses, warehouses, barracks, quarries, lumberyards. Not expand. Food 1,000. Resources, common wood 1,000, common stone 1,000 bound. Energy 1,000 bound. Spirit stones 300. Territory upgrade requirements, quality stones. 0-100, common stones 100, 0500, quality wood 050, common wood 100, 0500, energy 500, 1000, upgrade conditions not met. Green mountains and clear waters F grade. Enhances. Territory environment by 10. Not bad. A pleasant environment certainly uplifts the spirit. Gazing at his talent, green mountains and clear waters, Jiang Chen could only offer himself some consolation. The Lord's Manor must reach level 1 before a tavern can be constructed. Moreover, based on previous experiences, the top 100 lords who upgrade their territories are rewarded by the heavenly mandate. Thus, I should prioritize upgrading to level 1. With determination, Jiang Chen made his way directly to the warehouse. Upgrading to level 1 necessitates high-quality stones and wood, yet the initial resources of the territory are of common quality. Typically, a lord's development sequence entails establishing a barracks first, then venturing forth to seek resource points, followed by establishing mining and lumbering facilities, and only after gathering sufficient resources can they upgrade. Considering the extraction time, even the most formidable novice lord would require several hours to achieve a level 1 upgrade. Regrettably, a saying circulates in the lord's world: geniuses fear Padawan players, while Padawan players fear the noobs. Jiang Chen is precisely that noob. Chapter 2. The Heavenly Reward, Rare Treasure Chests, and the Gathering of Talents. He reached out to press upon a stone, and instantly, a plus sign appeared behind it. Upon clicking the plus sign, a plethora of enhancement options unfurled before him. From exquisite quality stones to legendary ascent stones, the choices were overwhelming. Naturally, he currently required only the exquisite quality stones. Consuming 1 spirit stone, he proceeded to enhance the exquisite quality stone. 10 minutes later, having expended 150 spirit stones, he finally met the upgrade requirements for the Lord's mansion. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen declared, "Upgrade the Lord's mansion." With a thunderous roar, the Lord's mansion was enveloped in radiant light. Concurrently, a green countdown appeared above. Countdown 0:09:59 for immediate completion, consuming 100 spirit stones. The option for immediate completion, also known as instant construction, was a privilege reserved for the affluent heirs of lords. However, Jiang Chen was not among their ranks. He was merely a pauper. Besides, he was confident of securing the first position for his upgrade and could afford to wait for 10 minutes. Just then, a communication request chimed in the lower right corner of his vision. Jiang Chen glanced at the profile picture and name, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Upon connecting, a youthful maiden's image materialized before him. She was strikingly beautiful, flanked by a female human hero, a squad of human archers, and a battalion of heavily armored wolf cavalry. This sight compelled Jiang Chen to lament the audacity of the affluent. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, the maiden's face lit up with joy, revealing two charming dimples. "Jiang Chen, I never expected we would be assigned to the same novice zone. Is this fate?" Although the territorial positioning and the main world's regions exhibited a certain normal distribution, they were at least organized by province. Jiang Chen could not help but exclaim, "Indeed, and Xuan, it is quite a coincidence." And Xuan was his classmate throughout high school. By all accounts, her beauty, character, and lineage were exceptional, making her one of the most illustrious heirs in Donghai City. Yet, Jiang Chen had always maintained a respectful distance. After all, he hailed from a humble background, possessing nothing but striking looks and academic prowess. At that moment, Xuan resembled a little girl proudly showcasing her favorite toy. She gestured towards her followers, saying, "My mother auctioned off rare heroes and units for me. If any other lords bully you, just let me know, and I shall avenge you." Jiang Chen could hardly admit that he was about to recruit a legendary hero, so he merely nodded, saying, "Absolutely, absolutely." And Xuan seemed unperturbed by Jiang Chen's perfunctory response, cheerfully reminding him, "The top 100 lords upgrading to level 1 in the town will receive rewards from the Heavenly Tao. Based on past experiences, those who can upgrade to level 1 within a day have a chance to enter the top 100. Best of luck, Jiang Chen." I too have ventured forth to seek resources, chuckling softly, aspiring to elevate my status to a level 1 within 2 hours and secure the coveted first place. Observing in Xuan's confident demeanor, Jiang Chen opened his mouth, intending to express that he would soon reach level 1 himself. However, Xuan, being rather impatient, disconnected the communication before he could speak. Jiang Chen glanced at the countdown and sighed, resigning himself to the fact that the Heavenly Tao would soon announce the regional rankings, and she would learn of his progress in due time. With less than 10 minutes remaining, Jiang Chen did not engage in other tasks, but instead opened the channel for the town region. The lords of the same novice town would be his competitors in the forthcoming mayoral contest. To know oneself and one's adversaries is the key to victory. With unwavering confidence, Jiang Chen believed that the position of mayor was rightfully his. At that moment, the town channel was already bustling with activity. "Greetings, everyone. I am Mu Qingxuan, a lieutenant from the Jiangnan military district. The situation in Longhua has become quite dire in the 7th heaven, and the military is currently recruiting. I encourage all newly appointed lords to apply enthusiastically. I am Lin Mo from Shina City. The Lin family is extensively recruiting vassal lords, whether they be agrarian or martial, with generous benefits that surpass even those offered by the military. By the way, please refrain from entertaining lords. Hello, I am Xuan from Donghai No. 3 Middle School. Xuan, I am Mu Zhe. I never imagined we would be assigned to the same town. What a stroke of fate. Classmate Li Mia's. Please call me classmate and to avoid any misunderstandings. Thank you." Wow. A military official, the Lin family heir, and the in-family princess. What prominent figures we have here. Are we all from Jiangnan province? I am Ing Man, hailing from Longzhou province. I am new to this esteemed place and look forward to your guidance. Ah, Longzhou, and your surname is Ing. Could you be a scion of the Immortal Qingning family? I am Tu Xuan-Yuan, a member of the Tianhu clan. By the way, why was I randomly assigned to the human territory? Does anyone possess a city relocation decree? A high-level relocation decree would be even better. I am willing to purchase it at a premium. A high-level relocation decree, upon use. It allows one to move their territory to a designated area. She is from the Fox clan. Don't rush off. Let us add each other as friends. Miss, you are a Tianhu Star expatriate on our Blue Star. I am Wei Ming. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. How old are you, Yaya? Tushan Yaya. I am 10 years old. At 10 years of age, a member of the Tianhu clan is already considered an adult. Many gentlemen, noticing the innocent and gullible demeanor of the Fox clan girl, were filled with delight. Numerous individuals proclaimed their identities, most of whom were from Jiangnan province. Suddenly, one remarked, with so many prominent figures vying for supremacy, I wonder who will become the mayor of our novice district. Lin Mo interjected. Only those who reach level 3 will be eligible to contest for the mayoral position. It is premature to speculate at this juncture. I suggest we all focus on gathering resources promptly to attain level 1 and receive the heavenly Dao rewards. Lin Mo seemed to possess an innate leadership quality, and his words prompted many to voice their agreement. Indeed, what the esteemed Lin Mo has stated is correct. I wonder what rewards await the first to achieve level 1 this time. Wait, the heavenly Dao should provide a prompt. As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone received an announcement. Announcement: the ranking reward system for the next stage has been revealed. First place, upon upgrading to level 1, will receive a rare treasure chest. Second to 10th places, upon upgrading to level 1, will receive a fine treasure chest. 11th to 100th places, upon upgrading to level 1, will receive a standard treasure chest. Rewards will be issued immediately upon meeting the requirements. Upon seeing the heavenly Dao's notification, Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Could it be a rare treasure chest reward? In previous years, the first place typically received a fine treasure chest. The quality of items, heroes, and troops is categorized from low to high as standard, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, and legendary. The mythical quality, which transcends these, has not been seen since the third tier of the Celestial Qin. The People's Education Edition, detailed explanation of Lord's fundamental knowledge states, every time one upgrades to level 1, the heavenly Dao bestows rewards upon the top-ranking lords. Furthermore, to accommodate the development of various talent lords, such as those focused on entertainment, agriculture, and warfare, the heavenly Dao periodically activates various leaderboard rewards, prestige rewards, and record rewards. It was unexpected, however, that in this new district, the heavenly Dao would be so generous. Starting with a rare treasure chest, Jiang Chen glanced at the countdown for upgrading to level 1. Countdown 0:05, 32 until completion requires 53 spirit stones. Only 5 minutes remaining. Chapter 3. Are you out of your mind? Is this really an upgrade? Meanwhile, the entire regional channel buzzed with chatter. My goodness, blue rarity? Why are the rewards in this new district so extraordinarily high, a full tier above previous years? If a rare hero were to be summoned, wouldn't that be a windfall? Is that all you aspire to? If I possessed a rare hero, I would undoubtedly be the mayor of the town. You think a single rare hero qualifies you for the mayoralty? Dream on. My sister would be content to place in the top 100 and secure a common treasure chest. Even the prodigies could not remain idle. Mu Qing Shuang, blue rarity. The highest quality I possess is merely blue rarity troops. And Xuxia, in this era of fierce competition, everyone must rely on their own abilities. Linimo, haha, it appears that N is quite confident. Ing man, there are so many geniuses in Jiangnan province. I feel immense pressure. And Xuxia, although the rewards are alluring, we must all exercise caution. After all, this is no game. Lives are at stake. Li Muse, Xuxia is right. Ing man, Jiangnan province not only has many geniuses, but also numerous sycophants. Li Muse. Haha. Observing Li Muse being ruthlessly criticized, Jiang Chen could not help but chuckle softly. Ing man is rather impressive. She is someone to befriend. Li Muse is one of Xuxia's admirers, and he had caused Jiang Chen no small amount of trouble a few years ago. Jiang Chen is an ordinary person and certainly not a gentleman, so he relished seeing Li Muse face adversity. And now, it seemed that these second-generation leaders were all eager to seize that rare treasure chest for themselves. However, a contemplative expression crossed Jiang Chen's face. Why does the naming E-Man sound so familiar? Yet, after pondering for a while, he could not recall where he had encountered it. Perhaps she is a prodigy from Langzhou province. He might have seen her in the National Lord Simulation competition before. Suddenly, a red announcement flashed across the regional channel. Announcement: Lord Wang Jiaming has been slain by a stone pit demon. Wang Jiaming? Jiang Chen promptly opened the regional chat channel and scrolled to the bottom of the Lord list. Indeed, one avatar had turned black and white. A tall young man with a resolute expression flashed through Jiang Chen's mind, prompting a sigh. This is not a game, and you are not the protagonist. Wang Jiaming was Jiang Chen's classmate, sharing the same humble origins and rising to lordship through student loans. Yet, he had not anticipated that he would fall in battle in the myriad races battlefield within half an hour of entry. Of course, the silver lining is that he no longer has to repay the loan. Moments of silence passed, and messages began to flood the regional channel. My heavens! To think someone has already perished. The goddessin was indeed correct. The myriad races battlefield is too perilous. I want to go home. Alas, he must have been too eager for achievement. It's all the fault of the heavenly rewards. And Xuxia, everyone, please pay attention to safety. Though we are competitors now, we shall one day be lords of the same town, and there is no need for reckless rivalry. And Xuxia's two reminders, combined with her beauty, kindness, and noble lineage, swiftly garnered a multitude of supporters. It seemed that some found the conversation too grave and deliberately attempted to shift the topic. Let us instead speculate on which prominent figure will be the first to upgrade to level 1. Jiang Chen glanced at the countdown. 00058. Less than a minute remained. Instantly, the crowd engaged in fervent discussion, alleviating the somber mood cast by the death of the Lord. Allow me to share an insider scoop. The Yin family has acquired 3 rare-level military talismans within this month. Incredible, indeed. 3 squads of rare troops. Surely, they can safeguard a dozen resource points without a hitch. The Xinhalin family is also a renowned lordly lineage, and their resources are unlikely to be lacking. Let us not forget the goddess Mu Qingxuang, who represents the military. A mysterious figure among the victors expressed discontent. Suddenly, Li Muse, who had been overlooked, spoke. Brothers, let me update you on my progress. I have just seized a common stone mine, swiftly dispatched the quarry, and I am now extracting resources with all my might. His words were laced with undeniable pride. Li Muse is truly formidable. Upgrading to level 1 not only depends on combat strength, but also on who can locate resources first. It is a matter of luck. I believe the heavenly reward this time undoubtedly belongs to Li Muse. The advantage he has is simply immense. Li Muse, haha, I appreciate it. Lin Mo suddenly suggested. If anyone is interested, I can set up a betting market at the trading post, wagering on who will be the first to upgrade to level 1. This is not a novel idea. Many engage in light gambling regarding similar heavenly rankings. Most lords expressed interest, except for Jiang Chen. He glanced at the countdown and lamented, had I known someone would be the house, I would have waited a bit longer. The countdown, 00003. Mere seconds passed swiftly. Suddenly, a golden announcement erupted in the regional channel. Announcement, Jiang Chen. The Lord of Novice Town number 10086 is the first to upgrade to a level 1 Lord's Mansion, receiving a rare treasure chest as a reward. Announcement, Jiang Chen. The Lord of Novice Town number 10086 is the first to upgrade to a level 1 Lord's Mansion, receiving 10 points of reputation as a reward. Simultaneously, a golden beam of light materialized above Jiang Chen's territory, enveloping a blue rare treasure chest, which descended into his hands. Tip: you have upgraded to a level 1 Lord's Mansion, unlocking the construction of a smeltery, blacksmith shop, and tavern, with your territory expanding to 4,000 square meters. Boom. The moment the Lord's Mansion upgraded, the fog of war dissipated instantly for dozens of meters. The regional channel fell into a momentary silence. After a full 10 seconds, it erupted once more. Countless question marks followed. Has it truly come to this? This is indeed a level 1 upgrade. Considering the time spent in searching for mining zones, attacking them, and gathering resources, it indeed takes several hours to upgrade a level. Is it possible that the system has encountered a glitch? Nonsense. This is not a game. How could the system possibly malfunction? Construction time can be expedited. Thus, this esteemed figure, Jiang Chen, managed to collect all the materials in less than half an hour. Who is this Jiang Chen? Could he possibly be from the Jiang family in the provincial capital? If he possesses a lord's heart of purple excellence or above, along with heroes, troops, and farmers, coupled with a stroke of good fortune, it is not beyond the realm of possibility. Suddenly, Li Muse shouted, Jiang Chen. Is it really Jiang Chen? This fellow is also in our novice town. What a stroke of bad luck. Does the esteemed Li Mu's know this Jiang Chen? Judging by Li Mu's apprehensive demeanor, it appears that this Jiang Chen is quite formidable. Li Mu's bellowed, what nonsense. He is merely a commoner with a whiteboard lord's heart and an F-grade entertainment talent, green mountains, and clear waters. What makes him a notable figure? Chapter 4, Imagination. The monster tide, constructing the tavern. Before entering the battlefield of myriad races, the information concerning the Lord's heart must be registered with the Ministry of Education. Li Mu's harbored complex feelings towards Jiang Chen. He was both envious of Jiang Chen's striking charisma and disdainful of his humble origins. However, one thing remained unchanged. He consistently regarded Jiang Chen as a hypothetical rival in love. Thus, it was hardly surprising that he had conducted an advanced investigation into Jiang Chen's personal information. Yet, when Li Mu's exposed Jiang Chen's background, the crowd was left in utter disbelief. A commoner lord with merely F-level entertainment talent had managed to upgrade to level 1 so swiftly, surpassing the second-generation elites. Jiang Chen was a prodigy from Donghai No. 3 High School, having even participated in the National High School Lord Simulation Competition. Even the most gifted individuals cannot escape the constraints imposed by the game mechanics. Regardless of his talent, he could only gradually reclaim his standing against the pay-to-win players. Moreover, were not figures like Lin Mo and Chu Xiao also prodigies? Was it merely luck that his territory conveniently overlapped with a resource point? Even so, resource extraction requires time. Unless Jiang Chen possessed an abundance of recruitment orders, speculations ran rampant among the onlookers. Meanwhile, 100 miles away, in another territory, rare units such as human sharpshooters and beastmen wolf cavalry were clearing out wild monsters that had occupied the second resource point. Another team of rare skirmishers had already dispersed to explore the mists. Everything seemed to be progressing favorably, and Chu Xiao, filled with ambition, was pleasantly surprised by her fortune in stumbling upon 2 resource points upon her departure. She imagined herself claiming the first rare treasure chest, hoping to impress Jiang Chen. Suddenly, the town channel in the bottom left corner flashed with a heavenly announcement. Announcement: Lord Jiang Chen is the first to upgrade to a level 1 Lord's Mansion, receiving a rare treasure chest. Announcement: Lord Jiang Chen is the first to upgrade to a level 1 Lord's Mansion, gaining 10 points of reputation. The young girl was momentarily bewildered, her eyes widening in shock. How is this possible? If Jiang Chen were to secure a spot in the top 10, she would undoubtedly be thrilled for him. Yet, within less than half an hour, he had achieved a level 1 upgrade, leaving her with nothing but astonishment and confusion. No one understood Jiang Chen's background better than she did. A common lord's heart, F-level, green mountains, and clear waters. She had once secretly approached Jiang Chen, intending to discreetly share some of her resources with him. Yet he had preferred to take on student loans rather than accept her charity. Could it be that Jiang Chen had brought an entire stockpile of recruitment orders with him, while coincidentally his territory was situated on a resource point? This stroke of luck seemed too extraordinary. It took a full minute for Chu Xiao to regain her composure and deduce the most probable scenario. Oh no. Her eyes widened suddenly. If he only had recruitment orders, how would he fend off the impending monster tide? Realizing this, she felt a surge of urgency and immediately contacted Jiang Chen. Meanwhile, the second-generation elites were gradually piecing together the truth. Li Mu exclaimed, "This kid has truly struck gold. His territory is situated right on a resource point. Wei Ming, you should be content. I have yet to locate a resource point. Why am I not as fortunate as Jiang Chen? Lin Mo, let us not be disheartened. Fortune cannot favor anyone indefinitely. Ultimately, the battlefield of myriad clans relies on one's foundation and financial investment. However, there are those who hold a differing perspective. Mu Qingxuang. Even if one were to stumble upon a resource point, extracting upgrade resources so swiftly indicates that Jiang Chen must have brought at least 90 recruitment tokens. Wei Ming. Indeed, such audacity is beyond my capabilities. The initial Lord space comprises 10 slots. 10 recruitment tokens occupy 1 slot. Tu Xuan-Yuan precisely. Jiang Chen, without carrying any troops, blueprints, or even basic supplies, has utilized nearly all his space to transport recruitment tokens, gambling on this 1 in a million chance. I greatly admire him. Man. In the end, it is the victors who prevail. It appears Jiang Chen made the right bet, and I commend him. Jiang Chen gazed contentedly at the speculations around him. As he anticipated, there was no need for him to elucidate. Others would naturally seek to justify his actions. Suddenly, Lin Mo interjected softly. Let us not forget, after each upgrade of the territory, a wave of monsters will inevitably ensue. This proclamation startled everyone. Carrying an abundance of recruitment tokens, he clearly lacked the space for hero tokens, military symbols, or equipment. How would he fend off the impending monster siege? Unlike the affluent who possess high-tier troops, recklessly upgrading before preparing for war is undoubtedly unwise. Indeed, the most crucial quality of a competent lord is not audacity, but stability. The recently fallen Wang Jiaming serves as a cautionary tale. Were it not for the heavenly rewards, it would have been far more prudent to upgrade only after recruiting heroes and filling troop slots. Jiang Chen seems to be overly eager for quick success. He could have easily waited another hour. Let us hope he does not become the second fallen lord of our humble town. Most lords are fundamentally benevolent. Though they may envy Jiang Chen's fortune, they also admire his boldness and wish for his success. Li Muse, reveling in schadenfreude, remarked, this is the consequence of taking shortcuts. May everyone take heed. And Xuxia, in distress, retorted, Li Muse, silence yourself. And Jiang Chen, why do you not respond to my private message? Share your territory coordinates with me. I wish to see if I can dispatch troops to assist you. Li Muse. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen scrutinized the recent heavenly notification. Warning, due to your territory's upgrade, the novice protection has vanished. In half an hour, your territory will face a monster siege. Please prepare accordingly. Countdown to the monster wave, 029:59. Simultaneously, the unidirectional light shield enveloping the territory gradually faded, revealing the thick fog of war outside. The reason he had not seen in Xuxia's private message was that after his promotion, the influx of private messages became overwhelming. Jiang Chen opted to mute the private message notifications. Now, he could no longer feign silence. Jiang Chen, rest assured, I have opened a treasure chest, and the rewards are quite satisfactory. Since there has been a misunderstanding, let us allow the misunderstanding to grow even larger. After all, everyone is adept at imaginative speculation, and Xuxia is still quite concerned. Yet with Jiang Chen's reassurances, she feels somewhat helpless. However, you must remain cautious. After all, there is no time left for you to recruit troops. Jiang Chen, rest assured. Li Muse, however, remarked, a stubborn duck refusing to admit its fate. I hope that when the monster tide begins, you can maintain such bravado. Wei Ming attempted to mediate. All right. We are all lords of the same small town, Lin. Perhaps you could refrain from saying too much. The results will soon be evident. If there happens to be any unforeseen circumstances, the Heavenly Tao will issue an announcement. Because of Jiang Chen's astonishing performance, everyone is eager to know if he can withstand this wave of monsters. Even the mysterious big shot from the Xianxining family is no exception. There are still half an hour left until the monster tide. Jiang Chen closed the chat group and calmly opened the territory construction interface. Barracks, 0 ordinary stone 900, ordinary wood 100, energy 100, construction conditions met. Tavern, 1 refined stone 50. Refined wood 50, ordinary wood 100, energy 200, insufficient materials, construction conditions not met. A few minutes later, Jiang Chen consumed 100 spirit stones to reinforce the refined stone and wood needed for the tavern. Constructing barracks. Countdown, 009:59, complete immediately, consume 100 spirit stones. Constructing tavern. Countdown, 019:59, complete immediately, consume 200 spirit stones. During the waiting period, Jiang Chen reflected on the gains from this endeavor. Chapter 5, Unique Structures. The emergence of the Empress and terrifying attributes. This time, the gains are substantial. Firstly, the prestige. 10 points of prestige may seem insignificant, yet it is exceedingly difficult to obtain. It serves not only as a threshold for certain quests or maps, but if one discovers the Hall of Prestige, they can exchange it for rewards, occasionally even unlocking legendary items. Secondly, there are the rare treasure chests. Upon opening a rare treasure chest, one is guaranteed to acquire an item of rare quality, with a 1 in 10,000 chance of obtaining an exquisite quality item, and a 1 in a million chance of receiving an epic quality item. Observing the plus sign that followed, Jiang Chen nodded. The chest can also be enhanced, quite impressive. However, upon seeing the vast amount of spirit stones required for the enhancement, Jiang Chen regained his composure. The contents of the chests are entirely a matter of luck. With too much uncertainty, the best items one could hope for would merely be a hero's token or a military talisman. With 2 opportunities for enhancement remaining, it would be unwise to squander them on a chest. With this thought, Jiang Chen washed his hands and directly opened the chest. Please, let it not be resources. You have opened a rare treasure chest and obtained a rare building blueprint, Mysterious Cottage. A unique building blueprint, splendid luck indeed. As for the 1 in 10,000 chance of acquiring an item of a higher quality, Jiang Chen dared not indulge in such hopes. Mysterious Cottage contains several shelves, allowing the use of territory energy to purchase goods. The shelves refresh daily at midnight. Construction requirements: rare stone x 100, rare wood x 50, fine iron x 20, energy x 2000. If resources are lacking, one can enhance to compensate. Unfortunately, the remaining 300 spirit stones from his student loan were dwindling, and he also lacked iron ore. Thus, he had no choice but to temporarily store the blueprint in his backpack. Soon, the tavern and barracks were completed in succession, and Jiang Chen could finally summon his first hero. He produced the golden legendary hero token and took a deep breath. Summon. The hero token transformed into a flurry of light, slowly coalescing into a radiant portal. Jiang Chen awaited with great anticipation. Which legendary hero would it be? Before long, a graceful figure began to emerge from the portal. The woman donned a low-cut palace gown of the Tang Dynasty style, revealing shoulders as flawless as jade. Though devoid of makeup, she exuded an unparalleled elegance. Her exquisitely beautiful visage, illuminated by the surrounding light, seemed to shimmer with a divine glow. She was a breathtaking woman, embodying an air of aloofness, seduction, and strength. A true masterpiece. Even with Jiang Chen's extensive experiences from his previous life, he could find no flaw. As the woman stepped through the portal, her expression was one of astonishment as she beheld the world before her. While she absorbed the information imparted by the heavenly Tao, she murmured, "The battlefield of myriad races, the competition among countless factions. In my former world, though I was a peak powerhouse, I had reached the limits of my strength. Yet here, as long as I engage in slaughter to acquire energy, I can swiftly enhance my power and ascend to immortality. This is truly a world that belongs to me." Jiang Chen listened intently to the woman's words. In an instant, I comprehended the aspirations of this female hero, the pursuit of ultimate power and the quest for immortality. I opened her attribute panel. Empress, legendary level, 1, favorability, 70 attributes, physique 28, 16, spiritual power 21, 16, soul 15, 16, capacity 19. The figures in parentheses indicate additional attributes from her techniques. Techniques: Heavenly Sound Decision Mastery, C grade. Skills: Heavenly Sound 9 Kills Minor Completion, C grade. 9 Sword Technique Minor Completion, D grade. Spirit Explosion Minor Completion, E grade. Basic Sword Technique Minor Completion, F grade. Basic Palm Technique Minor Completion, F grade. Musical Art Great Accomplishment, Proficiency Levels: Beginner, Intermediate, Proficient, Minor Completion, Great Accomplishment, Minor Perfection, Major Perfection, Transcendence, Troop Building. Heavenly Sound Pavilion, Troop Command. 9 Heaven Sacred Princess, A. Disciples of Heavenly Sound Pavilion, A. Ranger Type Troops, D. Combat Power, 26. Heavenly Sound Pavilion, a troop building structure that allows the recruitment of 9 Heaven Sacred Princesses and Disciples of Heavenly Sound Pavilion. 9 Heaven Sacred Princess, a legendary troop type, recruitable after constructing the Heavenly Sound Pavilion with a maximum capacity of 9. Disciples of Heavenly Sound Pavilion, an exceptional troop type, recruitable after constructing the Heavenly Sound Pavilion, with no quantity limit. Upon viewing the Empress's attribute panel, Jiang Chen revealed a satisfied smile. Although the Empress was only level 1, her unadorned combat power stood at an impressive 26 stars, complemented by commendable skills. Furthermore, she possessed her own troop-building structure, encompassing 9 legendary troops and an unlimited number of exceptional troops, all with A-grade command. It is noteworthy that A-grade command amplifies the base attributes of troops by 40. One could say that this enhancement was exceedingly worthwhile without any consumption. Next, I glanced at my own attributes. Jiang Chen, level 1, attributes, physique 3, 6, spiritual power 3. Soul 5, capacity 5, 6. Techniques. 9th set of radio exercises minor completion, F grade. Skills. None, combat power rating. 6. Jiang Chen deeply felt the sting of comparison. Soon after, he found himself perplexed. People's Education Edition Human Heroes Directory, I could recite it backward and forward, yet I had never heard of the Empress. Her foundational attributes were astonishing, yet her techniques were somewhat lackluster. Most importantly, judging from her own words, it seemed she had never heard of the battlefield of all races. Thus, there was only one explanation. She was neither an indigenous hero of the battlefield of all races nor a sage of the human race, but rather hailing from some celestial realm. Could this be yet another boon of mine as a transmigrator? The Empress's attributes and skills were sufficient to overshadow any current wave of monsters. Hence, this situation appeared secure. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. After receiving information, the Empress brazenly scrutinized Jiang Chen. Finally, she remarked, "While I appreciate your summoning of me to such a grand world, do you not feel that your strength as a lord is rather lacking?" Prompt. The Empress believes your strength is inadequate. Affection level 10, currently 60 points. Oh. Fortunately, the environment of the territory is quite pleasant. Prompt. The Empress appreciates the territory's environment. Affection level 1, currently 61 points. Jiang Chen was at a loss for words. The affection levels, from lowest to highest, are as follows: unyielding, 10, hostile, 20, disdainful, 30, indifferent, 40, neutral, 50, ordinary, 60, friendly, 70, enthusiastic, 80, intimate, 90, and unfettered, 100. The initial level of affection is intricately linked to the hero's strength and character. Some heroes are naturally drawn to power, while others are swayed by appearances, and some are simply soft-hearted. The Empress evidently belongs to the former category. However, Jiang Chen had long anticipated this scenario. Without hesitation, he met the Empress's gaze and calmly remarked, "May I interpret this as a challenge to my lordship by the newly recruited hero?" People's Education Edition, The Lord's Guide, page 3, line 4. When facing formidable subordinates, one must appear composed, regardless of inner turmoil. The best way to speak is with a calm demeanor. Moreover, Jiang Chen was already confident in his approach. The Empress did not expect such audacity from Jiang Chen, and her imposing aura faltered momentarily. Am I mistaken? Prompt. The Empress believes that although your strength is lacking, you possess great masculinity, affection level 2, currently 63 points. The aura of dominance was effective, yet Jiang Chen understood that this was merely a temporary advantage. The Empress, having held power for an extended period, could not be easily intimidated by mere words. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had everything well within his control. Chapter 6. The Empress Submits, the Legendary Black Dragon. Tenfold combat power. Jiang Chen continued in a calm tone. Do you understand why, despite my apparent weakness, I am able to summon you, a legendary hero? Upon hearing this, the Empress displayed a contemplative expression. Jiang Chen produced his last ordinary soldier talisman and presented it to her. A plain soldier talisman? The Empress scoffed. What purpose does this worthless item serve? No sooner had she spoken than a brilliant radiance erupted from Jiang Chen's hand, bathing the entire territory in a golden hue. The legend re-emerged. The overwhelming pressure instinctively caused the Empress to take a half-step back, her mouth forming an O shape. Jiang Chen activated another enhancement without cost, acquiring a legendary soldier talisman. This was a plan he had meticulously devised. He possessed 3 opportunities for enhancement without consumption, 1 to strengthen a hero, 1 to bolster soldier types, sufficient to ensure invincibility in the early stages. Any further enhancement would only lead to excess combat power. The 3rd opportunity was to be reserved for when he acquired special structures, ideally those for unique soldier types. The reason he waited until now to enhance his soldier types was to intimidate potential power-seeking heroes, such as the Empress before him. His cautious approach proved to be exceedingly wise. As the brilliance faded, the Empress gazed at the talisman in Jiang Chen's hand, stammering, golden legend. Transforming an ordinary talisman into a legendary one. What a terrifying capability. Prompt. The Empress is astonished by your abilities. Favorability increased by 20, current level, 83, reaching enthusiastic. Indeed, a power seeker. An instant gain of 20 points in favorability. Jiang Chen remarked nonchalantly, Am I now deemed worthy? The effects of favorability were immediate. The Empress regained her composure, licking her lips and bowing in deference. My lord, your prowess is unmatched. I am in awe. I beg your pardon for any previous offense. Seeing the opportunity, Jiang Chen gestured dismissively. No need for excessive formalities. I am not so petty. Now that you have witnessed my capabilities, as long as you serve me diligently, I shall ensure your ascendance to divinity, granting you immortality. In return, I will bestow upon you the respect that a true stronghold deserves. If the study of territory simulation is the most crucial lesson for a lord, then the importance of eloquence undoubtedly ranks a close second. Imagine a lord who stammers before their subordinates. How could they command respect? As a scholar, Jiang Chen naturally excelled in the art of persuasion. The Empress is inspired by your charisma. Favorability increased by 1, current level, 84. The Empress stated, rest assured. My lord, I will not disappoint. What would you have me do next? Jiang Chen replied, a wave of monsters will soon descend upon us. However, a level 1 monster wave will pose no challenge for you. With that, he wasted no time, gently tossing the newly enhanced legendary soldier Talisman into the air. Recruit. A massive portal of light swiftly materialized, hovering in the air. Observing the location of the portal, Jiang Chen's spirit soared. It was a flying soldier type. What extraordinary fortune! First, there existed specialized architectural blueprints, followed by the emergence of aerial combat units. Both tactically and strategically, these aerial forces possess immense advantages. Soon, a formidable black dragon, measuring 4 meters in length with an 8-meter wingspan, emerged from the portal of light. The dragon landed gracefully upon the portal, stretching its lithe form before taking flight with a powerful flap of its wings. A tempest swirled around, making it difficult to keep one's eyes open. With a resounding roar, the dragon seemed to celebrate its newfound existence. After circling above its territory, it obediently descended before Jiang Chen. 1, 2, 3. Moments later, 12 miniature black dragons lined up neatly in front of Jiang Chen, their heads bowed low to the ground in an expression of absolute submission. Greetings, my lord. A few unfortunate farmers, having just risen, were once again compelled to kneel in fear beneath the dragon's imposing presence. Yet, excitement gleamed in their eyes, for aligning with such a powerful lord ensured their safety. Even the Empress regarded the suddenly manifested formidable creatures with a grave expression. If the 12 dragons were to assault her, she would find herself facing certain demise. Notification: the Empress is awed by your strength. Favorability: 2. Current: 86. Even an ordinary lord recruiting legendary heroes must tread carefully, lest they offend and lose them to defection. Yet, within mere minutes of recruiting the Empress, Jiang Chen had raised her favorability to 86 points. Such is the terror of a cheat. Jiang Chen beamed brightly. Rise. There is no need for such formalities from now on. He casually opened the attribute panel of one of the black dragons. Black dragon, unnamed, race, dragonkin level, 1 quality, legendary attributes, physique 22, spiritual power 18, soul 20, load 0 combat power, 14 skills, dark breath, magical dragon scales. Heart of Fury. How formidable. The combat power of most level 1 common units hovers around 12 stars. The black dragon's combat power exceeds that of ordinary units by 10-fold. This 10-fold strength is not simply a matter of 1 dragon against 10 foes. It signifies an attribute disparity of 10-fold. Combat power is calculated solely based on the average of the 4 primary attributes, excluding skills. Imagine the disparity of physique, spiritual power, and soul being 10-fold. A single dragon could effortlessly annihilate thousands of common creatures. Moreover, the black dragon possesses 3 powerful skills. Additionally, dragons are mountable, and once they grow, Jiang Chen will experience the thrill of being a dragon rider. As these are legendary units, Jiang Chen deemed it essential to exert effort in bestowing them with striking names as a mark of favor. Sequentially, from left to right, he proclaimed, "You shall be Dragon 1, you shall be Dragon 2, you shall be Dragon 12. As Jiang Chen named them, the names appeared on the black dragon's attribute panels. Although they were all legendary first stars, slight variations in attributes were present. After completing the naming, Jiang Chen selected the dragon with the highest attributes. Long Jiao. From this moment forth, you shall serve as their captain. The black dragon Long Jiao displayed a surprisingly human-like expression of joy. Thank you, my lord. for bestowing this name upon me. I vow to safeguard you with my life." The melodious tone momentarily startled Jiang Chen. "You are female?" Long Jiao appeared somewhat apprehensive. "In terms of your human classification, yes, my lord." Jiang Chen nodded reassuringly, saying, "Fear not, within my domain. There is no discrimination based on gender, only strength prevails." With that, Long Jiao felt a sense of relief. If this lord were merely an ordinary human, it would be one thing. However, they had already sensed an overwhelming threat emanating from the Empress. There could only be one explanation. The Empress was a legendary hero. To think that their lord commanded the loyalty of such a legendary figure, and seemingly with a high degree of fidelity at that. Should their lord be dissatisfied, the consequences could be dire. Suddenly, the Empress seemed to sense something, turning her gaze toward the war fog beyond the territory. "My lord, there are uninvited guests outside our domain." Almost simultaneously, Jiang Chen received a notification. Notification: Monster tide commencing. Please prepare accordingly. Chapter 7. In merely 6 seconds, a collective ascension occurred, doubling their combat prowess. Jiang Chen gazed upward, and amidst the war fog beyond his territory, shadowy figures began to materialize. Hissing sounds echoed as a cadre of muscular lizardmen flicked their tongues, brandishing rusted weapons, and charged towards the enclosure. Lizardman warrior, race, swamp tribe level, 2 combat power, 3 skill, heavy strike, lizardman squad leader, elite, race, swamp tribe level, 3 combat power, 8 skills, heavy strike. Throwing axe before Jiang Chen lay dozens of ordinary lizardmen, accompanied by an elite lizardman squad leader. The situation was similar in the other 3 directions. Had it been any other lord, even a second-generation heir from a minor family would have faced this with trepidation, cautiously utilizing the territory's defensive structures to minimize casualties, as losses inevitably affect combat evaluations. However, upon witnessing the lizardman's pitiful combat power, Jiang Chen felt no inclination to strategize. With a sweeping gesture, he commanded, "Slay. The front belongs to me." The Empress uttered a sharp command and, in a flash, transformed into a streak of light, instantly appearing outside the enclosure. Spirit explosion. Seemingly averse to soiling her hands, the Empress unleashed a flurry of strikes from 10 meters away from the enemy. Spirit explosion, a release of spiritual energy that strikes a single foe or a designated area. This effect bears resemblance to the void strike. Boom, boom, boom. Simultaneously, the upper bodies of the lizard men, including the elite squad leader, erupted, saturating the air with the scent of blood. Although spirit explosion was merely a common E-level skill, the Empress had mastered it to a near-perfect degree. Her spiritual energy finally condensed and effortlessly controlled, coupled with an attribute disparity of nearly 20-fold. The resulting devastation was utterly terrifying. Upon surveying her handiwork, the Empress felt a twinge of discontent. Too weak. Your hero, the Empress, has slain a lizardman warrior, gaining energy X4. Your hero, the Empress, has slain a lizardman warrior, gaining energy X5, spirit stone X1. Click to extract. Your hero, the Empress, has slain a lizardman squad leader, gaining energy X30, spirit stone X5, excellent treasure chest X1. Click to extract. Your hero. Jiang Chen observed the flurry of combat notifications flashing in the lower left corner of his vision and couldn't help but exclaim, "How remarkable!" In the past, simulations always began under adverse conditions. Now, to transition into a mindless onslaught, this lord finds it somewhat disconcerting. The Empress, somewhat perplexed, replied, "My lord, you mustn't blame me. I was only using half my strength." Jiang Chen. Though the Empress refrained from further engagement, the fate of the monsters in the other 3 directions was no better. To the west of the territory, the colossal tail of Dragon 9 swept through, sending several lizardmen flying for dozens of meters, their chances of survival dwindling. Hiss! The glimmer in the eyes of the lizardman captain transformed from bloodthirstiness to sheer terror, emitting a series of frantic hisses. Yet, before it could turn to flee, it was engulfed by the dark breath of Dragon 1, reduced to cinders. Dragon 5 wore a face of discontent. Dragon 9, have you imbibed phoenix blood? Couldn't you leave a few for me? Dragon 1, just a second too late, found himself with no spoils to claim. Soon after, a mischievous grin spread across Dragon 1's face. You seem eager to impress our lord. Have you developed a fondness for him? By human standards, our lord is indeed quite handsome. Silence. Dragon 9, initially flustered with indignation, soon fell into despair, wondering whether he would look appealing after his transformation and if the Lord would take a liking to him. As several female dragons indulged in gossip, Jiang Chen received a divine prompt. Prompt: you have successfully repelled this wave of monster attacks. Duration of battle, 6 seconds. Casualties, 0. Jiang Chen found himself at a loss for words. The difficulty of a normal monster wave is solely influenced by the territory level, independent of the actual strength of the territory. There would be no scenario where a stronger territory would face a more formidable monster wave. A battle lasting merely 6 seconds. Truly remarkable. Battle summary. Enemies annihilated. 146 Lizardman warriors, for Lizardman captains, elite. Our casualties, 0. Duration of battle, 6 seconds. Battle rating. A. Basic rewards. Spirit stones, x 100. Energy, x 1000. Click to collect. Evaluation rewards. Spirit stones, x 1000. Energy, x 10,000. Excellent treasure chests, x 3. Click to collect. An A rating. It has been centuries since I heard of anything above an S rating, and an A rating is the highest I have encountered. No wonder the evaluation rewards are tenfold the basic rewards. Jiang Chen collected all rewards with a single click. In a mere 6 seconds of combat, the gains exceeded his expectations. Energy, 13,630, equivalent to experience, used for building construction and upgrades, for the Lord, heroes, and troop upgrades, non-tradable. Spirit stones, 1128. Excellent treasure chests, 4. Ordinary treasure chests, 11. An extraordinary bounty, particularly in terms of energy. With such a surplus, it was only natural to convert it into combat strength immediately. Jiang Chen waved his hand. All shall ascend. 13 beams of light descended, each landing upon the head of the Empress and the 12 colossal dragons. Prompt: consuming 2,000 points of energy, your hero, the Empress, has leveled up to level 2. Prompt: consuming 1,000 points of energy, your troop, Dragon 1, has leveled up to level 2. Prompt: consuming. The energy required for upgrading legendary heroes and troops far exceeds that of ordinary troops, causing the freshly acquired energy to vanish in an instant. Yet, it was undeniably worth the investment. Before reaching level 20, each upgrade for heroes and troops would consistently enhance their initial attributes. Hence, upon reaching level 2, the base attributes of both the Empress and the Black Dragon were doubled. Attributes of the Empress: Physique 56, 16, Spiritual Power 42, 16, Soul 16, Capacity 38. Combat Power 49. This surpasses the attributes of an ordinary level 20 monster. Attributes of the Black Dragon: Physique 44, Spiritual Power 36, Soul 40, Capacity 0. Combat Power 28. Long Jiao. Divide the Black Dragon squad into 4 groups, each consisting of 3 members, to explore the war fog in all directions, marking resource points and exterminating any encountered monsters. If the monster is edible, make an effort to bring back its remains. Furthermore, although your current combat power is comparable to that of a level 10 monster, please prioritize safety. After giving these instructions, Jiang Chen was met with a respectful response from Long Jiao. As you command, my lord. 12 mighty dragons soared into the sky, embarking on their exploration towards the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. Upon encountering the Lord's units, the war fog dissipated instantly, revealing a landscape and creatures within a radius of 200 meters. Just as Long Jiao plunged into the war fog, Jiang Chen received a notification. Your unit, Long Jiao, has slain a swamp giant lizard, gaining energy 3. Jiang Chen was exceedingly pleased with Long Jiao's enthusiasm. Moments later, Long Jiao swept across the territory, dropping the corpse of a swamp giant lizard before swiftly vanishing again. Thud! The corpse of the swamp giant lizard landed in the central clearing of the territory. The level 0 wooden house can recruit a refugee every half hour. And at this moment, the number of farmers in the territory had reached 12. Without awaiting Jiang Chen's orders, the farmers eagerly seized their tools and began to dismember the corpse of the swamp giant lizard. Notification: you have obtained giant lizard meat 10, giant lizard skin 1. The Empress, unable to remain idle, eagerly inquired, my lord, what about me? Chapter 8. Inferior Spirit Stones. My battle evaluation was an A. However, Jiang Chen chuckled, instructing, you should remain within the territory to ensure my safety. though the majority in the regional channel doubted his ability to survive the monster tide. One lord articulated an undeniable truth. The most invaluable trait of a lord is not audacity, but steadiness. Wang Jiaming, who had just been slain by a creature from the stone quarry, served as a living example of this wisdom. Now that the territory had escaped the protection of novices, Jiang Chen was resolute in keeping the Empress by his side. The Empress remained silent for a moment before saying, "Then, might I have a few spirit stones? I shall commence my cultivation." Since arriving in this world, not only had my strength diminished, but my mastery of the Tianyin technique had also regressed from transformation to proficient. There are primarily two methods to enhance one's base power. First, through leveling up to improve fundamental attributes. Second, through cultivation, where techniques can augment dimensional attributes and skills can enhance offense and defense. The Empress's diligent nature was certainly pleasing to Jiang Chen. He retrieved several spirit stones to toss them to her, but paused momentarily. The Empress, sensing his hesitation, inquired, "What is it?" Jiang Chen gazed at the spirit stones, a smile gracing his face. Inferior spirit stones, the most basic currency unit in the battlefield of myriad races, also usable to assist in cultivation. To his surprise, spirit stones could indeed be enhanced. Enhancement Option 1, medium-grade spirit stones, consuming 10 spirit stones. Enhancement Option 2, superior-grade spirit stones, consuming 1,000 spirit stones. Enhancement Option 3, premium spirit stones, consuming 100,000 spirit stones. Enhancement Option 4, inferior wind spirit stones, consuming 2 spirit stones. Enhancement Option 5, medium grade. Without hesitation, a gentle luminescence suddenly emanated from Jiang Chen's hand. As the light faded, the Empress beheld the spirit stone radiating pure spiritual energy in Jiang Chen's grasp. Her expression turning serious. "Is this a medium-grade spirit stone?" Hint: the Empress is once again astonished by your abilities. Affection level 1, current affection level 87. Medium-grade spirit stones contain a quantity of spiritual energy several times that of inferior spirit stones, and most importantly, the energy is far more refined. The effects of cultivating with medium-grade spirit stones are undoubtedly several times superior to those of lower-grade stones. "Thank you, my lord." The Empress's gratitude was sincere. In her original world, medium-grade spirit stones were also a scarce resource. Jiang Chen then patted her shoulder gently, saying, "You should go cultivate. The Tianyin technique is of too low a grade. I will procure a higher-level technique for you when time permits. You should be aware that I possess this capability." As their skin made contact, Jiang Chen felt the Empress's body stiffen, and goosebumps appeared on her shoulder. It was not that he harbored any inappropriate thoughts. It was merely a test. It seemed that the affection level was approaching a more intimate threshold, which was quite promising. The contact did not provoke a negative reaction from the Empress. Rather, she appeared somewhat anxious. "Thank you, my lord. I shall take my leave to cultivate." With that, she hurriedly departed. He chuckled softly, watching her retreating figure. Jiang Chen revealed a playful smile. This seemingly aloof woman is, after all, quite innocent. Alas, the myriad races battlefield is a serious game. Otherwise, the Empress would surely have her corruption value skyrocketing. You have opened a fine treasure chest and obtained a soul-reaping dagger. Fine. You have opened a fine treasure chest and obtained 50 spirit stones. You have opened a fine treasure chest and obtained 100 fine lumber. You have opened a fine treasure chest and obtained the architectural blueprint arrow tower. At last, Jiang Chen's fortune returned to its normal state. As for the 11 ordinary treasure chests, aside from 2 plain items, most contained resources. He turned his gaze to the only fine equipment among them. Soul-reaping dagger, level 2 sharpness, 5 durability, 5 attributes, physique 2, carrying capacity 0. For rubbish, Jiang Chen blurted out, only to pause in realization and chuckle. His appetite had been spoiled by the attributes of legendary heroes, and he found this early-stage gem beneath his notice. Though it was a fine piece, the Empress's combat power had exceeded expectations. Thus, the best fate for this minor treasure would be to transform into spirit stones. Jiang Chen first opened the regional channel and scrolled through the messages. Soon, he spotted his name. Xuan-Yuan. Calculating the time, Jiang Chen brother should be facing the monster wave now. I'm so worried for him. Jiang Chen glanced at the time. Oh, the moment Xuan-Yuan sent her message was precisely 6 seconds after the monster wave began. At that time, the wave had just concluded. Oddly enough, this little fox seems genuinely concerned for me, timing her inquiry perfectly. Li mused. Yeah, don't fret. Jiang Chen upgraded to level 1 without any preparation. He's done for this time. And Xuxia, Li mused, silence. If anything happens to Jiang Chen, I'll flatten your territory. It seems Xuxia was also keeping a close eye on the regional news, fearing any ill tidings. Li mused. Hey, am I not allowed to speak the truth? Even if Jiang Chen opens a rare treasure chest and obtains a Hero S order, a mere level 1 rare hero cannot withstand the monster wave. Mu Qingxuang. Let us not forget that Jiang Chen has just created a miracle. Li mused. Haha, Commander Mu, you jest. Miracles are not so plentiful. Accidentally placing a territory on a resource point is already a miracle among miracles. Lin Mo. Although Li Brother's words may be harsh, his analysis holds merit. Even with a few squads of rare troops, upgrading a territory in half an hour is implausible. It's not about being unable to fight. Rather, upgrading troops also requires time, and using level 1 troops against the monster wave will inevitably result in significant losses, an unwise trait. And Xuxiahumph. Jiang Chen will be fine. We shall see. Yet her unease and insecurity were palpable to all. Suddenly, a regional message flashed across the screen. Lord Jiang Chen has consigned the soul-reaping dagger, fine, for sale at the trading post. Consignment method, auction or buy it now. Auction duration, 10 minutes. Fixed price transaction, 2,000 spirit stones. According to the exchange's regulations, only items deemed valuable will appear in the regional chat. A second later, the soul-reaping dagger, excellent, was purchased at a fixed price. Simultaneously, Jiang Chen received a notification. Notification, your consigned soul-reaping dagger, excellent, has been bought at a fixed price by Lord Ing Man. Jiang Chen expressed envy. Truly, the winner of Xianqin is a wealthy individual. Although the equipment was purchased in an instant, Jiang Chen understood that he had not suffered a loss, but rather made a significant profit. After all, it was merely a level 2 transitional equipment, which might be worth less than 200 spirit stones in a day. The group chat fell silent for a moment. Then a flurry of messages erupted simultaneously. What the heck? Excellent equipment. And it has only been an hour since the server opened, yet someone is already selling excellent equipment? Jiang Chen. Shouldn't he be dealing with the monster tide? How could he buy equipment? Is the monster tide over? Impossible. It has only been a few minutes. But if Jiang Chen did not successfully fend off the monster tide, how could he possibly part with such valuable excellent equipment? This makes sense. An excellent piece of equipment could enhance a hero's combat power by 0.5 stars. I must ask, which wealthy player purchased it, spending 2,000 spirit stones without batting an eyelid? At least let us see the equipment's attributes. Jiang Chen finally spoke. You all need not guess. Although the process had its challenges, I indeed eradicated the siege monsters. And Xuxia, haha, fantastic. Who just said Jiang Chen couldn't withstand the monster tide? Step forward. Li Muse immediately fell silent, not wanting to face embarrassment. Lin Mo, but how is that possible? Did Jiang Chen's treasure chest yield a magical scroll or some other disposable item? Mu Qingxuang. There's another possibility. Perhaps he triggered a 1 in 10,000 chance of surpassing a level? Wei Ming, even if it was sheer luck. I must say, Brother Jiang is impressive. The Wei family is also a powerful lord family in Tiana City. The way they addressed Jiang Chen as Brother Jiang signifies that this commoner has finally caught the attention of the second-generation elite. Tu Xuan-Yuan, Brother Jiang Chen is amazing. And Xuxia, hello, sister of the Fox clan. You and Jiang Chen are not very familiar. You need not address him so intimately. Ing Man, congratulations, Jiang Chen. Shortly thereafter, for reasons unknown, Ing Man continued to inquire. Ing Man, may I ask what your battle evaluation is, Jiang Chen? Of course, this question was rather abrupt, and you have every reason to refuse to answer. This question was indeed quite unexpected. However, Jiang Chen felt there was nothing to conceal. Jiang Chen, my battle evaluation is A. After all, no rational person would believe it, right? His intuition told him that this Ing Man would become his greatest rival for the position of mayor, overshadowing Lin Mo, Mu Qingxuang, and Xuxia. This marked the first tacit confrontation between the two. Will this student, Ing Man, truly believe it? Chapter 9. The Heroic Power Rankings. The Identity of Ing Man. Iron Ore. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's battle evaluation, The entire regional channel fell into a hushed silence. Of course, it was only for a brief moment. Just as Jiang Chen had surmised, no one truly believed him. Did I hear incorrectly? He claims his battle evaluation is an A? One ought to be somewhat credible when boasting. I might believe a C or D, but certainly not an A. It has been decades since the Dragon Kingdom has seen an A rating. Jiang Chen, would you dare to provide us with a screenshot as proof? And Xuan, enough already. Can't Jiang Chen make a joke? The presence of a formidable figure indeed had its effect, as the comment section fell silent. And Xuan's fierce defense of Jiang Chen incited jealousy among all the male lords. Jiang Chen paid no heed to the derision directed at him. He awaited Yinman's response. Man, Jiang Chen, you truly possess a sense of humor. Jiang Chen felt a twinge of disappointment. It seemed that the esteemed figure from the Xianqining family was, after all, just an ordinary person. Nevertheless, if they chose not to believe him, so be it. He was too weary to offer explanations. Ultimately, his prowess would soon be undeniable. Suddenly, another announcement echoed. Announcement. The Lord of Newbie Town number 10086, Man, has upgraded to a level 1 Lord's Mansion as the second place winner, receiving a fine treasure chest as a reward. Announcement. The Lord of Newbie Town number 10086, Man, has upgraded to a level 1 Lord's Mansion as the second place winner, receiving 5 points of reputation. Jiang Chen was taken aback. The Ying family indeed held some merit. Had it not been for his sudden emergence, he would surely have secured first place. And Xuan, I was just a moment too late. Announcement. The Lord of Newbie Town number 10086, and Xuan, has upgraded to a level 1 Lord's Mansion as the third place winner, receiving a fine treasure chest as a reward. Announcement. The Lord of Newbie Town number 10086, and Xuan, has upgraded to a level 1 Lord's Mansion as the third place winner, receiving 3 points of reputation. Wei Ming, the feminine energy outweighs the masculine. Fortunately, Brother Jiang Chen has brought honor to the male compatriots. Mu Qingxuang, this batch of newcomers is exceedingly competitive. What was unexpectedly notable was that the Heavenly Dao announcements did not cease. Announcement. Due to the generally superior strength of heroes from Town 10086, the heroic power rankings have been triggered. Heroic power ranking. First place. The corresponding lord will receive an exceptional treasure chest. Heroic power ranking. 210th place. The corresponding lord will receive a rare treasure chest. Heroic power ranking. 11. 100th place. The corresponding lord will receive a fine treasure chest. Settlement time. Tomorrow at 12 o'clock. Jiang Chen was elated. The Heavenly Dao was indeed becoming increasingly generous. This time, it was a purple exceptional treasure chest. The enhancement of an exceptional treasure chest required the consumption of 10,000 spirit stones. The Heavenly Dao was practically providing him with financial aid. Although the evaluation pertained to heroic power, with the terrifying growth rate of the Empress, this treasure chest was entirely within his grasp. He was not the only one brimming with confidence. Li Muse, now this is more like it. The heroic power rankings are based on true strength. Those who relied on sheer luck can finally take a break. Wei Ming, currently, our small town boasts 5 rare heroes, and if we include the understated big shots, there are likely no less than 10. Lin Mo, the last leaderboard had unexpected outcomes. This time, I propose to take charge of the hero strength leaderboard and open a betting pool at the exchange. We shall only wager on the top spot, with the winners sharing the pot according to their betting ratios. What do you think? Wei Ming, Lin brother, your enthusiasm is palpable. Do you perhaps believe that the top position on the hero strength leaderboard is within your grasp? Lin Mo, Wei brother, you jest. Who knows? This time we might even see a dark horse akin to Jiang Chen emerge, such as the illustrious Miss Ying Man from the Xianqing victors. Soon, Lord Lin Mo establishes a betting pool at the exchange. Click to view. In an instant, thousands of spirit stones flooded into the pot. Astonishingly, nearly half were placed on Lin Mo. It seems that Lin Mo's earlier eagerness has piqued the interest of many. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen gazed at the ever-increasing betting amounts on the board, his eyes gleaming. Theoretically, as long as he possesses sufficient spirit stones, he could enhance countless legendary equipment, buildings, and troops. Thus, spirit stones are an invaluable resource. Bet away. After all, they are all mine. In a territory 200 kilometers away from Jiang Chen, Ying Man, tall and striking, or a commanding presence. Though her features lacked the softness of Enchuxia, her striking eyes sparkled like morning stars, and her noble aura rendered her almost unapproachable. At this moment, a playful smile graced her lips. Heh, this Lin Mo is quite cunning, attempting to profit substantially from this betting pool. However, had he not encountered me, with a single purple exceptional hero, the top spot on the hero strength leaderboard would undoubtedly be his. Turning to the epic hero beside her, she said, Sister Meng Tian, your fortune-telling skills are infallible, right? I can't shake the feeling that this Jiang Chen is rather enigmatic. Meng Tian, originally from the third heaven of the Xianqi Meng family, though not as renowned as her brother Meng Tian, is nonetheless one of the legendary lords of the third heaven, a master of both military and yin-yang arts. Yet, this legendary lord, who has existed for millennia, has taken the extraordinary step of sacrificing her own life force to become a hero, all to protect Yin Man. She even lowered her own quality to epic to retain her memories after death. Should this information leak, it would undoubtedly dominate the headlines of the Lord forums. With Meng Tian's yin-yang arts, Yin Man had already discerned the general circumstances of the second-generation lords of Town 10086. Rest assured, Your Highness, with my perfected yin-yang fortune-telling technique, I can certainly see through the details of even a mere primary lord. Meng Tian had calculated Jiang Chen multiple times and was exceedingly confident in her predictions, unless Jiang Chen's hero quality surpasses mine. But he is merely a commoner. How could he possibly possess an epic or even legendary hero? Reassured, Yin Man declared joyfully, I never expected the hero strength leaderboard to trigger so swiftly. With Sister Meng here, I am certain the top position is mine. After all, with the recent opening of the new district, Yin Man cannot overlook a remarkable treasure chest. Perhaps it is my emergence as an epic hero that has elevated the rewards of this hero power ranking to an extraordinary level. The acquisition of this treasure chest by Your Highness is indeed well-deserved. Meng Tian, possessing millennia of lordly experience, undoubtedly understands that prudence is the key to longevity. Naturally, it would be even better if I could ascend to level 2 before the reward settlement, unlocking my level cap. Yin Man nodded emphatically. Sister is right. However, upgrading to level 2 requires refined iron. The Iron Eagle warriors have discovered several iron mines, but the refined iron mines remain elusive. I wonder how long it will take to gather enough refined iron for the upgrade. Meng Tian responded confidently, Fear not, Your Highness. Even if we cannot find refined iron mines, it matters not. Should there be any hidden epic heroes, I can certainly prevail with my equipment. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen was engrossed in examining the blueprint for the Pearl Arrow Tower, a fortified version of the Arrow Tower, which would cost him 1,000 spirit stones to enhance. Suddenly, Long Ju landed before Jiang Chen, bowing respectfully. My lord, we have discovered an iron mine 2 kilometers west of the territory. Iron mine. Hearing this report from Long Jiu, Jiang Chen was overjoyed and immediately commanded, escort 10 farmers to the iron mine to establish a smelting factory. And then you must personally oversee the operations for a while to ensure the smooth extraction of iron. Long Jiu, dutifully compliant, replied, As you wish, my lord. Timber and stone are already being harvested in an orderly manner. Although refined iron is also a rare resource, its presence on the map is significantly less than that of stone and timber. Fortunately, Jiang Chen is a gaming prodigy. He does not require refined iron mines. With ordinary iron mines, he can continuously obtain refined iron through enhancement. With sufficient refined iron, he can not only upgrade to level 2 immediately, but also construct the mysterious cottage and the Pearl Arrow Tower, greatly accelerating the development and security of his territory. Soon, the smelting factory will be established. Countdown, 01959 to completion, costing 200 spirit stones. Complete immediately. Smelting factory construction completed. You have lost 200 spirit stones. The previous life-taking military spear was sold for 2,000 spirit stones, and Jiang Chen, being affluent, swiftly completed the smelting factory. The iron mine began to yield resources continuously. Suddenly, the Empress gracefully approached Jiang Chen. He inquired, puzzled, Why have you stopped your training? The Empress tapped the powder in her hand. I have run out of spirit stones. Could you spare a few more? Jiang Chen. He used low-grade spirit stones, which were sufficient for a day of training. Yet, the Empress consumed a medium-grade spirit stone in merely an hour. Such talent is truly exasperating. However, the faster she trains, the more pleased Jiang Chen becomes. With ample spirit stones at hand, Jiang Chen once again enhances a few medium-grade spirit stones. The Empress accepted the spirit stone with satisfaction and, after a moment's hesitation, said, "My lord, while I was cultivating just now, I felt an unknown presence attempting to spy on me." Chapter 10, The Spirit Rice, A Tearful Temptation. Versailles? An unfathomable existence? Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened. The fact that the Empress had specifically mentioned it indicated that it was indeed extraordinary. Could it be that a formidable monster had emerged beyond the territory? The Empress shook her head. "I am unaware of that. From my perception, the adversary likely possesses the caliber of a level 34 epic hero. However, with such limited strength, it is sheer folly to attempt to pry into my affairs." Upon hearing the Empress's words, Jiang Chen felt an even greater sense of caution. "Your Majesty, from this moment forth, you are not to leave my side." The Empress shrugged. "Very well. Notification: the crossbow tower has been completed. Notification: the mysterious cottage has been completed. Notification: the blacksmith shop has been completed." 2 hours later, the Dragon Squad had explored the terrain spanning hundreds of square kilometers centered around their territory, discovering 6 rare resource points and 18 ordinary ones. The density of these resources was average, neither exceptional nor poor. Furthermore, several crucial buildings within the territory had been completed. Crossbow tower, level 1 power, 8 rate of fire, 25 seconds range, 200 meters upgrade requirements. Refined iron 50, rare wood 100, rare wood 100. Energy 1000. What a resource-hungry endeavor. Jiang Chen couldn't help but lament. While the attributes of the crossbow tower surpassed those of ordinary towers by several folds, the resources required for construction and upgrades were indeed disheartening. Resources were manageable. As long as there were spirit stones, one could acquire as many as desired. However, energy could only be obtained through monster slaying. He pondered, contemplating ways to swiftly gather energy. As he thought, Jiang Chen continued to explore the mysterious cottage. Oh, fortune favors the prepared. Mysterious cottage, level 1 number of shelves, 3 current products, refined iron sword, 648 spirit stones, basic life potion, 128 spirit stones, dark bait, 128 spirit stones, refresh countdown, 12:05, 32 dark bait, possesses a powerful allure for dark attribute monsters, capable of triggering a wave of dark attribute monsters corresponding to the current territory level. If used during the night, the effect is doubled. Price: 128 spirit stones. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen made the purchase. 1 wave of monsters corresponds to level 15 foes, while 2 waves correspond to level 50 monsters. Therefore, Jiang Chen planned to upgrade the bait twice before utilizing it. As for the other 2 items, the refined iron sword was beyond his means, but he purchased the basic life potion. At that moment, a muscular man stepped forward, respectfully presenting a long sword. "My lord, this is the first weapon produced by our territory. Please take a look. As per your instructions, I have crafted it to level 5. The man was the first blacksmith Jiang Chen had recruited after the establishment of the blacksmith shop, named Tai. "Oh, have we a finished product?" Jiang Chen's spirits lifted as he accepted the long sword. Long sword, common, level 5 sharpness, 5 durability, 3. The attributes are rather unimpressive, lacking even additional properties. However, upon noticing the plus sign, Jiang Chen's face broke into a smile. He accessed the enhancement list and remarked with satisfaction, "Consume 200 spirit stones. Choose enhancement direction refined iron sword." At this point, Jiang Chen's over 3,000 spirit stones were nearly depleted. "Why am I so poor?" Fortunately, he would soon be able to produce high-quality equipment in bulk. As the light dissipated, the once unremarkable long sword shimmered with a cold glint. Refined iron sword. Fine, level 5 sharpness, 9 durability, 6 attributes, physique 3, spirit power 3, capacity 1. A level 5 fine weapon, with an additional 6 attributes, equating to a combat power of 1.5 stars. At this stage, it is undoubtedly the most sought-after equipment. Relay my command. The blacksmith shop shall work tirelessly to forge long swords. Yes. Next, Jiang Chen accessed the trading post to select consignment. Lord Jiang Chen has consigned the equipment refined iron sword, fine, through the trading post. Consignment method, auction or fixed price. Auction duration, 10 minutes. Fixed price transaction, 5,000 spirit stones. Having completed these tasks, Jiang Chen glanced at the time. It's time for a meal. Coincidentally, the Empress had also finished her training. I am famished. What shall we have for lunch? In the myriad races battlefield, mealtime is of utmost importance. Whether one can eat on time and the quality of the meal can greatly influence the morale of the territory's populace. Jiang Chen addressed the 20 or so farmers still busy in the territory. I see your hard work, and as for the meat from the dragons, feel free to indulge. After a brief silence, cheers erupted throughout the territory. As for his own sustenance, Human Education Edition Basic Knowledge of Territories Article 32. Until you acquire a chef, while the food in your territory may not starve you, it will certainly teach you the meaning of tastelessness. Before entering the myriad races battlefield, Jiang Chen lacked sufficient spirit stones to purchase troops. Therefore, he filled the remaining space with fast food. Upon retrieving a portion of fast food, Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Enhancement direction, primary spirit food. Consume 10 spirit stones. Primary spirit food. Crafted from spirit rice, containing a small amount of spirit power. Beneficial for cultivating techniques and skills. After some contemplation, Jiang Chen enhanced 3 portions. He tossed one to the Empress, kept one for himself, and listed the last one on the trading post as a test, setting a fixed price of 200 spirit stones. Seeing the Empress satisfied with the spirit food, Jiang Chen began to enjoy his own lunch. As he opened the packaging, a rich aroma of rice wafted towards him. Truly, it is spirit food. He savored the delicacy in small bites while opening the regional channel to eavesdrop. To his astonishment, as soon as he opened the regional channel, he saw his own name. Am I seeing things? Has Jiang Chen sold fine equipment again? What an extraordinary drop rate. His luck is astonishing. Initially, the territory was situated at a resource point, and now it has continuously produced exquisite equipment. Could it be that the talent, green mountains, and clear waters possesses a hidden ability to enhance luck? Yet, with such extraordinary equipment, why does Jiang Chen not utilize it himself? Lord Jiang Chen consigns Spirit Food 1 through the trading post. Consignment method. Fixed price transaction. 200 spirit stones. What on earth? Spirit food? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. The spirit food sold by Lord Jiang Chen has been purchased at a fixed price. Jiang Chen glanced at the buyer, momentarily rendered speechless. It was astonishing that it was snatched away by Ying Man in less than a second. Were it not for the ongoing battle among the myriad races, Jiang Chen would almost suspect that she employed some kind of cheating software. Could it be that Jiang Chen's territory had discovered spirit rice? That would be spirit rice. The abundance of resources in Jiang Chen's territory is simply outrageous. Is there more? Let us have a few more. Just thinking about the flavor of spirit food makes me weep with desire. Wei Ming remarked. Brother Jiang Chen, are you perhaps considering the path of a farming lord? Jiang Chen replied while eating, no. I am merely an entertainment lord. These are of no use to me. I might as well sell them for some profit. By heaven's conscience, Jiang Chen spoke nothing but the truth. In its corporeal form, the dragon bears a weight of 0 and cannot don equipment, while the legendary hero, the Empress, holds little regard for exquisite gear. Yet, who would believe such a statement? You cannot utilize exquisite equipment? Come on, isn't this a bit too ostentatious? Wei Ming chose not to respond further, clearly stifled by Jiang Chen's retort. Lord Jiang Chen's exquisite iron sword, excellent, has been purchased at a fixed price. Price, 5,000 spirit stones. Oh my, 5,000 spirit stones, and it vanished in an instant? Wei Ming exclaimed, true tycoon. I can only offer 2,500 spirit stones at most. Jiang Chen was also taken aback, for the fixed price of 5,000 spirit stones was indeed a bold demand. In his estimation, selling a level 5 exquisite iron piece for 3,000 spirit stones would have been a cause for celebration. Could it be that it was the wealthy Ying Man once more? However, upon seeing the name of the purchaser, his expression darkened. Chapter 11. The Shocking Town, the Epic Monster, and the Extermination Order in Xuxia. It was indeed in Xuxia. Despite Jiang Chen's usual amiable demeanor, he harbored an intense pride within him. Otherwise, he would not have resolutely rejected in Xuxia's charity. Even when faced with the prospect of a campus loan, he promptly dialed in Xuxia's contact. The call connected instantly, revealing in Xuxia's virtual image. Jiang Chen expressed his dissatisfaction. Classmate Xuxia, what does this mean? And Xuxia was taken aback for a moment, but quickly grasped what Jiang Chen was implying and clarified. Jiang Chen, you misunderstand. I am not here to assist you. Rather, I am in trouble and urgently need to enhance my combat prowess. Before Jiang Chen could inquire further, and Chu Xiao sent him a screenshot. Jiang Chen glanced at it, and his eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. A level 10 epic monster? This creature was lurking just 3 kilometers outside my territory. And Chu Xiao grimaced. I've already lost 2 of my rangers to it, and they are a rare troop type. More importantly, it guards a large fine iron mine. Only by defeating it can I acquire the fine iron needed to upgrade my second book. I am in dire need. Jiang Chen could not help but feel a twinge of envy. What sheer luck! An epic monster. If slain, it would surely yield great rewards, particularly in energy. A level 10 epic monster, without any energy penalties, could provide 100,000 energy, sufficient to elevate the Empress to level 8. And Chu Xiao, however, feigned distress, though her face betrayed her excitement at the prospect of slaying the epic monster. Jiang Chen considered tricking Chu Xiao into revealing her coordinates to seize the monster for himself, but he deemed such underhanded tactics beneath him. Of course, profiting from this opportunity would be quite advantageous. I still have fine iron swords. Do you want any? Really? And Chu Xiao exclaimed in delight, I want them. How many do you need? How many do you have? I'll take as many as you have. And Chu Xiao suddenly blushed. Lost in thought, Jiang Chen, however, pressed on. Let us see. You should have 12 wolf knights and 10 rangers, so I'll sell you 22 fine iron swords. At market price, that S2, 500 spirit stones each. And Chu Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. How much? Jiang Chen explained, I realize this is somewhat steep, but we are like brothers, so let us be clear about the accounts. With so many spenders in town, I am confident that this standardized equipment will sell easily at this price. No, I'm not questioning the price. I'm asking, where did you acquire such a vast quantity of high-quality equipment? And Chu Xiao, being an academic, quickly speculated the most plausible scenario. Could it be? You have already mined the fine iron? Jiang Chen merely smiled in silence. And Chu Xiao echoed his earlier words back to him. What sheer luck! 2 hours later, a message suddenly flashed across the town channel. Lord Jiang Chen has consigned 22 excellent quality fine iron swords for sale through the trading post, each priced at 500 spirit stones. Shortly thereafter, it was reported that the 22 excellent quality fine iron swords had been purchased. This event detonated the regional chat like a deep-sea bomb beneath a calm lake. Am I seeing things? 22 excellent quality weapons? I toiled all day and didn't even get one decent weapon drop. Did I enter a different map from Lord Jiang Chen? Is he favored by Lady Luck herself? Nonsense. I reckon he has charmed her into his bed. Let us be audacious. Perhaps after spending the night with Lord Jiang Chen, that Lady Tina became the embodiment of good fortune. Ultimately, Lord Jiang Chen is remarkable. With a single stroke, he has produced 22 fine iron swords, restoring him to his status as a powerhouse. Those exclaiming in disbelief must be the underachievers. There's no way such a pristine batch of 22 fine iron swords could have been dropped. There's only one possibility. Gasp. Could it be that these weapons were mass-forged in a blacksmith's workshop? This statement ignited another wave of excitement. Just hours into the server launch, and a blacksmith's workshop can already produce attribute gear? This implies that Lord Jiang Chen has not only acquired an elite blacksmith, but also secured a fine iron mine. Alas, I haven't even upgraded my first book yet. I don't even have a blacksmith's workshop. First, he monopolized the resource points. Then the spirit rice, and now a fine iron mine. The abundance of resources is simply enviable. Fine iron is essential for upgrading to the second book. Typically found 10 kilometers away from 1's territory, guarded by monsters of level 10 or higher. Gasp. Could it be that, following his first upgrade, Lord Jiang Chen will be the first to ascend to the second book? Truly, he is the beacon of hope for us commoners. Seeing the wealth of resources in Jiang Chen's territory, the second-generation lords could no longer contain themselves. Man, Jiang Chen, may I initiate a private chat? Mu Qingxuang, little brother Jiang Chen, would you be interested in joining the military? I can personally guarantee you the rank of corporal immediately. Lin Mo Corporal? Pray tell. Commander Mu, what is the monthly stipend for a corporal? Is it 200 spirit stones or 300? If Jiang Chen is willing to be my exclusive sheep account, I would offer a monthly salary of 10,000 spirit stones. And Chu Xiao, if you think Jiang Chen will become a sheep account, You can forget that idea. It must be said that Xuan understands Jiang Chen best. Jiang Chen, I apologize for disappointing everyone, but I have no intention of joining any factions, nor will I become a sheep account. Yet Lin Mo persisted. Heh, I'm just a year older than you, so from now on, I'll call you Little Jiang. But don't be so definitive. As a common lord, isn't your purpose in entering the myriad races battlefield to make a profit? Any conditions are negotiable. Li Muse, Jiang Chen, don't be ungrateful. It is indeed a privilege that Brother Lin is willing to purchase your resources. Otherwise, when Brother Lin issues a decree of extermination, can you withstand the onslaught of his forces? And Xuxia, who would dare to use a decree of extermination against Jiang Chen? Observing the chat group, Jiang Chen could hardly contain his laughter. To attack his territory was akin to offering him a bounty of energy. According to the rules of the myriad races battlefield, construction resources such as stone, wood, and refined iron are bound and cannot be traded. This represents one of the few instances of fairness for civilian players. Otherwise, players like Ing Man would have long since advanced to a higher level. However, with policies in place, there are always countermeasures. Affluent players invariably find a way. This is achieved through the decree of extermination, allowing them to plunder resources from other lords. Naturally, as fellow members of the human race, unless long-standing grievances exist, such exterminations generally involve negotiations, allowing both parties to fulfill their needs. The targeted lord typically relinquishes resistance to minimize losses. This is colloquially referred to as buying a sheep. The refined iron resources in Jiang Chen's territory not only symbolize a continuous supply of superior equipment, but also determine who can be the first to upgrade to a higher level and receive the rewards of the heavenly path, which naturally entices all. Ing Man, since Jiang Chen does not respond to private messages, I shall be direct. You need not become my exclusive sheep. Just allow me to take a few resources, and I guarantee to plunder without destruction. If I can gather enough refined iron for the upgrade, I will immediately offer 200,000 spirit stones. Upon seeing this astronomical figure, Jiang Chen could hardly restrain himself. Here comes the wealthy one, attempting to entice me. Were it not for the lucrative business of the refined iron sword, he might have agreed. Jiang Chen, apologies, my private messages have been flooded, and I truly have no intention of becoming a sheep. Ing Man, very well. Seeing Jiang Chen's resolute stance, Ing Man ceased her insistence. After a moment of silence, Lin Mo, purchasing decrees of extermination, low-level ones suffice. Interested parties may contact me privately. Li Muse, haha, I shall join in the fun. Offering a high price for decrees of extermination. Jiang Chen, if you agree to become Brother Lin's sheep, I would find it difficult to exterminate you out of respect for him. Now you must fend for yourself. Lin Mo, brotherly, let us rely on our own abilities. Li Muse agreed. In their banter, it seemed as though Jiang Chen was a fish on the chopping block, poised for slaughter. And Xuxia, you dare? Mu Qingxuan, alas. We are all lords of the Dragon Kingdom. Why must we turn against each other? Tu Shan-Yaya. Wowu, Jiang Chen is so handsome. Please do not harm him. Wei Ming, to possess beauty is to invite trouble. Furthermore, it seems the Fox Clan girls are indeed superficial. I was skeptical before. Lord Jiang Chen consigns 2 refined iron swords, excellent, through the trading post. Consignment method, auction or fixed price. Auction duration, 10 minutes. Fixed price, 500 spirit stones. Mu Qingxuan, Jiang Chen, at this moment, it would be wise to refrain from adding fuel to the fire. It is better to remain low-key. Wei Ming, facepalm Jiang Chen, may you find your own fortune. Jiang Chen, thank you all for your concern, but I am quite impoverished. After shutting down the regional channel, Jiang Chen first offered a few comforting words to Xuxia. He then glanced at his spirit stones, 55,013. I have never been this affluent before. What shall I enhance next? My equipment, my troops, or perhaps the blueprints? Suddenly, a notification from the heavenly Tao appeared. Notification, your troop, Dragon 1, has sustained injuries. Jiang Chen was initially taken aback, but soon a look of delight spread across his face. Chapter 12, The Scarlet Divine Word, Wilderness Military Structures, Dragon's Breath Tillage. The mightier the monster, the greater the rewards. Could it be that an epic creature has spawned near my domain? Through the Lord interface, he established direct contact with Long Yi. Long Yi, report the situation. The voice of Long Yi echoed back. Report, my lord. A colossal centaur nest has been discovered 10 kilometers south of the territory, at level 69, with approximately 1,000 units. Jiang Chen inquired with curiosity. Surely. The low-level centaur warriors pose no threat to you? Long Yi responded with a hint of frustration. Among the monsters, there is an elite commander. I was focused down. Jiang Chen then realized. Although not the epic monster he had anticipated, the centaur nest was still a valuable asset. Centaur nest, a wilderness military structure that allows the recruitment of centaur warriors. Centaur warriors are elite units with commendable capabilities in both melee and ranged combat. The standard barracks included with the territory can currently only recruit militia, requiring 4 upgrades to enlist elite human swordsmen. As the number of resource points occupied increases, employing a dragon to guard these points feels somewhat excessive. The emergence of the centaur nest aptly resolved his immediate concerns. After familiarizing himself with the terrain, Jiang Chen promptly broadcasted through the Lord's heart. Apart from the dragons guarding critical resource points, all others are to assemble at XXX. The Empress, having concluded her training, expressed her eagerness. My lord, what about me? Jiang Chen nodded. Come with me. As a ranged unit, the Centaur tribe's focused attack capabilities were not to be underestimated. To avert unnecessary losses, Jiang Chen deemed it essential to be present at the scene. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chen declared, level up. For Radiant Halos ascended, propelling Jiang Chen directly to level 5, significantly enhancing his survival capabilities. But that was not the end of it. Contemplating further, he retrieved a plain long sword, its brilliance intensifying in his grasp. Consuming 20,000 spirit stones, he chose the enhancement direction, resulting in the illustrious Scarlet Divine Word. The hard-earned fortune instantly diminished by nearly half. As the light receded, the plain long sword transformed into a blood-red blade, measuring 3 feet and 3 inches, radiating a crimson glow. Scarlet Divine Word, exquisite, level 5 sharpness, 22 durability, 18 attributes, Constitution 9, Spirit 6, Capacity 4 skills, Crimson Arc, Divine Word indeed. As an exquisite weapon, the Scarlet Divine Word not only boasts explosive base attributes, but also grants 2 powerful skills, one offensive and one supportive, complementing each other beautifully. Observing the Empress with sparkling eyes, Jiang Chen casually tossed the sword towards her. It's yours. Remember, your task is to protect me. The Empress, enamored, toyed with the weapon for a moment and confidently declared, rest assured, my lord. Notification: the Empress feels gratitude for the bestowed sword, increasing affinity by 1, current level 88. A step closer to intimacy. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen traversed the vast grasslands, accompanied by the Empress and 8 colossal dragons. Arriving at the designated coordinates, the Empress stood beside Jiang Chen, clutching her treasured sword. This time, the 8 dragons did not soar arrogantly through the skies. Instead, they crouched low, endeavoring to conceal themselves within the waist-high grass, advancing stealthily. Not far ahead lay a massive centaur tribe, with squads of centaur warriors patrolling in an orderly fashion, a remarkable number of whom were of elite status. Centaur warrior, elite, race, beastmen level, 8 combat power, 20 skills, rapid shot, charge, cleave. A glance revealed hundreds of them. Were it any other lord present, even someone as formidable as Xiao would find themselves daunted by the sheer scale of this centaur tribe. Unfortunately for them, they encountered Jiang Chen. Long Zhou's elongated face suddenly leaned forward, uneasily remarking, my lord, we are dragons. This posture is rather undignified for our kind. Should I let out a roar to announce your presence to these ants? Thud. Jiang Chen struck Long Zhou's head sharply, reprimanding him in a hushed tone. Impulsive? Is that all you can think about? I appointed you as the squad leader for a reason. Can't you use your wits in battle? Why charge headlong when we can launch a surprise attack? Jiang Chen was grateful he had come along. Nearly 1,000 level 8 monsters, many fully armed elites among them, posed a considerable challenge. If the dragons fought with their typical flamboyance, victory would be assured, but casualties were inevitable. A legendary dragon's death would weigh heavily on Jiang Chen's heart. After chastising Long Zhou, Jiang Chen meticulously surveyed the battlefield, then began to strategize. You will form a line and fly at maximum speed to coordinates, XXX, then unleash Dark Breath, to plow the ground. As a participant in the National High School Tactical Competition, Jiang Chen found this scenario rather simplistic. Ensuring the dragons understood, he softly commanded, "Advance." Yes, the 8 dragons flapped their wings and ascended into the air. Enemy attack. The dragons had returned. Huh. A juvenile dragon dares to come back. We shall feast on dragon meat tonight. Wait. 1, 2, 3. 8 dragons. Quick, alert. Oh no, they're heading for the central camp. Protect Lord Malhan. Hearing the centaurs' exclamations, Jiang Chen felt a sense of satisfaction. How remarkable. They speak a universal tongue. It appears this centaur stronghold possesses lineage and heritage. Not merely an uncivilized wild tribe. Quite commendable. The higher the civilization level, the greater the potential. 10 seconds later, the dragons reached the designated location. Dark breath. The inky black dragon breath erupted forth, crashing to the ground with a sizzling sound. 8 torrents of dragon breath converged, instantly creating a death zone spanning dozens of meters and rapidly spreading forward. The once tranquil camp erupted suddenly into a cacophony of anguished screams. The ordinary centaur warriors, possessing a combat strength just exceeding 10 stars, swiftly succumbed. Only the elite centaurs managed to struggle momentarily. Your unit, Dragon 9, has slain an elite centaur warrior, earning 80 energy, 8 spirit stones, and 1 exquisite treasure chest. Click to extract. Your unit, Dragon 1, has vanquished an elite centaur warrior, acquiring 70 energy, 5 spirit stones, and 1 soul of the unit. Click to extract. The lightning-fast offensive led by Jiang Chen bore fruit. In an instant, a multitude of notifications flooded in. To Jiang Chen's surprise, the second notification revealed the emergence of a unit soul. Unit soul, elite when used on an ordinary unit. It can elevate them to elite status. When used on an elite unit, it enhances their star rating. A valuable find. The Empress observed the one-sided battlefield and sincerely remarked, "My lord, your strategic deployment is truly commendable. I am in awe." Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively, replying, "This is something any ordinary high school student could manage. There is nothing to boast about." Curiously, the Empress inquired, "My lord, when might you take me to explore your world? It is called Blue Star, correct?" "Indeed. It is called Blue Star," Jiang Chen affirmed, his gaze fixed on the battlefield. "According to the rules of the myriad races battlefield, your favorability must reach 100 points for you to accompany me to Blue Star." Understanding that favorability cannot be forced, the Empress chuckled. "Then my lord must strive diligently to win my heart and soul." As their playful banter continued, the colossal dragon plowed through to the centaur's main tent. A 3-meter-tall centaur hero, muscles bulging, tightened his belt while cursing, "Who dares to disturb my revelry? I'm growing impatient." Before he could finish, 8 streams of blazing dragon breath descended upon him. 3 seconds later, the 8 dragons retracted their fiery breath and soared into the sky, leaving the soul centaur hero reduced to cinders, utterly lifeless. Gasping for breath, Dragon 9 ascended to a height of 100 meters, finally escaping the range of the centaur archers. That was exhausting. Dragon 1 concurred, "My lord is right. We sisters need to enhance our lung capacity." At the same time, Jiang Chen received a divine notification. Your unit, Dragon 9, has slain the centaur chieftain, rare hero, earning 20,000 energy, 228 spirit stones, 1 wind spirit bow, rare, and 1 bounty order. Click to extract. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. A tremendous yield. Moreover, a bounty order was included. He pondered swiftly. Should he pursue Li Muse or Linimo? No, this was the first bounty order, a rare treasure. Using it himself would be a waste. Why not sell this decree of extermination at a high price, allowing them to come and hunt me down? Not only would it result in a substantial influx of energy, but it could also yield a hefty sum of spirit stones. Yet, how might one sell it without arousing their suspicion? As the regulations of the trading post surfaced in his mind, Jiang Chen conceived a plan. Chapter 13. The Little Fox, collaborating to set a trap. Occupying the centaur's lair under the command of Jiang Chen, the dragon currently stands at a mere level 4. Its recent breath attack, lasting over 10 seconds, has nearly depleted its spiritual energy. At this moment, the dragon squad is diligently circling in the skies to regain their strength, allowing Jiang Chen to confidently access the lord list of the small town. Soon, he located the avatar of Tu Xuan-Yuan. Rather than opting for a video call, He opened the chat interface and discovered that this little fox had sent him numerous messages. 929. Hello, Brother Jiang Chen. My name is Xuan-Yuan. You can call me Yaya. You are amazing, leveling up so quickly. Can we become friends? 945. Can you handle a beast tied by yourself? Do you need Yaya's assistance? 1018. The other party has requested a video call. The other party has canceled the video call. 1019. Woo-woo. Brother Jiang Chen, why are you ignoring me? 1020. Hello. IMSB. 1220. So much refined iron equipment. Brother Jiang Chen, you are so impressive. Reading the little fox's messages, Jiang Chen couldn't help but twitch his lips. Why does it feel like this little fox isn't particularly bright? Jiang Chen. Hello, Lord Xuan-Yuan. The little fox quickly responded. Xuan-Yuan. Woo-woo. Brother Jiang Chen, you finally replied. Can you please call me Yaya? When it comes to charming young ladies, Jiang Chen has always been straightforward. All right, Yaya, I have a favor to ask of you. This is a bounty order. Click to view. You will receive 10 of the sale price as your commission. Bounty order, upon use. You may select a territory to besiege. After a victorious battle, you can plunder the resources of that territory. Usable only once per day. Listening to Jiang Chen's plan, the little fox readily agreed. Brother Jiang Chen, don't worry. Yaya promises to complete the task. Hee. Brother Jiang Chen, you actively sold the bounty order to the enemy. You must be quite confident in your abilities. Jiang Chen replied, half in jest. What is meant to be will be. Instead of shying away from potential danger, it is wiser to profit while the bounty order holds value. Before long, he spent 100 spiritual stones and used the trading platform's secret transaction module to transfer the bounty order to Xuan-Yuan. Secret transaction. The trading platform is not obliged to conceal transaction information unless you are willing to pay a fee in spiritual stones. From every perspective, the little fox proved to be the ideal collaborator. Given his relationship with Xuan, selling the bounty order would undoubtedly raise suspicion. Jiang Chen's judgment proved to be impeccably accurate. The little fox was diligent in her task, and within a minute, results emerged. Xuan-Yuan, Brother Jiang Chen, I have fulfilled my mission. I sold the bounty order to Li Muse, and the spiritual stones are on their way to you. Notification, Lord Xuan-Yuan has sent you 45,000 spiritual stones. Jiang Chen was astonished. How did you manage to sell it for such a high price? Although the bounty order was a rare item in the early stages, past experiences suggested that 10,000 spirit stones were indeed an exorbitant price. Could it be that the little fox sacrificed her allure? Xuan-Yuan chuckled. Hee. The bounty order is certainly not worth that many spirit stones. But do not forget, the first to obtain the bounty order can be the first to plunder fine iron from your territory, and subsequently, the first to upgrade to level 2, earning the rewards of the heavenly Tao. Furthermore, Yaya only takes a modest 5 commission. Jiang Chen realized the truth. He was a well-fed man unaware of the hunger of the starving, unable to grasp the immense allure fine iron held for other lords. Thank you for your hard work. Yaya. Xuan-Yuan replied, it's no trouble at all. I have my own gains to consider. Hee. Brother Jiang Chen, look quickly. Li Muse has used a bounty order against you. Jiang Chen opened the regional channel. Lord Li Muse has issued a bounty order against Lord Jiang Chen. The battle will commence in 1 hour. Both lords are advised to prepare. In the battlefield of myriad races, killing was not a crime. Once a lord perished, unless their power reached a certain threshold, they could not continue to exist in the form of a hero's spirit. Otherwise, it was a true demise. Thus, this news sparked an immediate uproar. Wow, the bounty order has surfaced so quickly. How strange. There seems to be no transaction information. Could it be that the esteemed Li Muse killed a high-tier boss and obtained it himself? Truly impressive. Oh heavens. I hope Li Muse won't resort to murder against Jiang Chen. Yet, Jiang Chen might not necessarily be defeated. After all, the defending side holds a strategic advantage. What does it matter if there is an advantage? Li Muse hails from the Li family of the East Sea, with just a squad of rare troops. They could wreak havoc on us commoners. And Xuxiao exclaimed, Li Muse, if Jiang Chen loses even a finger, I shall annihilate your entire family. Li Muse retorted, don't misunderstand, Xuxiao. I merely wish to taste a morsel of resources. As long as Jiang Chen understands the situation, I promise not to harm him. Faced with Li Muse's smug demeanor, and Xuxiao felt powerless, consumed by anxiety. Such were the rules of the battlefield of myriad races. Although the Li family was not as formidable as the Yin family, the Yin family would never truly wage war against the Li family for the sake of a common lord. Li Muse continued, Jiang Chen, listen well. You have 1 hour to prepare. I hope the quantity of fine iron in your territory will meet my expectations. Moreover, you are not permitted to resist. For every one of my troops that perishes, I shall destroy your territory. If 2 die, you shall remain in the battlefield of myriad races forever. Tu Xuan-Yuan whimpered. Whoa, you promised me not to harm brother Jiang Chen. Li Muse laughed. Ha, sister, you are adorably naive. Jiang Chen chuckled. This little fox indeed possessed a flair for performance. Wei Ming advised, brother Jiang Chen, sometimes taking a step back opens vast horizons. Mu Qing added, if brother Jiang Chen joins the military now, I can immediately negotiate with the Li family of the East Sea on behalf of the military, at the very least. It will ensure your safety. These two were rather decent, yet Jiang Chen chose to ignore their counsel and directly close the interface. At that moment, the dragon's spiritual power had also recovered to over half. After enduring a recent baptism of fire, the Centaur tribe has managed to form a battle array, seemingly intent on making a desperate stand. Jiang Chen surveyed the battlefield, then commanded through the Lord's heart. Coordinates, XXX, continue the dragon's breath assault. With the Centaur hero vanquished, the Centaur warriors lost their commanding bonus, their strength significantly diminished. The 8 colossal dragons arranged themselves in a straight line, diving down as terrifying black flames once again engulfed the earth. Focus your arrows. We must eliminate one of the dragons. It was as if they had encountered death itself. These dragons exhibited a tactical awareness, interposing themselves for cover. They are upon us. Flee for your lives. The Centaur battle formation, hastily established, collapsed in an instant. Following the dragon's breath, over 200 centaurs were obliterated. This time, the dragons did not ascend into the sky, but instead descended to the ground to engage in close combat. Leading the charge was Dragon 9. With the 8 dragons' vertical pupils igniting in black flames, their bodies swelling with power. Heart of Fury. Physical attributes increased by 20, lasting for 60 seconds. Physical attributes encompass a comprehensive evaluation of strength, constitution, and speed. The combat prowess of the level 4 Black Dragon had already reached a terrifying 56 stars, granting it an overwhelming advantage against elite creatures of levels 7 and 8. With the activation of its explosive skills, the disparity became even more pronounced. Clang, clang. Most of the Centaur arrows were deflected by the dragon's formidable scales. Even those few arrows that pierced the dragon's scales merely inflicted superficial wounds. The outcome of the battle was already determined. Jiang Chen leisurely strolled to a hilltop, gazing down upon the bloody battlefield with eyes unperturbed. The Empress, half a step behind, effortlessly cleaved several centaurs carelessly fleeing towards Jiang Chen with a swipe of her sword energy, then inquired curiously, "My lord, do we not require captives?" Jiang Chen shook his head, "Not necessary." According to the Human Education Edition, an in-depth explanation of Lord's Basic Knowledge Clause 147, surrendered heroes or units possess weak combat will, with a higher likelihood of treachery upon rejoining. Such units may serve as cannon fodder but hold no training value. Though this wisdom may not be reflected in the statistics, it embodies the accumulated experiences of countless predecessor lords, and Jiang Chen had no reason to doubt it. Furthermore, the ranks of surrendered units and heroes would reset to 0. Jiang Chen had no desire to squander resources training a gaggle of traitors. It was far more prudent to recruit anew. Soon, the Centaur tribe was utterly decimated. Dragon 9 led the dragon squad in pursuit of the scattered Centaur survivors, while Jiang Chen approached the Centaur lair. Notification: Wild unit structure, Centaur lair discovered. Ignore, demolish, occupy. Occupy. The Centaur lair stood 10 meters high, its exterior adorned with carvings of bows, axes, and spears, rugged and ancient. Upon occupation, Jiang Chen was finally able to view the interface of this unit structure. Chapter 14. Terrifying Harvest. Unit Advancement. Purple Excellence. Centaur Nest. Unit Types: Centaur Warrior, 99. Centaur Chief, 0. 99. Centaur Leader, 0. 01. Production Rate: 1 unit every 4 hours stock. 12 Centaur Warriors Description: This is a Centaur nest originating from the Marhan clan. The Marhan clan, known for their untamed spirit, reigns in the boundless battlefield of myriad races. As a distinguished race in this vast arena, centaurs are categorized by both class and lineage. There are 325 known centaur clans, and Jiang Chen, as an academic prodigy, knows them by heart. There is a 1% chance to recruit the rare unit, Centaur Chief, and a mere 1 in 10,000 chance to recruit the exceptional unit, Centaur Leader. The centaur nest produced by the Marhan clan boasts commendable output and quality. He glanced at the recruitment cost. Centaur Warrior, Elite Food 200, Energy 500 recruiting all. You have lost Food 2400, Energy 6000, simultaneously. 12 Level 1 Centaur Warriors emerged from the structure. Centaur Warrior, Race, Beastman Level, 1 Quality, Green Elite Attributes, Strength 4. 5, Spirit 2, Soul 2, Endurance 2. 5 Combat Power, 3 Stars Skills, Rapid Shot, Charge. Observing the attributes of the Centaur Warriors, Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. A quintessential physical unit, robust and resilient. Jiang Chen adhered to his naming convention. You shall be called Horse 1, and you Horse 2. Unable to contain herself, the Empress interjected, My lord. With your myriad responsibilities, perhaps such trivial matters as naming should be entrusted to me? How could that be? Jiang Chen frowned. This is my privilege as a lord to bestow upon my subordinates. Once the names were established, Long Jiao returned with the dragon squad. Reporting to you, my lord. The enemy has been completely annihilated. Jiang Chen nodded, opening the battle dynamics and selecting one-click extraction for all rewards. You have gained Energy 78230. You have gained Spirit Stones 3280. You have received Treasure Chests, Fine, 58. You have received Treasure Chests, Common, 208. You have acquired Wind Spirit Bow, Rare, 1. You have gained Unit Soul, Elite, 54. You have obtained the Book of Strength 1. You have received Fine Equipment 44 pieces. You have received Blank Equipment 129 pieces. You have acquired. Beholding the astounding harvest, Jiang Chen could not help but exclaim, Gold belts for killing and arson. Indeed, the ancients do not deceive me. In addition to the regular spoils, there was also a precious Book of Strength. Book of Strength. Bound upon use, it enhances strength by 1 point. Each year, each unit, lord, hero, unit, may utilize a maximum of 100 such books. An attribute book. This is indeed a rare item, with an exceedingly low drop rate. Initially, I contemplated enhancing it, but upon seeing the astronomical number of spirit stones required in the enhancement list, I had no choice but to abandon the idea. Without further ado, Jiang Chen directly infused the item into himself, elevating his physique to 22 points. Having tasted the sweetness of power, he immediately commanded, Long Jiao, expand the search radius further and seek out large monster tribes. Yes, my lord. Long Jiao responded, and the 8 colossal dragons soared into the sky. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen returned to his territory accompanied by the Empress and newly recruited Centaur warriors. As the territory expanded, so too did the number of resource points seized. Relying solely on the protection of 12 dragons had become increasingly inadequate. Thus, training Centaur warriors had become an imperative. The principle of maintaining an elite army rather than sheer numbers holds true even in the realm of universal lords. This necessity arises not only from the population cap of the territory, but also from the fact that energy expended in upgrading units dissipates upon their demise. This is quite understandable. A militia member requires 850 points of energy to reach level 10. If that militia member falls in battle, such energy is essentially wasted. Contemplating this, Jiang Chen took out a swirling green phantom from his pocket. It was the recently discovered soul of the unit. Elite soul of the unit. When used on a regular unit, it can advance them to an elite unit. When used on an elite unit, it enhances their star level. Upon opening the enhancement list, he saw Enhancement option, rare soul of the unit, consumes 1,000 spirit stones. Enhancement option, exceptional soul of the unit, consumes 10,000 spirit stones. Enhancement option, epic soul of the unit. Currently, Jiang Chen possessed 320 spirit stones. Having decided to cultivate elite soldiers, it was naturally prudent to promote units sooner rather than later. He chose enhancement option, rare soul of the unit. As the radiant glow dissipated, Jiang Chen beheld the transformation of the soul in his hand into a blue-hued essence. Rare soul of the unit. When used on an elite unit, it can elevate them to rare status. When used on a rare unit, it enhances their star level. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's call, Ma Yi sensed something significant. Kneeling down on his forelegs, he exclaimed excitedly, "My lord, Ma Yi shall remain forever loyal to you." Jiang Chen nodded and pressed the rare soul of the unit against Ma Yi's forehead. Notification: your unit Ma Yi has utilized the soul of the unit and advanced to rare quality. Although still at level 1, Ma Yi's physique expanded noticeably, and his base attributes increased by approximately 30. Yet, this was not the end. Jiang Chen proceeded to enhance the rare soul of the unit further for Ma Yi's use. Notification: your unit Ma Yi has utilized the rare soul of the unit. Star level increased, now at 2-star rare. Notification: your unit Ma Yi meets the advancement conditions and has advanced to exceptional 1-star. A satisfied expression graced Jiang Chen's face. In total, 4,000 spirit stones and 4 elite souls of the unit were expended. If the other lords were to discover how remarkably inexpensive the exceptional troops are, they would undoubtedly be consumed by envy. Centaur leader, race, half-human level, 1 quality, purple exceptional attributes, Constitution 10, Spirit 4, Soul 4, Load 5. Combat power, 6 skills, piercing arrow, charge, brutal trample. Ma Yi flexed his muscular physique, stating, "My lord, if I were to face my former self, I could easily take down dozens." His companions gazed at him with eyes filled with admiration. However, their envy was swiftly replaced by astonishment. The process of further enhancing the soul of this rare troop continued. Ultimately, Jiang Chen expended 48,000 spirit stones and 48 troop souls to elevate the entire Centaur squad to exceptional quality. Suddenly, an urgent video request sounded, and Xuxia's avatar flickered frantically in the lower right corner of the screen. As Jiang Chen connected, and Xuxiao exclaimed in a state of distress, "Jiang Chen, quickly check the regional channel." Jiang Chen was taken aback. "What is happening on the regional channel?" And Xuxiao's eyes widened. "The dispatch order." Jiang Chen realized, "Oh, what do you mean, oh? The battle begins in 2 minutes. Don't tell me you forgot." Jiang Chen shrugged. "Well, how should I put it? I wouldn't say I forgot, but I certainly didn't take it seriously. The Empress has already reached level 4, her combat power nearing 100 stars. With her alone, Li Mu's troops would fall like wheat before a scythe." Yet Chu Xiao expressed her concern. "That fool Li Mu is live streaming on the regional channel. It seems he is determined to humiliate you." "Live stream?" Jiang Chen frowned. "What a spendthrift. Even a basic town-level stream consumes 10 spirit stones per minute. Of course, if there are fans who offer rewards, it might just balance out." Chapter 15. The War of Extermination. The power of the Arrow Tower. Seeing Jiang Chen remain indifferent, and Chu Xiao cautiously inquired, "Could it be that you have resolved to cease your resistance? Perhaps this is for the best. Surrendering simply incurs some losses in resources and buildings. After all, revenge is a dish best served cold. 10 years hence is not too late. Once I upgrade my town hall to level 3 and secure the position of mayor, I shall gain access to the gateway within the town, and then no one would dare to bully you." Truly, the emperor's impatience leads to the demise of the palace maid. However, witnessing Chu Xiao's careful demeanor, as if fearful of wounding his pride, warmed Jiang Chen's heart. The truth is laid bare. Beside me stand legendary heroes and an array of mythical units. In my eyes, that Li Mu is merely a pretender. Regardless, she cannot be trusted. And Chu Xiao shot Jiang Chen a glance of disbelief. "Legendary units? In this dire time, you still boast." Jiang Chen sighed in resignation. Speaking the truth, yet perpetually met with skepticism. "So be it, let them disbelieve. The dragon has ventured forth to hunt, and fortunately, he had recently recruited centaurs." Adjusting his camera to the front-facing mode, he declared, "Behold, these are my centaur warriors. Even without legendary units, they could easily vanquish Li Mu." And Chu Xiao's eyes brightened. These centaur warriors must be rare units. Given their size, they should be level 5. Could it be that your rare chest yielded a unit token? Jiang Chen shrugged. "If you say so, then let it be." And Chu Xiao sighed in relief. "With the advantage of defending the city, you certainly possess the means to fight back." After offering a few words of encouragement, she prudently ended the video call. Jiang Chen swiftly calculated his upgrade energy. Upgrade. A cascade of golden light erupted as all centaur warriors instantly ascended to level 6, their stature swelling once more. Their combat power surged to a terrifying 30 stars, rivaling that of a level 10 rare unit. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. With this squad of centaurs, I should be more than capable of handling Li Mu's. Before long, Jiang Chen located Li Mu's live stream within the regional channel. Inside the live stream, Li Mu wielded a sword, clad in gleaming silver armor, exuding confidence and arrogance. Behind him stood a beastman hero, a squad of human archers, and a team of trolls, clearly all rare units. The live stream buzzed with excitement. As the inaugural battle between lords and the novice town, despite the overwhelming disparity in strength, it captured the attention of the vast majority of lords. At that moment, over 800 viewers filled the stream. Mu Qingshuang remarked, "One should leave a sliver of mercy for future encounters." Wei Ming added, "Killing is but a fleeting act, yet I am quite eager to watch the stream." Lin Mo commented, "Haha, such are the rules of the myriad races on the battlefield. If Jiang Chen fears death, he ought not to participate. Yet, Li Mu exhibits great courage. I offered 30,000 spirit stones for this decree of extermination, believing it to be a sure win, only to find Li Mu even more ruthless." Li Mu also noticed the comments in the live stream and clasped his fists, saying, "Brothers, you have all seen it. My sharpshooter and troll have reached level 5. Today, we shall annihilate Jiang Chen. If you enjoy the show, I hope for a wave of donations. Your humble brother would be eternally grateful." Lord Jiang Chen donated 1 spirit stone. The donation notification left Li Mu momentarily stunned before he sneered. "Now you wish to curry favor with me? It is too late." Man interjected, "Curry favor? Why do I feel that Jiang Chen is mocking you?" Li Mu's expression darkened. Just then, a portal suddenly appeared beside him. Calmly addressing the camera, he declared, "I have arrived. Jiang Chen, prepare to feel fear." The live stream momentarily blurred, and when it regained clarity, he found himself 100 meters outside Jiang Chen's territory. Observing the land before him, Li Mu scoffed, "Look, everyone. Jiang Chen hasn't even upgraded his fence. This is utterly lacking in challenge." However, scarcely had he spoken when, whoosh, whoosh, 2 crossbow bolts shot towards him. Arriving in the blink of an eye, thud, a human sharpshooter was caught off guard and impaled to the ground. Realizing he would not survive, Li Mu's eyes widened in disbelief, and it took him a full 3 seconds to react before he screamed, "Ah, my sharpshooter." Under normal circumstances, a human territory could only recruit elite units like swordsmen at level 4 and rare units like heavy cavalry at level 7. Losing even 1 rare unit would leave him heartbroken for days. "Damn Jiang Chen, no one can save you now, neither in Jia nor the military. You dare to slay my units. I demand you kneel before me in repentance." Thud, thud, 2 more crossbow bolts flew forth, pinning another sharpshooter to the ground. What is this shooting speed? If those had been aimed at me. Li Mu finally snapped out of his fury, shouting as he took cover behind the troll. "What kind of arrow tower is this? Its power is astonishing." The live stream erupted with excitement. Jiang Chen actually possesses an arrow tower. How is he so fortunate? Fortunate? An arrow tower requires refined iron. Even if given the blueprint, you couldn't construct one. Isn't that still luck? Yet, the arrow tower's range is supposed to be 80 meters. Surely we are at least 100 meters apart. Those with discernment were not lacking, Wei Ming remarked, simultaneously firing 2 arrows with a range exceeding 100 meters, enough to decimate rare archers. Could this be a rapid-fire arrow tower? That is a rare defensive structure. Mu Qingshuang concurred. That is the only explanation. The one most delighted was Enchuxia. He had not anticipated that Jiang Chen possessed not only rare units, but also the formidable, rapid-fire arrow tower. Enchuxia said, "Li Mu, continuing this fight will only lead to mutual destruction. It is not too late for you to withdraw now." A twinge of regret began to bloom within Li Mu. Even if he managed to plunder enough refined iron, it could never compensate for the loss of those 2 rare units. Yet he found himself in a predicament, as the decree for eradication had cost him nearly 50,000 spirit stones. If he were to abandon the 2 lifeless bodies and retreat in disgrace, he would undoubtedly become the foremost fool of town 10086. If he could only obliterate Jiang Chen's territory and plunder sufficient refined iron, I would ascend to the esteemed 2nd rank, perhaps even earning the extraordinary treasure chest reward from the heavens. With this thought, Li Mu, like a gambler possessed, roared, "Troll warriors, shield the sharpshooters. Charge through the barricades and demolish the arrow towers." Alas, there was no need for him to breach the defenses. Suddenly, the gates of Jiang Chen's territory swung wide open. A formidable battalion of centaurs surged forth from within. Li Muse was taken aback, yet exhilarated. "Ha, splendid. How audacious to venture out of the city. You shall pay dearly for your arrogance." Just then, Jiang Chen's voice echoed from the depths of the territory. "Rapid-fire arrows. 4 against 1, concentrate your fire." Chapter 16, Overnight Wealth. The true big shot. The centaur warriors swiftly drew their bows and unleashed a volley of arrows. Even though trolls are renowned for their resilience, they could not withstand this onslaught. The 3-headed troll fell, riddled with arrows, lifeless on the ground. This sight left the lords in the live stream utterly astonished. Is Li Muse truly utilizing a level 5 rare unit? The combat efficacy seems rather lacking. It's not that Li Muse is weak. Rather, Jiang Chen is extraordinarily formidable. What a powerful centaur. How foolish was I to worry about Jiang Chen just moments ago. Li Muse, sensing the urgency, quivered. What is the quality of your centaur? He soon discovered the answer. As he spoke, the centaur chief had already approached, rising on its hind legs before coming down with a resounding thud. With the earth cracking beneath them, a wave of earthy vibrations surged forth. All hero units, including Li Muse, lost control of their bodies and fell into a state of dizziness. Wei Ming exclaimed, "Heavens, this is War Trample, the signature skill of the centaur chief." Jiang Chen possesses an extraordinary unit. While combat power can be compensated for through equipment, levels, or even hero leadership, skills cannot be fabricated. Jiang Chen has concealed his strengths so well. This must be due to that rare treasure chest. The odds of obtaining an extraordinary quality item from a rare chest are 1 in 10,000. What incredible luck! The outcome of the battle was no longer in doubt. The centaur chief was equally adept in close combat, drawing a massive sword to mercilessly slay the units brought by Li Muse. Li Muse's live stream has been terminated. The lords, engrossed in the spectacle, were taken aback when Li Muse abruptly closed the stream. They immediately expressed their discontent in the regional chat. "Li Muse, why did you end the live stream? I was thoroughly enjoying it. Open it back up, or I will blacklist you forever. I demand a continuation. I'm willing to offer rewards." Li Muse felt a wave of despair wash over him, wishing he could vanish into the earth. He had intended to stream his domination over Jiang Chen, yet it had turned into a scenario of his own humiliation. Continuing the stream would be madness. However, upon hearing about the rewards, Jiang Chen's interest peaked. "Everyone, please remain patient. I will start a live stream right away, ensuring it will be a delight to watch." By the way, which brother mentioned rewards? Li Muse shouted. "Jiang Chen, leave some room for future encounters." Jiang Chen creates a live stream. Liang donated 10 spirit stones. Niebai donated 20 spirit stones. Li Muse was nearly driven to the brink of fury. What madness is this? He is the one suffering embarrassment while Jiang Chen is thriving. Though Li Muse understood the necessity of retreating, he turned to find 4 centaur chiefs blocking the teleportation portal, leaving no avenue for escape. Witnessing his units fall one by one, Li Muse's eyes blazed with fury. "Jiang Chen, cease this at once. In this matter, I concede defeat, and I assure you that I will not hold you accountable for the slaughter of my troops. Do you truly intend to pursue a vendetta against me? Unrelenting vengeance." With the protection of the Empress, Jiang Chen stepped out of the territory, and you should consider yourself fortunate to leave before speaking such words. Upon hearing this, Li Muse was taken aback. "Are you mad? You wretched commoner. Do you even comprehend what you are saying?" Jiang Chen waved his hand. In an instant, he let out a sinister laugh, and with a swift motion, severed Li Muse's arm at the shoulder, blood gushing forth like a fountain. "Ah, my arm!" Li Muse cried out, clutching his shoulder as he collapsed to the ground in agony. Yet, the physical pain paled in comparison to the terror that gripped his heart. Tears streaming down his face, he pleaded, "Brother Jiang Chen, we are all brothers from the same town. Let us speak amicably." The live stream fell into silence. The lords observed Jiang Chen's calm demeanor, a wave of dread washing over them. A commoner dared to strike against a scion of the 2nd generation? Did he not fear the retribution of the Li family from the East Sea? Even Wei Ming, Mu Qingxuang, and other scions of the 2nd generation, as well as military heirs, fell into silence. For a moment, no one dared to intervene. Then, an inexplicable sense of exhilaration blossomed in everyone's hearts. Ying Man remarked, "The world is rife with rules. How many can truly revel in settling scores? This live stream is quite delightful, a fitting reward. Ing Man donated 10,000 spirit stones. Jiang Chen. How many spirit stones does this wealthy lord truly possess? Faced with Jiang Chen's merciless tactics, Li Muse was genuinely frightened. Brother, I am willing to, he began, but was abruptly interrupted by Jiang Chen. Kneel first, then speak. He had always been one to bear grudges. Were it not for the spirit stones, Li Muse would have long since met his end. Li Muse dared not defy Jiang Chen's command. He obediently knelt. Forcing a smile, Brother Jiang Chen, I am willing to pay to redeem my life, as well as those of my heroes and troops. Hearing Li Muse's compliance, Jiang Chen finally expressed satisfaction. Let me see how many spirit stones you possess. At that moment, Li Muse appeared exceedingly contrite, and to dispel any misunderstanding, he promptly took a screenshot of his lord interface. Spirit stones, 328, 710. Upon seeing this figure, Jiang Chen's heart trembled. 320,000 spirit stones. These noble families must have exploited countless commoners. They are truly overflowing with wealth. Today, I shall rob the rich to aid the poor. Though exhilarated within, Jiang Chen maintained an outward facade of calm. This paltry sum of spirit stones is merely sufficient to purchase your life. With that, Jiang Chen waved his hand. Ma Yi understood the signal and, accompanied by the centaur, executed Li Muse's orc hero and the few remaining archers. Li Muse's heart bled. Yet he dared not utter a word, cautiously stating, I shall now relinquish all my spirit stones, hoping that Brother Jiang Chen will honor his word and spare my life. Jiang Chen replied indifferently, You are not yet worthy of my breaking my word. Lord Li Muse has transferred 328, 710 spirit stones to you. Jiang Chen felt an overwhelming joy. He had genuinely feared that Li Muse might be a tough nut to crack. Spirit stones reside within the Lord's space. If Li Muse were unwilling, even killing him would not yield a single spirit stone. 320,000 spirit stones. How delightful, Li Muse cautiously said. Then, my brother, I shall take my leave. Jiang Chen waved his hand, signaling Li Muse to depart. With Li Muse rendered powerless, there was truly no merit in him backtracking. As Li Muse stepped into the teleportation portal, the other lords in the live stream finally exhaled in relief. Wei Ming remarked, Brother Jiang Chen, your magnanimity is commendable. I deeply admire you. And Chu Xia added, Of course, Jiang Chen is a warm-hearted individual, but it seems he has been too lenient towards that rascal, Li Muse. Lin Mo chuckled. Indeed, Jiang Chen displayed such dominance just now, yet in the end, he merely sought a way out for Li Muse. Jiang Chen responded with a smile. You are right, Lord Lin Mo. I am but a commoner. How could I dare oppose you noble families? However, if Lord Lin Mo wishes to visit my territory to reap benefits, it would be wise to bring sufficient spirit stones for redemption. Jiang Chen kindly offered a reminder, then disregarded Lin Mo's reaction and closed the live stream. The Empress stepped forward, somewhat vexed, and said, My lord, others have invaded our domain. Why am I still not permitted to act? Jiang Chen, feeling exasperated, replied, Did you not watch the live stream just now? If you act, who will dare to issue a declaration of conquest against me in the future? How shall I extort spirit stones then? But the Empress attempted to interject. But Jiang Chen interrupted, Do not be hasty. The hero power rankings will be announced tomorrow at noon. That will be your moment to shine. Very well. The Empress nodded, then curiously asked, My lord, is it truly worth it to let a tiger return to the mountain for a handful of spirit stones? Jiang Chen scoffed, What is he? A tiger? Little did the Empress know that Jiang Chen's enhancements required spirit stones. Even if he had 30 million spirit stones, he could easily expend them in the blink of an eye. Having become immensely wealthy overnight, Jiang Chen was in high spirits. He took out a spirit stone and directed his enhancement towards option 2, high-grade spirit stone, consuming 1,000 spirit stones. Chapter 17, Upgrade to 2 books. A ground full of treasure chests. Moments later, the Empress gazed at the advanced spirit stone in Jiang Chen's hand, radiating a terrifying energy, her desire unmistakably evident. In my former world, spirit stones of such quality were an exceedingly rare occurrence, appearing once in a century and often inciting bloodshed. Jiang Chen casually tossed the spirit stone to the Empress. Go cultivate and swiftly restore your martial arts to the transformation realm. The Empress took a deep breath, calming her excitement. Thank you, my lord. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Tip. The Empress is astonished by your prowess and grateful for your generosity. Favorability level 2. Current favorability 90. Tip. The Empress's favorability has reached intimacy. Perhaps your relationship can advance further. Myself? Haha. The Empress has even altered her self-reference after attaining intimacy. 100 kilometers away, Ing Man was leading her troops to clear a large goblin encampment. Before epic troops, goblins were utterly defenseless. Ing Man closed the regional channel and exclaimed, Sister Ming, I did not expect this Jiang Chen to conceal such depth. An extraordinary troop indeed. Had it not been for Li Mu's order of subjugation against him, he might have kept his trump card until the upcoming mayoral competition. Meng Tian also rarely displayed admiration. A commoner, yet through sheer determination and fortune, he secured extraordinary troops from the outset. Indeed, Jiang Chen was remarkable. Ing Man, full of anticipation, suggested, Since Jiang Chen is so outstanding, may I make him my vassal lord? Meng Tian, having been a lord for millennia, saw through Ing Man's intentions. Not to mention our immortal Qin, the illustrious Li family of the fifth heaven, the Zhu family of the sixth heaven, and even the now declined Aizenjoro clan of the seventh heaven. All countless princes and heirs lined up to become your highness's vassal lord, each starting with epic troops. In comparison, Jiang Chen's fortune in acquiring extraordinary troops is but a fleeting stroke of luck. If your highness wishes to take him as a vassal lord, it is likely not due to his strength, but rather his handsome appearance. Ing Man, feeling exposed, stomped her foot and said, Am I such a superficial person? Meng Tian earnestly replied, His Majesty the First Emperor has high hopes for you. Your task is to complete 4 heavenly wars within a century, reaching the third heaven and returning to immortal Qin. This Jiang Chen, no matter how excellent, becoming a formidable figure is already a blessing from his ancestors. He is destined to inhabit a different realm than your highness. Ing Man, somewhat unconvinced, retorted, But the ruler of Mingyu, Xuan-Yuan, started with just a bowl, and he is not inferior to Jiang Chen. Xuan-Yuan? Meng Tian replied with exasperation, How many thousands of years did Longwu take to produce such a Xuan-Yuan? Many lords like to use Xuan-Yuan to inspire newcomers, claiming heroes do not question their origins. I see that as nothing but toxic encouragement. Ing Man sighed, All right. As the sweet delicacies were set aside, the conversation shifted. Congratulations, your highness. Once we eliminate this band of goblins, we can seize the fine iron mine. With our epic farmers, if we exert ourselves fully in the extraction, the speed of upgrading to level 2 may not lag behind Jiang Chen. Ing Man's spirits lifted slightly. Sister Ming has been designated as the top hero in combat prowess, and with the first place advancing to level 2, this time, I shall undoubtedly establish the illustrious reputation of Xianqin. Upgrade to level 2. Jiang Chen commanded. The Lord's mansion was once again enveloped in golden radiance. A countdown appeared, 159. 59 to complete immediately, costing 1,200 spirit stones. The resources required for upgrading to level 2 included fine timber 1,000, fine stone 2,000, and fine iron 1,000. After vanquishing the centaur nest and extracting a hefty sum from Li Mu's, Jiang Chen found himself quite affluent and in high spirits. He resolved to prioritize the upgrade to level 2. However, upon enhancing his resources, he encountered a significant issue. Enhancement also demanded time. Thankfully, a dozen resource points had yielded some quality resources. Otherwise, it would have been exhausting. Nonetheless, 2,000 units of resources consumed nearly an hour of his time. Relying on enhancement to obtain high-tier resources was ultimately not a sustainable strategy. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chen continued to command, Use 1,200 spirit stones to complete immediately. The current lords were exceptionally formidable, particularly that enigmatic Ing Man. To ensure the first place upgrade to level 2, Jiang Chen decided to indulge extravagantly and expedited the Lord's Mansion. Notice, you have upgraded the Lord's Mansion to level 2, unlocking the target range and crystal mine. The territory area has increased to 10,000 square meters. With a thunderous roar, the fog of war dissipated once again. The territory expanded to a radius of 100 meters, surpassing the size of a football field. Naturally, Jiang Chen's pace in upgrading to level 2 was astonishingly swift. The Heavenly Tao had yet to announce the reward system for level 2. Thus, No regional announcements or rewards had been made yet. He opened the interface for his newly upgraded Lord's Mansion. Lord's Mansion, Level 2, Lord, Jiang Chen Area, 10,000 square meters population, 350 buildings. Exchange, 0, 1. Warehouse, 1, 15, residences, 1, 20, fences, 0, 128, quarry, 1, 5, lumber mill, 1, 6, smelting factory, 1, 3, blacksmith shop, 1, 1, mysterious cabin, 1, 1. Arrow tower, 1, 1 constructible buildings. Target range, crystal mine food, 1520 resources, common timber 3300, common stone 3800, common iron or 882, fine timber 12, fine stone 18. Fine iron 1, bound, energy, 15832, bound, spirit stones, 372100. The rapid advancement of the territory led to a scarcity of resources, causing the foundational buildings to lack. There was even a slight shortage of food. With a sigh, Jiang Chen opened the trading platform, filtering for grain and sorting it by price from lowest to highest. The grain was priced at 2 units per spirit stone. Now that Jiang Chen was affluent, spending a few spirit stones to purchase grain meant he no longer needed to send the dragon on hunts, which was quite advantageous. He promptly bought 10,000 units of grain, expending 5,000 spirit stones. Following this, Jiang Chen swiftly calculated the remaining construction resources and commanded, upgrade all residences to level 2. Resources were scarce, so it was essential to increase the population cap, thereby allowing for more farmers to gather resources. As for the fence, it remained at its initial length of 128 meters. Jiang Chen planned to construct walls immediately after upgrading to the 3rd level. At this moment, the sun had already set. Jiang Chen instructed the citizens to cook their meals. He then retrieved the final spoils from the recent expedition against the massive centaur lair, a treasure chest. In total, there were 58 exquisite chests and 208 ordinary chests. Jiang Chen selected 1 ordinary chest and consumed 100 spirit stones to choose the enhancement direction, exquisite chest. Enhancing the chests was not particularly cost-effective, as ordinary chests only yielded resources and basic equipment. Only chests of exquisite quality or above had a chance to yield a crucial item, blueprints. Though the odds were slim, he quickly consumed 2,800 spirit stones to enhance all 208 ordinary chests to exquisite quality. Looking at the plethora of exquisite chests, Jiang Chen rubbed his hands together in excitement. Come on, blueprints. He opened the first exquisite chest and obtained exquisite with 50. Misfortune strikes. A noxious gas erupted from the exquisite chest, but fortunately, you dodged quickly. He opened another chest and received 30 spirit stones. In one breath, he opened 30 chests, hoping for valuable resources. After a moment of contemplation, he called out, Empress, come here. In an instant, the Empress appeared beside Jiang Chen. My lord, what is your command? He gestured towards the scattered chests. Try opening a few. Your hero, the Empress, opens an exquisite chest and acquires a blueprint for an arrow tower. Fortune smiles upon you. Your hero, the Empress, opens an exquisite chest and obtains rare equipment, steel armor. Your hero, the Empress, opens an exquisite chest and gains a farmland blueprint. After casually opening 3 chests, the Empress expressed her doubts. Is that enough, my lord? Jiang Chen suppressed the unease within and replied calmly. This lord has countless matters to attend to. Henceforth, the trivial task of opening chests shall be entrusted to you. Chapter 18. The Tower of Wrath. The Empress breaks through. The Dark Bait. Is it truly possible to trigger even a 1 in 10,000 chance of obtaining high-quality items? Are legendary heroes merely children of fate? The Empress glanced at Jiang Chen, then at the treasure chests on the ground, seemingly grasping something, and giggled. Could it be that my lord is too fortunate? Using me as a mere tool? Jiang Chen shot her a stern look. Is this how one speaks to their lord? Giggles echoed. The Empress, adorned in her palace attire, already exuded an air of coolness, but her laughter sent shivers through her delicate frame. It appeared she had inadvertently guessed her lord's innermost thoughts. Alas, it was all her fault. As her favorability increased, the changes in the Empress were evidently visible. Though she maintained an aloof demeanor in front of outsiders and even dragons, often referring to herself as this Empress. She occasionally revealed a more vulnerable side in Jiang Chen's presence. Before long, nearly 300 exquisite treasure chests had been opened. As expected, the Empress was fortunate. Although no attribute books were found, the rewards were plentiful. Firstly, there were dozens of fine pieces of equipment. Secondly, she acquired 25 exquisite Soul of Troop and 1 exquisite Soul of Hero. Exquisite Soul of Hero is usable by common heroes to advance to elite heroes. Elite heroes can use it to elevate their star rating. This was indeed more valuable than a hero's order. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen was too impoverished, otherwise, he could have immediately enhanced it to Legendary Soul of Hero, promoting the Empress to 2 stars of legendary status, significantly boosting her combat prowess, or elevating an epic hero to legendary quality. Next, astonishingly, there was a skill book. Rushing Palm, great skill, when cultivated to a profound level, allows manipulation of the target's bodily fluids. Regardless of its application, this technique is quite impressive. Lastly, there were blueprints. The Empress uncovered a total of 7 blueprints for arrow towers, 2 farmlands, and 1 kitchen. Farmland covers an area of 100 square meters, suitable for planting grains, fruits, and vegetables. Perhaps you might seek out some seeds. Kitchen enhances the food quality for the populace, stabilizing and elevating the loyalty of the territory. At last, you need not endure that unpalatable food any longer. All of these were great treasures. However, Jiang Chen currently lacked the surplus energy and resources to construct these agricultural buildings. As he was intent on executing a grand plan, he took out 1 arrow tower blueprint, expending 20,000 spirit stones, and selected the enhancement direction, the Tower of Wrath. In the blink of an eye, 4 hours had elapsed. During this time, Li Muse had completely vanished, not daring to utter even a harsh word, seemingly in true fear. Indeed, it is said that villains must be tempered by villains. Jiang Chen couldn't help but muse. Meanwhile, Xia and the little fox sent private messages, urging him to take care. With an expenditure of 140,000 spirit stones, Jiang Chen finally upgraded all 4 Towers of Wrath to level 2. Tower of Wrath level 2 power, 72 rate of fire, 2 seconds range, 300 meters skills, explosive arrow, Wrath of the Heavens. The level 2 Tower of Wrath stands 10 meters tall, its body intricately carved with radiant red runes. A crimson energy sphere, measuring a full meter in diameter, rolls about freely, yet is firmly confined within the magical crown atop the tower. The Tower of Wrath boasts a combat power of 72 stars. In terms of destructive capability, it surpasses other legendary units of the same level. Were it not for Jiang Chen's mastery of enhancement abilities, any other lord, despite possessing the blueprints, would lack the resources to construct it. Suddenly, a massive dragon head appeared. Long Jiao gazed at the Tower of Wrath, exclaiming, "My lord, this defensive tower instills in me a sense of impending death." Jiang Chen affectionately patted Long Jiao's head. "How have you all been resting?" Long Jiao, resembling a relaxed hound, comfortably narrowed its eyes. "Reporting to you, my lord, the dragon squad has fully revived, and according to your suggestion, I am urging them to practice their lung capacity, aiming for a breath that lasts 20 seconds next time." Jiang Chen chuckled. This little female dragon learns swiftly and possesses commendable execution skills. She is indeed a valuable asset. Whether it be lords, heroes, or units, rest is essential. Thus, as night fell, Jiang Chen summoned all the dragons back to their territory, even neglecting the defense of resource points. The Empress appeared silently beside Jiang Chen, yawning, "My esteemed lord, why are you all awake at such a late hour? Is there to be a battle today?" "Indeed, there is a battle." Jiang Chen nodded, "and it will be a fierce one." Upon hearing this, the Empress's eyes sparkled with interest. Jiang Chen turned his head, and, upon observing the Empress's attributes, exclaimed with delight, "Your heavenly sound technique has reached mastery so swiftly. How is that possible?" Empress, Legendary, Level 4 Affection, 90, Intimate, Attributes, Physique 112, 32, Spiritual Power 84, 32, Soul 60, 32, Capacity 76. Technique, Heavenly Sound Technique Mastery, C-Class, Combat Power 107. The Empress slightly raised her chin. "My Heavenly Sound Technique was originally at the transformation stage. Thus, Recultivating it is a familiar endeavor. Coupled with the high-quality spiritual stones provided by you, achieving mastery in a day is hardly surprising. While she spoke so, her expression did not bear the mark of humility. Well, truly worthy of the Empress. Level 4. Achieving a 100-star combat power. It can be said that there is no precedent. If the Empress continues to be so fierce and spirited, Jiang Chen would not mind her being a bit proud. With everything in place, Jiang Chen did not wish to delay any longer. The sooner the battle concluded, the sooner he could rest. He retrieved the dark bait purchased earlier that day from the mysterious shop. Dark bait, a powerful attractant for dark attribute monsters, capable of inciting a wave of dark attribute monsters at the current territory level. If utilized during the night, its effects would be magnified. Opening the enhancement list, Jiang Chen inhaled deeply. Consume 100,000 spirit stones. Choose enhancement direction, advanced dark bait. It is worth noting that forging an epic treasure chest costs merely 100,000 spirit stones. One must express gratitude towards Li Muse, the benefactor of fortune. Otherwise, with Jiang Chen's financial capacity, he could have only forged a mid-level dark bait. After enhancement, the dark bait emanated a menacing aura, as if it could ensnare one's gaze. The Empress gasped in astonishment. I have never encountered such a malevolent artifact. Jiang Chen averted his gaze and gently tossed it. Use. The dark bait blazed with brilliance. Suddenly, a crack of lightning descended from the heavens, a shocking sight indeed. For the bolt was black, an intense, profound black. With the descent of this foul thunder, calamity is surely imminent. Jiang Chen murmured. Is such commotion truly necessary? The local lords are bound to lose sleep tonight. The black lightning proliferated. At the edge of the fog of war, countless spatial rifts rapidly emerged. Pairs of crimson eyes peered through the fabric of time, greedily observing the vibrant world before them. Accompanied by piercing cries, a squadron of 4-meter-winged black crows surged forth from the rifts, spiraling above the territory. Jiang Chen remarked softly, rare units from the dark dimension, 6-eyed black crows, level 8. Quite impressive. After all, the stronger the monsters, the greater the rewards. Following this, waves upon waves of units of at least rare quality poured forth from the rifts. Dark rangers, eerie mages, great wraiths, evil eyes, and there. Upon seeing the figure commanding the nightmare, exuding an aura of terror from the rear of the Dark Legion, Jiang Chen could not help but gasp. An epic-level horrific duke. And to add to the astonishment, a 5-star epic. Chapter 19, A Sleepless Night. The terrifying duke. The mighty Empress. For many lords, this night is destined to be one of insomnia. In a territory 30 kilometers away, a sound pierced the stillness. Wei Ming sprang from the bed in the lord's manor, hastily making his way to the window. Before him, the war fog stretched for miles, illuminated by flashes of lightning. To his horror, the lightning was black. Good heavens! Is this a sinister omen from the heavens? Such a terrifying display of light and shadow. Could it signify the birth of a divine calamity? The emergence of a precious treasure, or perhaps an incursion of darkness? As a distinguished second-generation lord, Wei Ming's insight was considerable, and he quickly contemplated several possibilities. However, regardless of the scenario, it was enough to send this fledgling lord into a tailspin. How utterly unfair. That fellow Jiang Chen possesses both fine iron and spirit rice. He even opened a rare chest to unveil superior troops. It was enough to make Lady Tina, the goddess of fortune, call him father. Wei Ming seethed with indignation. I had planned to conserve my strength today, only to march at dawn to eradicate that medium-sized goblin tribe and then exploit the fine iron mine. As a lord of 10,086 town, why must my fate be so wretched? Despite his frustration, Wei Ming dared not be negligent and quickly summoned his rare heroes and troops to remain vigilant. Mon sister, did you hear that sound? Meng Tian activated her divination technique, her expression grave as she gazed into the distance. What a formidable aura. Such a powerful presence appearing in a novice town. Indeed, in the battlefield of myriad races, anything is possible. Ying Yi Man, however, seemed rather excited. Is it a monster? Should we rush to seize the opportunity? Meng Tian rolled her eyes. Your Highness, that aura is at least 100 kilometers away. By the time we arrive, the situation will have cooled. At this, Meng Tian shook her head. I wonder which unfortunate soul is near that vicinity. Your Highness, just wait. Perhaps soon the heavens will announce a fallen lord. The Terrifying Duke. Race. Dark Creature level. 10 quality. Orange Epic Combat Power. 128 skills. A 5-star epic. One more star, and he can advance to the legendary Terrifying Monarch. The Dark Bait. Used at night doubles its effect, yet to summon such a formidable boss was unexpected. Without the 4 towers of heavenly wrath, even if victory were achieved in this battle, countless troops would surely perish. The Empress licked her lips. "Leave this one to me." Jiang Chen replied, "Very well, but..." The sound of hooves echoed in the night sky. The Terrifying Duke, towering at 3 meters, clad in blood-soaked armor, emerged from the dark ranks upon a nightmare steed. Wherever he tread, the ground bore the marks of dark flames. As a 5-star epic powerhouse, the Terrifying Duke naturally commanded his own presence. Other dark creatures, whether they be the rare and enigmatic mages or the exceptional dark rangers, all slightly bowed their heads in a gesture of reverence. The rich essence of dark primordial power was an intoxicating allure. The Terrifying Duke inhaled deeply, his face awash with ecstasy. "As a token of gratitude, insignificant humans, I shall allow you to." Before he could finish, the 4 towers of wrath simultaneously erupted with a terrifying crimson light. Jiang Chen had no time to engage with mere wild monsters. Wrath of the heavens. Focus fire on the Terrifying Duke. Boom. For streams of orange-red flames surged across the 100-meter void, engulfing the Terrifying Duke. Your Tower of Wrath has slain the evil eye. Rare. Earning energy 800, Spirit Stones 112. Click to extract. Your Tower of Wrath has slain the Dark Ranger. Exceptional. Earning energy 7,000, Spirit Stones 1350. Click to extract. Your Tower of Wrath. A dozen nearby dark creatures were swiftly annihilated. The Empress stamped her foot in frustration. Wasn't this fellow supposed to be mine to handle? Jiang Chen reassured her. "Fear not. He won't perish just yet. It's now your turn." The 4 towers of wrath concentrated their firepower, sufficient to obliterate any dragon under his command. The Terrifying Duke was not spared either. As the flames receded, his disheveled form was revealed, evidently wounded. He bellowed in fury, "Kill!" Jiang Chen waved his hand. His army surged into battle. To prevent damage to the structures, he intended to keep the battlefield outside his territory. 12 black dragons soared into the sky, unleashing their breath upon the ground. 12 centaur leaders formed a defensive formation, safeguarding the domain. Though the 4 towers of wrath were still cooling down, the damage from the explosive arrows was equally fearsome, capable of slaying a rare dark creature with each strike. The Empress boldly confronted the injured Terrifying Duke. In an instant, the fierce battle erupted. Jiang Chen, however, took a step back into the Lord's mansion. He was wary of the potential presence of shadow assassins among the monsters. Without watchtowers or true sight structures to counter stealth units, and with the Empress absent, caution was paramount. As long as the durability held, the Lord's mansion was unequivocally safe. The Terrifying Duke, witnessing the sudden appearance of the black dragons, was initially shocked, but his face soon contorted with insatiable greed. Legendary black dragons. Even a level 4 whelp. Favored by the Dark Sovereign. Just what I need for a legendary mount. No sooner had he spoken than 9 flickering sword energies enveloped him. Accompanying this was a chilling voice. "As a dark creature, why do you persist in daydreaming? C-level minor perfection skill. Celestial sound 9 kills. The Empress's most formidable finishing move." "Ah!" The Terrifying Duke roared in rage, attempting to break free from the onslaught, but it was too late. Several gruesome wounds appeared on his body. Observing from the sidelines, Jiang Chen quickly realized he had been overly cautious. Though the Terrifying Duke possessed greater combat prowess, most of the Empress's skills surpassed the threshold of minor perfection. Upon first engagement, the Terrifying Duke was swiftly subdued. The other battlefields mirrored this one-sided scenario. After all, it was akin to a tidal wave of level 2 monsters. Although the dark creatures possessed a higher level, predominantly at level 710. Even 5-star exceptional units could not exceed 50 stars in combat prowess, easily overpowered by the dragons. Occasionally, a few exceptional 2-star and 3-star monsters would emerge, only to be dispatched by the dragons in concert. Your unit, Dragon 9, has slain the Dark Ranger, exceptional 2-star. You have received energy 9,600, Spirit Stones 1650. Exceptional Treasure Chest 1. Click to extract. Your unit, Dragon 1, has vanquished the evil eye. Exceptional. You have received energy 8,000, Spirit Stones 1450, Book of Divine Souls 1. Click to extract. Since the outbreak of the Great War, the reports of battle had not ceased in Jiang Chen's ears. In a short span, he amassed over 80,000 energy, comparable to the spoils from the daytime extermination of the colossal centaur territory. Moreover, the Empress required only 62,000 energy to ascend to level 6. Jiang Chen raised his hand, intending to elevate the Empress, solidifying their victory. However, upon observing the Empress's excited demeanor, he reconsidered. After all, it was a rare opportunity to face a worthy adversary. Let her relish the thrill of battle. The situation on the battlefield was firmly under control. A minute later, witnessing the imminent collapse of his forces, the terrifying Duke roared, "You have forced my hand." The Empress, filled with enthusiasm, inquired, "Do you have a trump card?" Little did they know, the terrifying Duke was merely posturing, turning to flee. For such a scenario, Jiang Chen had long devised a contingency plan. Dragon 9 had already stationed 3 black dragons at the spatial rift. The dark beings excelled in sowing discord. The terrifying Duke bellowed, as members of the dark race, "Why do you willingly serve as slaves to a human? Nonsense." Dragon 9 retorted angrily, "We are not of the dark race. We simply possess slightly darker skin, which is referred to as a weak complexion." Jiang Chen chuckled at the foolishness of the remark. He then gestured towards the Empress. 2 beams of light descended upon her, and she ascended to level 6, her combat power instantly surpassing 150 stars. Chapter 20, A Dominant Slaughter. Epic Battle Runes. Epic Armor. The sudden surge of formidable power left the Empress momentarily stunned, only to bow graciously to Jiang Chen. "Thank you, esteemed lord, for your benevolence." Her intelligence allowed her to swiftly comprehend Jiang Chen's heartfelt intentions. Leveling up amidst battle? The terrifying Duke, sensing the Empress's overwhelming strength, was instantly engulfed in despair, roaring, "Where is your dignity as a powerful being?" In response, the Empress unleashed her lethal move, the 9 kills of heavenly sound. Her combat prowess surged dramatically, while the terrifying Duke suffered repeated devastating blows. The balance shifted irreversibly, rendering him incapable of resisting her ultimate strike. "No, I refuse to accept this." The menacing sword energy shredded the terrifying Duke along with the nightmarish entity beneath him into mere fragments. Jiang Chen could not help but scoff. "You, a mere monster. Why the theatrics? You're acting as though you're the protagonist." At that moment, the voice of the heavenly Tao echoed in the air. "Your hero, the Empress, has slain the terrifying Duke, epic. You have received energy 180,000, Spirit Stones 20,000, an epic treasure chest 1, an epic battle rune 1, the soul armor, epic 1, and an intermediate body tome 1. Alas, an actual battle rune has emerged. An epic battle rune, no less." The unexpected delight caused Jiang Chen to exclaim in astonishment. None of the other rewards, even the epic treasure chest or the epic equipment, not to mention the intermediate body tome that permanently enhances attributes by 10 points, could evoke such exhilaration in him. The rarity of battle runes is astonishing. The cost of enhancement alone attests to their value. Enhancing an epic treasure chest requires merely 100,000 spirit stones, whereas enhancing an epic battle rune demands a staggering 100,000 spirit stones. The epic battle rune signifies that Jiang Chen is soon to add another squad of epic units to his ranks. Reflecting on the daytime, he had expended immense effort merely to acquire a squad of extraordinary centaurs. In Jiang Chen's eyes, the worth of an epic battle rune surpasses even that of legendary equipment. Once he regained his composure, Jiang Chen could not help but reflect, indeed. The terrifying Duke is a boss on the brink of legendary status, so affluent. However, the time for counting treasures had not yet arrived, for the battle was still ongoing. With the 5-star epic terrifying Duke slain, the remaining dark creatures quickly began to waver. Observing this, Jiang Chen immediately commanded, "Empress, unleash your full power. Allow not a single one to escape." The monsters drawn this time were at least of rare quality, akin to boss-level entities in the wild. He would grieve over the loss of even one. "Rest assured, Lord." The Empress replied affirmatively, her sword slicing through the air. With a swift motion, a sweeping arc of sword energy soared across the battlefield, severing a dozen dark creatures in half, eliciting their anguished cries. Crimson Arc. the skill inherent to the sword, Scarlet Holy Word. Although its precision kill capability may not rival that of the 9 kills of Heavenly Sound, its ability to clear minions was unparalleled. The dark creatures finally succumbed to despair. Run. This woman is nothing short of a demon. This is the second book of the Lord. The new human lord is truly terrifying. Yet, our new lord from the dark realm is somewhat gentler. The sword energy surged forth, an atmosphere thick with murderous intent. Every stroke of the Empress's sword could vanquish a beast. At level 6, the Empress faced these low-tier foes, most of whom possessed less than 50-star combat power, and it was nothing short of a massacre. Even the dragons displayed signs of trepidation. Dragon 9 muttered, "This human woman is fierce." Jiang Chen was pleasantly surprised to discover that under the formidable intimidation of the Empress, the loyalty of his dragon and centaur troops significantly increased once more. Soon, the battlefield fell silent. The Empress sensed the moment and softly declared, "My lord, I have fulfilled my duty. All invading enemies have been vanquished." "Excellent." Jiang Chen approached the Empress, gently tidying her slightly disheveled hair. "You've worked hard." This somewhat intimate gesture rendered the previously imperious Empress momentarily bashful. "Don't be so familiar. There are so many people watching." "Huh." Jiang Chen laughed heartily, then casually conjured 10 high-grade spirit stones and placed them in the Empress's hands. "As your lord, I believe in rewarding merit." The Empress accepted them with delight. "With these high-grade spirit stones, my heavenly sound technique can soon be restored to perfection." Upon seeing the high-grade spirit stones, Dragon 9 also leaned in eagerly, hinting, "My lord, Little 9 has worked hard too." Jiang Chen affectionately patted Dragon 9's head as a token of appreciation. After waiting in vain, Dragon 9 realized her lord was teasing her and pouted, "My lord is biased." Jiang Chen shot her a glance. "Are you unable to move at the sight of shiny objects? What use are the spirit stones to you besides collecting?" The high-grade spirit stones in the Empress's hands could swiftly be transformed into combat power, yet Dragon 9, as a dragon, simply had an affinity for shiny things. It is well known that collecting can be the most extravagant pastime. At that moment, the Heavenly Tao presented the battle summary. Battle summary: enemies annihilated, 308 rare units, 24 exceptional units, 1 epic unit. Our casualties: 0, combat duration, 11 minutes and 26 seconds. Combat rating: B. Basic rewards: Spirit Stones 200, Energy 2000, click to extract. Evaluation rewards: Spirit Stones 2000, Energy 20,000, Superior Treasure Chest 2, click to extract. For any second-tier lord, this battle summary and its rewards would be considered a windfall. Yet, having grown accustomed to feasting on grand fortunes, Jiang Chen found it somewhat underwhelming. However, he had no recourse. The rewards from the battle summary were solely dependent on the territory level and combat rating. Fortunately, this harvest had far exceeded Jiang Chen's expectations. 1 click to extract all rewards. You have obtained Energy 5,34800. You have obtained Spirit Stones 63820. Apart from the over 80,000 energy extracted from the recent battle, an additional 530,000 energy has been acquired. In comparison, the 60,000 Spirit Stones seem rather insignificant. The terrifying Duke has dropped an epic soldier talisman, an epic treasure chest, an epic piece of equipment, and a tome of intermediate physique. Phantom armor, epic, level 10 durability, 42 attributes, physique 15, spirit 15, soul 10. Carrying capacity 10 skills, heart devouring fear, phantom shield, ghostly stride. Absolutely magnificent. Not only do the attributes soar, but among the 3 skills, 1 is a control skill, 1 is a passive defense skill, and 1 is a stealth skill. The sole drawback lies in its high carrying capacity requirement. Jiang Chen has resolved to don this armor himself. Although his participation in battle is unnecessary, who would ever deem their survivability too robust? Intermediate physique tome, bound upon use. It enhances physique by 10 points. Each year, each unit, lord, hero, troop, may utilize up to 100 tomes. Without hesitation, the attribute tome is naturally to be used by Jiang Chen himself. A flash of golden light ensues, and Jiang Chen's physique surges by another 10 points. In addition to the contributions from the terrifying Duke, the spoils from the minor creatures are equally remarkable. 1 low-level attribute tome, 3 excellent treasure chests, 22 rare treasure chests, 2 excellent troop souls, 24 rare troop souls, and 18 rare pieces of equipment. Huh. Jiang Chen stifled a yawn. The hour had struck midnight, and after a long day of toil, he felt somewhat fatigued. He did not rush to open the treasure chests, but instead took out the epic soldier talisman. Although unverified, there has been a persistent rumor on the Lord's Forum. The soldier talismans dropped by formidable monsters tend to summon stronger troops. One can only hope this is true. And a powerful troop emerges. The talisman shot forth, transforming into a luminous portal, standing tall in the void. Not only Jiang Chen, but also the Empress and the dragon watched anxiously as the troop was about to materialize. Chapter 21. Goddess Warriors, Masters of Close Combat. Another epic monster emerges. Soon, a tall golden figure stepped through the portal, revealing a female combat unit. To Jiang Chen's astonishment, this group of female warriors arrived fully equipped with armor and weapons. Each one possessed exquisite features, their golden, form-fitting armor accentuating their perfect proportions, far surpassing any supermodel from Jiang Chen's past life. Their weapons were equally remarkable, 2 golden pistols, with lightning intermittently crackling at the tips. Before long, 12 warriors stood before Jiang Chen, and the red-haired warrior stepped forward, thumping her chest with her right hand. I am Xinxia, leader of the goddess warriors. It is an honor to meet you, Lord. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. You have names? After all, even the legendary black dragon summoned that morning lacked a name. Xinxia nodded. In response to your query, my lord, the goddess warrior tribe is an ancient race, having existed for millennia. We have willingly sacrificed our formidable powers and eternal lives to answer your call, seeking the hope of our race's continuation. Goddess warriors, a race Jiang Chen had never encountered before. However, the battlefield of myriad races held countless unknowns, so he quickly regained his composure. Smiling, he ventured, I possess a talent for naming and would like to bestow upon you a more melodious title. What say you? This was not due to any compulsion on Jiang Chen's part, but rather a desire for names that were easier to remember, as opposed to merely female 1 or female 2. Finally, the Empress, unable to contain herself any longer, interjected, I suspect they might not share your sentiment regarding names like Dragon 1 and Dragon 2. Xinxia, perceptive as she was, glanced at the nearby dragon and swiftly comprehended, responding earnestly, we have borne our names for over 10,000 years. It is unnecessary for you to trouble yourself, my lord. Jiang Chen shot the Empress a glare, then lamented, what a pity. He then turned his attention to Xinxia's attributes. Xinxia race, goddess warrior level, 1 quality, orange epic attributes, physique 22, 8, spirit 6, soul 6, capacity 6 combat power, 10 stars skills, thunder battle body, master of firearms, thunder projection signature equipment, thunder divine gun, thunder divine armor. Sigh. Gazing at the attributes and skills of the goddess warrior, Jiang Chen exhaled softly, suppressing the tumult within his heart. He was genuinely exhilarated. Much like certain online games from his previous life, whether it be Lord, Hero, or Unit, the greatest taboo in attributes was mediocrity. Within the same combat power tier, the more extreme the attributes, the mightier the being. For instance, the renowned unit, Golden Behemoth, had nearly forsaken all other attributes to solely amplify its physique. This was why, among legendary units, the Golden Behemoth was said to be capable of tearing dragons asunder. The goddess warriors were no exception. Although Cynthia initially possesses a mere battle power of 10 stars, her physical growth of 22 points, combined with 3 physical skills, ensures her melee capabilities are certainly on par with those of the dragons. The other goddess warriors are somewhat inferior, yet they too boast an epic 2-star ranking. Truly, a treasure has been uncovered. Jiang Chen contemplated and stated, let us upgrade you first. With a gentle wave of his hand, countless beams of golden light descended upon the heads of the goddess warriors. Your unit Cynthia has been upgraded to level 2, consuming 700 points of energy. Your unit. The upgrade experience for a 3-star epic unit is approximately 70% of that required for a legendary dragon, while the experience for a 2-star epic unit hovers around 60%. A brilliant flash of golden light enveloped them, and all the goddess warriors were elevated to level 5, consuming a total of 300 points of energy. Subsequently, Jiang Chen upgraded all dragons to level 5 as well, consuming an additional 156,000 points of energy. With 17 000 points of energy remaining. Jiang Chen refrained from making any hasty decisions. The battlefield of the myriad races is ever-changing. He would allocate resources according to the circumstances tomorrow. Jiang Chen stifled another yawn. Everyone had worked hard today. It was time to rest. As he departed, Cynthia suddenly turned to her sisters and declared, "We have achieved nothing yet we have received such abundant energy to advance directly to level 5. This is an affront to our honor as warriors." The vice-captain, named Giselle, nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we shall venture forth to hunt monsters and repay our Lord's generosity." The proud goddess warriors rallied to the call, each brimming with determination. The Empress observed their spirited behavior with satisfaction and departed alongside Jiang Chen. Upon returning to the Lord's chamber, Jiang Chen promptly placed nearly 100 pieces of unused refined iron equipment and the recently enhanced refined iron sword onto the marketplace. He then posted several requests for purchases before finally reclining on his bed, preparing for rest. However, just as he lay down, he received a notification from the will of the heavens. "Your unit Cynthia has slain a lizardman warrior, gaining energy 3. At that precise moment, the Empress's voice drifted in from the doorway. "They have set out to hunt monsters." "I understand," Jiang Chen nodded, recognizing that with their current strength, they could easily encircle and defeat even the terrifying Duke should they encounter him. He then glanced at the Empress's graceful silhouette and inquired curiously, "Is there something you need at this hour?" The Empress pouted, "My lord, where shall I sleep?" Jiang Chen was about to suggest she sleep in the common quarters, but suddenly recalled having previously promised to accord her the respect befitting a powerful figure. The environment of a level 2 common dwelling is hardly appealing. "Shall we make do for one night together? This is the treatment afforded to a lord." He then shifted over in the bed, encouragingly adding, "Do not harbor any reservations. Feel free to join me. With my character, what ill intentions could I possibly have? Such a lack of gentlemanly decorum." The Empress cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Chen and sighed. "Very well, I shall take the floor. Kindly provide me with a bed and blanket." Jiang Chen readily agreed. "Of course. Even in reverence to the formidable, we cannot allow our lord to sleep on the ground." Thus, the two of them succumbed to a deep slumber, one above and the other below. Jiang Chen enjoyed a peaceful rest, unaware that the regional channel was thrown into chaos in the dead of night. Wei Ming. Image, click to view. Wei Ming. "A filthy thunder has descended, brothers, and right on the edge of my territory. Please assist me in analyzing which celestial being this might be. I am trembling in fear." The night owls were stirred, and all emerged from their hiding places in response. Mu Qingxuang. "It looks terrifying. My territory should be quite distant, as I feel not a thing." There were, of course, more lords near Jiang Chen than just Wei Ming. "Wei Ming, I have also seen it. It seems our territories are close together. Henceforth, I shall stick with you." "Wei Ming, I don't even know if I can survive the night, and you want to follow me? I dare not even close my eyes, fearing that if I do, I may never awaken." "Ing man, I truly envy your luck. How wonderful it would be if I were nearby." "Wei Ming. Ing man, I offer a reward of 10,000 spirit stones for a close-up photograph." "Wei Ming, come now, don't jest, it could cost lives." "Wei Ming, look, the filthy thunder has ceased." "Wei Ming, indeed it has. However, that does not signify the end of the crisis." "And Chuxia, exactly. If it is indeed an invasion of darkness, you must exercise caution from this moment forth." Fortunately, as several minutes passed, there were no announcements of fallen lords from the heavens. Just as the regional channel was about to quiet down, an announcement appeared. "Lord Jiang Chen has consigned 126 pieces of fine iron equipment to the trading post. Consignment method, auction or fixed price. Auction duration, 6 hours. Fixed price, 2,000 spirit stones." "How many pieces?" 126, if I am not mistaken." "An iron frame bow? Only a level 2 blacksmith shop can forge bows. Could it be that Lord Jiang Chen has advanced to the second tier? Not only bows and arrows, but also armor and other equipment. These items cannot be mere forgeries." I was taken aback. To level up to tier 2 on the first day of the opening is simply unheard of, with such an array of attributes. Could it be that Lord Jiang Chen has established a monster gathering site? Wei Ming. Indeed, exceptional troops are truly remarkable. I have also discovered a gathering place for goblins, but dared not take action today. I wonder if there will be another opportunity tomorrow. Wei Ming, rest assured, you shall see the sun rise again tomorrow. Wei Ming, I appreciate your comforting words. Soon after, Jiang Chen's purchasing information flooded the screen once more. Lord Jiang Chen has posted a purchasing request at the trading post. Request: any seed pouch, 1,000 spirit stones per pouch, limited to one of each type. High-quality seeds may contact privately. Please note the type of seed in your message. Seeking to purchase any type of monster bait at 10,000 spirit stones each. Also seeking any blueprints. Please inquire privately and specify the blueprint. A seed bag? It appears that the esteemed Jiang Chen has uncovered a farming blueprint. Such extraordinary fortune. Who wouldn't desire monster bait? Yet it is not something that can be produced at this stage. Wei Ming, brother Jiang Chen is indeed lavish, hardly resembling a commoner. Yin man, who among us is close to Jiang Chen? Does anyone know how many spirit stones he extorted from Lingmu's? And Chuxia, I have no idea. Tu Xuan-Yuan, neither do I. And Chuxia, Fox Tribe sister, Yin man is asking who is close to Jiang Chen. Are you on good terms with him? Wei Ming, does Yin man have any confidence for tomorrow's hero power rankings? Yin man, even if I have confidence, it is of little use. Our town is overflowing with geniuses and spendthrifts. The one who proposed the betting pool, Lin Mo, must have a greater advantage than I do. Wei Ming, it's a daunting prospect. Tu Xuan-Yuan, oh my. I didn't realize until now. The stakes in the betting pool for the hero power rankings have already reached 200,000 spirit stones. Wei Ming, indeed, no one is foolish. 60 of the stakes are placed on Lin Mo and Yin man to claim the top spot. Due to the formidable hero units, Jiang Chen felt no pressure and thus woke up naturally the next day. As he rose, refreshed, the Empress had already vanished. Following his usual routine, he opened the regional channel to catch up on the latest news. As he scrolled upward, one message caught his eye. And Chuxia, an epic boss has appeared within my territory. I cordially invite nearby lords to join forces for its extermination. Rewards will be distributed according to contribution. Jiang Chen naturally remembered. Yesterday, and Chuxia had purchased a large quantity of fine iron swords from him specifically to eliminate this epic monster. Initially, she had appeared quite confident. Now she is seeking collaboration for its demise. Could something have gone awry? And Chuxia has failed, and I find myself somewhat pleased, which is rather inappropriate. Since Chuxia has already faltered, my intervention now would not be considered stealing the monster, but rather assisting. However, it is essential to first ascertain the specific circumstances. Contemplating this, Jiang Chen initiated a video call request to Chuxia. Chapter 22. Don't be afraid, Xiaojiu. I only wish to ride you. The video call quickly connected. In the past, if Jiang Chen had taken the initiative to video call, Chuxia would have been ecstatic. Yet now, Chuxia appeared weary and haggard. Did you see the message I sent? She asked. Jiang Chen nodded and inquired curiously, what has transpired? With your D-rank Lord talent, the source of power, a rare hero, and 3 squads of rare troops, it's hard to believe you cannot defeat even an epic monster. Normally, a level 10, 1-star epic monster would possess a combat strength around 70 stars. Given the augmentation from her territory and heroes, Chuxia's troops would boast at least 30 stars of combat power. With Chuxia's formidable tactical acumen, subduing this epic beast should be well within her capabilities. Don't mention it. Chuxia lamented. That accursed black-striped tiger demon possesses the disguise skill. The information I saw previously was a ruse. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Could it be that it is more than just level 10? He exclaimed. That would be splendid. Chuxia, oblivious to Jiang Chen's expression, shook her head. Indeed, it is level 10, but it is not a troop. It is a level 10 epic hero, a demon hero. It commands a squad of exceptional wraiths. From the combat prowess displayed by the wraiths, the black-striped tiger demon must possess at least B-rank dominion. B-rank dominion can enhance a troop's attributes by 30. Jiang Chen was unsure whether to consider Chuxia fortunate or unfortunate. However, one thing was certain. Having such a formidable creature just 3 kilometers from her territory made him envious. I truly admire your situation, Jiang Chen remarked. Chuxia shot him a glare. I am utterly frustrated. Not only have I suffered significant losses, but there is also this solitary fine iron mine nearby. If I cannot seize it, how can I upgrade to level 2? Jiang Chen replied with a smile. Do not fret. I shall assist you. A level 10 epic hero alone would yield an energy bounty of over 200,000. Chuxia's eyes sparkled with joy. Is your territory close to mine? Having witnessed the combat prowess of the centaur leader, she knew that a squad of exceptional troops would be an immense boon. Not far. To be precise, just over 100 kilometers. Jiang Chen stated candidly. 100 kilometers. And Xuxia's voice rose an octave, and she quickly added, No, that's far too distant. Moreover, who knows what kind of terrain lies along the way or what monsters may be encountered? What if danger arises? Jiang Chen pondered her words and conceded that she had a point. Although his troops were a plethora of epic and legendary ranks, their levels were not particularly high, and they were not invincible. Thus, he refrained from making any bold declarations. I shall do my utmost. After ending the video call, Jiang Chen turned his attention to his Lord panel. Energy, 223, 400. Spirit stones, 198, 850. Last night, he had only 17,000 energy, indicating that the goddess warrior must have been busy grinding throughout the night. Gazing upon such a vast amount of energy, Jiang Chen began to formulate a plan. He first commanded Long Jiao through the Lord's heart, Xiao Jiao, come here. Long Jiao replied, At your command, my lord. Soon, Long Jiao landed in the center of the territory. Jiang Chen gently waved his hand. A vast surge of territorial energy coursed into Long Jiao's body, consuming 18,000 energy points. Your unit Long Jiao has leveled up, current level 6, consuming 23,800 energy points. Your unit Long Jiao has leveled up, current level 7, consuming. A series of 5 upgrade halos illuminated the air, consuming 156,000 energy points. Long Jiao ascended from level 5 to level 10, its body visibly swelling. It eventually transformed into a colossal creature, measuring 10 meters in length and boasting a wingspan of 20 meters, before finally halting. Long Jiao, astonished, exclaimed, My lord, have you fallen under some enchantment? Why are you suddenly so kind to me? The recently arrived Empress observed Jiang Chen with a look of suspicion. It was not out of jealousy, but rather a curiosity as to why Jiang Chen had chosen to act this way. Jiang Chen smiled and replied, Do not fear. Xiao Jiao, I merely wish to ride you. Long Jiao race, dragon race level, 10 quality, golden legend attributes, physique 260, spirit 220, soul 240. Carrying capacity 0 combat power, 180 stars skills, dark breath, magical dragon scales, heart of fury. Passenger flight. Upon reaching level 10, the dragon acquired an additional skill, passenger flight. Jiang Chen could finally embody the role of a dragon knight. Confronted with an epic hero monster, it was imperative for Jiang Chen to attend personally. Otherwise, who could predict the unforeseen consequences? The flying units not only boasted swift speed but also ignored terrain, significantly reducing travel time. At that moment, the emergence of the epic monster ignited a frenzy across the 10086 regional channel. Regardless of whether it was energy, items, or materials, one need not feast on flesh. Merely accompanying the esteemed figure could yield substantial rewards. And Xuxia, it seems our territories are adjacent. I shall dispatch troops immediately. I'm a bit farther away, but I will arrive before noon. Brothers, wait for me. Why is the distance so great? A full 200 kilometers. Li Muse lamented, Woo, Xuxia, alas. My units were annihilated by Lord Jiang Chen. Otherwise, even if I had to sacrifice an arm, I would traverse mountains and rivers to assist you. Ing Yiman commented, I was just enjoying breakfast when I nearly felt nauseous. Those nearby rejoiced, while those farther away mourned their misfortune. To everyone's surprise, 2 second-generation leaders from minor clans had territories near Xuxia, and Xuxia expressed gratitude. Thank you all. If this operation proceeds smoothly, I promise that all rewards from this extermination will be distributed according to contribution. Suddenly, an unexpected figure chimed in. Lin Mo. Any door, click to view. And Xuxia. May I inquire if I can participate? Junior, any door. A one-time item that opens a portal between specified coordinates, not exceeding a distance of 500 kilometers. Due to Lin Mo's previous conflicts with Jiang Chen, his relationship with Xuxia has always been strained. However, unexpectedly, in order to gain eligibility to participate in the siege against the epic monster, Lin Mo has set aside his pride and taken the initiative to extend an olive branch, even resorting to the use of a precious one-time item, the Anywhere door. This clearly illustrates the immense allure of the epic monster. After a brief silence, Xuxia remarked, I did not anticipate that Senior Lin Mo would carry an anywhere door among his initial supplies. It is truly surprising. With Senior Lin Mo's assistance, our chances of success in this endeavor are undoubtedly heightened. As a member of a prominent family, Enchuxia is not one to act impulsively. Wei Ming added, unfortunately, my distance is too great. Furthermore, the price of the anywhere door is not less than that of a rare military talisman. Senior Lin Mo is indeed generous. Lin Mo replied, Brother Wei, you flatter me. For the sake of the epic hero, what is one anywhere door worth? He then turned to Enchuxia. By the way, when is our operation scheduled? Enchuxia responded, I have checked the distances to the nearby lords. Let us set the assembly time for 11:30 a.m. Everyone must arrive at the designated coordinates on time, or they will be left behind. Upon reading this, Jiang Chen closed the regional channel. 11:30, huh? With the speed of a level 10 dragon, I have ample time. He mused. How intriguing. The Heavenly Tao will announce the hero power rankings at noon. A mere half hour later. Since time is abundant, I can open the treasure chest first, then enjoy a breakfast before setting off. Chapter 23. How did I become a dark race? Soon, all the treasure chests were laid out by Jiang Chen, including the epic chest. Your Majesty, I leave this trivial matter to you. The Empress chuckled softly but obediently replied, As you command, my lord. You have opened the epic chest and received 100 dragon tooth rice. You have opened the superior chest and received a gate of any place. You have opened. Jiang Chen smiled. As expected, the Empress had a fortunate touch, as the items she revealed were of at least good quality, particularly the dragon tooth rice from the epic chest. Dragon tooth rice, cultivated under the influence of dragon energy, long-term consumption can significantly enhance attributes and foundation. With a certain probability of triggering unit star upgrades, the lower the current grade of the unit, the higher the chance of upgrading. According to the People's Education Edition, Compendium of Spirit Beasts, it is said that while legendary quality heroes and units can also slightly enhance attributes using dragon tooth rice, the probability of triggering an upgrade is negligible. Thus, this dragon tooth rice would primarily be consumed by myself and the divine warriors. Each piece of dragon tooth rice measured 3 feet and 3 inches, resembling a large radish, its surface as translucent as jade. When tapped, it emitted a sound akin to gold and jade. How heavy! Jiang Chen cradled it in his arms, weighing it, and realized that each piece weighed no less than 100 kilograms. With a haul of 100 pieces, that amounted to 10 tons. Breakfast would be splendid today, the Empress, visibly moved, remarked. This dragon tooth rice possesses a terrifying spiritual energy, even 100 times more potent than 1,000-year-old ginseng, and it seems to contain an imposing aura. Jiang Chen chuckled. The dragon tooth rice contains a hint of divine dragon essence. Note, it is a divine dragon, not a giant dragon. What is wrong with giant dragons? Why emphasize divine dragons? Is their mythic status so exceptional? Dragon 9 mumbled softly, drooling, My lord, I wish to have some. Jiang Chen shot him a glare. Didn't you disdain divine dragons? If you dare, then don't eat. Dragon 9 quickly smiled an apology. It was a slip of the tongue, my lord. Please forgive my folly. The finest ingredients, of course, must be prepared in the simplest manner. Soon, a rich dragon tooth rice porridge was served. The spirit porridge emanated a rising aura, manifesting into many dragon-shaped spiritual energies, frolicking joyfully. Truly, an epic spiritual item. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. Compared to this dragon tooth rice, the spiritual food from yesterday was akin to dog food. After consuming a bowl of spirit porridge, Jiang Chen felt a surge of warmth enveloping his entire body. Notification: you have consumed dragon tooth rice. Physique 2, spiritual power 1. Incredible! Jiang Chen exclaimed with delight. Bring me another bowl. Before the meal, the divine warriors were summoned back by Jiang Chen through the Lord's heart. They had spent the previous night grinding, and though they appeared somewhat weary, their beauty remained unblemished. The leader of the divine warriors, Cynthia, expressed, such a precious food, we sisters feel unworthy to accept. The vice leader, Giselle, swallowed hard, realizing the gravity of her situation. She had yet to repay the favors owed to the Lord, and now she was about to incur an even greater debt. Jiang Chen had discerned the ways of these divine warrior maidens. Despite their existence spanning millennia, they had remained uncontentious, preserving their innate purity. They were steadfast in their loyalty, believing in reciprocation of kindness and repayment of debts. Jiang Chen's concern had surprisingly burdened their hearts. Notably, Giselle, with her golden locks, bore a striking resemblance to a model of the same name from a past life. Yet the divine warriors surpassed her in both grace and form. Fear not, indulge in your meal. Your strength will soon be required. After breakfast, Jiang Chen, accompanied by the Empress and the two leaders of the divine warriors, ascended onto the back of Dragon 9. Let us depart. At present, the skill of manned flight could accommodate only 4 individuals. After synchronizing with Meng Tian on the regional channel, Ying Man furrowed her brow. 11:30? Time is rather tight. With the speed of the immortal Qin Iron Eagle, she hoped they would make it in time. Meng Tian replied with a smile. Your Highness need not worry. 11:30 is merely their assembly time. Even if they arrive first, an epic monster will occupy them for a while, and we can step in to handle the aftermath. Yet, Ying Man felt conflicted. It seems somewhat inappropriate to swoop in and claim the monster after classmate and Chuxia has exerted so much effort to gather the lords if a battle has already commenced. Meng Tian affectionately stroked Ying Man's hair. My dear princess, you ought to know the origin of the name Dragon Kingdom. Ying Man responded proudly. Indeed. Because my father is the ancestral dragon. Precisely. Meng Tian, the legendary lord, gazed with fervor. With your status, is there anything in the Dragon Kingdom, or even the entire Blue Star that you cannot dare to do? Moreover, the battlefield of myriad races is inherently a realm of the survival of the fittest, where the strong reign supreme. If you truly feel a pang of guilt, simply offer them some compensation later. After all, you are not lacking in a few million spirit stones. Ying Man pondered for a moment. Very well. Then I shall provide them with some spirit stone compensation. The Iron Eagle Rangers are a renowned combined troop of the Immortal Qin. The Immortal Qin Iron Eagle and the Flying Knights are both exceptional units. When combined, they form the epic unit known as the Iron Eagle Rangers. The 2 Flying Knights relinquished their mounts. Sister Ming, we shall set off now. All right. Wei Ming yawned. Damn it, what a false alarm. He had spent a sleepless night, yet nothing had transpired. All the lords remained safe and sound. With dark circles under his eyes, he instructed his rare hero, Ava, summon all troop types from our territory. We are to assault that medium-sized goblin encampment. Today, this lord shall exert every effort to secure the iron ore. The curvaceous human female hero replied resolutely. Yes, my lord. Then, upon receiving his orders, Wei Ming departed. He gazed at the enchanting figure of the female hero, swallowing hard. Today, I have revered Ava like a deity. I am becoming as much of a sycophant as Li Mue's. Yet, my favor with her has only increased by 4 points. When will it ever reach 90? Half an hour later, Wei Ming arrived at the goblin encampment with his troops, only to be stunned by the sight before him. The camp was in disarray, littered with corpses. The female hero, Ava, inspected the scene briefly and said gravely, My lord, there are residual dark energies present. Furthermore, this battle occurred merely moments ago. The goblin camp did not mount a proper defense. This was a one-sided massacre. Dark energy. A one-sided massacre. In an instant, Wei Ming connected the dots, fear gripping him. Dark invasion. This was the same dark invasion incident from the previous night. He shouted, Alert! This terrifying dark race must be nearby. With that, Wei Ming snapped a photograph and sent it to the regional channel. Wei Ming. Photo. Click to view. Wei Ming. Brothers nearby, be cautious. This is the work of the dark race that invaded last night. Wei Ming, attention. This is not a drill. This is not a drill. At that moment, Jiang Chen, who was idly browsing the regional channel atop Longjio, suddenly froze. This photograph looked incredibly familiar. Wait, ISNT this just. They had encountered a medium-sized goblin camp while traveling not long ago. With time to spare, Jiang Chen had instructed Longjio to descend and casually unleash a few breaths of dragon fire. For after all, this was energy and spirit stones. How have I come to be associated with the dark race? Chapter 24, The Mighty Goddess Warrior. The Epic Hero's Command. A photograph of Wei Ming left the nearby lords trembling in fear, while the instigator, Jiang Chen, remained at ease. The speed of Longjio's flight was astonishing. With the wind whipping against their faces, Jiang Chen, possessing only average strength, found himself compelled to embrace the slender waist of the Empress from behind to stabilize his position. Wei Ming, the second-generation lord, was not entirely lacking. At least he demonstrated a modicum of compassion, though his intellect seemed somewhat deficient. Having acquired the dragon tooth rice, Jiang Chen no longer found ordinary food appealing. With some time to spare, he decided to enhance the hundreds of fast food portions he had brought along into basic spiritual cuisine, listing them at the trading post for 200 spirit stones each. Thus, the dragon and his 4 companions sped along, encountering no particularly troublesome monsters on their journey. 2 hours later, a significant upgrade occurred. Consuming 18,000 energy, your level has increased. Current level, 10. At last, Jiang Chen had reached level 10. He immediately donned the epic, phantom armor, greatly augmenting his power. Casting a glance at the time, he noted it was just 11 o'clock. To the east, referring to the photograph sent by Xuan-Yuan, he quickly located the black striped tiger demon. The tiger demon measured an impressive 8 meters in length, enveloped in demonic energy, exuding a terrifying aura. The lair of the black striped tiger demon was situated within a gorge, a necessary passage to the other side of the mountain range. It was no wonder Xuan-Yuan was anxious. If this tiger demon remained, exploration of the map on the other side of the mountains would be impossible. Black striped tiger demon race, demon level, 11 quality, orange epic combat power, 115 heroic command, wraith, B, skills, acting for the tiger, black tiger heart extraction, stealth strike. Indeed, it possessed B-level command. It was not a level 10 hero, but rather level 11. The attributes of a hero are generally about 50 stronger than those of a unit of the same level. Thus, the combat power of this tiger demon reached an impressive 115 stars. When Jiang Chen spotted the tiger demon, it also noticed him. With a roar, it seemed unable to speak yet conveyed a clear message through its gaze. A diminutive human, here to meet his demise. At that moment, Long Jiu's formidable form descended from the sky, proclaiming loudly, "My lord, I have found your beloved." Jiang Chen interjected, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Long Jiu quickly corrected himself. "I meant, I have located Lord in Xuxia. She is 2 kilometers to the west, surrounded by nearly 1,000 units." Jiang Chen nodded and instructed his subordinates. "Let us proceed together and settle this swiftly." He had no intention of meeting in Xuxia. After all, the heroic combat power ranking was about to commence, and he aimed to profit handsomely from the ensuing wagers. Having known in Xuxia for many years, he found her to be relatively dependable, yet at present, she was accompanied by a multitude of less reliable lords. Suddenly, Xinxia spoke up, "My lord, may I take on this tiger demon with Giselle? Is it just the 2 of you?" Jiang Chen inquired, his voice tinged with skepticism. Although the combat prowess of the goddess warriors far exceeded that of their peers, the disparity in levels was indeed significant. Very well. However, seeing Xinxia's determination, Jiang Chen relented, stating, "You have 10 minutes. Should you fail to resolve the battle within this time frame, I shall summon the Empress to intervene." "Thank you, my lord," Xinxia responded. As the 2 leaders of the goddess warriors radiated an overwhelming power of lightning, their eyes transforming into a striking azure hue. Thunderous battle body. With a resounding crash, they propelled themselves forward like cannonballs, causing the ground to fissure and dust to swirl. The black-striped tiger monster stood in a daze. As Long Jiu landed, its gaze remained fixed. What did it behold? A dragon? Judging by its size, it appeared to be of considerable rank. After the eruption of the 2 goddess warriors, the black-striped tiger monster felt its mind momentarily falter. What manner of race was this, possessing a physique even more formidable than its own? There was no time for contemplation. With a desperate roar, it opened its mouth to its fullest extent, revealing an abyss-like darkness, akin to the entrance of hell. 12 wraiths surged forth, positioning themselves before the tiger monster. Their expressions were grotesque, each belonging to a different race: humans, beasts, dwarves, and even a colossal deep-sea whale warrior. With a crackling sound, the 5-meter-tall whale wraith was struck down by Xinxia's charge, dissipating into a cloud of black mist. It struggled to regain its form, but the tendrils of lightning seemed to be its nemesis. Ultimately, the wraith could only fade away, a look of relief adorning its visage. "Your unit Xinxia has slain a wraith. Exquisite. You have gained energy 10,000, spirit stones 800. A swift execution." The tiger monster, witnessing this, was finally engulfed by fear. The formidable dragon had yet to make a move. "Where do you think you're going?" Giselle bellowed as she pursued the fleeing tiger monster. Though her combat rating was merely 58 stars, Her physique boasted a strength of 134, rivaling that of the epic tiger monster. With a thunderous clash, Giselle and the tiger monster collided without any pretense, both being sent flying several meters, leaving a deep, bone-revealing wound on the tiger monster's forehead. The two creatures, differing in size by several multiples, were evenly matched. Giselle, though not unscathed, grew more tenacious as the battle progressed, her strikes landing true. Jiang Chen remarked, "Watching the goddess warriors in combat is truly a stress reliever. Perhaps this is the essence of violent beauty." Yet, despite Giselle's strength, she ultimately remained a fifth-tier unit, gradually finding herself at a disadvantage. Fortunately, Xinxia soon dispatched all the wraiths, joining forces with Giselle to encircle the tiger monster. A few minutes later, "Your unit Giselle has slain the black-striped tiger monster, epic hero. You have gained energy 220,000, spirit stones 30,000, epic hero token 1. An epic token," Jiang Chen, who had been nonchalant, suddenly exclaimed in surprise, though only a single item had been obtained. However, the worth of this item is comparable to that of 10 epic treasure chests. For even after opening 1,000 chests, one might not necessarily obtain a hero token of the same tier. In addition to the epic hero token, this battle yielded a total of 320,000 energy and nearly 40,000 spirit stones. It was certainly worth my long journey. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Chen made the enormous corpse of the tiger demon vanish. Unlike the dark races, the remains of the demon clan are replete with treasures. Fortunately, even the largest items stored in the Lord's space occupy only a single slot. After collecting the spoils, Jiang Chen felt elated. "Xiaojiu, let us return." The dragon and the 4 companions took no more than 10 minutes from arrival to the end of the battle. On the back of Longjiu, Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "This went remarkably smoothly. It feels as if I were merely restocking." Longjiu interjected, "My lord, should we inform Lord Xinxia? She is likely still devising a strategy to tackle the tiger demon." "No need." "Why not?" "Because I am a good Samaritan." Ignoring the gossiping Longjiu, Jiang Chen opened the trading post. The hero combat power rankings would soon be announced, and he intended to place a wager at the last moment. Half an hour later, a dozen massive iron eagles descended upon the battlefield. Ying Man gazed at the empty expanse and questioned, "Sister Meng, the coordinates you calculated are indeed here?" Meng Tian leaped down from the iron eagle, surveying the area, her expression shifting dramatically. "This is bad. Someone has arrived before us." Ying Man was also taken aback. Could it be that Xinxia acted first? Unlikely. Meng Tian pondered. The traces of battle suggest no large forces were involved. Moreover, if it were truly a level 10 demon hero, its power would likely exceed 100 stars. How could a group of novice lords extinguish it so swiftly? Ying Man's imagination ran wild. Could it be that the tiger demon fled upon seeing too many people? Just as Meng Tian was about to respond, she suddenly turned her head. "Someone is coming." Before long, dozens of lords, accompanied by thousands of hero units, appeared grandly at the mouth of the valley. Upon seeing Ying Man and the imposing Iron Eagle warriors, Xinxia was momentarily taken aback. "You are Lord Ying Man." Each individual on the town lord list has an avatar, and it is no surprise that this prominent figure was recognized at a glance. After all, they had come to claim the monster, and Ying Man felt somewhat lacking in confidence. "I am Ying Man. Greetings to all." Linimo, upon discerning the battle remnants before him, changed countenance. "What remarkable skills, truly worthy of the winner of the Immortal Qin. We, a multitude of lords, have toiled to gather here precisely for that epic hero, yet unexpectedly, you have beaten us to it." Ying Man I. Chapter 25, The Scapegoat. The Madness of the Lords. In this moment, Ying Man found herself at a loss for words. Although she had indeed intended to claim the monster for herself, she ultimately failed to do so. "It was already like this when I arrived. If you do not believe me, there is little I can do." Lin Mo's eyes blazed with fury. To partake in the eradication of an epic monster, he had sacrificed a precious Enidor. Now, not only did the opposing party seize the monster, but they also refused to acknowledge it. Fortunately, he retained his composure. Ying Man's words rendered the situation quite absurd. In the battlefield of myriad races, strength was revered, the monster was taken, and I had said nothing. Ying Man was already feeling vexed, and at this moment, under the relentless pressure, she narrowed her eyes. Not having claimed it means I did not claim it. Whether you say anything or not is of no concern to me. And Chu Xia, sensing the escalating tension, quickly interjected, let us prioritize harmony. This encirclement operation was based on contributions, and Ying Yiman's claims were merely a testament to her capability. Ying Yiman was left speechless. Suddenly, a second-generation heir from a minor clan bellowed, to dare to act yet refuse to take responsibility. Has Qin Shi Huang taught his descendants nothing? And Chu Xiao's expression shifted dramatically as she retorted, do not speak in such an outrageous manner. Alas, it was too late. To show disrespect to His Majesty meant death. Meng Tian, with a sharp cry, transformed into a streak of brilliance, charging towards the opposing forces. What are you doing? Ying Yiman, control your hero, exclaimed another. Goodness, a hero charging in alone. This is tantamount to seeking death. Let us speak reasonably. Meng Jie, do not kill. No one anticipated that a hero would strike so suddenly, and it appeared to be an impulsive action. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Even more shocking was Meng Tian's prowess. She formed an intricate yin-yang seal and gently thrust her hand forward. The yin-yang harmony seal. A terrifying surge of crimson spiritual energy erupted forth. Dozens of units, along with an elite hero positioned before the Lord, were sent flying, their bodies contorting as they faced certain demise. Fortunately, Ying Yiman spoke up just in time. After dispatching numerous units in a single move, Meng Tian, under the fearful gaze of the second-generation heir, waved her hand dismissively. This is merely a lesson. Consider yourself fortunate for the kindness of my family's young lady, or else it would have been your neck severed. With a swift motion, the Lord's arms were severed. The cuts as smooth as glass. Yesterday, Jiang Chen severed a man's arm. Today, I have taken yours. Ying Yiman shrugged, offering a semblance of goodwill. Dear classmate, once you return to the main world, do visit the hospital for reattachment. Ensure you keep the medical receipt, preferably the yellow copy, and then seek reimbursement from me. Meng Tian's ferocity left all the lords astonished, their breaths caught in their throats as they retreated 3 steps. Such a terrifying hero. A one-hit kill. Zhang Hao mused, recognizing that his strength was comparable to his own. This realization struck him. If he were to provoke Ying Yiman, she could easily dispatch a hero to obliterate his territory. Indeed, a worthy victor of the immortal Qin, a descendant of the first emperor, what noble qualities does such a hero possess? Undoubtedly, they must be extraordinary. The second-generation leader, Zhang Hao, trembled all over, both from pain and fear. He could no longer utter reckless words, merely venting his frustration. Jiang Chen, your grandmother. Look at the good start you've made. Why are you always slicing off your own arms? And Chu Xia was displeased. What does this have to do with Jiang Chen? Ying Yiman concurred. Indeed, this is unrelated to our classmate Jiang Chen. Suddenly, Lin Mo let out a mournful cry. My spirit stones. He hurriedly opened the trading platform. Betting content. The hero power rankings first place. Those who wager correctly will reap the rewards. If multiple individuals win, the prize pool will be divided according to their stakes. Betting status. 200,000 spirit stones wagered on Lin Mo, yourself, to secure first place. Note, a bet once placed is irrevocable. 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 Lin Mo muttered dazedly. The slower ones were puzzled. What is wrong with Lin Mo? But the quicker ones gasped in unison. Quickly, the hero power rankings. Less than half an hour remains until the results are announced. The betting platform would lock bets 20 minutes before the announcement. Only a few moments left. Hurry and place your bets. Bet on what? Are you foolish? Ying Yiman's hero is so strong. She is already a shoe-in for first place. Just look at Lin Mo's reaction to know. I brought 50,000 spirit stones, and I'm betting it all on Ying Yiman. Everyone went wild. No one paid any mind to the recently disarmed Zhang Hao. On the contrary, Zhang Hao, disregarding his arm's agony, swiftly placed all his spirit stones on Ying Yiman. Even the previously unencountered epic boss was forgotten by the assembled leaders. Yet, there were still those with clarity. With so many of us betting on Ying Yiman, the odds must be outrageously low, but such sentiments were quickly drowned out. Are you daft? Even at 10 odds, it equates to a guaranteed 10 yield akin to a fixed deposit. A risk-free venture, why wouldn't you invest? Indeed, the once tense battlefield suddenly bore the semblance of a bustling marketplace, the air thick with the scent of copper. Faced with this scenario, Yin Man was taken aback. Meng Tian, after a brief silence, quietly offered her apologies. It is all my fault, causing His Highness to miss the opportunity to profit from the hero power rankings. Please, punish me. Sister Meng, you are being too harsh. Yin Man hastily waved her hand. The profit of 1,000,000 spirit stones is hardly sufficient for my daily allowance. I merely thought it would be more entertaining if I surprised this bunch by unexpectedly claiming the top spot. And they are certainly astonished now. Meng Tian finally felt reassured. At that moment, Lin Mo regained his composure, murmuring to himself, I still have 300,000 spirit stones, originally intended to be reserved for the final seconds to increase my bet. Moreover, with the esteemed reputation of the Divine River Lin family, it is not inconceivable to accumulate a staggering debt, borrowing several 100,000 spirit stones. Should I succeed in outmaneuvering Yin Man, even if this gamble does not yield profit, the losses would be minimal. With this thought in mind, I cast aside my embarrassment and promptly opened my contacts. Lin Mo, Brother Wei, can I borrow 100,000 spirit stones under the auspices of the Divine River Lin family? Minutes swiftly passed. The betting was locked in, no new wagers accepted. There remained 20 minutes until the decree of heaven was announced. The assembled lords expressed their satisfaction. To their astonishment, the odds of winning against Yin Man soared to an impressive 28. This was understandable. After all, with only a handful of lords present, their financial resources were limited. Their fervent betting naturally inflated the odds for Lin Mo and the other lords. With elevated odds, some were tempted to gamble small amounts for greater returns. Although they could not surround the epic hero, a guaranteed profit of 28 on a fixed deposit was hardly a wasted endeavor. One must commend the goddess of early summer organization for this opportunity. Otherwise, how could we have obtained such first-hand intelligence? Or perhaps, we should thank Brother Zhang Hao for inciting the ire of the formidable Yin Man. Brother Wang, how much did you wager? Not much, just 80,000 spirit stones. I truly envy your wealth, Brother Wang. I possess only 40,000 spirit stones. Suddenly, someone pointed at the betting activity and burst into laughter. Everyone, look. Someone has wagered 100 spirit stones on Jiang Chen. Could it be that he placed it himself? Does he possess confidence in his hero's prowess? Such blind confidence stems from a lack of information. Perhaps, aside from his remarkable troops, Jiang Chen has a rare hero as well. One cannot blame him. Had he not witnessed the might of Yin Man's hero, he might have succeeded in his underhanded tactics. Lin Mo scoffed. Even without the formidable Yin Man, that fellow Jiang Chen is merely overestimating his capabilities. At this point, I shall lay my cards on the table. I am indeed an exceptional hero. Otherwise, I would not be foolish enough to stake 200,000 spirit stones on myself. As he spoke, Lin Mo lamented deeply. Someone whispered, even the exceptional hero Lin Mo feels inferior. Could it be that Yin Man is truly an epic hero? Hiss. On the back of Longjio, Jiang Chen was so exhilarated he nearly fell off. He understood that before any betting was locked in, substantial funds would inevitably flow in. Yet, he had not anticipated such an influx. According to the rules, if no one bet against him at the top, he could claim the entire pool of several million spirit stones with just a wager of 1 spirit stone. However, for safety's sake, in the final seconds, he decided to wager 10,000 spirit stones on himself. It turned out he had made the right decision, as someone indeed placed a bet on him. However, after the excitement, Jiang Chen found himself puzzled. Who placed the additional 100 spirit stones? A notification chimes as a friend sends a message. Chapter 26. Perhaps you should ask your mother for some money when you return home. It was in Xuxia. Could it be that this girl had staked 100 spirit stones on herself? In Xuxia, Jiang Chen, I am currently organizing a grand army to vanquish an epic boss. It is inconvenient for me to video call, so I can only send messages. Jiang Chen, I completely understand. I am flying high in the sky, so video calling is also not feasible for me. And Xuxia, Jiang Chen, did you stake 10,000 spirit stones on yourself? There is no need for pretense anymore. Jiang Chen, indeed, I did stake it myself. And Xuxia, I do not wish to dampen your spirits, but, alas, your spirit stones may very well be at risk. Jiang Chen was still unaware of the events that unfolded after his departure. Hearing and Xuxia's words, Despite his confidence, he felt a twinge of curiosity. Jiang Chen, what is going on? Is Lin Mo a highly ranked hero? He was aware that Lin Mo had also participated in the assault. And Xuxia, indeed, he is of a remarkable caliber. Lin Mo is an extraordinary hero. But even more astonishing is Yin Man. Jiang Chen, what about Yin Man? And Xuxia, she has stolen our epic boss. Jiang Chen. Immediately, and Xuxia began to describe the terrifying prowess of Meng Tian. And Xuxia, her hero is at least extraordinary and may even be epic. Unfortunately, the incident occurred so swiftly that I could not capture a video. In any case, prepare yourself psychologically. Jiang Chen. You didn't T-stake on Yin Man as well, did you? And Xuxia, of course. Wouldn't it be foolish not to? I staked all 500,000 spirit stones on her, with a fixed return of 28, which is akin to getting 14,000 spirit stones for free. When I think about it, I feel quite pleased. Jiang Chen. And Xuxia, what's wrong? Jiang Chen. Nothing at all. He finally understood why. At the last moment, millions of spirit stones had flooded into the betting pool. Yin Man truly was his benefactor, possessing extraordinary heroes, perhaps even epic ones. It seemed that Yin Man was not an ordinary offspring of a noble family, but likely of a direct lineage. With this thought, Jiang Chen offered a reminder to Xuxia. Jiang Chen. Xuxia, the day after tomorrow marks the third day of the server opening. The Lord can return to Blue Star once. When you return, investigate the background of Yin Man. Jiang Chen. Furthermore, do remember to ask your mother for some money. And Xuxia. Yes, I would have checked even without your prompting. As for spirit stones, considering the profits from this venture, I should have enough for the time being. Jiang Chen, you are truly delightful. And Xuxia. As she closed the chat interface, she pondered that if Yin Man was indeed an epic hero, she posed a certain threat to the Empress. The primary concern was that without witnessing this hero's combat prowess firsthand, it would be challenging to assess her true strength. Thankfully, Xuxia had provided this information. Otherwise, it would have been easy to fall into a trap. With that in mind, Jiang Chen patted the Empress at her waist. Level up. The Empress suddenly tensed, indignantly exclaiming, "If you wish to embrace, then embrace properly. If you continue to meddle, I shall direct my affections toward Xinxia." As her words fell, a brilliant golden halo ascended. Consumed 47,600 energy. Your hero, the Empress, has leveled up, now at level 7. Consumed 60,800 energy. Your hero, the Empress, has leveled up, now at level 8. Consumed 75,600 energy. Your hero, the Empress, has leveled up, now at level 9. Consumed 92,000 energy. Your hero, the Empress, has leveled up, now at level 10. Upon attaining level 10, the Empress's combat prowess surged, officially surpassing 200 stars. Jiang Chen, visibly pained, whispered in the Empress's ear, 27,000 energy. Truly, you are a legendary hero. My dear Empress, this endeavor has turned into a mere labor for us all. Upon witnessing the divine warrior's unparalleled combat strength compared to her peers, Jiang Chen had initially intended to prioritize upgrading the divine warriors. With 30,000 energy, he could elevate all divine warriors to level 7. However, a remark from Xuxia shifted his resolve. The millions of spirit stones in the betting pool were a prize he could not forego. With those millions, Jiang Chen might even attempt to construct the Empress's unique epic unit building, the Heavenly Sound Pavilion. Momentarily dazed by her upgrade, the Empress soon realized her misunderstanding. Suddenly recalling the earlier incident of being patted, she remembered the Lord's term for it, something akin to a pre-swing. My sincerest apologies, my lord. I mistakenly believed you to be a rogue. How rude of me. Jiang Chen responded, It's quite all right. Just refrain from misunderstanding next time I exhibit a pre-swing. As he spoke, he playfully demonstrated by patting her waist again. The Empress, blushing, promised, I want to do it again. Beep, beep. The friend notification chimed again. This time from the little fox. Their previous collaboration had been so pleasant that the little fox had become Jiang Chen's second friend. Xuan-Yuan messaged, Brother Jiang Chen. In the final seconds, I wagered 100 spirit stones on you, only to discover someone bet 10,000. Xuan-Yuan continued, Honestly, did I wager too little? Jiang Chen was taken aback. Why are you betting on me? Are you feeling reckless? You haven't wagered too little, you've wagered too much. Not betting at all would have been preferable. The little fox's wager of 100 spirit stones amounted to a 1 share of his earnings. Xuan-Yuan lamented, "Oh no. Your words confirm that I indeed wagered too little. It feels as though I've missed out on a fortune." Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. "You're not foolish at all." Xuan-Yuan then inquired, "Brother Jiang Chen, with such confidence, do you possess extraordinary heroes in addition to your exceptional units?" Before Jiang Chen could respond, the little fox swiftly changed the subject. "Oh my, Brother Jiang Chen, look at the regional channel. An epic hero might have emerged." Xuan-Yuan exclaimed, "How foolish of me to have wagered. Oh no, my 100 spirit stones have gone to waste." Jiang Chen glanced at the regional channel and then retorted to the little fox, "Is your stance so feeble? When the enemy arrives, you must be a traitor." Xuan-Yuan huffed, "Humph, I'm already 10 years old and have come of age. I would never betray." Jiang Chen scoffed, 10 years old, really impressive. In the regional channel, someone exclaimed, "What the hell? Why has the odds for winning against Man suddenly dropped to 28? Ha ha ha, you bunch of country bumpkins. I am currently with the mighty Man. Did you not see how extraordinary her hero is? It's astonishing, capable of annihilating dozens of units with a single blow. Unfortunately, it happened so suddenly that I didn't have time to record it. Regardless, the betting pool has already been locked." Having witnessed Meng Tian's prowess, the lords no longer hesitated and began to boast in the group chat. However, there were only a few dozen lords present, while the town had nearly 1,000. Such provocative behavior naturally drew fierce criticism. What are you so proud of? Just a little man reveling in fleeting success. Winning feels good for a moment, but losing leads to ruin. But we still have Lord Lin Mo. Since he dared to propose the wager, he must be extremely confident in himself. Indeed, Lord Lin Mo will surely prevail. This led to an awkward silence. Lin Mo, fearing a torrent of criticism, remained silent. Someone pieced it together. Wei Ming remarked, "Oh, Lin Mo, you borrowed 100,000 spirit stones from me just to bet against Man, didn't you? I kindly lent you the spirit stones, and you didn't even share such crucial information with me." Lin Mo replied, "Wei, mind your words. Do not forget that I still owe you money." Wei Ming said, "Please do not take offense. I misspoke in the heat of the moment. May your magnanimity overlook my lapse." Lin Mo conceded, "Well said." Mu Qingshuang sighed, "Alas. It's the debtors who are truly in charge. The world is indeed in decline, involving stakes of millions of spirit stones." The betting frenzy in the regional channel had never been so lively. Messages flooded in, only to be swiftly overshadowed by subsequent ones. And just like that, 20 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. 10, 9, 8. A curious lord initiated a countdown in the regional channel, leaving Jiang Chen feeling somewhat anxious. Next, the rankings of the hero power list will be announced. Chapter 27. The Emergence of the Rankings. Unlike the gradual announcement of a single ranking, the hero power rankings are revealed in a grand spectacle, thus creating a scene of immense magnitude. Enormous, golden inscriptions, roughly the size of an acre, proclaiming the rankings of the myriad races, hover majestically above the war fog, captivating all who gaze upon them. Each lord perceives the rankings as if they were directed solely at themselves. Hero Power Ranking Number 100, Lord Wang Jie, Hero Andrew. Reward, Find Treasure Chest X1. Reputation X1, Hero Power Ranking Number 99, Lord Li Xuan. Cursed be it, they are indeed revealing the rankings from the bottom up. It is said that millennia ago, the lists were announced starting from the top. Alas, it seems that the Heavenly Way has adopted this rather unsavory custom from human entertainment shows. Yet, one cannot entirely blame the Heavenly Way. If they began with the foremost rank, would anyone still pay attention to the subsequent names? True enough, but does the Heavenly Way not require attention? If they reveal the rankings and you choose to ignore them, it would be quite embarrassing for the Heavenly Way. Ah, I see. Patience is key. They announce one name per second. Soon, we shall reach the top 10. Wang Jie, ha ha ha. I've made it into the top 100. Such a modicum of reputation. That is indeed reputation. Another one has lost their wits. If you can enter the top 100, perhaps your performance is not as commendable. The Heavenly Way only ranks but does not disclose specific power levels, attributes, or even grades. This is quite considerate, for such information constitutes a lord's greatest secret. Once revealed, it could easily be exploited by adversaries. In less than 2 minutes, the rankings for the top 100 were unveiled. While all items awarded were fine treasure chests, The reputation rewards varied. Hero power ranking number 10. Lord Wei Ming, Hero Ava. Reward, rare treasure chest x1. Reputation x20, Wei Ming. Look at all the prominent figures in our small town. Despite being a rare hero, I only rank 10th. Nevertheless, I am pleased to have entered the top 10 and secured a rare treasure chest. Mu Xuan-Yuan, congratulations. This realm is utterly unlike Earth, where Jiang Chen's previous life resided. Blue Star boasts powerful royal families such as the Immortal Qin, the flourishing Tang, and the mighty Ming, along with countless millennia-old lord families, resulting in a lesser degree of centralization. Consequently, most resources are monopolized by the noble families, leaving the military increasingly impoverished. As a lieutenant in the military, Mu Xuan is merely an elite hero. Lin Mo, ranking 10th, is commendable. What does my second place ranking matter if it yields the same rare treasure chest? Wei Ming, at least my reputation is higher. How strange. Why has the 9th rank not yet been announced? Did your lordly lessons come from a music teacher? Do you not know that the intervals between the top 10 should be extended? Quite reasonable. For the top 10, there ought to be a certain grandeur, allowing for some moments of prominence. Soon, the glory belonging to Wei Ming began to fade, as a new line of golden letters materialized. Hero power ranking no. 9. Lord Tu Xuan-Yuan, Celestial Fox Clan. Hero Xian Rue. Reward, rare treasure chest x1. Reputation x30. Oh my, is this Fox Clan sister truly so formidable? I had always presumed her to be merely an adorable girl. Indeed, she is charming, yet she also possesses great prowess, a delightful powerhouse. Tu Xuan-Yuan lamented, woe is me. I wagered 100 spirit stones on myself, and now I am at a loss. Jiang Chen inquired, did you wager on yourself as well? Just how many individuals did you stake? Though he was jesting, Jiang Chen felt a tinge of astonishment. This little fox turned out to be a rare hero, and Xuxiao, the only daughter of An Luoshi, the lord of Donghai City, is merely a rare hero herself. Hero power rankings, 8th place, Lord and Xuxiao. The top 10 were announced in succession. Unsurprisingly, apart from Tu Xuan-Yuan, all the top 10 contenders were renowned second-generation lords. However, an unexpected event transpired during the announcement of the 3rd place. Hero power rankings, 3rd place, Lord Lin Mo, Hero Garcia. Reward, rare treasure chest 1, reputation 100. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Lin Mo exclaimed, 3rd place? How could I possibly be in 3rd place? Isn't the esteemed Lin Mo an extraordinary hero? Goodness. Our little town harbors another lord with an extraordinary hero. What hidden talents we have. Typically, a single rare hero would suffice to claim the top position in the hero power rankings for a novice town. Wei Ming expressed his excitement, eager to discover the identity of this remarkable individual. And Xuxiao remarked, it won't be long now. The 2nd place will be announced shortly. Tu Xuan-Yuan speculated, could the 2nd place be my brother Jiang Chen? Lin Mo retorted, sister, are you jesting? Ying Yiman commented, to have 2 extraordinary heroes emerge from a novice town is indeed a testament to the abundance of talent in Jiangnan province. Lin Mo replied, Ying Yiman, please do not belittle us. Our Jiangnan province's foundation pales in comparison to Longzhou. Ying Yiman countered, we are doing quite well. Not everyone in Longzhou possesses my strength. The interval between the announcement of the 3rd and 2nd places stretched once more. Suddenly, the announcement for 2nd place arrived. I am eager to see which esteemed individual has concealed their brilliance so deeply. The crowd looked up, and upon reading the radiant golden letters illuminating the sky, they were left in sheer disbelief. Hero power rankings, 2nd place, Lord Ying Yiman, Hero Ming Tian. Reward, rare treasure chest 1, reputation 100. A silence lasting a full 10 seconds ensued. Surprisingly, the first to react was not Ying Yiman. Lin Mo shouted, impossible. This cannot be. I have witnessed the prowess of Ying Yiman's hero with my own eyes. My extraordinary hero is surely no match for her. How could she not be first? Lin Mo was on the verge of madness. He had wagered a portion of his wealth on himself and a considerable amount on Ying Yiman, even accruing debts amounting to hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. Not only Lin Mo, but all lords who had wagered on Ying Yiman were in utter despair. My spirit stones. My entire fortune. I cannot go on like this. The hearts of those who had been oppressed by Lin Mo were suddenly filled with relief. Although I, too, had lost everything, You all had been utterly ruined. Indeed. What of that petty individual who had just tasted success? The second place belongs to Een Man, but who holds the first? Is there truly a member of royalty mingling amongst us in this novice town? Quickly, let us peruse the Lord's list and see if there are any other surnames Zhu, Li, or Ying. If none can be found, perhaps we might find an Aizenjoro. Though perhaps we should dismiss the Aizenjoro. Just look at how our dragon nation has been oppressed by the Sakura kingdom in the seventh heaven. Soon, someone discerned a peculiar detail. That name, Meng Tian, seemed hauntingly familiar. Meng Tian, Meng Tian. Good heavens, the sister of the legendary Lord Meng Tian from Xianqin indeed bears the same name. What delusions are we entertaining? That esteemed Meng Tian is a legendary lord, enshrined in the halls of Xianqin, a figure frequently mentioned in our history textbooks. How could she possibly become a hero? I never claimed it was the same individual. I merely noted the similarity of names. Wei Ming interjected, have we veered off topic? Has anyone discerned who the esteemed top contender is? The answer was elusive, causing a palpable sense of urgency. The gap between the second and first places seemed to stretch endlessly. The crowd fidgeted anxiously. Yet it was Een Man, with her vast experience, who calmed them. Everyone, please quiet down and allow the heavenly Tao to announce the results. Sometimes, the Tao operates like a computer program. The more fervently we discuss, the longer the announcement takes. As it grants us time to deliberate, Wei Ming encouraged, Een Man, do not lose heart. To which Een Man replied, lose heart? Huh, it is merely an exceptional treasure chest. I find it amusing. Indeed, after the discussion subsided, the list associated with Een Man gradually faded from the sky, replaced by a new line of golden characters. The top contender was revealed. Chapter 28, the focus of all, unable to lose. The true path to wealth. The dazzling golden top of the leaderboard caused everyone to instinctively gasp in astonishment. The previously bustling regional channel fell into an eerie silence. Strangely, Jiang Chen's name lingered in the sky for merely half a minute before quickly fading away. It was only then that the crowd began to react. Wait, how did this vanish so quickly? I suspect I must have misread. Someone sighed, since no one is discussing it. The heavenly Tao must feel the chill of the moment. It is not that people were unwilling to engage in conversation, but rather, how could they? Jiang Chen is at the top? This is utterly absurd. He is but a commoner. It turns out that the 10,000 spirit stones were indeed Jiang Chen's own contribution. Could it be that Jiang Chen is truly a descendant of the Jiang family from the provincial capital? Even the Jiang family wouldn't be so bold as to present an epic hero decree. Who asserts that it must be an epic hero? This time, it is the hero strength ranking, not the hero quality ranking. Perhaps his hero level is quite high. Let us not forget he commands a team of exceptional centaurs, and their energy acquisition rate is not to be underestimated. Indeed, the Empress? What a commanding title for a hero. In the annals of Blue Star's history, only the head of the martial family from the fifth heaven, who commands the sun and moon, would dare to adopt the title of Empress. Jiang Chen, could you enlighten us on the quality of this Empress hero? Unlike the last war of conquest, this time Jiang Chen is genuinely the center of attention. 3 kilometers outside in Chuxiao's territory, Een Man's mouth fell slightly agape as she gazed incredulously at the name atop the leaderboard. She contemplated countless possibilities, yet never once considered Jiang Chen. Sister Meng, do you truly believe that Jiang Chen is merely a commoner? Could he perhaps be a royal descendant lost among the masses? Meng Tian appeared somewhat bewildered as well. This might be possible, perhaps. And Chuxiao murmured, no wonder this guy suggested I return home to ask my mother for some money. It seems he already knew he was at the top. Oh no, my 500,000 spirit stones. Yet, this is not entirely a misfortune. Previously, when I intended to gift him spirit stones, he refused. This time, let it be known that I am merely aiding him, he. Lin Mo swayed slightly, and with the support of a nearby hero, barely managed to avoid falling. How could it be him? The one who caused me to lose 1,000,000 spirit stones is merely a commoner? He vividly recalled the haughty demeanor he had displayed while attempting to recruit Jiang Chen just yesterday. How foolish of me to have designated him as my sheep. Now, thinking back, I wish I could bury myself in the ground. Cursed be it. What on earth is this fellow's true identity? Possessing a pair of centaur leaders and now adding at least one exceptional hero to his ranks, his strength likely surpasses mine. With the return to Blue Star just 2 days away, I must thoroughly investigate his background. Lin Mo compelled himself to remain calm, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Fortunately, the decree of suppression was purchased by that fool Muse. Had I ventured to attack Jiang Chen's territory, I would likely have met a similar fate. The best outcome would have been mutual destruction. Contemplating this, Lin Mo began to strategize. A wise man does not suffer unnecessary losses. Should I acquire a city relocation order to move my territory? With my prowess, I could easily seize the position of mayor in any novice town, rendering the competition in town 10086 unnecessary. In stark contrast to Lin Mo, the performance of the other dozens of lords was even more deplorable. They gritted their teeth in frustration. Jiang Chen. It was indeed Jiang Chen. If it were someone from the royal lineage, like Yin Man, I could accept it. But he is merely a commoner, so what right does he have? A small portion of them were second-generation lords, while hundreds of thousands of spirit stones could be a significant loss upon returning to Blue Star. They could likely gather another fortune. However, the majority were truly destitute, having even sold off their properties on Blue Star for the sake of the myriad races battlefield. Suddenly, a small lord, eyes wild with madness, exclaimed, "It's all Jiang Chen's fault. If it weren't for Jiang Chen, Yin Man would be at the top, and we would be reaping the rewards." At this, many others echoed their sentiments. While Jiang Chen deserved condemnation, it did not necessarily mean he had to perish. Indeed, as long as he returned our spirit stones, I would forgive him. But simply returning the principal is not enough. We are also entitled to the 28 odds. What if Jiang Chen refuses? Who would dare to offend so many lords? Suddenly, a chilling voice broke through. If you cannot afford to lose, then do not gamble. And Xuxia stepped forward, her presence commanding. Who dares to speak ill of Jiang Chen again? One second-generation lord, his face darkening, retorted, and Xuxia, what do you mean by this? If I recall correctly, you wagered everything on Yin Man as well. And Xuxia scoffed, and what of it? A gambler must accept the consequences of their bets. Are you still nursing? Do you not understand this simple principle? Another lord interjected, and Xuxia, what nonsense are you spouting? If it were not for your summoning, we would not be here. Had we not come, we would not have witnessed Yin Man's strength, nor would we have risked all our possessions. Therefore, you must bear some responsibility for our losses. Giggling mockingly, and Xuxia, infuriated, dismissed them. Get out of my territory. The lord's expression changed drastically, ready to retaliate. But another voice, calm and composed, interjected, by your logic, I must share in the blame as well. Turning, he saw Yin Man taking a step forward, gazing at him with a serene demeanor. He opened his mouth, finally recalling the terror of Meng Tian, and chuckled dryly. Huh? If your strength is a fault, then there would be no right in the world, would there? You know I possess great power too. Yin Man laughed lightly, noting that Jiang Chen's combat prowess surpassed that of Sister Meng. What gives you the audacity to question his transgressions? One of the second-generation leaders appeared momentarily stunned, then, with a face full of reluctance, retorted, but you are of royal descent. He is merely a commoner. Yin Man interrupted him sharply. If there is nothing else, then be gone. Instead of scheming, wouldn't it be more delightful to level up? Under the immense pressure of Yin Man, the lords, including Lin Mo, retreated with their tails between their legs, though their unwillingness was evident in their eyes. And Xuxia sighed. Greed has clouded their judgment. This group of gamblers, having lost everything, will surely not let this rest. I must warn Jiang Chen. Yet Yin Man remarked, to not be envied is the mark of mediocrity. In the battlefield of myriad races, the strong are few, and if one fears trouble, it would be better to return to Blue Star and enjoy a quiet life. Cough. Meng Tian leaned towards Yin Man and whispered, Your Highness, it's a case of many wolves and few sheep. And Xuxia smiled. Thank you very much, sistering. By the way, I am 19 years old. Is it all right if I call you sister? Yin Man exclaimed with excitement. Then I shall call you Sister Xuxia. Meng Tian whispered again. If your highness fancies this young lady, you could approach her family and have her serve you as a maid. Moreover, your highness, you are only 18. Yin Man replied. Shoo, keep your voice down. Do you wish for me to take on a younger sister? With no choice, Meng Tian fell silent. Yin Man laughed. Sister Xuxia, I presume you have lost all your money? Let me transfer you some pocket money. If it's insufficient, do not hesitate to ask me again. Yin Man, the Lord, has sent you 1,000,000 spirit stones. She then waved her hand gracefully. I am off. Watching the Xianxin Iron Eagle transform into a distant black, and Xuxiao was left in a daze. Calling her sister had just earned her 1,000,000 spirit stones. Could it be that this person hails from wealth? High above, at an altitude of 100 meters, Ing Man flew alongside Meng Tian, fuming. Sister Meng, it must be Jiang Chen who snatched the epic boss before us. He takes all the benefits while leaving me to clean up his mess. Coughing lightly, Meng Tian reminded, Your Highness, please mind your language. This time, regarding the hero power rankings, I underestimated the situation. I take full responsibility. I had just discovered Lin Mo's exceptional hero power was not high through the divination technique, and let my guard down. Little did I expect the greatest hidden threat would be Jiang Chen. Ing Man comforted her, though Sister Meng is only at level 7. With the addition of 2 epic pieces of equipment, her combat power has soared to 125 stars. By this calculation, Jiang Chen either possesses an epic hero or has risked everything to elevate his exceptional hero to level 15. Meng Tian sighed. Regardless of the scenario, Jiang Chen should not be underestimated. I had previously underestimated him. Upon hearing this, Ing Man's eyes glimmered with intrigue. Since Sister Meng acknowledges Jiang Chen's prowess, may I then accept him as a vassal lord? Meng Tian was rendered speechless. It seemed the prince had been laying the groundwork all along. Awaiting her response. Notification: You have secured the first position in the heroic power rankings, earning 1 exceptional treasure chest and 200 prestige points. A radiant beam enveloped the exceptional treasure chest as it descended, which Jiang Chen promptly stored in his lordly domain. 200 prestige points. While an exceptional treasure chest no longer held significance for Jiang Chen, the prestige points were indeed a treasure. Prestige not only allowed one to procure rare and extraordinary items in the Hall of Prestige, but a higher prestige also facilitated the triggering of various events, such as merchant caravans passing through or formidable allies seeking refuge. The Heavenly Dao's notifications did not cease. Notification: You have successfully bet on the first place in the heroic power rankings, with a wager of 10,000, accounting for 99,001 of the winning pool, thus earning 4,752,480 spirit stones. 4,752,000 spirit stones. The substantial sum was now secured. And to say Jiang Chen was not thrilled would be a lie. He had never been this affluent before. Including the 126 fine pieces of equipment sold the previous night and the hundreds of servings of spiritual sustenance just sold, the spirit stones in his possession had now surpassed the monumental threshold of 5 million. Of course, the applications for such wealth were numerous. Should he enhance his equipment or acquire the skill book for the Torrent Palm? Perhaps recruit a few more teams of epic troops? Or reinforce the farmlands and kitchens? Or even construct the Tianyin Pavilion? Chapter 29. The Terror of the Legendary Farmer. The Tianyin Pavilion. The Empress, closely beside Jiang Chen, immediately sensed his unusual excitement. My lord, you seem quite exhilarated, she remarked. You too shall feel the thrill shortly. He responded lightly. Why? She inquired. Because. Jiang Chen paused and declared, I have decided to construct the Tianyin Pavilion. Ultimately, Jiang Chen resolved to allocate a substantial portion of his resources towards the establishment of the Tianyin Pavilion. After all, as an epic building associated with the Empress, it could summon 9 legendary units, the 9 Heaven's Holy Maidens, along with an unlimited number of Tianyin Pavilion disciples. Upon hearing of the construction of her former sect, the Empress was elated. Thank you, my lord. Hint: You have chosen to build the Tianyin Pavilion. The Empress's gratitude has increased by 1. Current favorability, 91 points. Spending several million spirit stones merely to elevate her favorability by a single point was indeed costly. After some contemplation, Jiang Chen opened the chat window with Xuan-Yuan. Jiang Chen, have you gone bankrupt? Xuan-Yuan. Jiang Chen, do you need me to lend you some silver? Just 3% interest per day. Xuan-Yuan. Screenshot. Click to view. See for yourself. 1 million spirit stones? Jiang Chen nearly gasped in astonishment. Xuan-Yuan had defeated Yin Man. So how could she still possess 1 million spirit stones? Jiang Chen, where did that come from? Xuan-Yuan, it was given by my elder sister. Since I was out of funds, I had no choice but to acknowledge her as my sister. Jiang Chen felt a wave of melancholy wash over him upon reading Xuan-Yuan's explanation. He had toiled tirelessly, earning only a few million spirit stones. while she casually received 1,000,000 spirit stones as a greeting gift. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chen said, "Do me a favor." "And Xuxia, what is it?" "Jiang Chen, could you ask if Man is in need of a younger brother?" And Xuxia, Oh. Before returning to his territory, Jiang Chen passed by the centaur lair. In a single day, the lair had managed to recruit 6 centaur warriors. Jiang Chen recruited them all, and then utilized the enhanced unit souls to elevate them all to exceptional quality. A level 5 centaur leader would prove to be quite adept at guarding resource points. After another 10 minutes, Jiang Chen leaped down from Long Jiu's back. "At last home," he exclaimed, stretching his limbs. He addressed the women, "Thank you for your hard work. You are free to act as you wish, engage in monster hunting, practice your skills, or take a moment to rest if you desire." Yes, Long Jiu, Xinxia, and Giselle ventured out to hunt monsters, while the Empress continued her training. The advantage of high-tier units was that one need not worry about them. Jiang Chen pointed his hand. Bang! The massive corpse of an epic tiger demon fell onto the central square of the territory. A few farmers, witnessing this, skillfully approached to begin the disassembly. However, Jiang Chen called out to them, "Wait. It is quite wasteful to let ordinary farmers dismantle the corpse of an epic boss." He pondered for a moment and retrieved a recruitment order from the warehouse. Common recruitment order. Upon use, it allows the recruitment of a common farmer. In the myriad battlefields, there are 2 methods to recruit farmers. The first involves consuming a certain amount of food and energy to recruit at residential homes, which requires a specific queue time. The second method utilizes the recruitment order, enabling instant recruitment. Initially, Jiang Chen managed to upgrade a book within half an hour, leading to the misconception that he possessed an abundance of recruitment orders, thus enabling him to gather sufficient resources. Recruitment orders are not particularly rare items. Numerous ones surfaced amidst yesterday's dark beast tide. However, high-quality recruitment orders are a different matter altogether. Click the plus sign. Enhancement direction. Elite recruitment order. Consuming 50 spirit stones. Enhancement direction. Legendary recruitment order. Consuming 500,000 spirit stones. With the expenditure of 500,000 spirit stones, one may choose enhancement direction, the legendary recruitment order. Previously, due to financial constraints, he had never contemplated the enhancement of farmers. Now that he has the means, he is unbothered by the prospect of making a significant leap. The legendary recruitment order is entirely golden, adorned with the engraving of a farmer wielding a golden pickaxe, carrying a golden pickaxe to till the land. Jiang Chen couldn't help but scoff, then gently tossed it. Recruitment. In no time, the farmer depicted on the recruitment order emerged from the summoning portal. He appeared as a middle-aged man, exuding simplicity, yet his eyes were calm as water. Evoking the idiom, "Great wisdom appears foolish." The man was evidently a native of the myriad battlefields, showing no surprise at his circumstances. Upon meeting Jiang Chen, he immediately performed a respectful bow. "I, a humble citizen, greet my lord." The demeanor of the man perfectly aligned with Jiang Chen's psychological expectations. "Rise. There is no need for such formalities in the future." What pleased Jiang Chen most was that he bore no name. "From now on, you shall be called Farmer E." "What a splendid name!" Farmer E exclaimed. "Thank you, my lord." His eloquence further endeared him to Jiang Chen. Farmer E race, human level, 1 quality, golden legendary combat power, 7 traits, divine farmer, model worker, divine farmer. While engaging in activities such as gathering, disassembling, or mining, work efficiency is increased 10-fold, yield is enhanced 5-fold, and there is a 10 chance for quality to rise by 1 tier, not exceeding legendary quality. Model worker. Under his influence, the productivity of the farmers in the territory is elevated by 20. The trait of divine farmer seems to defy the law of conservation of mass. Meanwhile, the model worker trait is akin to having a small hero. His combat power is commendable, starting at 7 stars, certainly surpassing that of the Lord himself. Farmer E, please disassemble this tiger demon. Farmer E gazed at the corpse of the tiger demon, astonished, an epic demon hero. My lord truly possesses remarkable skills. With that, Farmer E waved his hand, unleashing a beam of azure light that enveloped the demon's corpse. Instantly, a series of notification sounds resonated. Upon the dissection of the tiger, the efficacy of Xinnong manifested, resulting in a quintuple increase in yield, acquiring 5 units of tiger meat, epic. Similarly, Through the breakdown of the tiger bones, the same effect was observed, yielding 5 units of tiger bones, epic. The disassembly of the tiger whip not only multiplied the yield 5-fold, but also elevated its quality by 1 tier, culminating in 5 units of tiger whip, legendary. In under a minute, a colossal tiger demon, weighing over 10 tons, was transformed into an array of materials. With the blessing of Xuan-Yuan, a total of 500 portions of tiger meat, 200 units of tiger bones, 5 pieces of tiger skin, and 5 tiger whips were amassed, among which were included a tenth of legendary quality ingredients and materials. This was nothing short of astonishing. It is noteworthy that these items are at least of epic quality. Jiang Chen marveled, stating that the 500,000 spirit stones just spent had already been recuperated solely from these ingredients. What delighted Jiang Chen the most was that the tiger whip had unexpectedly triggered Xuan-Yuan's advancement effect, achieving legendary quality. The tiger whip, legendary, a fueling station for men, a beauty salon for women. The effects are for one to experience personally. Jiang Chen certainly had no use for it, without a doubt. However, the legendary tiger whip could command a staggering price. Well done, Nong Yi, Jiang Chen praised. Nong Yi humbly replied, Your lordship, you flatter me. After securing all materials in the warehouse, Jiang Chen accessed the panel of the Empress. After reaching level 10, the Empress's combat power had escalated to a terrifying 234 stars. After admiring the Empress's formidable attributes for a moment, Jiang Chen navigated to the Heroic Structures section. Tianyin Pavilion, a military structure capable of recruiting the 9 heavens sacred princesses and disciples of the Tianyin Pavilion. Required materials, Tianyin wood, epic, 2000, Xianyin stone, epic, 1000. Stardust gold, epic, 1000, energy 100,000, occupying an area of 1000 square meters. Chapter 30, The Emergence of the Great One. An early warning from Enchuxia. The materials, Tianyin wood and Xianyin stone, can be enhanced using ordinary timber and stone. As for the starry gold, since regular iron ore is insufficient, if my conjecture holds true, it likely requires gold ore. After contemplating, Jiang Chen opened the regional channel. Jiang Chen, I am seeking the precise coordinates of gold ore in exchange for 10,000 spirit stones. Payment will be made upon confirmation. First come, first served. Though this is a rare resource, there must be gold mines within the novice town. However, due to the brevity of the server's opening, his territory had yet to uncover any. Alas, after such a long wait, Jiang Chen has finally made his presence known. Dear wife, come quickly and behold the divine. Could the esteemed Jiang Chen enlighten us on what treasures the exceptional chest has yielded? Given Jiang Chen's fortune, it surely cannot be an epic item this time. Oh, how I lament. Once I had an E-rank, green water, and blue mountains before me. Yet I chose spirit energy activation. If only heaven would grant me another chance. My younger sister, merely 18, fair and beautiful. Does Jiang Chen need warmth during the night? A brother above, may I have a moment of your time? He is now the illustrious figure of town 10086. His mere utterance instantly attracted a multitude of onlookers. Wei Ming, impressive. I recall that gold mines themselves are rare quality resources. Could it be that Jiang Chen has unveiled a rare architectural blueprint? In just one day since the server's launch, the title of second-generation leader attributed to Wei Ming has evolved from Jiang Chen to Jiang Chen brother, and now to Jiang Chen the Great. Jiang Chen, Wei brother. Your insight is commendable. Indeed, it is for construction purposes. There is nothing to conceal, as anyone who has attended middle school could surmise. However, no matter how expansive their imaginations, they could never fathom that Jiang Chen's endeavor was not for a rare structure, but for an epic military building. Wei Ming, then. Esteemed Jiang Chen, what are your coordinates? The location of the gold mine cannot be too far from you. Jiang Chen, any door. Wei Ming hiss. Any door? Jiang Chen, you are remarkable. Could it be that this was just unveiled from the exceptional chest? Ing Man suddenly appeared. Is any door for sale? I shall take it for 1,000,000 spirit stones. Jiang Chen nearly choked. In Blue Star, the price of any door hovers around 100,000 spirit stones. Ing Man's exorbitant offer stems from the limitation of carrying only 10 slots of items during each round trip to Blue Star. Truly a lavish individual. In the presence of such wealth, Jiang Chen must maintain a cordial demeanor. Jiang Chen, esteemed Ing Man, you are impressive. I still have use for this any door. I will certainly reach out to you next time. Yin Man, Jiang Chen, it seems you have had quite the fruitful day. Should you possess any high-tier items that you find unnecessary, feel free to sell them to me. I assure you, you will be satisfied with the price. This is indeed feasible. He currently has several rare and exceptional items lying idle. Jiang Chen, let us add each other as friends first. I will organize my items this evening and send them to you to see what you might need. Yin Man, sounds good. Wei Ming, brother Jiang Chen, please add me as well. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and replied, all right. Although Wei Ming was a second-generation leader, a preliminary observation suggested that he was quite decent. Thus, Jiang Chen's list of friends expanded to 4, and Xuxia, Tu Xuan-Yuan, Yin Man, and Wei Ming. Upon hearing about the addition of friends, the other leaders perked up. Brother Jiang Chen, could you add me too? I share the same surname. Perhaps we are long-lost brothers. Does brother Jiang Chen need a sister? Please add your little sister as a friend. Don't just call me brother. I could even be called father. Jiang Chen sighed. Ah, the sins of wealth. Suddenly, He Chi interjected, Brother Jiang Chen, I once stumbled upon a gold mine. If you require it, I can take a picture for you. The swift emergence of a clue brightened Jiang Chen's eyes. Sure. Once you've taken it, send it to me. The progress of the matter was remarkably smooth, and Jiang Chen was in high spirits. Yet, just after he closed the regional channel, and Xuxia initiated a video call. As soon as it connected, she appeared solemn and said, Jiang Chen, I don't know what you intend to do with the gold mine, but you absolutely must not go to He Chi's territory. Jiang Chen was puzzled. Why? And Xuxia explained, He Chi is also a second-generation leader and one of the lords I summoned today to jointly eliminate the epic boss. Your sudden emergence on the hero combat power chart has left this group of individuals destitute. They are currently contemplating how to retaliate against you. This could very well be a trap. Jiang Chen's spirits lifted at the thought of being targeted. So my 10,000 spirit stones could be saved. And Xuxia paused, then replied helplessly, Classmate Jiang Chen, your unusual line of thinking leaves me speechless. They have dozens of lords. If they truly unite, you would be facing dozens of heroes and thousands of troops at once. During the day, if Sister Ying weren't of noble status, she likely wouldn't have been able to intimidate these folks. Jiang Chen chuckled, Your reference to Sister Ying flows quite smoothly. And Xuxia retorted, I'm trying to discuss serious matters here. Don't forget the most important quality of a leader. It is stability. Jiang Chen ceased his jesting, assuring her, Rest assured. I have a measure of control over this matter. I will not act rashly without complete certainty. And Xuxia breathed a sigh of relief. That's good to hear. I believe you are not an impulsive person. After disconnecting the video, Jiang Chen clasped his hands to the heavens. May the heavens bless this to truly be a trap. He had never prayed so earnestly before. The 10,000 spirit stones were trivial, but the energy was significant. How much energy could dozens of lords, dozens of heroes, and thousands of troops provide me? It truly sparked anticipation. When heaven intends to bring about Jiang Chen's downfall, it must first drive him to madness. He Chi fervently proclaimed, the location of the gold mine is nestled within a valley, with merely 2 entrances. If we can lure him into our trap, Jiang Chen shall find it impossible to escape. However, before the Lord could finish his heroic discourse, He Chi interjected. Even if he were indeed an epic hero, what of it? With our thousands of troops concentrating their firepower, let alone an epic hero, even a legendary one would be brought to his knees. Chapter 31. Who is the spring cicada? Who is the yellow bird? He Chi's remarks instantly resonated with fervor. Indeed, this audacious lad, Jiang Chen, had become so arrogant that even the heavens could no longer tolerate him, prompting our intervention to bring him to heel. Upon calculating his earnings from the sale of exquisite gear and spiritual sustenance, I deduced that he possessed no less than 5 million spirit stones. Wealth, abundant wealth. Since this seems to be fate's design, why not forge a blood pact to stand united in our endeavors henceforth? The moment these words left his lips, a surge of enthusiasm ignited within the hearts of the youthful, impassioned crowd, unifying the novice town, toppling the decaying Qing nation, treading upon the stars and myriad races. Everyone wait. I shall fetch a bowl. The electric atmosphere left He Chi immensely satisfied. Once we subdued Jiang Chen, we would emulate his strategy against Li Muse, first severing an arm. After compelling him to surrender all his riches, we would. He Chi mimicked a slashing motion. his eyes alight with murderous intent. Then, turning to the brooding and silent Lin Mo, He Chi inquired, "What say you, esteemed Lin Mo?" Lin Mo's expression shifted, his fists clenching and relaxing in a tumultuous dance. After an agonizing 10 seconds, Lin Mo finally rose with solemnity and declared, "I cannot engage in such murderous and thieving deeds. I can only wish you all a successful endeavor." He Chi breathed a sigh of relief. Should Lin Mo have joined our ranks, his position as leader would have been precarious. Watching Lin Mo depart with his troops, He Chi scoffed. What nonsense about being unable to commit such acts. It is merely cowardice. He then proclaimed loudly, "Brothers, follow me to the gold mine." Less time elapses, and Jiang Chen grows suspicious. With a grand procession of over 1,000 men, they set forth. After 2 full hours, they finally arrived. The sky had turned dark. He Chi organized the lords into strategic ambush positions and captured a distant photograph of the gold mine. Next came the most crucial element of their plan, luring Jiang Chen out. To gain Jiang Chen's trust, He Chi mustered his courage and initiated a video call. The connection was nearly instantaneous. Jiang Chen appeared on screen, visibly displeased. "Why the delay?" He Chi bowed and scraped. "My apologies, esteemed one. The distance caused a 2-hour delay. Please forgive me." "Enough." Jiang Chen waved dismissively. "Have you located the gold mine?" He Chi promptly sent the photograph. "For your perusal, esteemed one." Jiang Chen frowned. "It appears to be a gold mine, but is quite distant." He Chi, adhering to his pre-prepared explanation, replied, "The light is dim, and the guarding creature is a level 12, Earth Ghost Archer. Hence I could only capture a few distant images." Jiang Chen seemed to accept this rationale. "In that case, I shall personally verify the goods before remitting your spirit stones." He Chi nearly leapt with excitement. "Here are my coordinates. Click to view. Simply open a portal here, and I shall await your esteemed arrival, Jiang Chen." What struck him as peculiar was that Jiang Chen appeared even more elated than he was. However, he dismissed the thought, attributing Jiang Chen's exuberance to the significance of the gold mine to him. After ending the communication, He Chi clenched his fist triumphantly. Success. In no time, a portal materialized beside He Chi, with Xinxia and Giselle stepping forth first. The 2 goddess warriors, upon confirming the absence of danger, gestured for the others to follow. Soon after, Jiang Chen emerged from the portal, escorted by the Empress and 10 divine warriors. Following them were a dozen farmers, including Nongyi. As he beheld the resplendent Empress and the 12 exquisitely formed warrior maidens, He Chi instinctively swallowed hard, feeling a mix of jealousy and relief. Jealous of Jiang Chen's remarkable fortune, yet relieved that Jiang Chen, in his hubris, had not summoned that formidable centaur leader for protection. "Welcome, esteemed Jiang Chen. Please observe. The gold mine lies within that valley," He Chi pointed out, estimating it to be several hundred meters away. Jiang Chen patted He Chi on the shoulder, commending him. "You have done well. Let us proceed to inspect the goods." He Chi quickly forced a smile. "You jest, esteemed one. Unlike you, I am not a match for the formidable beasts of the level 12 zone. Such a venture would be perilous." He jested. The breathtaking woman in regal attire beside Jiang Chen was undoubtedly the Empress, the pinnacle of the hero power rankings. If he were to venture in alongside them, what would happen if a battle ensued and he were to be swiftly eliminated? Jiang Chen, however, did not press him. "I merely wish to ascertain the gold mine's integrity before transferring the funds to you in person. If you are unwilling, then so be it." With that, Jiang Chen, along with the Empress and the goddess warriors, entered the valley. He Chi trembled slightly, muttering, "Things are going too smoothly. It seems fate desires Jiang Chen to serve as a stepping stone on my path to rise." As if he were cooperating willingly. "My lord, there are approximately 1,000 low-level troops several hundred meters away, most with combat power ranging from 10 to 30 stars. The Empress remarked, walking alongside Jiang Chen, her lips moving slightly. "Shall we not engage?" Jiang Chen replied calmly, "There is no rush. They are currently too dispersed and too far apart, making eradication cumbersome." He refrained from mentioning an additional reason. Although the law of the battlefield dictated that strength was paramount, humanity was a sentient species endowed with a fundamental sense of morality. As he contemplated the necessity of slaying several lords, Jiang Chen was reluctant to tarnish his reputation and become a pariah without any tangible benefit. He then turned to Xinxia, stating, "Before He Chi intervenes, ensure the battle with the gold mine's guardians is somewhat protracted." "Protracted?" Xin Xiao paused, frowning. My lord, that may place an undue burden on the sisters. Jiang Chen recognized that this request was somewhat demanding. Let us strive for a prolonged engagement then. The Empress chuckled lightly. My lord, you are employing a strategy akin to fishing with a hook. Jiang Chen glared at the Empress, exclaiming, Nonsense. I am but a victim, forced to defend myself. The Empress, however, her expression turning serious, replied softly, My lord, the hawk above is being manipulated by someone. A hawk? Jiang Chen paused, then suddenly grasped the implication. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Let us see who is the cicada and who is the oriole, then. In a dense forest 3 kilometers away, Lin Mo addressed his hero. Garcia, what is the situation? Garcia, an exceptional quality hero, and a jungle guardian, had vacant eyes as he observed the movements around the gold mine through the shared vision of his pet hawk. Reporting to you, my lord. Jiang Chen has entered the ambush zone. However, he has not brought his centaur allies this time, but rather a squad of female soldiers none of his subordinates have ever seen. Female soldiers? Lin Mo was taken aback, then furrowed his brow. It seems I have overestimated Jiang Chen. One of his trump cards, that squad of elite centaur leaders, has not accompanied him this time? Does he truly believe that having secured the top spot on the hero power rankings, no one in this town would dare to challenge him? How naive, Garcia questioned. Isn't this a better opportunity to eliminate Jiang Chen? Lin Mo shook his head. What I desire is for them to mutually annihilate each other. With those centaur warriors, even if Jiang Chen perishes, he would severely damage this group of lords. At that point, I shall emerge to clean up the aftermath and reap the benefits. Yet, who could have predicted Jiang Chen's arrogance and pride? It is truly disappointing. Suddenly, Garcia spoke rapidly. My lord, the battle at the gold mine has commenced. Chapter 32, The Might of a Sword. Unleashing battle power. In the valley where the gold mine resides, Abigail exclaimed, Leader, I have never engaged in such a grueling battle. Olivia echoed, Indeed, when can we fight at full strength? Amanda lamented, Woe is me, I've accidentally slain another one. The goddess warriors, while bantering, cautiously exchanged blows with the guardian of the gold mine. Occasionally, an arrow would strike, leaving a white mark on their thunderous armor, a testament to the fierce intensity of the combat. Cynthia sighed, Sisters, hold on just a little longer. Giselle rallied, Victory is within our grasp. Amanda, dear sister, do take heed. You have already vanquished 3 monsters. It seems somewhat less intense. Jiang Chen observed the goddess warrior's lackluster performance with a numb expression, while the Empress beside him stifled her laughter. Fortunately, this torment did not last long. A booming laugh echoed. From both entrances of the valley surged a throng of figures. Among them were humans, demons, elves, dwarves, and even a rare squad of insectoid serpents, who all rushed forward. Halting just 50 meters from Jiang Chen, He Chi, hiding in the back, declared with exuberance, Jiang Chen, surely you never imagined such a scene, did you? Jiang Chen sighed. Indeed, I did not. Just as He Chi was about to display a triumphant grin, Jiang Chen continued, I did not anticipate your foolishness. He Chi, infuriated, retorted, How dare you speak boldly when death looms so close? Jiang Chen chuckled. What I mean is, you should have requested that 1,000 spirit stones as payment first. He Chi furrowed his brow. What do you mean? I mentioned yesterday, after Li Muse issued the bounty against me, that whoever dared to plot against me next should prepare spirit stones as a ransom for their lives. Are you prepared? Jiang Chen spoke with nonchalance. He Chi's breath hitched. Jiang Chen's calm demeanor stirred an ominous feeling within He Chi. Hold on. Cynthia suddenly shouted, My lord, if we continue this way, the sisters will not be able to hold out. Ha. He Chi burst into laughter, mocking, Jiang Chen, look at your troop of ladies. Each one bearing a pained expression. Even the wild monsters are overwhelming them, and you still dare to bluster. He Chi then bellowed, You have led our brothers to ruin. Now hand over all your spirit stones and items, and I may grant you a swift end. A second-generation leader behind, He Chi added eagerly, And make sure Jiang Chen hands over this group of female warriors. Goodness, I have never seen such an exhilarating troop. Witnessing the lords before him, completely blinded by greed, Jiang Chen reigned in the last vestige of his mercy and sighed. On a dark, windy night, it is a time for bloodshed. Then he turned to Cynthia. Since you can no longer hold on, Feel free to unleash your full potential. Cynthia inhaled deeply and proclaimed, "Sisters, unleash your combat prowess." The goddess warriors relaxed their expressions, instantly unleashing their full battle potential, their ferocious aura soaring into the heavens. Bolts of thunderous energy surged through the valley, spanning thousands of meters, intermingled with the anguished cries of the earthbound archers in their final moments. The Empress marveled, "Truly, they are an exceptional breed of warriors. If they were of the same level, their combat strength would undoubtedly rival that of legendary troops." Jiang Chen elucidated, "The goddess warriors are equipped with a unique thunderous set, whose attributes enhance alongside the character's level. Take Cynthia for instance. With each level she ascends, she gains 26 points in physique. This growth in physique has surpassed the majority of legendary troops, and is even comparable to that of legendary dragons. I have just expended all the energy of my territory to elevate them to level 7. Cynthia's physique has now reached an impressive 186 points. Jiang Chen was exceedingly satisfied with the goddess warriors, to the extent that he would not trade them for any legendary troops, should he acquire wealth in the future. Cultivating all the goddess warriors into legendary troops would undoubtedly allow them to slay dragons with ease. Meanwhile, the other lords were in utter dismay. He Chi emitted an unconscious groan. What kind of troop is this?" The brilliance of the thunder illuminated his astonished and contorted face. The other lords fared even worse. The one who had just suggested that Jiang Chen surrender the goddess warriors was now petrified, sitting on the ground with a significant wet patch spreading across his trousers, as they witnessed the impending annihilation of over 100 earthbound archers. He Chi finally grasped the gravity of the situation. If Jiang Chen survived today, they would inevitably be eliminated one by one in the future. At this juncture, it was either Jiang Chen's demise or their own. "Brothers, charge together. We must overwhelm him." The other lords agreed. Having made an enemy of Jiang Chen, they had no path of retreat. Thus, they commanded their heroes and troops to surge forward, while their own figures discreetly retreated a few steps. Jiang Chen lamented, "Your intellect and tactics are commendable, but alas, your strength is woefully inadequate." Empress, yes. In the face of the oncoming horde of hundreds of troops, the Empress stepped forward and softly intoned, "Crimson Arc." With a swift draw, slash, and sheath of her sword, a blood-red sword energy, spanning dozens of meters, swept forth. This was the innate skill of the Scarlet Holy Word. When the Empress was at level 6, this move could easily annihilate level 10 elite troops. Now that she had reached level 10, confronting these troops with a maximum combat strength of 30 stars and heroes exceeding 40 stars was akin to slicing through vegetables. The charging hundreds, whether they were level 5 common militia or level 7 rare troops like the Serpent Spear, were all cleaved in two by a single stroke. Although the Empress was primarily a melee hero, her sword energy's range surpassed that of most ranged troops. Many ranged units perished without even entering her attack range, with only a few stray arrows being released, which posed no threat to Jiang Chen clad in his epic armor. Only a handful of dwarven warriors, relying on their height advantage, managed to evade disaster, standing frozen in confusion. The ground was drenched in crimson, emerald, and golden blood. Severed limbs writhed grotesquely upon the earth, echoing with anguished cries. The battlefield, in an instant, resembled a hell's cape. The Empress retreated to Jiang Chen's side, shaking her head and declaring, "Too weak." On the battlefield, aside from the goddess warriors who continued to eliminate the remaining fire archers, time seemed to have been abruptly paused. While the lords remained unscathed, their minds felt as though they had been struck by a gong. A resonating hum filled the air. What the hell? A sword chi that surpasses the range of archers? How are we supposed to fight? He Chi murmured, Empress, is an epic hero truly this powerful? Just then, the goddess warrior, having dispatched the guardian of the gold mine, quietly positioned herself beside Jiang Chen. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Chen, exuding an aura of lethal intent, commanded, "Kill them all, leave no survivors." Unlikely muse, these foes no longer held any value for exploitation. Their pockets were cleaner than their faces. In pursuit of energy, Jiang Chen could find no justification for sparing any lives. Xinxiao, as the leader of the goddess warriors, might not grasp strategy, but her tactical prowess was undoubtedly of masterful caliber. Without needing Jiang Chen's direction, she surveyed the tightly packed enemy formation and commanded, "Thunder projection." Chapter 33, Complete Annihilation. The Silent Chat Channel. Yes, responded the goddess warrior with conviction. With a swift motion, the handles of 2 short guns clicked together, seamlessly transforming into a spear exceeding 2 meters in length. Their movements were crisp and synchronized. Subsequently, they stepped back, their bodies slightly bent, spines arched like dragons, arms drawn back like bows. The spear crackled with encircling thunder, resonating with a fierce energy. Launch. The sound was not that of arrows slicing through the air, nor the whistle of thrown projectiles. Instead, it resonated like a thunderclap on a clear day. 12 lightning spears morphed into a dozen roaring dragons of electricity, surging forth. Puff, puff, puff. Creatures standing before the lightning spears, be they soldiers, heroes, or lords, regardless of their rank, ordinary, elite, or rare, were all obliterated into clouds of crimson mist under the terrifying kinetic force. Ultimately, the 12 lightning spears pierced through the entirety of the Lord Alliance's army, soaring over 100 meters before finally succumbing to gravity and embedding themselves in the ground. The battlefield was left marred by 12 gaping chasms of death, strewn with blood and dismembered limbs. Such awe-inspiring violence stirred Jiang Chen's spirit, prompting an exclamation of sheer exhilaration. What a relief. Truly, a cathartic experience. The Empress's expression turned grave. If the 12 of Cynthia were to simultaneously unleash their lightning spears and encircle me, I would have but a 30% chance of escaping with my life. He, whether by fortune or misfortune, found himself at the rear of the army, where the force of the lightning spears had diminished to less than 30%. Even so, he was pierced through the chest, the immense power extracting all his internal organs, leaving only a few ribs to tenuously support his upper body. He couldn't even utter his final words before collapsing, lifeless on the ground, his body remaining largely intact. The surviving lords, at last, succumbed to despair. Run for your lives. Please, spare me. Jiang Chen, I was wrong. I shall never dare again. Grant me mercy. You, a mere commoner, dare to slay me? My family will ensure you can never return to Blue Star. Cries for mercy, desperate pleas, and threats echoed through the night sky. Some of the sharper minds finally recalled Jiang Chen's proclivities. Great Jiang Chen, I possess a fortune to buy my life. As long as you spare me, I am willing to relinquish all my spirit stones. Though my sister has no money, she is from the Zhang family of Bia City, and they would surely pay a hefty ransom. Furthermore, my sister can warm your bed. However, Jiang Chen's gaze remained indifferent. He understood that should he fall into the clutches of these individuals, his demise would be all but certain. As a commoner, the second-generation lords would harbor no reservations. After all, even the military would retreat in the face of powerful noble families. Most crucially, these wretches were out of money. Thus, the best course of action was to leave none alive. Cynthia, having received no new orders, instinctively comprehended Jiang Chen's resolve. She extended her hand in a gesture of anticipation. The spear that had originally been positioned hundreds of meters away vanished in an instant, reappearing in the hands of Xinxia. Jiang Chen looked on with envy. How splendid. Truly deserving of being a fated weapon, possessing a spatial array. The goddess warriors, the very class he adored more with each glance, began to emulate her, summoning their own weapons and charging towards the surviving lords. Beep, beep, beep. It was Xinxia. Jiang Chen, where are you? Are you in danger? Don't be reckless if you can't win. There are too many of them. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, bewildered by how she knew he was engaged in battle. Before slapping his forehead, how could I forget that when a lord dies, an announcement is made in the regional channel, with enemies still in sight? He refrained from responding to Xinxia immediately. What he did not know was that the regional channel was already in an uproar. As night descended, the lords dined while engaging in casual banter on the regional channel. Once darkness fell, visibility for the lord units would be severely hindered. To be prudent, many lords opted to conserve their strength or level up in low-level monster zones. Today, as fluctuations in the hero power rankings had resulted in minor losses. Yet it was exhilarating. Our little town is filled with hidden talents. Lin Mo is formidable. But who would have thought that Jiang Chen surpassed even the mighty Yin man? Who do you think will become our mayor in the future? Naturally, it will be my brother Chen. To the girl upstairs, I know Jiang Chen is handsome, but idolization is unwarranted. Though Jiang Chen is impressive, the foundation he possesses pales in comparison. If he truly provokes Man, who knows what might happen when she returns to Blue Star? She could acquire more epic soldier tokens. Regardless, Brother Jiang is the best. Should we place another bet? Alright. Our town needs 100 lords to reach level 3 before we can dismantle the town barrier and commence the mayoral contest. Currently, none have even reached level 2, so why worry? Speaking of level 2, why hasn't the Heavenly Tao announced the rewards for upgrading to level 2 yet? As the lords enjoyed their camaraderie, the chat was abruptly interrupted by an announcement. Lord He Chi has been slain by Lord Jiang Chen. It should be soon. Announcement. Lord Wang Qin has been slain by Lord Jiang Chen. Announcement. Lord Wang Ming has been slain by Jiang Chen. A relentless stream of 12 death announcements silenced the regional channel abruptly. For a full minute, no lord dared to utter a single word. Seemingly stunned by the shocking news. The myriad races battlefield is a tangible world. Death is final, and there are no resurrection points. Oh, perhaps that is not entirely accurate. It might be more precise to say, there may be means of resurrection, but they have never been documented in human history. Is today April Fool's Day? Finally, someone could no longer endure the suffocating silence. Counting, it was a staggering 18 lords who had fallen in an instant. What on earth transpired? It is utterly terrifying. Within a single day of the new realm's opening, the number of fallen lords in our small town has reached a staggering 18, while previously, there were merely 8. He Chi, Wang Can. These are individuals from noble families of lords. Though they pale in comparison to the Un and Lin families, they nonetheless belong to the aristocracy. What profound enmity could lead the formidable Jiang Chen to sever ties with so many noble families? A tempest is brewing. And Xuxia, Jiang Chen isn't responding to my messages. What should I do? I declare here, should anyone dare to lay a finger on Jiang Chen, I shall pursue them to the ends of the earth. I must remind you, dear sister, that Jiang Chen is currently engaged in slaying others. And Xuxia, that is of no concern to me. Finally, someone articulated the most reasonable conjecture. Perhaps Jiang Chen's hidden traps have inadvertently been triggered by them. How could I not have considered that? As long as it is merely an accident. No sooner had the thought crossed my mind than the announcement blared. Announcement. Lord Kong Guang has been slain by Lord Jiang Chen. Such brutality. Is there anyone who can reach out to Jiang Chen and implore him to cease this carnage? Announcement. Lord Zhang Ming has been slain by Lord Jiang Chen. He even slays women. Perhaps, it is simply that the women are unattractive. Before the witnesses of 10,086 town, these lords were ruthlessly decimated by Jiang Chen at a pace of 1 every few seconds. Finally, someone could no longer endure it. Brothers, I feel rather unwell. I must take my leave. This is a massacre. Has Jiang Chen gone mad? Could it be that Jiang Chen intends to pursue the path of the Bloody Lord? It is rumored that Jiang Chen is an orphan, devoid of kin and home, truly the chosen one of the Bloody Lords. Upon hearing the term Bloody Lord, a chilling silence enveloped everyone. Chapter 34. The Lord's Factions. The Legendary Spirit and Flesh. Within the battlefield of myriad races, 3 predominant factions of lords emerge. 1. Entertainment lords. These lords prioritize the flourishing of the entertainment industry, encompassing film, tourism, sports, and gastronomy. A notable example is the illustrious Lord Xuan-Yuan from the 6th Heaven. 2. Agricultural lords, focused on harnessing the resources of their territories. They are often fervent builders of defensive towers. It is said that He Shun, the most prominent agricultural lord of the Qin Kingdom, possesses millions of various defensive towers within his domain. 3. Warlord lords. These lords dedicate themselves to the cultivation of heroes, troops, and personal prowess. They actively engage in national wars, ethnic conflicts, and even battles beyond their realms. Renowned figures in this category include Han Xian, Hua Zubing, and Li Jing. Each of these paths, if pursued to perfection, offers boundless prospects. There exist other niche factions, such as the Bloodthirsty Lords, Bounty Lords, and Simulation Lords, among others. The most notorious of these is undoubtedly the Bloodthirsty Lords, who possess no moral compass and resort to the slaughter of other lords as a means of rapid advancement. Their heinous acts of pillage and violation render them the enemies of all, the moment a bloodthirsty lord emerges. The Dragon Kingdom's officials promptly recruit bounty lords to encircle and eliminate them, and, if necessary, dispatch formidable lords to handle the situation personally. Thus, when the speculation arose that Jiang Chen might be a bloodthirsty lord, Trepidation gripped the hearts of those present, fearing sudden annihilation at his hands. Fortunately, Enchuxia quickly intervened to clarify the situation. Enchuxia, what do you know? He Chi has harbored resentment towards Jiang Chen, having lost his fortune due to the hero power rankings. He has organized a group of lords to seek vengeance against Jiang Chen. This is merely self-defense. To Xuan-Yuan, brother Jiang Chen is exceedingly gentle. He would never embrace the bloodthirsty path. Ing man, I was present during the incident. Those who kill must face justice. If what Sister Chuxia claims is true, then their deaths are of no consequence. However, if Jiang Chen truly becomes a bloodthirsty lord, I shall personally eradicate him without mercy. Wei Ming, I concur. Bloodthirsty lords deserve to be vanquished. Yet, we must not wrongfully accuse the innocent. The assembly of dignitaries voiced their opinions. Recalling the events that had transpired, it became clear that He Chi had fabricated tales of gold mines within his territory to lure Jiang Chen into a trap. This revelation made sense. If they had remained compliant within their own realms, they would not have faced total annihilation. After all, Jiang Chen cannot be in two places at once. Li Muse, woe is me. I am grateful to Lord Jiang Chen for sparing my life yesterday. I shall surely pay my respects in the future. Witnessing the fallen lords around him, Li Muse was paralyzed with fear. He had actually led an assault against the notorious Jiang Chen, a decision he now deemed utterly foolish. Had he not had funds in his pocket at that moment, he might have been the first to perish. Minutes later, the carnage finally subsided. The group counted a total of 41 lords slain. Enchuxia, it is over, and thankfully, Jiang Chen is unharmed. Dear Goddessin, you seem rather biased. Enchuxia biased? These lords have merely met their demise, while Jiang Chen has been subjected to terror. The reasons behind Jiang Chen's murderous actions have become evident. Yet, another question continues to perplex the crowd. How did Jiang Chen single-handedly slay dozens of lords? Even if he possessed the prowess of an epic hero, it seems implausible. Was it through cunning strategy, the advantageous terrain, or perhaps a singular extraordinary item? The battlefield lay strewn with corpses, and as Jiang Chen surveyed his spoils, he could not help but reflect on the 460,000 energy units he had amassed. It is no wonder that everyone is aware of the treacherous path of the bloodthirsty lord, yet some still dare to tread it. Particularly, the energy gained from slaying a lord amounts to thousands, if not tens of thousands, comparable to that of an extraordinary level boss. A significant portion of this 460,000 energy was contributed by the lords themselves. Upon tallying his gains, Jiang Chen promptly constructed a smelting factory, achieving level 2 in the blink of an eye. He then responded to Enchuxia. Jiang Chen, rest assured, I have resolved the matter here. Enchuxia, were you injured? Jiang Chen, no. Enchuxia, the battle must have been fierce. Jiang Chen, the corpses littered the ground. It was truly horrific. He spoke candidly. Enchuxia immediately grew anxious. Were there many casualties? Casualties. None were lost, but one peasant did sustain an arrow wound to the arm, likely requiring till tomorrow to recover. Jiang Chen, there were some casualties, but they remain within acceptable limits. Enchuxia, that is good. Alas, while they deserved it, you acted rather impulsively. Those lord families will not let this slide. Jiang Chen, not let it slide? How could they not? I am unencumbered in Blue Star. As for the myriad battlefield, do they dare seek revenge against me? Enchuxia, but you cannot remain in the myriad battlefield forever. I need not explain the reasons. Jiang Chen chuckled. I understand. Blue Star is the foundation of life as continuity, and I certainly cannot forsake it. However, at my rate of development, it should be those lord families who feel apprehensive. As long as I can attain the strength of the myriad stars, those small families, let alone the unendly clans, must treat me with respect. Closing the chat interface, Jiang Chen turned to the Empress. Can you locate the position of that Falcon Master? The Empress shook her head. Jiang Chen did not press the issue. Addressing Xinxia, go ahead. One elusive fish escaped his net, and he was disinclined to waste time searching. Moreover, he suspected this individual was likely Lin Mo. With a thunderous roar, the lightning gun was unleashed once more, obliterating the falcon in a burst of crimson mist from a height of 100 meters. Following this, Jiang Chen opened the regional channel. Jiang Chen, a slight reprimand. Let this serve as a lesson. Everyone assumed Jiang Chen was reflecting on his own slaughter. Only Lin Mo remained an exception. Ah, Garcia screamed, covering his eyes, startling Lin Mo. "What's wrong?" Garcia shouted. "My lord, while our position remains undiscovered, we must flee." Although the battle results were evident from the regional channel, Lin Mo found it hard to believe. Was Jiang Chen truly that formidable? Had he not relied on magical scrolls, talismans, or explosive devices? No, if he wasn't he mistaken. Garcia hesitated for a moment, softly uttering 8 words. Epic hero, epic unit. Lin Mo's expression was one of astonishment. Soon after, he caught sight of Jiang Chen's warning, his countenance fluctuating between gloom and brightness. With the legendary farmer, number 1, present, the first unit of gold was swiftly extracted. Observing the lengthy enhancement list following the gold, Jiang Chen revealed a smile. Enhancement direction, star gold, consuming 1,000 spirit stones. At last, the materials were complete. Jiang Chen issued his orders. Farmer number 1, remain here and mine the gold with all your might. Xinxia, you shall lead half of the goddess warriors to stand guard here. The two responded in unison. Yes, my lord. The duration of the basic teleportation portal was merely 1 hour. Thus, Jiang Chen had no intention of lingering. The local lords around the gold mine had essentially been vanquished by him. Among the 6 goddess warriors, only 1 needed to guard the gold mine, while the others could freely engage in monster spawning without any competition. After arranging the gold mine, Jiang Chen re-entered the teleportation portal with the others. Upon returning to the territory, the Empress clutched her stomach. I am hungry. Jiang Chen felt the pangs of hunger as well, suddenly recalling that he had not eaten since breakfast after a day of travel. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen, the Empress, and the goddess warriors gathered around a simple dining table at the center of the territory. Before Jiang Chen sat a bowl of porridge and a large platter of roasted meat. The porridge was made from the epic spirit material, dragon tooth rice, while the meat was roasted from the legendary quality beast. Jiang Chen sighed. Let us enjoy a simple meal. He was already aware of the effects of dragon tooth rice, but he wondered what benefits the legendary beast meat might bestow. Chapter 35 The rewards for the second volume have commenced and concluded. Hint: consuming demon beast meat, legendary, grants 8 physique, for spiritual power, and 4 soul. Wow! Upon seeing the celestial notification, Jiang Chen exclaimed in astonishment. A single morsel had augmented his attributes by 16 points. Was this the effect of a legendary grade spiritual item? Jiang Chen clenched his fists, reveling in the surge of formidable power coursing through his body. This was merely ordinary barbecue. If meticulously prepared, the effects would undoubtedly be even more pronounced. He suddenly recalled the enhancement list of the kitchen blueprint, which featured numerous high-quality dining establishments. At that moment, the Empress expressed her satisfaction, stating, "To think this could grant me an additional point of physique. It truly lives up to its legendary classification." Giselle, rarely seen smiling, chimed in, "My lord, I have gained 2 points of physique." Jiang Chen, listening to the reports from those around him, felt immense satisfaction. Come, everyone, let us continue to feast. The crowd indulged heartily. Yet, as Jiang Chen observed the others relishing their meal, he fell into contemplation. The legendary grade spiritual meat amounted to only 150 units, and this meal had consumed 10 units. If only he could slay a legendary tier monster. With this thought, he instinctively glanced at Long Jiao, who was watching eagerly. Long Jiao, with a hint of innocence, inquired, "My lord, can little Jiao have some meat?" A wave of guilt washed over Jiang Chen. Long Jiao had been unwaveringly loyal, and he had harbored thoughts of slaughtering for meat. Although it was merely instinctive, it was still inappropriate. Feeling remorseful, Jiang Chen tossed a generous piece of spiritual meat into the air. "Catch it, little Jiao." Long Jiao opened his cavernous mouth and seized it in one bite. "Is it delicious?" Jiang Chen asked with concern. After swallowing, Long Jiao replied, "I couldn't taste much. Can I have another piece?" Jiang Chen smacked the table in exasperation. "Don't you know how to chew?" "Chew." Long Jiao looked aggrieved. "With such a large piece of meat, who has time to chew? If I don't swallow it quickly, it'll get stuck in my teeth." Observing Long Jiao's head, which was nearly the size of a dwelling, Jiang Chen sighed. The Empress comforted him with a smile. "Little Jiao, won't you be able to transform once you reach level 20 as a dragon?" Long Jiao's eyes lit up, then with trepidation said, "I wonder what I'll look like after transforming. If I could be even half as beautiful as Sister Empress, I would be content." After spending so much time together and fighting side by side, The relationship between the Empress and the dragons had become quite harmonious. As everyone chatted and feasted, a notification suddenly rang out. Was this a celestial announcement? With the abundance of messages in the regional channel, Jiang Chen had specifically set alerts for announcements. He opened the regional channel. Announcement: the ranking reward system for the next stage has been revealed. The first-ranked lord to upgrade to the second volume will receive a distinguished treasure chest. The lords ranked 2nd to 10th to upgrade to the first volume will each receive a rare treasure chest. The lords ranked 11th to 100 to upgrade to the first volume will each receive a fine treasure chest. As he gazed upon the announcement, Jiang Chen revealed a smile. At last, the reward system for upgrading to level 2 had been unveiled. I upgraded to level 2 just yesterday. Surely, I must secure the top position, right? Although Jiang Chen had begun to regard the exceptional treasure chest with indifference, the prestige rewards were something even the sovereigns and domain lords coveted profusely. The sudden notification from the Heavenly Tao sparked a lively discussion in the regional channel. Had the rewards for upgrading to level 2 finally been disclosed? Another exceptional treasure chest. Why were the rewards in this new district so generous? Perhaps it was merely our town that was favored. Why, you ask? Well, it is simply because our town boasts a plethora of formidable leaders. Everyone speculated on who would claim the top spot. This time, I stand with the esteemed Jiang Chen, who had already acquired refined iron ore yesterday and had even begun mass-selling refined iron equipment. I too support Jiang Chen. Remarkably, the majority of lords seemed to agree, believing Jiang Chen would seize the first place. Wei Ming inquired, "Shall we place another bet, brothers, just on the top position? I will set up the betting pool." Mu Qingxuang replied, "Does Wei Ming, the young brother, also have confidence in Jiang Chen's ascendance to the top, much like Lin Mo?" Wei Ming responded, "Oh, it's merely a small wager for amusement." However, Mu Qingxuang was indeed correct. Earlier that morning, Jiang Chen had effortlessly eradicated the goblin tribe occupying the refined iron mine, and Wei Ming had been mining for a whole day. Just before the Heavenly Tao announced the rankings, he had gathered sufficient resources to upgrade to level 2 in an instant. Xuan-Yuan exclaimed, "Great. From now on, regardless of the ranking, I will bet on brother Jiang Chen's victory." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen felt utterly exasperated. Jiang Chen retorted, "Have you perhaps tasted the fruits of success?" Xuan-Yuan replied, "Yes. Today, I earned over 40,000 spirit stones in one go. I am so thrilled." Wei Ming declared, "Since there are no objections, I shall proceed to open the betting pool at the exchange." Yet, the Heavenly Tao denied him the opportunity. Announcement: Lord Jiang Chen ranks first in upgrading to level 2 Lord's Manor, rewarded with 1 exceptional treasure chest. Announcement: Lord Jiang Chen ranks first in upgrading to level 2 Lord's Manor, rewarded with 100 prestige points. Wei Ming was left speechless. He was not the first. Thank goodness he hadn't placed a bet. Immediately following, announcement: Lording Inman ranks second in upgrading to level 2 Lord's Manor, rewarded with 1 rare treasure chest. Announcement: Lording Inman ranks second in upgrading to level 2 Lord's Manor, rewarded with 50 prestige points. Wei Ming felt as though he might lose his mind. He was not even second. Announcement: Lord Wei Ming ranks third in upgrading to level 3 Lord's Manor, rewarded with 1 rare treasure chest. Announcement: Lord Wei Ming ranks third in upgrading to level 3 Lord's Manor, rewarded with 30 prestige points. Wei Ming finally exhaled in relief. Yet, the others were left speechless. Xuan-Yuan lamented, "Woo, I was right. Once again, it is brother Jiang Chen. I feel as though I've missed out on a fortune." The rankings for level 2 commenced and concluded. Although it may seem somewhat disrespectful to say this, they truly are a rather insufferable bunch. I implore you, esteemed leaders, could you not leave a glimmer of hope for us, ordinary lords? I have endured a lifetime of misfortune, only to find myself in the same novice town as this peculiar group. The lamentations of the lords echo all around. Under normal circumstances, those able to upgrade 2 levels within 3 days are regarded as exceptional. After all, the iron mines require diligent clearing. Yet now, in a mere day and a half, 3 individuals have already reached level 2. It is indeed a sight to behold. Fortunately, I refrained from wagering. I had intended to place my bets on the dark horse, hoping to back the illustrious Inman winning against Inman. Am I considered a dark horse? My apologies, I misspoke. Please forgive me, esteemed one. Meanwhile, on Jiang Chen's side, he paid no heed to the banter in the regional channel. nor did he acknowledge the rare treasure chest. Instead, he focused intently on the heavenly prompt. Prompt: your reputation has exceeded 300 points. You have gained a modest fame within the county. Prompt: a merchant caravan, having heard your esteemed name, is en route to your territory. Perhaps you should prepare an ample supply of spirit stones. A peculiar expression flickered in Jiang Chen's eyes. Has he truly triggered a special event? Could it be that I am the first lord to achieve the reputation of notable? Chapter 36. Darn it, he has been deceived again. The troop strength ranking. Such is the advantage of high prestige. As Jiang Chen understood, this merchant convoy contained numerous valuable goods. With a stroke of good fortune, one might even uncover an epic item. Of course, the prices of the goods within the convoy were not modest. If Ing Man were to encounter it, she could likely purchase the entire convoy. Jiang Chen silently scoffed. However, what he anticipated was not an epic item. Rather, he longed for those obscure, low-tier items, such as seeds, various blueprints, techniques, and skill books. At that moment, unexpectedly, the Heavenly Tao issued another announcement. Announcement: due to the generally superior troop strength in Town 10086 compared to other towns, the troop strength ranking has been activated. First place in troop strength. The corresponding lord shall receive an epic treasure chest. 210th place in troop strength. The corresponding lord shall receive an extraordinary treasure chest. 11. 100th place in troop strength. The corresponding lord shall receive a rare treasure chest. Calculation rule: the sum of the attribute panels of all troops under the lord's command. Settlement time: the day after tomorrow at noon. A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. After a brief silence, the regional channel erupted into chaos. The emergence of an epic treasure chest in a novice town was simply unprecedented. It is no surprise that the stronger the troops of the participating lords, the better the rewards. The settlement time coincided perfectly with the opening of the passage back to Blue Star. Suddenly, a lord discerned the underlying trick. Everyone, take note. The calculation rule refers to the sum of all troop panel strengths, not the highest troop strength. Does this not imply that we can construct civilian houses to increase our population cap, and then flood the battlefield with troops to boost strength? Woe betide us, finally. A glimmer of hope for us, ordinary lords. I do not need an epic treasure chest. A rare treasure chest will suffice. Even Jiang Chen, with a rare treasure chest, defied fate. Seeing the opportunity to alter destiny, all lords went into a frenzy. Even Jiang Chen felt a twinge of envy. The extraordinary treasure chest no longer held much interest for him, but the epic treasure chest was another matter. The last epic treasure chest had yielded 10 tons of dragon tooth rice. The calculation rule is indeed the sum of all troop strengths. If someone truly goes to the extreme and floods the battlefield with troops, the combined strength of thousands of low-tier soldiers would be overwhelming. Nevertheless, Jiang Chen remained composed. It's merely about flooding the battlefield. Who cannot do that? I have the Heavenly Sound Pavilion. While you flood with ordinary troops, I shall flood with extraordinary troops. Let us see whose strength reigns supreme. With that thought, Jiang Chen issued a command through the Lord's heart. All farmers in the gold mine area shall work overtime. They shall not rest until they have gathered 1,000 units of gold. Farmer 1, rest assured, my lord. We vow to complete the task at all costs. Ing Man glared at the rewards for the second-level stronghold, gritting her teeth in frustration. How infuriating. She had been deceived once again. Just yesterday, she discovered the precious iron ore and, with the full force of 10 epic farmers, managed to demolish the second-level lord's castle in merely 2 hours. Her brilliance, dedication, and a touch of fortune enabled her to elevate her stronghold on the very first day. Yet, no matter how swift her efforts were, they paled in comparison to Jiang Chen, that cheat. Meng Tian was equally perplexed. Even if Jiang Chen had discovered the precious iron ore before them, how could his mining speed be so astonishing? Could it be that he possessed epic farmers as well? But wasn't he a commoner? Feeling dejected, Ing Man maliciously suggested, Sister Meng, do you think Jiang Chen could truly be a scion of royalty, the favored child of nature? Meng Tian pondered for a moment, her doubts surfacing. It is not entirely impossible, Your Highness. When we return to Blue Star in a few days, you might consider sending someone to investigate. Meng Tian willingly adopted the role of a hero. Although her life had ended, her spirit remained undying. Yet, due to her unwavering loyalty to the first emperor, Her affinity for Ying Man could never reach the pinnacle of 100 points, ensuring she would never return to Blue Star in this lifetime. Indeed, Ying Man nodded, and suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! This is splendid. What is it, Your Highness?" "It's the Troop Strength Leaderboard. The Heavenly Tao has just activated the first Troop Strength Leaderboard." Ying Man's face radiated joy. Moreover, the top reward is actually an epic treasure chest. Such a high reward must be due to the exceptional strength of my troops. Meng Tian marveled. I never expected an epic treasure chest to appear so soon. With several squads of epic troops at our disposal, Your Highness will finally achieve her long-desired goal of claiming the top position. Ying Man nodded in agreement, but then shifted her tone, saying, "However, that fellow Jiang Chen is too uncanny. As the saying goes, even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a rabbit. This time, to be safe, I must unleash the power of low-tier troops." Unleashing low-tier troops? Meng Tian frowned. "Your Highness, food is manageable. We can simply purchase it. But to waste energy on low-tier troops for the sake of an epic treasure chest seems rather unwise." Ying Man's eyes darted as she replied, "Sister Meng, I have already lost the top position 3 times in a row. If I end up second again, not only will I be humiliated, but I will also bring shame upon my father." Meng Tian was momentarily speechless, resignedly stating, "Very well. If even His Majesty the First Emperor is invoked, what more can I say?" "Thank you, Sister Meng." Ying Man nodded emphatically, and suddenly recalled that Jiang Chen had mentioned selling her equipment in the evening. But what time was it now? Had he forgotten about her? With that thought, she directly initiated a video call to Jiang Chen. Upon witnessing this, Meng Tian furrowed her brow. The young prince was merely 18, an age when emotions first awaken, and since entering the myriad races battlefield, he had somewhat let loose. Should she report this to His Majesty the First Emperor? "Your friend request for a video call." Jiang Chen initially assumed it was Xuan-Yuan. Unbeknownst to him, it was an unexpected individual. Upon connecting, Jiang Chen courteously inquired, "Is there something you need from me, esteemed Ying Man?" Regardless of whether they were male or female, or even a mere swine, Jiang Chen would treat a patron of Ying Man's caliber with utmost seriousness. Though driven by monetary gain, the moment he beheld Ying Man's holographic image, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in his eyes. In terms of beauty, Xuan-Yuan possessed a delicate charm, while Ying Man radiated a striking vigor. Each had their own merits. However, the innate noble aura exuded by Ying Man was unparalleled by Xuan-Yuan. "Have you forgotten?" Ying Man inquired, her expression stern. "Who was it that mentioned selling items to me this evening?" Jiang Chen indeed had forgotten. How could he forget? "I have nearly prepared the items. Allow me to send you the catalog." "Wait." Ying Man suddenly interrupted Jiang Chen, her demeanor serious. "You have just slain dozens of lords. Although Xuan-Yuan has already defended you, and I trust her judgment, given the gravity of the situation, I would appreciate it if you could recount the events. I harbor no malice. I merely wish to ascertain that you are not a bloodthirsty lord, and I hope you do not take offense." Jiang Chen's eyes glimmered with admiration. Truly, as a descendant of the Xianqin victors and the First Emperor, Ying Man exhibited considerable responsibility when addressing the issue of bloodthirsty lords. "I understand. The bloodthirsty lords deserve their fate. Here is the video I recorded at that time. I kindly ask you to review it." With that, Jiang Chen sent a video depicting the moment He Chi surrounded him and jeered at him. Jiang Chen could have been obstinate and refused Ying Man's request. Yet, why foster misunderstandings and instigate unnecessary conflict over matters that could be clarified in a few words? After watching the video, Ying Man sighed in relief and remarked with a smile, "Although you were engaging in entrapment, their greed led to their demise." She then extended her hand. "Now, where are the items you intend to sell?" "Let me see." Chapter 37, The First Epic Structure. Remarkable Attributes. Jiang Chen chuckled, "Please wait a moment." He then sent a plethora of unnecessary rare equipment, even some extraordinary gear, in one go to Ying Man. To his astonishment, among them were indeed extraordinary items, all at level 810. A look of delight spread across Ying Man's face, quickly followed by a note of skepticism. "Such exquisite equipment. Are you certain you do not require it?" Jiang Chen replied with a hint of resignation, "My units are unable to equip them." This was indeed the truth. The dragon, in its true form, had a carrying capacity of 0 and could not wear any gear. The goddess warrior came with her own divine armor. As for the centaur leader, only a long sword and a bow were necessary. Ah, I see. Then it seems I have struck a bargain. Yin Man waved her hand. In total, there are 36 pieces of equipment, 7 extraordinary and 29 rare, all for a flat price of 2 million spirit stones. What do you say? Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback, convinced he had misheard. 2 million. Yin Man frowned. Is that too little? No. Once he confirmed he had indeed heard correctly. A smile broke across Jiang Chen's face. Deal. The price for extraordinary gear was roughly equivalent to that of rare talismans, around several tens of thousands of spirit stones. Jiang Chen had calculated that the combined market value of these items was approximately 1 million spirit stones, and even accounting for the premium due to scarcity, it would not exceed 1.5 million. This clearly indicated that Yin Man was indeed a true spender. The transaction proceeded smoothly, leaving both parties in high spirits. After concluding the deal, Yin Man hinted enthusiastically, by the way, Jiang Chen, if you ever come across epic tiger demon meat or anything of the sort in the future, feel free to reach out to me. I assure you, the price will satisfy you. With that, she abruptly ended the video call. Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Given his recent achievements and various rankings, it was hardly surprising that she could deduce he was the one who had slain that epic tiger demon. However, why must she be so indirect? With this transaction, Jiang Chen profited 2 million spirit stones, significantly boosting his confidence. Initially, after enhancing that legendary recruitment decree, he had 4.5 million spirit stones remaining. The Tianyin Pavilion required 4,000 units of epic materials, and at a strengthening price of 1,000 spirit stones per unit. That amounted to 4 million spirit stones. Thus, prior to this, Jiang Chen had been hesitant to spend extravagantly. However, with a sudden influx of 2 million spirit stones, his mind began to race with possibilities. What should he enhance? Ultimately, Jiang Chen retrieved the blueprint for the kitchen. He opened the enhancement list, and after a prolonged search, he finally found a blueprint that pleased him. It required 1 million spirit stones to select enhancement direction, the epic building, drunken immortal pavilion. As for the dragon's tooth rice and the demon beast meat, it seemed a shame to waste such resources. He glanced at the materials required for the drunken immortal pavilion. The celestial blue stone, exquisite, 1,000, golden sandalwood, exquisite, 2,000, gluttonous stone, epic, 500, energy 20,000, occupying an area of 500 square meters. The total requirement for reinforcement materials amounts to 800,000 spiritual stones, including the blueprint, which costs 1,000,000 spiritual stones. The construction of this epic tavern consumes a total of 1,800,000 spiritual stones, precisely exhausting the recently acquired funds. However, it occupies an area of 500 square meters. Jiang Chen glanced at his territory. The level 2 territory only spans 10,000 square meters, and the upcoming construction of the Tianyin Pavilion will require another 1,000 square meters, and these are merely level 0 buildings. It appears that he must hasten to locate the crystal mine to upgrade to level 3. Furthermore, upon reaching level 3, he would be able to recruit a second hero. Subsequently, Jiang Chen commenced the tedious reinforcement process. Just before midnight, he finally gathered enough materials to construct the drunken immortal pavilion. A building, towering at a height of 20 meters, materialized at the designated location. Countdown, 7:59. 59 to complete immediately, costing 4,800 spiritual stones. 8 hours, just in time for completion by morning. There was no need to waste spiritual stones for instant construction. Jiang Chen yawned. It is time to rest. As the previous night, Jiang Chen was above while the Empress was below. A night devoid of conversation. The next morning, upon rising, Jiang Chen discovered that the Empress had vanished without a trace. Truly diligent, Jiang Chen stretched lazily and stepped out of the Lord's mansion, just in time to see the Empress concluding her training. Good morning, Empress. Good morning, Lord. The other residents, upon seeing Jiang Chen, promptly set aside their tasks and respectfully bowed to him. As Jiang Chen exchanged greetings, he arrived at the drunken immortal pavilion, which had now been completed. This is a quintessential Eastern architectural marvel, adorned with flying eaves and glazed tiles, golden domes and jade walls, dragon pillars reaching towards the heavens. With each floor featuring a corridor for leisurely strolls, exuding grandeur amidst swirling spiritual mist. Opening the attribute panel. Drunken Immortal Pavilion quality. Epic. Type. Dining. Population. 1 manager. 1 epic chef. 1 epic brewer. 30 waitstaff. Floor area. 4,000 square meters. Heavenly private room 1. Earthly private rooms 5. Human private rooms 20. Casual tables 100. Maximum guest capacity 700. Specialty. Immortal drink. Epic spiritual wine, which, when consumed, unleashes the body's potential, enhancing all attributes by 50 for a duration of 10 minutes. Characteristics. Culinary delicacies of the world. Blessing of the food god. Spirit gathering array. Culinary delicacies of the world. Documented recipes of delicacies from various mainstream races in the myriad realms of battle. Blessing of the food god. Enhances the taste of dishes prepared within the Drunken Immortal Pavilion by 50, providing an additional attribute boost of 20. Applicable only to epic and below dishes. Spirit gathering array. Increases spiritual energy concentration by 500 in the heavenly private room, 200 in the earthly private rooms, 100 in the human private rooms, and 50 at the casual tables. Observing the attributes of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, Jiang Chen remarked, "Truly, it is an epic structure, and this is merely its level 0 attribute. Possessing such a building, even if I were to become a leisurely lord from now on, I would have an abundance of guests and live a life of prosperity, especially with the pavilion's specialty, the immortal drink, which enhances all attributes by 50. Even if it lasts only for 10 minutes, it is a pivotal item capable of altering fate in critical moments." However, upon glancing at the materials and energy required for upgrading the pavilion, a twitch appeared at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. To upgrade the Drunken Immortal Pavilion by 1 level requires 30,000 energy, not to mention the materials. Indeed, an epic structure is not something an ordinary low-tier lord can afford. At that moment, the pavilion's manager emerged. "Greetings, esteemed lord. What a splendid name," Jiang Chen praised, then retrieved a batch of ingredients from his warehouse, instructing the kitchen to prepare breakfast for 5 immediately and to open the Tianzi private room. Observing the top-quality ingredients of the lowest epic grade before him, the manager's eyes gleamed with astonishment as he respectfully replied, "Yes, please wait a moment, my lord. I shall arrange it at once." Notification. The loyalty of the citizen Wang Kai has increased by 15, current loyalty 80 points. The relationship between heroes and lords is fundamentally interdependent, hence the term favorability, whereas troops and citizens are referred to as loyalty. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen addressed the Empress and the 2 goddess warriors on rotation, saying, "From today onwards, our territory finally has a dining hall." The Empress gazed at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion and remarked, "What an impressive dining hall." As she stepped into the pavilion, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes, clearly sensing the shift in spiritual energy within. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, leading the group to the top floor. The Tianzi private room occupies the entire top floor, spanning several hundred square meters, comfortably accommodating dozens of guests simultaneously. Surrounding the private room are floor-to-ceiling windows, allowing one to overlook the entire territory. The Empress inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "What an astonishing density of spiritual energy." Soon, several elegantly dressed attendants brought forth the breakfast for everyone. The dragon tooth rice and tiger demon meat, expertly prepared by an epic chef, not only tasted 100 times more delicious, but also had their attributes further enhanced. Additionally, there were side dishes made from ordinary territorial ingredients. However, even these accompaniments were crafted by the epic chef and reinforced by the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, all imbued with additional effects. Such a luxurious breakfast filled not only the Empress and her companions with joy, but even Jiang Chen felt a profound sense of happiness. Notification. You have consumed the heavenly fragrant spiritual meat, gaining 7 to physique, 7 to spiritual power, and 7 to soul. Gazing at his significantly increased attributes, Jiang Chen sighed. Now this is what life is truly about. Amanda, with her mouth full of food, exclaimed, this is so delicious. Compared to this, what Sister Giselle makes is hardly fit for a dog." Just as Jiang Chen was finishing his meal, Long Jio's head suddenly appeared at the window. "My lord, Xiao Jio, have matters to report." Jiang Chen wiped his mouth with a napkin and inquired, "What is it?" "During our exploration of the map, we encountered other lords." Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened, though he was not surprised. Given the formidable strength of the dragon and the goddess warrior, Their exploration had progressed rapidly, covering several dozen kilometers in merely 2 days. The novice town map is limited in size, and it was only a matter of time before we bordered other lords. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chen replied, "Let us avoid conflict for now and provide me with the details." Long Jiu immediately began to relay the situation. "My lord, it is too late. Giselle has already captured some individuals, and they are currently outside our territory." Jiang Chen. Chapter 38. Are you out of your mind? Exceptional troops as overseers? Not long ago, while Wei Ming and his hero, Ava, were leading separate expeditions to explore the map, a sudden message from the hero interrupted them. "My lord, I have discovered a second fine iron mine." Before Wei Ming could express his astonishment, Ava continued, "However, this mine has already been claimed by another." Soon, Wei Ming laid his eyes upon the fine iron mine, his anger boiling over. Which lord dares to breach the unspoken rules and mine at another's doorstep? According to the established customs of the myriad clans in the battlefield, each lord begins their exploration centered around their own territory. The location of this fine iron mine was less than 10 kilometers from his domain, essentially in his own backyard. Such an act was tantamount to declaring war. What infuriated him further was the fact that the opposing side had only stationed a single centaur to guard the precious mine. This was an outright affront. "Ava, eliminate that solitary centaur." Yes, Ava commanded the rare human troops, the gladiators, to surround and attack the centaur. As the battle commenced, one gladiator was swiftly slain by a single strike. Wei Ming's face contorted in disbelief. "Are you insane? This is at least the combat power of a level 10 exceptional troop. Such a formidable unit is guarding a mine." Suddenly, a realization struck him with terror. An exceptional centaur? No way could it be that freak. Stop. Cease at once. Unfortunately, his epiphany came too late. Amidst the thunderous sounds of battle, a lithe golden figure burst forth from the fog of war. In a heartbeat, his proud rare troops found themselves utterly powerless before this figure. Wei Ming reacted swiftly, shouting, "Misunderstanding. I am friends with Lord Jiang Chen." Upon hearing this, the golden figure halted. "You know my lord?" It was a stunning blonde warrior, her physique striking and her beauty breathtaking, leaving Wei Ming momentarily stunned. The hero, Ava, whom he had been preoccupied with for days, paled in comparison to this enchanting warrior. Suddenly, a thought struck him. So powerful? Could you be Lady Giselle, the hero of the illustrious Jiang Chen? Giselle offered no reply. Instead, she seized Wei Ming by the neck and vanished into the war fog. The individual had attacked her family's resource point, yet claimed to be a friend of her lord. Giselle, uninterested in pondering the complexities, resolved to take him back to her lord for judgment. "I am merely a warrior. Why overthink things?" Upon seeing Wei Ming, Jiang Chen chuckled. "Isn't this brother Wei? I heard you attacked my resource point." It was an absolute misunderstanding. Wei Ming forced a smile, though his calves trembled. "My hero acted on her own accord. I was completely unaware." "My apologies, Ava." Jiang Chen frowned, remaining silent. The air instantly froze, and Wei Ming soon found beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Jiang Chen was no benevolent figure. Rather, he was a formidable being known for slaying dozens of lords at the slightest provocation. Unable to endure the oppressive atmosphere any longer, Wei Chen attempted to break the silence. "This must be the Empress, the foremost hero on the battle power rankings. Her strength is indeed terrifying." Jiang Chen cast a glance at Giselle beside him, realizing that Wei Ming had misunderstood. Before he could clarify, Amanda dashed out from behind Jiang Chen, clutching Giselle's arm. "Sister Giselle, come with me." This morning, the Lord prepared an abundance of delicacies. Hearing Amanda's address and observing the two women in identical battle armor, Wei Ming felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. She was not the Empress, not even a hero, merely a troop type. How could a single troop type have vanquished all his subordinates? What caliber of troop was this, and how many more like it existed? It was no wonder that even a superior centaur leader could only serve as a mere guard at a mine. Countless thoughts raced through Wei Ming's mind. Fortunately, at that moment, Jiang Chen smiled warmly, since it is a misunderstanding regarding that fine iron mine. Wei Ming pounded his chest in assurance. "You may mine it freely, Boss Jiang. That fine iron mine is quite close to me, and I will certainly send troops to help you safeguard it." The path had widened. Jiang Chen mused inwardly, subtly implying, "Brother Wei, should you encounter any formidable monsters that you cannot handle, Wei Ming, understanding the unspoken intent, thumped his chest vigorously. If I discover a high-tier boss, I will be sure to inform Boss Jiang first. Wasn't it merely about seizing the boss? Why speak so eloquently? Jiang Chen's smile widened. Moreover, should Brother Wei find a crystal mine, I would be willing to purchase it at a high price. Crystals are essential resources for upgrading. Wei Ming responded with a hint of displeasure. Boss Jiang, it feels a bit impolite to mention money. What is mine is yours, and what is yours remains yours. Seeing Wei Ming's amiable demeanor, Jiang Chen felt slightly embarrassed. I shall not invite Brother Wei to my territory today. Here are a few delicacies, specialties from my land, for you to take back and savor. With that, Jiang Chen traded several dishes to Wei Ming, leftovers from earlier. Wei Ming glanced at them and gasped in astonishment. Hiss. After consumption, spiritual affinity increases by 50 for 3 hours. This is indeed invaluable. To Wei Ming, these were rare treasures. However, for Jiang Chen, they were merely creations of the epic chef within his territory, available in abundance. He graciously remarked, consider it a means to alleviate your worries. Wei Ming was deeply grateful. Boss Jiang, you are magnanimous. After bidding farewell to Wei Ming, Jiang Chen's expression suddenly turned serious. Lately, my bloodlust has intensified. I nearly succumbed to the urge to slay Brother Wei and convert him into energy. Could it be that my rapid increase in strength is the cause? Meanwhile, 27 kilometers east of Jiang Chen's territory, 6 golden figures darted through a primeval forest. A jungle predator met its demise as Giselle effortlessly shattered its skull with a single shot. The headless corpse writhed in a frenzy for a considerable time before succumbing to silence. The forest lay strewn with bodies, saturated with the pungent scent of blood. Amanda, do you require assistance? Amanda was engaged in battle with an 18-level exceptional boss, the Jungle Slayer. No. This formidable beast possesses an astonishing vitality. Just give me a minute. The Jungle Slayer measured a staggering 20 meters in length and was as thick as a water barrel, its body adorned with fine scales. As an 18-level extraordinary creature, its combat prowess surpassed Amanda's, yet it was completely overwhelmed by her onslaught. At this moment, its body was marred by ghastly wounds, and due to excessive blood loss, its movements grew increasingly sluggish. 50 seconds later, with a resounding crash, Amanda delivered a powerful blow to the serpent's jaw, the sound of shattering bones echoing through the air. The tremendous force propelled the serpent's head skyward for over 10 meters, culminating in a thunderous crash that sent leaves swirling in the aftermath. Done. At that moment, Giselle received a command from Jiang Chen and paused briefly before responding. Yes, my lord. She then addressed Amanda. This crystal mine is currently of paramount importance to our territory. The surrounding area is rife with monsters of level 15 and above. The centaurs may not be able to safeguard it, so I entrust its defense to you. Amanda grimaced. All right, Sister Giselle. Giselle then turned to Abigail. This Jungle Slayer is an exceptional grade monster, capable of yielding a substantial amount of spirit flesh. Please bring it back to the territory for my lord. Abigail, a mature and composed goddess warrior, replied calmly, Understood, Vice Captain. She pierced the serpent's tail with the tip of her spear and dragged the massive body, disappearing into the mist. You have occupied the crystal mine. At last, the crystal mine has been located. The moment of occupation brought forth information about this new resource point on Jiang Chen's Lord Resource interface. The yield appeared promising. Construct the crystal mine. Shortly after the brief interlude involving Wei Ming, Jiang Chen received a report. Crystal mine discovered. The guardian monster is a level 15-18 jungle predator. The primordial forest environment was unsuitable for the enormous dragons, prompting Jiang Chen to deploy all the goddess warriors. With the crystal mine, I can upgrade to tier 3 tomorrow and recruit a second hero. However, the legendary hero's decree required a staggering 10 million spirit stones for enhancement. Jiang Chen possessed an epic-level hero decree, obtained from the tiger demon the previous day. Yet, at this moment, epic heroes were somewhat beyond Jiang Chen's aspirations. The need for funds was pressing. Reluctantly, he contemplated the risky decision to sell that epic hero decree. Before long, Abigail returned to the territory, dragging the corpse of the 18-level Jungle Slayer. After all, it is a rare and exceptional level 18 creature. Thus, its disintegration feels rather wasteful. Jiang Chen contemplated for a moment and decided to extract 500,000 from the remaining 700,000 000 spirit stones to further enhance a legendary farmer's decree. The second legendary farmer was named Nong Air, who similarly possessed the passive effect of Shin Nong. Disintegration yields snake meat. With Shin Nong activated, the output is increased 5-fold, and the quality is elevated by 1 tier, resulting in snake meat, epic, 5. Disintegration yields snake gall. With Shin Nong activated, the output is increased 5-fold, yielding snake gall, exceptional, 5. Disintegration yields snake skin. The materials continuously flowed from the beast, being collected into the Zue Xian Tower. Jiang Chen suddenly recalled a delectable dish he had seen on the menu at Zue Xian Tower that morning. Wang Kai, prepare a portion of dragon and tiger battle for lunch. Wang Kai promptly replied with respect, as you command, my lord. In the ensuing hours, Jiang Chen patiently awaited the mining of the gold while simultaneously enhancing stellar gold. As noon approached, Nong Yi finally extracted 1,000 units of gold ore. 10 seconds later, the last unit of stellar gold was also enhanced by Jiang Chen. Construct the Tianyin Pavilion. Chapter 39. The creation of troops and global announcement, a towering edifice. Even more grand than the drunken immortal pavilion, rose majestically from the ground. Jiang Chen glanced at the construction timer. Countdown, 71, 59, 59 until completion, consuming 43. 200 spirit stones. As a troop building, the Tianyin Pavilion required a construction time of 3 days. Jiang Chen did not have the luxury of waiting that long. Complete immediately. Notification. You have consumed 200 spirit stones. The Tianyin Pavilion has been completed. Notification. Your hero, the Empress, has a favorability level of 4, current favorability, 95 points. Notification. Your hero, the Empress, has gained the epic title of Tianyin Saint Lord, enhancing all attributes by 30. Notification. Your hero, the Empress, has comprehended the skill of imparting knowledge. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. An epic title? A 30 boost to all attributes? This was indeed an unexpected delight. Upon acquiring the title of Tianyin Saint Lord, the Empress's battle power instantaneously exceeded 300 stars. A level 10 hero with a battle power of 300 stars. Who would dare to believe such a claim? With the completion of the Tianyin Pavilion, the Empress was undoubtedly the most elated, yet after her initial joy, a hint of doubt surfaced. My lord, it appears a bit small, doesn't it? Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. You clearly lack experience. While a larger structure might be preferable, size is not the paramount concern. What truly matters is its formidable performance. With that, Jiang Chen turned his gaze to the panel of the Tianyin Pavilion. Tianyin Pavilion quality, epic, type, barracks, area, 8,000 square meters, troops, 9 Heaven Saint Maiden. Tianyin Disciples, current troops, Saint Lord, 11, 9 Heaven Saint Maiden, 09. Tianyin True Inheritance, 0. Tianyin Disciples, 0. Clan Techniques, Tianyin Decision, C grade. Clan Skills, Tianyin 9 Kills, C grade. 9 Sword Technique, D grade. Spirit Explosion, E grade. Basic Sword Technique, F grade. Basic Palm Technique, F grade. Qinshin Art, Clan Benefits. Enlightenment Room, Level 0, 20. Spirit Gathering Room, Level 0, 20. Energy Gathering Room, Level 0, 20. Training Tower, Level 0, 1. Enlightenment Room. Skill Comprehension Speed doubled, Spirit Gathering Room. Spirit Absorption Speed doubled, Energy Gathering Room. Practicing can additionally yield territorial energy, Training Tower. Tianyin disciples who undergo training can be promoted to Tianyin True Inheritance, Epic. Ordinary troop buildings possess only the function of recruiting troops. In comparison, the capabilities of the Tianyin Pavilion are vastly superior. Jiang Chen let out a gentle sigh. Particularly noteworthy was the Training Tower, where ordinary Tianyin disciples could directly advance to epic status through rigorous training. The sole drawback was that the clan techniques and skills were somewhat lacking. Suddenly, Jiang Chen recalled that the Empress had just comprehended a new skill called imparting knowledge. Imparting knowledge. As the Tianyin Saint Lord, any technique or skill mastered by the Empress can automatically be considered a clan technique or skill. All disciples of the Celestial Sound Pavilion can master this simultaneously. This is simply a divine skill. Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Just moments ago, he had remarked on the inadequacies of the sect's skills. This implies that if I were to acquire an S-grade technique for the Empress to learn, It would be tantamount to all the troops recruited by the Celestial Sound Pavilion mastering this S-grade technique. With this singular advantage, the Empress's worth would far surpass that of the vast majority of legendary heroes known to Jiang Chen. But why is the Empress so formidable? Is it merely because she is not a native of the myriad races battlefield, but rather summoned from the endless realms according to her past life's memories? Jiang Chen's conjecture was indeed accurate. Suddenly, a notification appeared. Notice, you have created an exceptional troop type, the Celestial Sound Disciples, and gained the privilege to announce this in the 666th region of the 7th Heaven's Blue Star Domain. Would you like to announce it? Yes, no? If the announcement is made, you will receive a reward of 10,000 prestige points and 100 legendary points. Upon seeing this celestial notification, even with Jiang Chen's formidable composure, he was momentarily taken aback. This is a global announcement. Once made, all the billion new lords of this Blue Star era would be able to see it. Even the dual realms altar of the main world would exhibit extraordinary phenomena. Such occurrences were documented in the chronicles of celebrities. Centuries ago, when Zhu Yuanzhang established the epic troop type, the embroidered uniform guard, all dual realms altars on Blue Star resounded for 3 days in celebration. However, Jiang Chen had not anticipated such an event would transpire in his own life. And so swiftly. I understand now. It took several minutes for Jiang Chen to regain his composure. Exhaling softly, the Empress and the Celestial Sound Pavilion are inherently not part of the myriad races battlefield. A troop type that has never appeared on the battlefield being classified as a self-created troop is indeed reasonable. Furthermore, the limit for the 9 Heavens Holy Maidens is merely 9 individuals, and they do not constitute a mature troop type, so they do not count as a created troop. Having clarified the rationale, Jiang Chen's thoughts raced. The announcement must be made, even if it attracts the attention of powerful factions or even adversities. It is a risk worth taking. After all, that is 10,000 prestige points and 100 legendary points at stake. Naturally, the timing for the announcement was not now. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chen finally selected a time. He decided to set the announcement for after the conclusion of tomorrow's troop strength ranking. If others were to discover that I can mass-produce exceptional troops now, most lords would likely retreat in fear. Yet, that little vixen, Yemen, would undoubtedly go into a frenzy, even disbanding all her farmers just to contest me for the epic treasure chest. Such a scenario would be detrimental to both her and me, resulting in internal strife. Only by securing the first position for myself and relegating her to second can we achieve a mutually beneficial outcome. After weighing the pros and cons, Jiang Chen temporarily set aside the global announcement matter. He then opened the recruitment options for the Celestial Sound Pavilion. 9 Heavens Holy Maiden, Legendary Food 5,000, Energy 10,000. Celestial Sound Disciple, Exceptional Food 800, Energy 2,000. Fortunately, Jiang Chen refrained from recklessly utilizing the energy acquired from the massacre of the Lord yesterday. He summoned a legendary unit, the Holy Empress of the 9 Heavens. The radiance of the Heavenly Sound Pavilion flourished magnificently. 10 minutes later, an enchanting woman emerged from the pavilion. This stunning lady, around 30 years of age, donned imperial attire akin to that of the Empress, exuding an irresistible charm. It appeared she had assimilated the fundamental information from the heavenly Tao and was aware of her circumstances. She gracefully knelt and offered a slight bow to Jiang Chen, proclaiming, "I am Fanning Tian, your humble servant, and I have the honor of meeting my lord." "No need for excessive formalities," Jiang Chen replied, extending his hand in a gesture of support. He then promptly turned his attention to Fanning Tian's attributes. Chapter 40, Frenzied Recruitment. Terrifying Attributes. The Arrival of the Caravan. Fanning Tian Race. Human Level. 1 Quality. Golden Legend Attributes. Physique. 20. Dominance. 8. Technique. 8. Spiritual Power. 18. Dominance. 8. Technique. 8. Soul. 12. Dominance. 5. Technique. 8. Capacity. 14. Dominance. 6. Combat Power. 28. Technique. Heavenly Sound Decision. Novice. Skill. Heavenly Sound's 9 kills. Minor accomplishment. A combat power of 28. How astonishing! Jiang Chen exclaimed. I recall that the Empress's initial combat power was merely 26 stars, while the dragon possessed only 18 stars. Of course, Fan Yin Tian's strength was amplified not only by the minor accomplishment of the heavenly sound decision, but also by the Empress's A-grade dominance, which provided a 40 boost to all attributes. As Jiang Chen pondered, Fan Yin Tian approached the Empress, expressing excitement. I pay my respects to the Empress. After 2 years, I have finally found you. The Empress was equally thrilled to see her subordinate, yet Fan Yin Tian's words left her momentarily stunned. 2 years? Did the Empress not realize that you had been missing for 2 years? I have only been in the myriad races battlefield for merely 2 days. The Empress muttered, then turned to Jiang Chen. My lord, do you know what is happening? Jiang Chen, already bewildered by their familiarity, found himself even more perplexed by the Empress's inquiry. How could I possibly know? It wasn't covered in our high school textbooks. Fortunately, having read numerous web novels in his previous life, Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly, a day in the heavens equals a year on earth. The myriad races battlefield is the source of all realms. Thus, the passage of time is naturally slower here. The Empress's eyes lit up with understanding, transforming her into a curious child. Then may I inquire, my lord, will we be able to return to our original world? Jiang Chen felt a surge of frustration. Of course, it's possible. He nodded emphatically, his eyes reflecting the weight of time. However, it is a path fraught with thorns. Are you prepared for it? A glimmer of realization passed through the Empress's eyes as she respectfully replied, Thank you, my lord, for enlightening me. I understand now. Fortunately, at that moment, the second of the 9 heaven saintesses appeared, alleviating Jiang Chen's awkwardness. Zizai Tian, at your service, my lord. Sister Empress, we have missed you dearly. It is such a relief to see you well. Soon, all 9 saintesses were successfully recruited, namely, Fan Yin Tian, Zizai Tian, Miaoqing Tian, Xianjing Tian, Duo Wen Tian, Guangmu Tian, Yang Tian, Pasa Tian, and Yan Mo Tian. Each possessed unique charms, with the eldest being in her 30s and the youngest, Zizai Tian, merely 14 or 15 years old. Yet, without exception, they were all breathtakingly beautiful. Jiang Chen felt immense satisfaction and waved his hand. Let everyone level up. A cascade of golden light enveloped them, and all the saintesses ascended to level 5. This consumed a total of 279,000 energy. Including the 90,000 energy spent on recruitment, the accumulated energy of the territory, amassed over a day, was suddenly reduced by more than half. At the 5th level, the Holy Princess has already surpassed 100 stars in combat power, even outclassing the 7th level goddess warrior. Divine maidens of the 9 heavens proceed to the territory 20 kilometers away and freely hunt monsters of level 15 and above. The 9 exchanged glances and replied sweetly, As you command, my lord. Subsequently, Jiang Chen activated the recruitment mode, while constructing residences to enhance the population cap of the territory. He devoted himself entirely to recruiting celestial sound disciples. Each decision made by the Lord in the early stages would have a magnified impact on the future. Therefore, as the territory expanded, certain decisions could no longer be based solely on subjective intuition, but required careful contemplation. Fortunately, Jiang Chen was an academic prodigy. He picked up a twig and inscribed a plethora of formulas upon the ground. Known conditions. Recruiting a celestial sound disciple requires 2,000 energy. Leveling to 2 necessitates 500 energy. To level 3, 1080 energy. To level 4, 1,800 energy. The territory currently possesses 24,000 energy. The energy acquisition rate of the territory is 9,200 points per hour, which will increase by 10 per hour as the number of troops grows. To ensure the population cap, for every 10 celestial sound disciples recruited, 1 level 0 residence must be constructed, consuming 100 energy. The question posed, what level can the current energy of the territory supply for the newly recruited celestial sound disciples? The Empress observed Jiang Chen scribbling on the ground with curiosity. My lord, what is this? Jiang Chen replied without turning back. This is called territory mathematics, a prerequisite subject of territory simulation studies. The calculations swiftly yielded results. Jiang Chen glanced at the number 3 and pointed at the recently recruited celestial sound disciples. Upgrade. Elevate to level 3. Soon, the territory was filled with a delightful atmosphere, pleasing to the eye. Jiang Chen upgraded them all to level 3 and then calmly instructed. Pair up in 2s to hunt monsters, but do not venture beyond 10 kilometers from the territory. The Empress watched Jiang Chen strategizing with admiration sparkling in her eyes. Hint: your abilities have earned the Empress's admiration, increasing her favorability by 1, current favorability 96 points. Jiang Chen sighed inwardly, recognizing the allure of leadership. Even in the absence of formidable power, just 4 more points, and the Empress's favorability would reach 100. Then, oh what joy! As night descended, Jiang Chen had successfully recruited 80 celestial sound disciples. After recently dining in the private room marked by Tian, a celestial sound disciple hurriedly entered. My lord, there is a merchant caravan outside the territory claiming to hail from the county town. A merchant caravan? Jiang Chen's spirit surged. This was a special event triggered when his reputation reached a certain threshold. After such a long wait, it had finally arrived. Jiang Chen approached the window. Standing atop the exquisite drunken immortal pavilion, one could discern a grand merchant caravan comprising dozens of horse-drawn carriages and nearly 100 guards. Soon within the luxurious private room of the pavilion, Jiang Chen encountered the caravan's overseer, the imposing Tian Ding, a steward of the Tian family commerce, who had the honor of meeting the lord. Jiang Chen greeted him courteously. Welcome, Steward Tian, to our humble abode. Please, take a seat. Tian Ding, awestruck by the opulence surrounding him, exclaimed, I have heard of your lordship's numerous accolades, particularly your remarkable achievements on the novice town's celestial ranking list. It is indeed a pleasure to witness such grandeur firsthand. Qingyang County. It dawned on Jiang Chen that the county housing the famed novice town 10086 was indeed Qingyang County. He silently noted this information. You flatter me, Steward Tian. Jiang Chen replied candidly. Might I have the opportunity to behold the wares of your esteemed merchant association? Without hesitation, Tian Ding produced a detailed inventory. The list boasted a dazzling array of hundreds of items. Refined iron sword, superior priced at 1,000 spirit stones. Cold blade, rare priced at 6,000 spirit stones. As Jiang Chen perused the list, his eyes suddenly lit up. Territory Advancement Talisman, E-grade upon use. It elevates an F-grade lord's talent to E-grade, priced at 10,000 spirit stones. There were 3 of these E-grade talismans, and without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chen acquired all of them. Continuing his inspection, he soon discovered the martial arts and skill manuals he had long yearned for. Through the back fist, F-grade priced at 1,000 spirit stones. Fireball technique, F-grade priced at 1,000 spirit stones. Breathing technique, E-grade priced at 5,000 spirit stones. Iron cross technique, E-grade priced at 5,000 spirit stones. In total, there were 23 low-tier manuals and skill books. With a grand flourish, Jiang Chen procured them all. Though pleased, Tian Ding kindly cautioned, my lord. One should not be overly greedy with martial arts. It is wiser to focus on mastering a high-quality technique. Jiang Chen chuckled, thank you for your advice. Noticing that Jiang Chen took his words lightly, Tian Ding refrained from further persuasion. Next came the blueprints. Jiang Chen swiftly purchased 5 farmland blueprints, 5 arrow tower blueprints, and 5 pasture blueprints. He then inquired, do you have any plant seeds? The most common variety will suffice. Seeds? Tian Ding was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Chen's request. Low-tier seeds are of little value. Unfortunately, we do not possess any high-tier seeds. Jiang Chen sighed. Very well. He wished to convey that he only required low-tier seeds. Jiang Chen continued to peruse the list. Most remaining items were equipment, which held no interest for him. Upon reaching the bottom of the inventory, he was astonished to behold the final item, the Heroic Order. An Epic Heroic Order. Epic Heroic Order, priced at 10 million spirit stones. Indeed, it is the Epic Hero Medal. For a novice lord like yourself, such a medal is a coveted treasure, almost unattainable. Tian Ding wore a proud expression, then teased, however, my lord, can you afford it? Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. An Epic Hero Medal, when enhanced, merely costs around 1 million spirit stones. Moreover, he currently possessed one such medal. Were it not for the fear of attracting undue attention, he would have sold it long ago for coin. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Jiang Chen's eyes. Was this not the perfect opportunity for a clever exchange? He could take advantage of this moment to sell his hero medal. 10 million spirit stones would be just enough to enhance and summon a second legendary hero. With this thought in mind, Jiang Chen snapped a picture of the list. The first buyer he sought out was, of course, the wealthy local magnate, Ing Man. Jiang Chen. Image, esteemed one. Do you require a purchasing agent? Chapter 41. Unexpected delight. Culinary sales. Mass enhancement. Before long, he received a response. Ing Man, an epic hero's token? Have you triggered a merchant caravan event? Jiang Chen. I can procure it for you at a fair price of 10 million spirit stones, with no profit for myself. Ing Man appeared to be in high spirits. Sounds great. It's wonderful to see you thinking of your sister during such fortunate times. However, my home is already overflowing with epic heroes tokens. Jiang Chen nearly gasped in disbelief. What could he possibly say? Jiang Chen, you're incredible. After some contemplation, he realized that among the others, no one seemed more suitable than Xuan-Yuan. Jiang Chen. Image, Xuan-Yuan, do you need a procurement? And Xuan-Yuan's reaction was even more exuberant than Ing Man's. Oh my gosh, is that an epic hero's token? The merchant caravan actually produced an epic hero's token? You are exceedingly fortunate. Jiang Chen. I can procure it for you at a fair price of 10 million spirit stones. It was evident that Xuan-Yuan was anxious. But I don't have that much money. Jiang Chen encouraged her. Leverage your status as the princess of the Yin family to gather funds, and if all else fails, ask your sister Ing for a loan. And Xuan-Yuan, even then, I couldn't gather 10 million spirit stones. Jiang Chen grew impatient. I'll sell it to you for a lower price, 9 million spirit stones. And Xuan-Yuan was astonished. 9 million? I've never encountered a procurement that incurs a loss before. Jiang Chen smacked his forehead. He was too eager. Jiang Chen, I meant to say, I'll try to negotiate with the caravan to see if I can lower the price. And Xuan-Yuan, but 9 million is still quite a lot. Jiang Chen pondered. How about this? Tomorrow, once you return to Blue Star, mention this matter to the city lord. I believe the city lord would never pass up the chance for an epic hero's token. And Xuan-Yuan, the caravan can't stay for more than 3 hours, right? I recall this question from the Huanggang secret strategy exam. Jiang Chen immediately assured her. Don't worry. I guarantee I will secure the epic hero's token for you, even if it costs me something. And Xuan-Yuan was touched. Jiang Chen, you are so kind to me. I truly don't know how to thank you. How about this? I just found an item that I originally intended to keep for myself, but now I will gift it to you. Hint, and Xuan-Yuan, the lord, has sent you a deep-sea bait via the trading post. Please check your receipt. Deep-sea bait? A bait capable of summoning a tide of deep-sea monsters? Jiang Chen was overjoyed. To an ordinary lord, this would merely summon a standard beast wave. But in Jiang Chen's hands, its value was tenfold that of an epic treasure chest. He recalled the immense gains from the last dark bait. However, he had struggled to procure one at a high price in the regional channel, with no success over the course of several days. He never expected that now. His unintentional endeavor would yield such fruitful results. Closing the chat window, Jiang Chen contentedly addressed Tian Ding. Manager Tian, I no longer require the other items. Tian Ding was taken aback and then smirked. He had expected a significant client, only to find that he had purchased a collection of low-tier items. At this moment, Jiang Chen was in high spirits, thus displaying a rare generosity. Manager Tian had traveled a long distance. It would be best to share a meal before he departed. Half an hour later, as Tian Ding gazed at the humble fare before him, his expression turned solemn. The exquisite quality of the cuisine indeed revealed the hidden depths of their lord. Jiang Chen responded with a faint smile, perhaps due to the considerable value he had demonstrated. Before leaving, Tian Ding hesitated for a moment and inquired, although you hail from beyond, it appears you are of the Hua lineage, correct? Ah, in your realm. It should be referred to as the Dragon Kingdom. Jiang Chen nodded, naturally. Suddenly, Tian Ding's demeanor shifted to one of gravity as he cautioned, my lord, prepare yourself. The life of the Hua people in Xinjiang County is not as easy as you might imagine. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Tian Ding replied. I cannot elaborate further, but once your town completes its domain breaking, you shall understand. Farewell. Watching the retreating figure of the merchant caravan, Jiang Chen raised his middle finger. Damn Riddlers. Tian Ding's words did not significantly affect Jiang Chen. With his current foundation, he could vanquish Buddhas and gods alike. Moreover, he had Ing Man, the descendant of the righteous Emperor Qin, standing resolutely before him. After bidding farewell to the merchant caravan, Jiang Chen reclined comfortably in a rattan chair at the territory square, continuing his recruitment of new Tianyin disciples. However, A rather pragmatic issue arose once more. He was out of funds. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had anticipated this. Although the drunken Immortal Pavilion was not open for business, they could still manage some takeout. Opening the trading post, he found consignment, spirit snake soup 1,000. 2,000 spirit stones per serving. Spirit snake soup, crafted from high-quality snake meat, had its quality elevated to rare due to the enhancements of the drunken Immortal Pavilion. It was fortunate that Jiang Chen had an epic chef, allowing him to prepare such a quantity of exquisite dishes in just a day. Enhancement. Your consigned spirit snake soup has been purchased by Lording E-Man for 50 servings, earning you 100,000 spirit stones. Notification. Your consigned spirit snake soup has been purchased by Xuan-Yuan. Just after consigning, a flurry of purchase notifications arrived. With nothing else to do, Jiang Chen opened the regional channel to eavesdrop. Rare level cuisine? Goodness, 1,000 servings. It seems that the esteemed Jiang Chen has already constructed a dining establishment of considerable caliber. While I am still munching on fast food, Jiang Chen has already begun selling rare delicacies. The disparity is infuriating. I should be grateful. I've been gnawing on the territory's black bread for 3 days and am on the verge of being sick. Some lords who could not afford such luxuries grew envious. 2,000 spirit stones per serving? What a schemer. I believe 500 spirit stones would be a more reasonable price. I hope Lord Jiang Chen will consider this seriously. Support. Lord Jiang Chen, please lower the prices swiftly. Do not let your brothers down over such a trifling amount of spirit stones. However, these individuals were soon met with scathing retorts. Could you use your brain when speaking from up there? Permanently enhancing a troop's physique by 1 point is akin to possessing a low-level tome of physique. Rare delicacies seldom offer permanent attribute enhancements, making this exquisite item, priced at 2,000 spirit stones, remarkably affordable. I shall procure 10 portions. Those lacking funds ought to refrain from embarrassing themselves. Regarding the market response to the spirit serpent soup, Jiang Chen was quite pleased. The soup indeed enhances troop attributes, provided its quality remains below rare, and only the first serving takes effect. Nevertheless, it has become a sought-after commodity. In merely 10 minutes, the spirit serpent soup was completely sold out. Is it truly gone so soon? I had just been outside battling monsters, and upon hearing of the rare delicacy, I rushed here, only to find it was too late. Jiang Chen, could you possibly restock a few more portions? I arrived late. Jiang Chen replied, apologies, brothers. The supply is limited. We will continue selling at the same time tomorrow. This production has indeed reached the limits of the drunken Immortal Pavilion, as it serves not only takeout but also functions as the territory's mess hall. Having accrued wealth, it is essential to swiftly convert it into strength. Jiang Chen now faced 4 options. 1. Enhance the territory's advancement token to improve lordly talents. 2. Strengthen martial arts tomes and skill books. 3. Augment the deep-sea bait to initiate a beast tide tonight. 4. Upgrade equipment to bolster troop combat power. After contemplation, he concluded that the first option, focused on entertainment, would not directly enhance strength. The second option, strengthening martial arts, would take too long to yield results. The third option was feasible, as the crystal mine was already being exploited, allowing the territory to upgrade to 3 tomes tomorrow. The returns from a 3-tome beast tide would far exceed those from 2 tomes. Thus, Jiang Chen ultimately chose the last option. He produced a standard longsword and expended 20,000 spirit stones to select enhancement direction 3 to 6, the Crimson Sacred Word. The Crimson Sacred Word stands as the paragon of cost-effectiveness among the enhancement list. A premier weapon of exceptional quality. Not only does it boast high attributes and striking aesthetics, but it also possesses 2 highly practical skills. Blood Arc, a formidable area damage skill, has been wielded by the Empress on numerous occasions, while Sacred Word Technique serves as an explosive skill. Even the current Empress remains infatuated with the Crimson Sacred Word. This time, Jiang Chen enhanced 100 of them in one go, ensuring that every disciple of the Tianyin Pavilion, including the 9 Heavens Holy Princess, received one. The Tianyin disciples are inherently skilled with swords, equipped with the Crimson Sacred Word. Their combat prowess surged, significantly increasing their monster-slaying efficiency. Of course, the consequence was that Jiang Chen found himself once again short on funds. The following day, Jiang Chen rose unusually early. The first order of business upon waking was to check the number and status of the troops. After all, in just a few hours. It would be time for the announcement of the troop combat power rankings. Overnight, the Tianyin disciples had grown to 230 individuals. Before the rankings were disclosed, it was anticipated that their numbers would reach 300. Jiang Chen mused. Under the Empress's command, the total combat power of these 300 Tianyin disciples alone surpasses 6,000 points. Seizing the top position is as effortless as plucking an item from a pouch. Chapter 42. The Frenzied Wind of Enman. The term powerful, when applied to military units, inherently possesses a certain allure and instills a profound sense of security in the Lord. Jiang Chen admired this for quite some time before finally opening the battle log. The unread entries numbered a staggering 21,210. Indeed, the strength of many is formidable. Under Jiang Chen's stringent policies, the disciples of Tianyin Pavilion worked in shifts. Within a 10-kilometer radius of the territory, monsters were incessantly eliminated. In just one night, over 21,000 monsters were defeated, surpassing the total from the previous 3 days. Moreover, the territory maintained an impeccable record of 0 casualties. The power of the military units certainly alleviates worries. With so many logs, Jiang Chen naturally found it tedious to peruse them all. A single click to extract the data sufficed. You have gained energy 261,200. You have acquired spirit stones 31,800. You have received treasure chests, superior, 26. You have received treasure chests, ordinary. The most significant harvest of the night was undoubtedly the 260,000 energy. As for the other items, Jiang Chen deposited them into his warehouse to sort through later. The morning passed swiftly. Jiang Chen's territory continued to develop steadily, and tranquility enveloped the town. Time, 11:40 a.m. There remained 20 minutes until the announcement of the military unit strength rankings. At this moment, Jiang Chen sat in the private room by the window at the drunken Immortal Pavilion, savoring a delicious lunch while enjoying a soothing massage. Xuan-Yuan, the youngest among the 9 heavens sacred princesses, had mastered the E-grade skill massage to perfection, being mere steps away from transcendence. She was originally the Empress's personal masseuse. How delightful! A little lower, please. Xuan-Yuan tentatively moved her hands downward. My lord, is it here? Ah, yes, indeed, right there. Jiang Chen almost let out a moan of pleasure. He quickly opened the regional channel to divert his attention. In half an hour, the military unit strength rankings would be revealed. How exhilarating. The voice he recognized belonged to a second-generation leader of a small family, named Huang Xian. Wei Ming. It seems Brother Huang has prepared quite well. Huang Xian, since Brother Wei has inquired, I shall lay it all bare. I have constructed 3 barracks and 100 civilian residences, and have been frantically producing soldiers for an entire day. Wei Ming, goodness. That must amount to over 1,000 militia. Huang Xian. Indeed, it exceeds 1,400. Brother Wei, you have no idea. My territory is still level 1, covering only 4,000 square meters, and now it's overcrowded. If this continues for a few more hours, a mutiny may ensue. Wei Ming, brother, your boldness is admirable. By calculations, your combat power has surely surpassed 3,000, securing a place in the top 10. Huang Xian, I appreciate Brother Wei's kind words. I have invested all resources into soldier production, at least delaying the territory's development by a day. If I do not achieve a commendable ranking, it will be a total loss. Wei Ming sighed. Indeed. Tu Shan Yeye, why is there no betting this time? Yeye wishes to gamble on earning money for Brother Jiang Chen. Mu Qingshuang chuckled. Sister, you are simply adorable. Suddenly, a novice inquired. I have never understood why so many troops need to be summoned. Can't upgrading troop types also enhance combat strength? This question was akin to poking a hornet's nest, instantly inciting scorn from all the straight men in the town. You should return to Blue Star. The battlefield of myriad races is not suited for you. Did you purchase your elementary school diploma? You haven't even memorized the energy upgrade formula? Foolishness knows no bounds. Perhaps the girl believed that a touch of folly would render her even cuter. The esteemed individuals above were not only handsome, but also eloquent. Wei Ming, however, interjected. Allow me to clarify. Elevating a militia from level 10 to 11 requires 500 energy points, yielding an increase of 2 combat strength. Whereas recruiting a new militia member only necessitates 100 energy points, also resulting in an increase of 2 combat strength. Do you understand now? This explanation was straightforward, and the girl seemed to realize the folly of her query, falling silent. Observing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. This is madness. The 400 subpar soldiers recruited by Huang Xian were utterly untrainable and not worth the effort. After the troop strength ranking concluded, the sole outcome would be to sacrifice them as cannon fodder, amounting to a waste of over 10,000 energy points. Nevertheless, he understood Huang Xian's rationale. A single exceptional treasure chest, with a stroke of luck, could indeed alter one's fate. Not to mention the prestige rewards. Had Jiang Chen not been a top-tier player, he might have taken a gamble as well. Ding ding ding. A video call request from a friend chimed in. Jiang Chen glanced at the screen. It was from Enchuxia. Upon answering, Enchuxia got straight to the point. Jiang Chen, did you summon troops today? Given that the combat strength rankings would soon be revealed, Enchuxia asked without reservation. Jiang Chen replied candidly, fewer than 300. Fewer than 300? Enchuxia frowned slightly. That number surely dashed hopes for the top 10. You must be aiming to secure a position in the top 100. She presumed it was 300 militia, but in reality, it was 300 exceptional troops. Jiang Chen chose not to clarify, instead smiling and asking, what about you? I haven't summoned any. Even if I did, I wouldn't stand a chance at first place. Enchuxia shook her head. If it were merely for an exceptional treasure chest, it wouldn't be worth sacrificing a day's worth of development time for my territory. A rational choice. Jiang Chen gave a thumbs up, then curiously asked, but why are you so certain that you can't secure first place? Enchuxia appeared somewhat resigned, because Ying Jiejia also summoned troops. Ying Yiman has summoned troops as well? Jiang Chen exclaimed in surprise. Is she just one epic treasure chest away? He still recalled the grandiose claims made the previous night regarding the epic hero orders in Ying Yiman's home. Enchuxia seemed to recall something amusing. Covering her mouth as she laughed, she was provoked by you. After being dethroned from the top of the Dao ranking 3 times by you, she is determined to ensure absolute victory this time. So that was the reason. Jiang Chen hurriedly inquired, do you know how many troops she has unleashed? If Ying Yiman were to go wild, she could indeed pose a threat to him. Are you probing into Sister Ying's background? Enchuxia retorted, then giggled. In fact, Sister Ying has also sent me to investigate your situation. You both are quite something. At this point, why not just ask each other directly? Subsequently, Enchuxia asserted, Sister Ying has summoned 2,000 militia. She disclosed a staggering figure. With several squads of high-tier units added, her combat power likely approaches 6,000 points, making the top rank as easy as reaching into a pocket. Jiang Chen, however, let out a sigh of relief. Now that you've mentioned it, I feel reassured. Even without counting the dragon, the 9 heavens holy princess, or the goddess warriors, my own combat power has already exceeded 6,000 points. Enchuxia responded with satisfaction. Sister Ying would surely be delighted to know how much you care for her. Then she shifted the conversation. Jiang Chen, do you remember the epic tiger demon outside my territory 2 days ago? Jiang Chen's heart stirred. Of course, I remember. That tiger demon was defeated by me. How could I forget? However, aside from Ying Yiman, no one else knows about it. I have been incredibly unlucky. Enchuxia began to vent her frustrations. I thought that after vanquishing the epic tiger demon, I could explore that mountain range. But who would have thought I'd encounter another formidable foe? Jiang Chen's eyes widened. You didn't happen to encounter another epic monster, did you? Not quite. Enchuxia replied, a gloomy expression on her face, though her situation had not improved significantly. Chapter 43, Guardians of the Mountains. The list descends. Enchuxia wore a troubled expression. I encountered a level 14 mountain guardian, and an entire squad at that. After an engagement, I lost 3 wolf cavalry, and my melee troops are nearly wiped out. Upon returning to Blue Star today, I must recuperate my losses. Jiang Chen inhaled deeply. Mountain Guardians? An entire squad. The Mountain Guardian is among the formidable units of the dwarven race, classified as exceptional quality. The worth of 12 Mountain Guardians is undoubtedly on par with that of an epic monster. Jiang Chen sincerely expressed his envy. They say that Tina, the goddess of fortune, graced my bed, but it seems she has taken refuge in yours. Enchuxia shot him a glare. I am utterly disheartened, and you still make light of my situation? Fortunately, Sister Ying has promised that upon our return to Blue Star, she will mobilize her forces to assist me in clearing out the monsters. If only you weren't so far away, I would have invited you to join me. Jiang Chen murmured. Then it seems we still have time. The Blue Star portal will open at noon. Their return to Blue Star will take several hours. Jiang Chen resolved to set out shortly, certain he could arrive before them. Indeed, and Xuxiao, unaware of Jiang Chen's intentions, nodded in agreement, affirming that there was indeed time. After ending the video call, Jiang Chen immediately furrowed his brow. Why is it that Xuxiao always encounters high-tier monsters? Does this girl truly possess some unique constitution? The server has only been open for 3 days. He had explored nearly 100 kilometers around his territory and had only come across one exceptional grade monster, the Jungle Slayer, guarding the crystal mine. Moreover, as an exceptional unit, the Mountain Guardians are akin to ultimate bosses within a large dwarven tribe. The sudden appearance of an entire squad raises the question, is there a dwarven military structure hidden within that mountain range? If that is indeed the case, then the creatures dwelling deep within the mountains must exceed just this squad of mountain guardians. With this thought igniting a fervor within him, Jiang Chen promptly commanded through the heart of the Lord, Long Jiu, Long Yi, Long Wu, Long Lu, return to the territory immediately. All goddess warriors stationed in the territory, except for Amanda guarding the crystal mine, must return at once. All 9 heavens holy maidens, return to the territory immediately. The Empress, as a hero, possesses authority second only to the Lord within the territory. Thus she received Jiang Chen's command. After a moment of contemplation, she inquired, "My lord, are we embarking on another expedition?" Jiang Chen, intrigued, asked, "How did you deduce that?" The Empress smiled. "The 9 heavens holy maidens, 5 goddess warriors, plus you and me. Total 16, and 4 dragons can precisely carry 16 individuals." Haraha. Jiang Chen laughed heartily. "My Empress is becoming increasingly astute." "What do you mean increasingly?" The Empress shot him a look, retorting, "I have always been this clever." Yet, they did not refute the title of my imperial daughter. Soon, all the elite forces within the territory gathered under Jiang Chen's summons. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Upgrade. Consuming 23,800 energy. Your unit Dragon Eye has upgraded to level 7. Consuming 30,400 energy." Radiant golden auras emerged from beneath Dragon Eye, Dragon V, and Dragon 6, dazzling in their brilliance. The 3-headed dragons instantly ascended from level 6 to level 10, their forms rapidly expanding until they grew into colossal creatures with wings spanning 20 meters. The 4 dragons jostled together, swiftly filling the small square at the center of the territory. Jiang Chen gazed at the scene, somewhat troubled. "It seems I must hasten the upgrade of the 3 books. Otherwise, we will have no space for buildings or units." This upgrade consumed a total of 414,000 energy. Last night, I amassed 260,000 energy, and with the gains from this morning, it just suffices. Time, 11:57:28. There are 3 minutes left until the leaderboard is announced. Jiang Chen instructed, "Prepare yourselves. Once the unit strength rankings conclude, we shall initiate immediately," including the Empress. Everyone responded in unison, "Yes, my lord." In Ying Yin's territory. Ha ha ha, that fellow Jiang Chen only managed to score 300. It seems his only aim is to secure a position within the top 100. Ying Yin beamed with joy. "At last, the top spot is mine." Meng Tian, with a sigh of resignation, remarked, "Your Highness, you have added Jiang Chen as a friend. Cannot you simply inquire with him directly? Must it go through Miss Chu Xiao?" As in Xu Xiao's relationship with Ying Yin grew closer, Meng Tian's tone reflected a newfound respect for her. "How could that be?" Ying Yin quickly shook her head. "I must present an air of nonchalance about this ranking. I wish to appear as though I effortlessly claimed the top spot, while remaining utterly composed. Do you understand this feeling, Sister Meng?" "I do," Meng Tian retorted, reminiscent of the impression Jiang Chen left during the previous heavenly rankings. Ying Yin. At exactly 12 o'clock, a brilliant golden light erupted in the sky above the war fog. The unit strength rankings commenced. All the lords of the town 10086 awaited with bated breath. "It has begun. How exhilarating." The Blue Star channel has also opened. We should wait for the leaderboard to be fully revealed before returning to Blue Star. After all, it's only a matter of minutes. That makes sense. Soon, rows of rankings began to appear in succession. Unit strength ranking, 100th place, Lord Xuan-Yuan. Reward, rare treasure chest 1. Reputation 2. Unit strength ranking, 99th place, Lord Jiang Chen. The rankings were unveiled in reverse order, rapidly announcing one name per second. Those who made the list erupted in cheers of joy. "Haha, I made the list. I am finally on the leaderboard. I made it too. I am just a commoner, having neither refined heroes nor even elite units. This time, I took a gamble, and indeed, the heavens have shown mercy. Ah, the rare treasure chest. Should I unveil an extraordinary troop, I shall become the next Jiang Chen. Some have posed a crucial inquiry, esteemed brothers on the leaderboard. What is the approximate battle strength of your troops? Xuan-Yuan, I hover around 530 points. Jiang Chen, I am at 550. Upon hearing this, someone instantly fell into despair. Alas, my total battle strength is merely 520, just shy by 10 points. I had hoped to enter the top 100. Had I known, I would have summoned a few more militia. To the brother above, please accept my condolences. Thus, it is said that indecision is the greatest folly when striving for the leaderboard. If one commits, it must be with unwavering resolve. The announcement of the rankings is remarkably swift. Troop Strength Leaderboard, 89th place, Lord Xuan-Yuan. Reward, Rare Treasure Chest X1, Reputation X4. Xuan-Yuan. Hooray, splendid. It is evident that the little fox has also summoned troops, but her aim was merely to secure a position within the top 100. This way, she obtains the treasure chest without significantly impacting her territory. After all, the 11th and 100th places both yield a rare treasure chest. Mu Qingxuang, Sister Yaya, your calculations are astoundingly precise. I admire you. Xuan-Yuan. Oh, Sister Mu, you flatter me. Troop Strength Leaderboard, 72nd place, Lord Lin Mo. Reward, Rare Treasure Chest X1, Reputation X10, Mu Qingxuang. The battle strength at 75th place is 1,000, by this calculation. It seems Lin Mo must have summoned 300 militia. Perhaps he has overexerted himself. Lin Mo. Ever since being frightened by Jiang Chen last time, Lin Mo has adopted a more low-key approach. Troop Strength Leaderboard, 10th place, Lord Huang Xian. Reward, Extraordinary Treasure Chest X1. Reputation X20. It is indeed Huang Xian, who has just summoned 1,400 militia. Wei Ming sincerely remarked, "Congratulations, Brother Huang Xian, on achieving your aspirations." Huang Xian, haha indeed. The heavens favor every dream. I am grateful for the heavens' grace, for my family's nurturing, and lastly, for everyone's support. Huang Xian is quite ecstatic, almost at a loss for words. Wei Ming, if you can summon troops, or even heroes, Brother Huang, you will truly soar to great heights. Huang Xian, haha. I appreciate your kind words, Brother Wei. The heavens continue to announce. Troop Strength Leaderboard, 9th place, Lord Sun Gang. To everyone's astonishment, the 410th place is entirely occupied by the second-generation leaders of small families, with even a commoner among them, until the 3rd place emerged. Chapter 44, The Emergence of the Champion. A-Class Skill, Great Sumeru Sword Technique. Unit Power Ranking, 3rd place, Lord Mu Qingxuang. Reward, Superior Treasure Chest X1. Reputation, 100. To everyone's astonishment, the 3rd place was claimed by Mu Qingxuang, a lieutenant from the Jiangnan military district. And Chu Xiao exclaimed, "Sister Mu has also summoned troops?" Mu Qingxuang replied, "Forgive me for the embarrassment, dear Chu Xiao. You know how tight the military budget is, so I had to rely on my own resources." With a hint of regret, Mu Qingxuang continued, "Alas, despite my utmost efforts, achieving a power level of 4,200, I could only secure 3rd place." After a moment of silence, Wei Ming speculated, the top 2 must be the formidable Jiang Chen and Ing Man, right? Ing Man responded, "Why wouldn't they be?" Jiang Chen added, "Indeed, why wouldn't they?" And Chu Xiao laughed, "Ha ha, Jiang Chen, you summoned 300 troops. What are you trying to prove?" Wei Ming interjected, "Don't underestimate my boss Jiang Chen. He's quite impressive." He thought to himself, if Jiang Chen truly had summoned 300 units along with the goddess warrior, he would surely not be absent from the rankings. Yet, with only 3,100 placed, he must be among the top 2. And Chu Xia and Ing Man, lost in their own thoughts, failed to notice this detail. Just then, the 2nd place was announced. Unit Power Ranking, 2nd place, Lord Ing Man. Reward, Superior Treasure Chest X1. Reputation, 200. Following a brief moment of silence, everyone perked up. Ha. Ing Man has claimed 2nd place again. This marks her 4th time in the rankings of the hero power list. Always the perennial 2nd. Do you dare speak such about the esteemed Ing Man? Not that. I mean, maintaining such stable performance is no small feat. And Chu Xiao was equally stunned. How is this possible? With such high power, how could Ing's sister be in second place? She was well aware of Ingman's total power. Ingman declared, "It must be Jiang Chen again." And Xuxia quickly clarified, "Sister Ing, Jiang Chen never lies. If he said he summoned 300 troops, then it is indeed only 300. Ingman asked, "Are you certain, Xuxia?" And Xuxia affirmed, "Absolutely certain." Suddenly, Ingman erupted in frustration. "Ah? How dare they label me as the perennial second?" An overwhelming aura of authority emanated from Ingman, her flowing black hair moving as if stirred by an unseen wind. Astonishingly, her eyes began to change to a sandy hue, with slit pupils slowly emerging from the depths of her gaze. Meng Tian, both surprised and delighted, remarked, "Your Highness, has your bloodline evolved due to rage? Truly a sight to behold." Notification: your soul wave exceeds limits, triggering bloodline evolution. The concentration of ancient dragon bloodline, SS grade, has reached 0.04. Notification: your soul. The sudden heavenly notification caused Ingman's slit pupils to fade, gradually restoring her clarity. "Have I evolved my bloodline?" Meng Tian exclaimed. "Your Highness, don't stop. Keep getting angry. You might evolve further." Ingman shot Meng Tian a glare. Seeing the evolution halt, Meng Tian lamented, "Your Highness, you have no idea how precious such an opportunity is." "Precious?" Ingman ran her fingers through her hair, feeling dejected. "I have the impression that if I remain in town 10086, such opportunities would abound." "That is wonderful," Meng Tian exclaimed. "This single evolution is worth more than 100 epic chests." All right. Ingman sighed in exasperation, then brooded. If Sister Xuxia is so certain that Jiang Chen only summoned 300 troops, then who could possibly be in first place? Just as her words faded, the light that belonged to Ingman faded from the sky. The top contender finally revealed themselves. Upon seeing the golden letters that announced the champion, Ingman felt her bloodline nearly evolve out of anger. She gritted her teeth and uttered 2 words. "Jiang Chen, that fraud." Top of the troop combat power rankings, Lord Jiang Chen, reward, epic chest 1, reputation 300 ha. Ingman took several deep breaths, forcing herself to calm down, then turned to Meng Tian. "Sister Meng, is it possible that all of Jiang Chen's 300 troops are high tier?" Meng Tian immediately shook her head. "Impossible. The only way to acquire high-tier troops in large numbers at this stage is through troop symbols, and it's only been 3 days since the opening. Where would he find so many high-tier troop symbols?" Suddenly, Meng Tian exclaimed, "Wait, there's another possibility." "What possibility?" "Creating high-tier troops." "Sister Meng, are you joking? It has been over 100 years since a lord has created high-tier troops." Meng Tian shrugged. "I'm merely stating a possibility." So this fellow truly deceived Xuxia. How could he betray her trust like that? Ingman fumed on Xuxia's behalf, lamenting how much faith Xuxia had placed in him. The troop combat power rankings concluded, or at least that was Jiang Chen's perspective. He opened the lord list of the town and noticed that several lord avatars had turned black and white, indicating their departure from the Wanzhou battlefield and return to Blue Star. As the number of lords dwindled, he planned to issue a global announcement about his self-created troops. Timing it now would diminish the impact to at least 1/10. For now, he needed to set off quickly to explore the mountain range, lest prolonged delays result in unforeseen complications. Unfortunately, both energy and spirit stones were in short supply for Jiang Chen. Beep, beep, beep. Just as Jiang Chen was about to embark on his expedition, he received a video request from Ingman. Could it be that this girl was still unwilling to accept defeat? Nevertheless, Ingman was his most significant patron, so he would not take her lightly. "Big Sister Ing." Jiang Chen began, but before he could finish, Ingman unleashed a torrent of words. "Jiang Chen, you fraud. Deceiving me is one thing, but to betray someone as kind as Xuxia is beyond comprehension. Does your conscience not ache? Jiang Chen, to claim that only 300 troops were revealed. I suspect you have omitted a 0. Jiang Chen, no. Moreover, when Xuxia inquired, there were merely 20 minutes remaining. Did you lie merely to toy with us? Is such malicious amusement truly enjoyable? Jiang Chen, your territory is now likely overrun with militia, is it not? Do you require my assistance in introducing you to a necromancer lord who could transform them into skeletal warriors?" Beep, beep, beep. Observing the video call disconnect, Jiang Chen contemplated redialing. Even if he did not intend to retort, he at least desired to clarify matters. However, after a moment's reflection, he abandoned the notion. What a waste of time to bicker with a mere girl. Besides, I am poised to issue a global announcement shortly. I am eager to witness her expression at that moment. Jiang Chen suddenly chuckled, realizing that this girl possesses quite the sharp tongue. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Chen summoned the Empress, the holy princess of the 9 heavens, and the goddess warrior. They set forth. A group of 16 mounted the dragon's back, and Jiang Chen patted Long Jiao onward. Long Jiao grumbled, "Little Jiao is a dragon, not a horse." "All right, not a horse." Jiang Chen laughed, "But little Jiao knows the way, does she not?" With a powerful flap of its wings, Long Jiao soared into the clouds. Of course. Jiang Chen rode alongside the Empress, Zixian, and Giselle, sharing a single mount. As was his custom, he wrapped one arm around the slender waist of the Empress while retrieving the newly acquired epic treasure chest. "Empress, it is time to get to work." The Empress had grown accustomed to Jiang Chen's affectionate gestures, and upon seeing the treasure chest, her eyes sparkled with excitement. "It is true. I have developed a bit of an addiction to opening treasure chests, especially epic ones." Jiang Chen gasped, "No, I cannot afford to support this habit." The Empress giggled and promptly opened the chest. "Fortune smiles upon you. You have opened an epic treasure chest and acquired an A-grade skill book. Great Su Mi Sword Technique. Chapter 45. Global Announcement. The world thrills at my presence. Fortune awaits. An A-class skill book." Jiang Chen could hardly contain his excitement as he embraced the Empress and planted a fervent kiss upon her cheek. "My goodness, you truly are my lucky star. A B-class corresponds to an epic. An A-class corresponds to a legend. When it comes to opening treasure chests, the Empress has never failed to impress. At the very least, she has consistently procured several epic chests without a single misstep. Today, she even triggered a 1 in 10,000 chance to unveil an item of a higher tier." Jiang Chen immediately focused on the description of the skill book. Great Sumeru Sword Technique. A-class, the most formidable defensive sword technique of the Sumeru immortal sect, capable of summoning the power of the void to form a barrier. When mastered to its zenith, one can create a domain with a single strike. An A-class skill may not sound particularly remarkable. However, it is essential to note that the most potent skill currently in the Empress's possession, Heavenly Sound 9 Kills, is merely a C-class skill. Meanwhile, the illustrious Mountain and River Bright Moon of Mingyu is only a B-class skill. An A-class skill book can no longer be enhanced. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chen handed it over to the Empress. "Empress, it is time for you to learn." He was eager to witness the effects of the Empress's newly acquired divine skill. Transmission of knowledge. The Empress, unpretentious as ever, responded, "Yes, my lord. Your heroic Empress has successfully comprehended Great Sumeru Sword Technique, Beginner. Transmission of knowledge activated. Tianyin Pavilion acquires the sect skill Great Sumeru Sword Technique. All Tianyin Pavilion troops may learn it without any resource expenditure. Excellent." Jiang Chen clapped his hands, utterly pleased. The most significant aspect is that he alone determines who can learn this skill and who cannot. Conventionally, as a competent lord, one must wield both benevolence and authority. Achieving an A-class skill is already worthy of being a sect's treasure. It should ideally be reserved for true disciples or ordinary disciples who have accomplished great deeds. However, Jiang Chen reflected for a moment. Given the rapid development of the territory and the pressing need for manpower, there was no need to adhere to such formalities. Let everyone learn. After all, the disciples of Tianyin Pavilion have been diligently grinding monsters. This can be seen as a reward. Your troop, Vanning Tian, has successfully comprehended Great Sumeru Sword Technique, Beginner. Your troop, Zixian. In an instant, whether it be the 9 heaven saintess or the hundreds of Tianyin disciples, they all mastered this A-class skill. Even though he had anticipated the outcome, Jiang Chen could not help but exclaim, "Empress, your skill is truly extraordinary. It is akin to a single skill book transforming into countless skill books." Beside him, Zixian sensed the moment and exclaimed in delight, "Such a powerful sword technique. Although it consists of only one form, it can manifest myriad variations." As she spoke, Zixian could not resist drawing her crimson sacred words and called out, "Sumeru." Though merely at the beginner level, visible ripples emerged in the void, enveloping Zixian completely. Beside him, Giselle exclaimed after a moment of perception, "Such formidable defense." Not even my thunder projection could breach it in a single strike. Truly a skill of A rank. Suddenly, the voice of Long Jiao echoed. Zizaishan, you could practice for a while, but practicing swordsmanship on someone else's back is quite disrespectful to the dragon. Zizaishan then realized his mistake and crouched down to touch Long Jiao's scales. I apologize, little Jiao. Your flight was so steady that I completely forgot I was in the sky. That's more like it. Long Jiao seemed pleased, nodding and adding, and don't forget, I was here first. You ought to call me Sister Jiao. An hour and a half later, the dragon, carrying 16 individuals, descended once more at the valley entrance where they had slain the tiger demon. The Empress gazed at the undulating mountains before her, lamenting. No wonder Lord Xuan-Yuan is so adamant about this mountain range. It likely occupies 3/4 of her territory. If she doesn't develop this range, she needn't bother with any further advancement. Jiang Chen, with a righteous demeanor, declared otherwise. Why would I travel such a distance to assist her in clearing the bosses from this mountain? Only Jiang Chen could elevate the act of monster hunting to such grandiose proportions. The Empress shot him a glance and said, Then, my lord, shall we commence? Please wait a moment. Amidst the crowd's uncertainties, Jiang Chen once again opened the list of town lords. He discovered that the majority of the lord icons had turned black and white, prompting a satisfied nod from him. I shall issue a global announcement. Events triggered by individuals like Jiang Chen are distinctly different from the rules of heavenly ranking rewards. The decision to announce, and the timing of such an announcement, rests entirely upon the Lord. After all, an announcement yields prestige rewards, while silence brings none. There is no option to release an announcement while concealing one's name. Thus, even though he was aware that this announcement could lead to unforeseen consequences, Jiang Chen was determined to proceed for the sake of the immense prestige and legendary points at stake. Thus, in the 7th heaven, Zone 666 of the 10,000 Races battlefield, on the 3rd day of the server's launch, at 13:47:18, a remarkably simple announcement reverberated throughout the entire Blue Star domain. Announcement. In the 7th heaven, Zone 666 of the Blue Star domain, Lord Jiang Chen of Town 10086 has created an exceptional unit, the Celestial Sound Disciples. Simultaneously, Jiang Chen received a message from the heavens. Notification. You have gained 10,000 prestige and 100 legendary points. Notification. Your prestige has reached world-renowned. Notification. An exceptional hero from the Elven race is on their way, soon to appear in your tavern. The effects were immediate. Jiang Chen marveled. Just after achieving world renown, my tavern spawns an exceptional hero. This is the advantage of prestige. Although Jiang Chen held little regard for an exceptional hero, it did not imply that they were of common worth. It is worth noting that in Xuan, the daughter of the city lord, is merely an exceptional hero at the outset. Furthermore, this is merely the beginning. At this point, Xuan and the winner's maid should be aware that I have not deceived them. When I mentioned 300 types of troops, I indeed meant 300. Suddenly, Jiang Chen was taken aback. Astonishingly, there were still friends who had not returned to Blue Star. Xuan-Yuan exclaimed, Brother Jiang Chen, please tell me I did not misinterpret. I cannot believe my eyes. Jiang Chen replied with exasperation, You are mistaken. Xuan-Yuan cried out. A master who has created an extraordinary troop type is actually my brother from a humble town. How fortunate. I seek your patronage. It was evident that the little fox was overwhelmed with excitement, likely bouncing around within her territory. Upon hearing about the patronage, Jiang Chen immediately perked up. But upon recalling the little fox's age, he retorted, That would be quite the predicament. To his surprise, Xuan-Yuan instantly understood, We are members of the Tianhu clan. Although I am merely 10 years old, it is equivalent to 18 in human years. Jiang Chen was well aware that the little fox was jesting. Curiously, he inquired, Yeah. You wouldn't happen to have a sister named Tushan Susu, would you? How did you know, Brother Jiang Chen? She is my younger sister. Brother Jiang Chen, quickly check the regional channel. It has erupted with activity. Is it yet another round of empty flattery? I find it to be utterly tedious. Xuan-Yuan remained silent. After hastily dismissing the little fox, Jiang Chen, filled with vigor, declared, Everyone, advance towards the mountains. Yes. After issuing the announcement, Jiang Chen joyfully set off to slay monsters and level up. Yet, in that moment, the world was set ablaze by his actions. Chapter 46. The Sensation on Blue Star. The Lord's Astonishment. even though Jiang Chen deliberately chose the timing of the announcement to open the Blue Star Passage. There were still billions of new lords in the battlefield of myriad races at this moment. This announcement appeared simultaneously in the central vision of all lords. In an instant, not only the lords of the Dragon Kingdom, but also those from the Lighthouse Nation, Northern Bear Nation, Cherry Blossom Nation, and Southern Stick Nation were rendered speechless. Their eyes filled with disbelief. It was as if the entire world had been pressed on pause. Moments later, their expressions turned frantic, and they shouted, 3 days since the opening, and he created his own troop type? Am I seeing things? Not only did he create a troop type, but it is also an exceptional one. How many years has it been since we heard news of the creation of an exceptional troop type in the Blue Star region? 80 years, or perhaps 100. Oh my god, a fully unique exceptional troop type. If this Jiang Chen does not fall, he could undoubtedly dominate a state. Wonderful. Jiang Chen, this esteemed figure must be one of our Dragon Kingdom's own. Nonsense. He cannot be from the Dragon Kingdom. While our nation is indeed powerful in the 16 heavens, how could such a genius arise from the now-declined 7th Heaven Qing Kingdom? It won't be long before our Cherry Blossom Empire launches a racial war to exterminate all the lords of the Dragon Kingdom in the 7th Heaven. Ha. The name Jiang Chen sounds distinctly of our Southern Stick Nation. Indeed, this is merely the tip of the iceberg. On the main world of Blue Star, all the dual realm altars in every city began to emit a low hum. Such an extraordinary phenomenon left the city lords in shock as they rushed to assess the situation. The reason city lords hold such high authority is that they are selected administrators from the battlefield of myriad races, possessing powers far beyond those of ordinary individuals. Upon utilizing their administrative privileges to view that heavenly announcement, they widened their eyes in astonishment. To become a city lord, one must be a formidable force, with experiences and insights that far surpass those of ordinary new lords. Exceptional troop types? This signifies that soon he could produce troop tokens of this type in bulk, and not merely troop tokens. Those capable of creating troop types can often reverse engineer architectural blueprints for troop buildings. If we can forge a good relationship with this formidable individual, perhaps in a few decades, our City of the Covenant will be blessed with countless exceptional troop types. The Dragon Kingdom does not deserve such talent. We must uncover the identity of this Jiang Chen. Money, beauty, status, whatever he desires, we free will shall provide. All factions were curious about the true identity of Jiang Chen, except for the city lord of East Sea and Luoshi. In a spacious and bright office, and Chu Xiao recounted to her mother the events of the past 3 days in vivid detail. And Luoshi and Chu Xiao bore a striking resemblance, with 9 parts similarity. Moreover, as a heavenly tier powerhouse, and Luoshi's lifespan could extend to 200 years, making them appear more like sisters when together. Jiang Chen, that commoner, actually claimed the top spot on the heavenly ranking 4 times, and Luoshi's face was one of astonishment. She is a renowned warlord of the Dragon Kingdom. Yet this was the first time she had heard such news. Moreover, you mentioned that his territory had spawned a merchant caravan to procure an epic hero medal for you? This lad's fortune is indeed remarkable. And Chu Xian nodded eagerly and then, with a playful tone, implored Mom, could you please buy that epic hero medal that Jiang Chen is procuring for me? And Luoshi remarked, epic hero medals are rare and precious. 10 million spirit stones would be a bargain. And Chu Xiao rejoiced, so, does that mean you agree, Mom? However, and Luoshi swiftly shifted her stance. But how can you ensure that Jiang Chen will hand over the hero medal to you after purchasing it, rather than keeping it for himself? And Chu Xiao responded hastily, I've known Jiang Chen for many years. He never lies. Never lies? And Luoshi scoffed. He just claimed he only had 300 troop types. How can 300 types possibly secure the top position on the battle power leaderboard? It must involve at least some exceptional troops. And Chu Xiao resorted to her charming manner. Jiang Chen was merely joking. At the very least, it shows he is not an unreliable person. And Luoshi earnestly conveyed, he has already reached the 2nd book. With the 3rd, he can recruit a 2nd hero. In such circumstances, how could a commoner resist the temptation of an epic hero medal? That is an epic hero. And Chu Xiao pleaded pitifully, please, Mom, I've already promised Jiang Chen. Without 10 million spirit stones, how can I explain myself to him? She regretted mentioning the matter of the 300 troop types to her mother. And Luoshi, infuriated, exclaimed, a daughter grows up too fast. Do you think your mother's spirit stones come from the wind? Just then, A buzzing sound filled the air, and Luoshi's expression changed as she sprang to her feet. This sound signified a public announcement from the Blue Star domain. Could it be that something significant was occurring on the battlefield of the myriad races? With that, she soared into the air towards the nearby Two Realms altar. Achieving a battle power of 100,000 stars allows one to manipulate the magnetic forces of the earth and traverse the skies, thus earning the title of a celestial tier powerhouse. And Xuxia shouted, "Mom, wait for me." By the time Xuxia arrived, a crowd of citizens had already gathered outside the square. Goodness, an anomaly at the Two Realms altar. Could there be a major event unfolding on the battlefield of the myriad races? The buzzing sound was clear and melodious. Perhaps it heralded good news. Alas, even if it were good news, the vastness of Blue Star means it has little to do with my EC city. Within Xuxia's status, the guards did not dare to stop her, allowing her to easily approach the altar. Here, aside from Luoshi, 2 elders from EC city were also present. Although Xuxia obediently stood by, her ears were perked up attentively. One elder with the surname Huang spoke in a deep voice, "My lord, what has happened?" At that moment, Luoshi's eyes were filled with astonishment. The Heavenly Tao had issued an announcement that in the new district, a lord named Jiang Chen had created an exceptional troop type. Upon the mention of the name Jiang Chen, a fleeting glimmer of intrigue flashed in Luoshi's eyes. However, within Long Country, there are no fewer than 800,000 individuals named Jiang Chen, so she naturally did not associate him with her daughter's classmate. "What?" An elder of the Huang family exclaimed in shock. "Did you say he created his own army, or an exceptional army?" After repeated confirmations, Elder Li's eyes brimmed with reverence. The new district is not necessarily populated by novices. To establish an exceptional army merely 3 days after the district's opening, this esteemed Jiang Chen must be a formidable figure reincarnated in this realm. Elder Huang asserted, "It cannot be mistaken. I recall a decade ago, a predecessor, dissatisfied with his initial venture, resolutely abandoned his century-old territory at the age of 130 to re-establish himself in a new district." And Luoshi nodded in agreement. Elder Li inquired, "Lady Yan, does the announcement specify which novice town this esteemed predecessor resides in?" She glanced. "It appears to be Novice Town 10086. Suddenly, Luoshi's eyes widened in astonishment. "Wait, is this not the town where Xuxia resides?" Jiang Chen. Turning her head, she spotted her daughter behind her and promptly confirmed, "Xuxia? If I am not mistaken, does your novice town bear the designation 10,086? And Xuxia, understanding the gist, nodded excitedly. "Yes, yes." And Luoshi's voice trembled slightly. "Then how many individuals named Jiang Chen are there in your town?" And Xuxiao exclaimed, "There are 4 surnamed Jiang, but only this one named Jiang Chen. I am absolutely certain. The will of heaven cannot be mistaken. The will of heaven cannot be mistaken." And Luoshi swayed slightly, murmuring to herself, "Could it truly be him? But how is this possible?" And Xuxiao cried out, "How can it not be possible? I have always said that Jiang Chen never lies. Everything is now elucidated. He truly possesses only 300 army types, all of which are self-created exceptional armies." At that moment, Xuxiao felt a tumult of shock, joy, pride, and a tinge of guilt. How could I have doubted Jiang Chen? That was utterly unwarranted. The 2 elders also began to comprehend. Elder Li trembled. Could it be that the girl Xuxia knows this esteemed Jiang Chen who created exceptional armies? After all, based on prior experience, it is generally possible to reverse engineer army architectural blueprints within a century of creating one's own army. Those are blueprints for exceptional army structures, not to mention the architectural blueprints. Even low-yield wilderness army structures, if of exceptional quality, could incite a storm of chaos. Establishing a relationship with such a formidable figure could elevate Donghai City to new heights. Of course I know him. And Xuxiao proclaimed proudly, "Grandpa Li, your esteemed Jiang Chen is my classmate." Elder Li, Elder Huang. Even with the truth laid bare before them, and Luoshi and the 2 elders felt a surreal disbelief. Yet at that moment, and Luoshi's body jolted. A celestial message, visible solely to the Lord of Donghai City, finally convinced her entirely. She murmured, "Indeed, it is true." Chapter 47, The Dwarven Palace. King of the Hills. Notification. Thanks to the contributions made at the Dual Realms altar in EC City, Administrator in Luoshi has been promoted to Level 3 authority. Upon reading this notification, and Luoshi finally acquiesced. "Chu Chun, I agree to your request regarding the epic hero order. And Xuan exclaimed, Thank you, Mom. And Luoshi continued, Once we gather sufficient funds, I will accompany you to your territory. And Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Sure. Huh? Did you just say you would come with me? The battlefield of myriad races has its own rules, and her mother is the warlord of District 642. How could she venture into her own territory? Huang Lao, who was well informed, expressed his astonishment. City Lordin, you have been promoted to Level 3 Administrator. Indeed, it was the Level 3 authority that had just been bestowed upon me as a reward from the Heavenly Tao. And Luoshi nodded, then smiled wryly. I never imagined I would attain this level so swiftly, and it is thanks to my daughter's classmates. Truly, they are the Hill Guardians. Hill Guardian race, Dwarven level, 14 quality, Purple Excellence Combat Power, 69 skills. As the group traversed 2 kilometers into the mountains, they encountered a full squad of Hill Guardians. Jiang Chen's spirit sword. They did not conceal their presence. So it was not long before the Hill Guardians on the opposite side took notice. Intruders, you have disturbed the tranquility of the Dwarven Kingdom. Your crimes warrant death. With that, the Hill Guardians, originally of average dwarf stature, rapidly expanded, transforming into 3-meter-tall half-giants within a second. Of course, in terms of proportions, they still bore the typical stout and stocky appearance of dwarves. Dwarven Berserker skill, Battle Stance. Battle Stance. Transform into a half-giant, enhancing physique by 50, lasting for 10 minutes. Jiang Chen instantly recognized this skill and bellowed, Empress. The Empress licked her lips, eager for action. I'm ready. You protect me. The rest, kill them. Empress. With the Celestial Princess and 5 divine warriors, they numbered 14 in total. Thus, there were still 2 monsters missing. Giselle, experienced in battle, successfully seized one Hill Guardian. Boom. The rifle and the dwarven warhammer clashed violently, the tremendous force compressing the air and even generating a circular shockwave. Following this, the Hill Guardian's eyes widened in disbelief as it staggered back a dozen steps before barely regaining its footing. Human, how could you possess such formidable strength? Yet Giselle shook her head, too weak. Though she was only level 7 with a combat power of 78 stars, her physique had reached a terrifying 188 points. The Hill Guardian, feeling insulted, retorted in rage. What use is brute strength alone? A warrior must possess skill. This sentiment certainly seemed more fitting for a human to express than a dwarf. Giselle brandished her weapon and charged forward. A dwarf dares to lecture me on technique? You must be jesting. With that, Giselle skillfully combined her 2 pistols into a single formidable spear. Throughout her illustrious career, the Valkyrie had encountered few worthy adversaries, leading many to overlook her passive skill known as Master of Arms. As the 2 combatants clashed once more, Giselle deftly tapped the dwarf's warhammer, causing the mountain warrior to lose his balance. Before he could regain his footing, a glimmer of cold steel rapidly expanded in his widening eyes. With a swift thrust, the spear pierced the mountain sentinel's mouth, the tip protruding a foot from the back of his head. Your unit Giselle has slain a mountain sentinel, exemplary. You have gained 14,000 energy, 200 spirit stones, and 1 exemplary treasure chest. A splendid start. An exemplary treasure chest. Jiang Chen was thoroughly pleased. In contrast to the Valkyrie's sheer brutality, the combat style of the Celestial Princess was far more graceful and agile, yet equally lethal. Your unit has effortlessly dispatched a mountain sentinel. The notifications resounded continuously. In less than 30 seconds, the mountain sentinels that had nearly decimated Xuxia's forces were effortlessly vanquished by Jiang Chen. A total of 168,000 energy was amassed, along with numerous spirit stones and items. This brief 30 seconds had equaled the bounty of half a day's worth of territory yields. Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. He refrained from hastily using his energy to upgrade and instead softly instructed, "Let us press deeper." The group continued onward, eliminating foes along the way. As they delved deeper, Jiang Chen observed that the terrain ahead grew increasingly expansive. Moreover, the variety of units began to diversify. Half an hour later, they encountered another squad of exemplary units, heavy armored goat cavalry. Jiang Chen's suspicions were confirmed. Indeed, there existed a unit building within these mountains, and of no lowly grade. Another half hour passed. Jiang Chen gasped in astonishment at the sight of a dwarven city nestled against the mountainside. Could it be the Dwarven Palace? And Xuxia's luck was simply extraordinary. To have an epic unit building within her territory? Although Jiang Chen suspected the presence of a unit building, he could never have anticipated its epic quality. The guardian boss of a dwarven palace would not be. Just then, a resounding horn echoed through the air. From within the dwarven palace, waves of various units began to emerge. Common units, dwarven miners, elite units, dwarven musketeers, and longbeard warriors. Exemplary units, heavy armored goat cavalry. As one of the most renowned races on the battlefield of myriad tribes, Jiang Chen was well versed in their units. Finally, when he beheld the grand figure emerging from the palace, flanked by a battalion of mountain sentinels, Jiang Chen inhaled deeply. Legendary hero, King of the Hills. Chapter 48. The Trade, the second legendary hero. At this moment, Jiang Chen stood a kilometer away from the dwarven king's palace. Several dragons soared in a line above, granting him a clear view of the enemies ahead. King of the Hills, Oz's Storm, race, dwarf level, 18 quality, golden legend combat power, for 20 heroic command, dwarven miner, A. Dwarven musketeer, A. Long-bearded warrior, B. Mountain guardian, B. Heavy armored goat knight, B. Mountain guardian, B. Skills. The King of the Hills donned bronze armor and wielded the storm warhammer, towering at 3 meters in height and width, yet he was no mere ball of muscle. Instead, his figure was a terrifying display of bulging bronze muscles. The King of the Hills was undoubtedly the dwarven king. But not all dwarven kings could claim the title of King of the Hills. Thus, within the dwarven hierarchy, the King of the Hills held a status that surpassed that of ordinary dwarven kings. Although Jiang Chen could not discern the King of the Hills' skills, his reputation as an academic achiever was well-deserved. He hailed from the Storm clan, one of the 10 prominent clans of the dwarves. It was likely that the skill battle stance had advanced to the A-level skill divine descent. Furthermore, he had undoubtedly mastered the C-level martial skill storm hammer. The A-level command enhanced attributes by 40, while the B-level command increased all attributes by 30. Under the command of the King of the Hills, exceptional troops would effectively gain the equivalent of 2 additional star levels. This was indeed a challenging situation. After all this time since the opening of the realm, this was Jiang Chen's first time feeling overwhelmed by the strength of a monster. The Empress, gazing at the King of the Hills, eagerly declared, "My lord, please issue the command. I shall handle this King of the Hills." The goddess warriors gripped their thunder spears tightly, their battle spirit soaring to great heights. Jiang Chen softly interjected, "Wait, if it were merely the King of the Hills, it would be manageable. However, alongside him are dozens of high-tier troops and nearly 1,000 mid- to low-tier soldiers. If we engage now, while defeat is unlikely, casualties are inevitable. Most importantly, only the Empress can confront the King of the Hills directly. Who will protect me in that case?" Suddenly, the King of the Hills advanced a step. He first gazed up at the 4 dragons circling overhead, then glanced at the Empress beside Jiang Chen, a flicker of wariness crossing his eyes. "Young human lord, our dwarven kin have always maintained amicable relations with your kind. Why do you seek to invade my territory? Withdraw now, and I shall forgive your previous transgressions." Enduring such provocation at their doorstep, who claimed that dwarves had a fiery temper, Jiang Chen couldn't help but scoff internally. Nevertheless, this suited Jiang Chen's intentions perfectly. The defenses of the dwarven palace were impenetrable, and even with his tactical mastery, he had found no vulnerabilities. Jiang Chen, with a sincere expression, said, "This is a misunderstanding. Suddenly, a friend sent a video request. Jiang Chen was taken aback. And Xuxia? Has she returned from Blue Star so soon? However, upon reflection, the sun had already set, and it had been 4 or 5 hours since Xuxia left the 10,000 races battlefield. It was not an appropriate time for a video chat, so Jiang Chen declined the request. "I'm a bit busy right now." And Xuxia quickly messaged him, "You've created an extraordinary troop. Jiang Chen, you are truly remarkable. Everyone out here thinks you are some esteemed expert. Since you are busy, I will be brief. I've gathered 10 million spirit stones. Once you finish, don't forget to help me purchase that epic hero token." Jiang Chen replied, "Sure, I'll get to it shortly." Just as he typed a few words without sending them, his eyes suddenly brightened. He hurriedly opened the territory panel and checked the resources section. Crystal, 1068. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. His territory was just a step away from upgrading to level 3, needing only crystals. After a full day's mining effort, he finally had enough crystals. Coincidentally, With Xuan sending him 10 million spirit stones, he could upgrade to level 3 and immediately recruit a second legendary hero. Jiang Chen quickly revised his statement. I'm not busy anymore. Just give me the 10 million spirit stones, and I'll help you purchase it right now. How come you are no longer busy upon hearing about spirit stones? And Xuan sent a speechless emoji before continuing. It seems my mother's guess was correct. Everyone's method of creating their own troops is a closely guarded secret, and your method is simply through spending money. Despite her teasing, Xuan still transferred the spirit stones. Your friend Xuan has transferred you 10 million spirit stones through the trading post. Jiang Chen waited for 10 seconds and then traded the epic tiger demon hero token to Xuan. Done. I wish you success in your recruitment. May it be to your satisfaction. Xuan's gratitude was palpable in her words. Thank you, Jiang Chen. This 3 million spirit stones is your commission. Please be sure to accept it. Your friend Xuan has transferred you 3 million spirit stones through the trading post. Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned, then chuckled softly. Heh, is this a gesture of goodwill? However, that girl Xuan is not so worldly. It seems it is more likely the intention of Lord and Luoshi. All right, I shall accept it, Jiang Chen replied. And Xuan responded, yes, you go about your business. With the epic hero, I will soon have my revenge on that group of dwarves in the mountains. Jiang Chen remarked. You might not have the chance. In Xuan's territory, I have always said, Jiang Chen is undoubtedly a man of his word. And Xuan waved the hero token in her hand, her face brimming with excitement. And Luoshi also candidly remarked, previously, I underestimated his integrity. Jiang Chen's swift decision to trade the epic hero token to you demonstrates his unwavering resolve, having purchased it without a moment's hesitation. Hailing from humble origins, he has managed to resist such formidable temptations, showcasing a level of willpower that is beyond the reach of most, a testament to his genius as a lord capable of creating exceptional troops. At this moment, Luoshi appears somewhat peculiar. A faint, shimmering white light envelopes her like a delicate bubble. Gazing at the epic hero token, she feels a surge of excitement. All right, Xuan, swiftly recruit your own epic hero. Remember, it was only after I reached level 25 that I acquired my first epic hero. And Xuan, taken aback, responds. But I haven't even reached level 3 yet. I only have 1 hero slot. And Luoshi replies nonchalantly. Then dismiss your current hero. And Xuan gasps in disbelief. Dismiss? And Luoshi affectionately ruffles Xuan's hair and says, as a competent lord, farewells and losses are part of the journey, let alone dismissing a hero. Moreover, the sooner you recruit an epic hero, the greater your early advantage. Ultimately, Xuan concedes, fine. I'll recruit an epic hero soon so I can take vengeance on those wretched dwarves. I truly despise dwarves. Before long, a radiant light manifests before Xuan. Upon seeing the towering figure emerging from the portal, she becomes frantic, exclaiming, Heavens, just kill me now. My lord, King Grinny the dwarf reports to you. The dwarf king, rubbing his gleaming head, chuckles, though your territory appears somewhat modest. I must inquire. Do you have any ale? Meanwhile, Jiang Chen, having severed communication, promptly issues commands for his territory to upgrade. The upgrade is completed instantaneously. Rarely extravagant, Jiang Chen, without a glance at the expenses, swiftly proceeds with the construction. Notification: you have upgraded your lord's mansion to level 3, unlocking the stable portal. Your territory now spans 30,000 square meters. You have unlocked a new hero slot. Current hero count is 1-2. Ignoring the changes following the territory upgrade, Jiang Chen immediately retrieves a whiteboard hero token. Despite the low drop rate of hero tokens, after such extensive efforts, he still managed to acquire some of the lower quality tokens. Consuming 10 million spirit stones, he selects to enhance direction, yielding a legendary hero token. Before the two armies, a magnificent golden light ascends into the heavens. As the brilliance dissipates, a golden hero token appears in Jiang Chen's hand. Recruit. Chapter 49. The Mighty Angel Yan, the Dark Dimension's imprint. Such a formidable commotion naturally alerted the enemy. The king of the hills boomed. Human lord, what do you intend to do? Jiang Chen paid him no heed, fixated instead on the figure gradually emerging from the luminous portal. Would another trip be necessary? It all depended on whether this second legendary hero was up to the task. Throughout the afternoon, he had vanquished nearly 1,000 foes, most of which were high-tier monsters, accumulating an impressive 620,000 energy. Coupled with the gains from his territory, his energy had surpassed 800,000, sufficient to instantly cultivate a completed legendary hero. As Jiang Chen pondered, the silhouette of the second legendary hero finally stepped through the portal, clad in silver armor and adorned with a golden crown. She bore a pair of immense, pristine wings folded gracefully at her sides. Her tall, curvaceous form exuded an air of majesty and sanctity merely by her presence. Upon seeing her exquisitely crafted visage akin to that of a character from a comic, Jiang Chen instinctively murmured, "North of the galaxy." The arrival of this hero unequivocally validated Jiang Chen's conjecture. He truly was summoning from the heavens. At that moment, the hero finally opened her eyes, murmuring, "Battlefield of the 10,000 races, the struggle of the 10,000 races. A brand new world, a novel power system. Could this be the unknown universe we have tirelessly sought? I have just solidified my holy form. Perhaps only in my departure can Ani Shida seamlessly ascend as the new angel king, carrying forth the just order of my King Kaisha. This is my ultimate sanctuary." With that, the angelic hero raised her long sword, offering a slight bow to Jiang Chen, her voice deep and resonant. "My lord, Angel Yin is willing to serve you." Jiang Chen exhaled in relief. He had feared that this Angel Yin might behave petulantly like the Empress upon her arrival. He immediately turned his attention to Angel Yin's attributes. Yin, legendary, level 1, affection 70 attributes, physique 38, 105, spiritual power 33, 105, soul 15, 100, carrying capacity 15, 100. Equipment, Thunderblade. Silver blade armor, techniques, holy body entry level, A rank. Skills, Celestial Blade Strike, Great Perfection, A rank. Thunder Power, Great Perfection, A rank. Wormhole Defense Barrier, Minor Perfection, A rank. Sacred Knowledge Repository, A rank. Angelic Combat Art Transformation, C rank. Unit Command, Angel Type, B. Combat Power, 128. So formidable. The renowned Holy Body has been deemed an A rank technique by the Heavenly Tao, although only at the entry level. It possesses the terrifying effect of adding 100 points to all attributes. Naturally, as the hero's level increases, the contribution of the technique to the attributes will diminish unless one can transcend to a higher tier. Beyond this, Angel Yin possesses 4 A-grade skills and has mastered the Angel Combat technique. Jiang Chen could not help but exclaim, "What a martial hero!" A martial hero is an esteemed unit whose abilities emphasize personal combat prowess, also referred to as an elite soldier. This is by no means a derogatory term. Although Angel Yin does not possess the ability to construct troop buildings like the Empress, and her hero command is merely at grade B, her individual combat strength is undoubtedly sufficient to effortlessly slay a dragon squad of equal rank. Jiang Chen was utterly satisfied with this recruitment. "Yin, the Hill King over there will soon be your adversary." Angel Yin, sharing Jiang Chen's vision, glanced at the Hill King a kilometer away and shook her head, saying, "My lord, I have been weakened by the myriad realms battlefield. I am not his match at present. However, if you insist, I am willing to perish for glory. Fear not. I do not wish for your demise." Jiang Chen reassured her, waving his hand to release a cascade of golden light. Upgrade. Consuming 2,000 energy points. Your hero Yin has leveled up, current level 2. Consuming 5,600 energy. After expending 374,000 energy points, Angel Yin surged to level 10, consuming 18,000 energy. Your troop type Vonatian has leveled up, current level 6, consuming 23,800 energy. After consuming 376,200 energy points, all 9 heavens holy maidens have ascended to level 7. Once again, the energy accumulated throughout the afternoon was depleted. Following the upgrade, Angel Yin's combat power instantly reached 380 stars, with her physical strength soaring to 530 points. Jiang Chen inquired, "What about now?" Angel Yin sensed for a moment and replied, "I am ready for battle." Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, the voice of the heavenly path echoed once more. "Your hero Yin has unlocked the A-grade skill Shadow Dimension Imprint." Another A-grade skill? Jiang Chen quickly examined the skill description. Shadow Dimension Imprint imprints the current life state of a unit into Yin's shadow dimension. When the marked unit suffers fatal damage, Angel Yin can instantly consume 100 spirit power to restore it to its life state prior to the imprint. Note, currently at entry level. A maximum of 10 units can be imprinted with a daily revival limit of 1 unit. If Angel Yin lacks sufficient spirit power, this skill will not take effect. Haha, is this not akin to a resurrection spell? Jiang Chen pondered, then instructed, Yin, imprint the 9 Heavens Holy Maidens. While the 9 Heavens Holy Maidens are a legendary troop type, enhanced by the Empress's command, they cannot rival the durability of divine warriors. Yin nodded, casting 9 strands of dark energy that enveloped the 9 maidens. Excellent, Jiang Chen affirmed, then loudly outlined the battle strategy. The dwarf gunmen will surely focus their fire and may even employ the headshot skill. Therefore, 9 Heavens Holy Maidens utilize the Grand Sumeru sword technique to form a void barrier, safeguarding our units. Goddess Warrior Yu, Long Jiao, you lead. Commence the assault. The Empress, indeed, did not hear her name. My lord, shall I still protect you? Jiang Chen replied earnestly. Your mission is of utmost importance. The Empress conceded, very well. This is no longer within the safety of the territory, where one can find refuge in the impenetrable Lord's manor. Soon, under the guidance of Angel Yin, the forces of the territory surged forth against an enemy that vastly outnumbered them. The great battle was imminent. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with anticipation. To slay an 18-level legendary hero would yield an immense energy of 1,000,000, not to mention the treasures that might be discovered in that dwarven palace. Chapter 50, The Legendary Duel. The Heavenly Blade Strikes. The Terrifying Harvest. In the realm of Shumi, when both sides were a mere 300 meters apart, the 9 holy princesses simultaneously traced a line with their swords. A visible thread swiftly connected into a tapestry, forming a void barrier that enveloped everyone on their side. Save for Angel Yin. Almost instantaneously, the barrier erupted with hundreds of bulging points, each the size of a bowl. The Empress marveled at the sight. The range of these dwarven gunslingers is astonishing. Their lethality is commendable, Jiang Chen elucidated. Though the dwarven gunslingers are merely elite troops, nearly all their attributes are concentrated in spirit and mana. A level 12 dwarven gunslinger can unleash a power of 50 stars with a single shot. If they employ a headshot, the power can escalate to 2 times that of a standard bullet. The Empress, genuinely impressed, remarked, My lord, your breadth of knowledge is admirable. Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively and continued, If 100 gunslingers concentrate their fire, even a dragon of equal level would face a grave threat. However, their weakness is evident. The time required to load their mana bullets is excessively lengthy. As if to validate Jiang Chen's assertion, Long Jiao seized the opportunity while the dwarven gunslingers were reloading, diving down with 3 colossal dragons. The dragons are coming. Focus fire on one. Oh no, my bullets aren't loaded yet. Throwers, help us fend off these dragons. The dwarven gunslinger squad erupted into a cacophony of panic, but it was already too late. The 4 dragons were mere tens of meters from the ground, their elongated necks poised to unleash a torrent of terrifying black flames. Boom! The squad of over 100 dwarven gunslingers was instantly engulfed by the dragon's inferno. Notice, your unit Long Jiao has slain the dwarven gunslinger, elite, gaining energy 130, spirit stones 18. Notice, your unit. The dwarven gunslingers were the epitome of high offense but low defense. Even when outleveling the dragons, they could not withstand the dark breath. Curse that dragon. Leave me some. The dwarven gunslingers were swiftly annihilated, inciting the Hill King's fury. A massive azure hammer shadow, several meters in size, spanned the 100 meters of void, striking first as it descended upon Long Jiao. Storm Hammer. Even as a sea-level skill, wielded by an 18-level legendary hero, it could severely injure or even slay Long Jiao. Fortunately, Yan's figure suddenly appeared before Long Jiao. Clang! The hammer, condensed with storm power, collided with the thunder sword in Yan's grasp, producing a resounding clash of metal. However, the hammer soon reached its breaking point, disintegrating into a tempest of energy that swept in all directions. Yan stepped forth from the storm and scathed, Hill King, your opponent is me. Though Long Jiao had survived the peril, he retained his composure. Newcomer, while I fear him not, I am still grateful for your assistance. After uttering those words, he fled in disarray. The King of the Hills, having suffered a setback, wasted no time as he soared into the sky, the immense recoil shaking the dwarven palace to its very foundations. The divine descended. The boundless power of the storm surged within him, causing the king of the hills to rapidly swell in size until he towered at 8 meters. In a stunning display, he accelerated once more mid-air, descending with a fierce momentum upon Angel Yen. The latter, too, was invigorated for battle, channeling the power of thunder. The terrifying energy fluctuations drew the attention of the goddess warriors, who shared the same thunderous affinity. 1 second later, the tempest and the lightning collided with a cataclysmic roar. The clash of two legendary heroes' A-grade skills unleashed a fearsome wave, creating a small energy tidal wave that swept through a radius of 100 meters. The Empress, sensing the intensity of their struggle, sighed. If only my great Sumerian sword technique were perfected, I might have been able to engage the King of the Hills in a drawn-out battle, perhaps even outlast him. But alas, I am not his equal. Jiang Chen promptly reassured her. As a bodyguard, your strength is already more than sufficient. The Empress, incensed, nearly lost her composure. Moments before, Jiang Chen had executed a clever stratagem, rendering the dwarven gunmen utterly ineffective, resulting in their complete annihilation. What remained was a melee confrontation. Lightning projection. At a distance of several dozen meters, 5 goddess warriors took the initiative, swiftly eliminating 5 heavily armored goat knights. Thunderous battle body. They then unleashed their ultimate abilities. Plunging into the fray, the 9 heaven saintess did not wait for the great Sumerian sword technique to dissipate before unleashing her skills one after another. Sacred word technique. Blood arc. Heavenly sound 9 kills. For colossal dragons circled in the air before entering a state of frenzy, diving into the enemy ranks. Your unit Giselle has slain a heavy armored goat knight, exemplary, gaining 18,000 energy and 2,000 spirit stones. Your unit Zizishan has slain a long-bearded warrior. Although the dwarven palace units were of a higher level, there was a significant disparity in their ranks. Beneath the King of the Hills lay only exemplary units, with not even a single epic tier storm guardian among them. The battle swiftly tilted overwhelmingly in favor of Jiang Chen. The melodious notifications of victory echoed in his ears, continuously announcing the slaughter of the dwarven forces. Within mere minutes, the dwarven units were completely decimated. While on Jiang Chen's side, only the 4 dragons sustained minor injuries due to their size, rendering Yan's resurrection spell unnecessary. At this moment, the conflict between the 2 legendary heroes persisted. If it were up to Jiang Chen, he would have preferred a collective assault to hasten the conclusion of the battle. Yet Yin implored, "My lord, as a warrior, may I request the opportunity to face this battle alone?" Human Edition, The Lord's Guide to Command Article 5. If possible, grant heroes and units ample freedom and respect. Their rewards may surpass expectations. The situation at hand was entirely manageable, and considering the somewhat overzealous character traits typical of such figures in fervent narratives, it was a matter worth contemplating. Jiang Chen did not refuse, and with equal fervor declared, "Go and relish your battle, Yin." The Empress, who stood nearby, felt a shiver run down her spine. Hint: Yin has sensed your respect. Affection level 5. Current affection level 75 points. The King of the Hills recognized that the tide had turned against him. Yet, he chose not to flee. The storm dwarves would rather die than yield. Thus, they preserved the last semblance of dignity for their clan. After several more minutes, the King of the Hills exhausted his spiritual energy and withdrew from his divine state, his expression waning. "I have lost, and it was in a one-on-one duel." This is the side effect of descending as a deity. The angel Yin also took a deep breath and, with a grave demeanor, stated, "My wormhole defense barrier is on the verge of collapse. If the divine descent lasts a few more minutes, you shall be the victor. You are a formidable opponent." Thus, Yan's eyes transformed into a brilliant white, slowly raising the thunder sword, as if the weapon weighed a ton. To everyone's astonishment, energy entwined in the void, coalescing above the King of the Hills into a colossal energy sword, several meters wide and dozens of meters long. "I shall bestow upon you the dignity of a warrior." As Angel Yin swung down his sword, the massive energy sword followed suit. A-grade skill, Heaven's Blade Strike. With a resounding crack, the imposing figure of the King of the Hills was cleaved in two. Your hero Yin has slain the King of the Hills, legendary hero, earning 3.6 million energy. 500,000 spirit stones, 1 legendary hero token, and 1 advanced body enhancement tome. Upon viewing the battle log, Jiang Chen excitedly pumped his fist. Another legendary hero token? I recall that the Storm Clan's motto in the City of 10,000 Realms is products from the Storm are always exquisite, and it seems that is no exaggeration. In just a few days, the contest for the position of mayor will commence, and the most significant territorial bonus from becoming mayor is the hero position 1. Moreover, there is also an advanced body enhancement tome. Advanced body enhancement tome. Bound upon use, it increases physical prowess by 100 points. Each year, each unit, lord, hero, troop, may utilize up to 100 tomes. Jiang Chen decided to use it for himself. As for the base rewards of 6 million energy and 500,000 spirit stones. Although substantial, they were already within Jiang Chen's expectations. This reflects the rarity and value of high-tier bosses. It is worth noting that leveling the Empress from level 10 to level 20 requires merely 3 million energy. At that moment, Angel Yin descended from the heavens and landed before Jiang Chen. My lord, I have not failed in my duty. Well done. Jiang Chen did not hold back his praise. Come, accompany me to the dwarven palace. Yes, Angel Yin replied affirmatively, taking his place on either side of Jiang Chen, with the Empress flanking them. As they stepped into the dwarven palace, a notification from the heavens sounded. Hint, wild building unit discovered dwarven palace. Ignore, demolish, occupy? Jiang Chen murmured, occupy? Chapter 51, Recruiting the King of the Hills. Acquiring the ultimate troop. In a flash of brilliance, Jiang Chen became the new master of the dwarven palace. He promptly accessed the palace's panel. Dwarven Palace, production, King of the Hills, 1 every 30 days. Storm Guardian, 1 every 3 days. Heavy Armored Goat Knight, 1 per day. Mountain Sentinel, 1 per day. Dwarven Gunner, 10 per day. Inventory, King of the Hills 1, Storm Guardian 2. Dwarven Gunner 20. Description: this is a dwarven palace produced by the Storm Clan. Products of the Storm Clan are guaranteed to be of superior quality. Truly, as an epic troop building. It offers a plethora of options, and Jiang Chen could name nearly all the dwarven troops available. Before seizing it, although he had some expectations for the dwarven palace, he did not anticipate such a delightful surprise. This palace could mass-produce the King of the Hills. Of course, here the King of the Hills refers to a troop type, not a hero. Normally, a dwarven palace could certainly recruit epic troops, but legendary ones would depend on luck. Moreover, the production rate is substantial. Accumulating for 10 years would yield 120 Kings of the Hills. 10 years may seem lengthy for a novice lord, yet for an established lord with centuries of experience, it is merely the duration of a few grand battles. If the information regarding this dwarven palace were to leak, it would undoubtedly incite a tempest of bloodshed. After some contemplation, Jiang Chen commenced recruitment. Recruiting 1 King of the Hills. Recruitment successful. You have lost food 5,000, energy 10,000. Recruiting 2 Storm Guardians. Recruitment successful. You have lost food 3,200, energy 4,000. Recruiting 20 Dwarven Gunners. Recruitment successful. You have lost food 4,000, energy 10,000. The King of the Hills needs no further elaboration. The more legendary troops, the better. As for the epic troop, the Storm Guardian. To be frank, Jiang Chen held some reservations. The reason was simple. Although his T New York Inn disciple was currently merely an exceptional troop, by undergoing the trials at the T New York Inn Pavilion, they could advance to true inheritance of T New York Inn. With the A-grade skill, great Susumi sword technique, and Jiang Chen's enhancement abilities, this was no longer a distant dream. Under the Empress's dominion, the combat prowess of the true inheritance of T New York Inn would vastly surpass that of the Storm Guardians. Nonetheless, having encountered them now, recruiting 2 for the purpose of guarding would not be amiss, considering their substantial size, making them suitable as shields. As for the lesser exceptional and rare troops, Jiang Chen regarded them with even greater disdain and chose to forego their recruitment. In truth, Jiang Chen's original target was solely the Dwarven Gunner. Although the Dwarven Gunner's quality was not high, it possessed a rare extreme attribute akin to that of the goddess warriors, recognized as the king of cost-effectiveness. Furthermore, the advanced troop type of the Dwarven Gunner is particularly intriguing. Soon, before Jiang Chen stood a King of the Hills, 2 Storm Guardians, and 20 Dwarven Gunmen, who knelt on one knee and exclaimed, We pay our respects, my lord. Jiang Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Rise. There is no need for such formalities henceforth. The King of the Hills came equipped with formidable skills, Divine Descent, Hammer of Storms, and Thunderstrike. The effectiveness of Divine Descent surpassed that of the dragon's Fury of the Heart, rendering its overall combat capability slightly superior to that of a dragon of the same rank, making it a highly cost-effective unit. The Storm Guardians, while possessing two commendable skills, Charged Heavy Strike and Hammer of Storms, boasted rather mediocre attributes. A goddess warrior of the same level could easily take on two of them. As for the Dwarven Gunman, Jiang Chen retrieved two soul essences of units. Enhance. One transformed into a rare unit soul, while the other evolved into an exceptional unit soul. He then proceeded to upgrade one of the Dwarven Gunmen. Notification: your unit, Dwarven Gunman, has used a rare unit soul and advanced to a rare unit, Dwarven Sniper. Notification: your unit, Dwarven Sniper, has used an exceptional unit soul and advanced to an exceptional unit, Dwarven Rocket Launcher. In the Lord's Forum, the Dwarven Rocket Launcher is also known as the Dwarven RPG. This unit is particularly intriguing, as they are not a native Dwarven unit and are even unrecognized by the major clans of the dwarves. They can only be derived from unit souls, purportedly a creation of a benevolent lord thousands of years ago. However, the drop rate for high-quality unit souls is exceedingly low, making Dwarven Rocket Launchers extremely rare. Dwarven Rocket Launcher, Race, Dwarf Level, 1 Quality, Purple Exceptional Attributes, Physique 2, Spirit 10, Soul 7, Capacity 2. Combat Power, 5 Skills, Rocket, Mental Guidance. Overload. Jiang Chen was exceedingly pleased with the exceptional attributes of the Dwarven Rocket Launchers and continued to enhance the unit souls. In a short while, after expending 220,000 Spirit Stones and 40 fine unit souls, he finally advanced all 20 gunmen to the rank of RPG. Jiang Chen pondered briefly and waved his hand. Level up. Elevate them all to level 10. Having just acquired 360,000 universal energy, Jiang Chen was quite affluent. All Dwarven units, including the King of the Hills, were raised to level 10, consuming a total of 768,000 universal energy. After some contemplation, Jiang Chen instructed the 20 Dwarven rocket launchers execute a rocket barrage targeting the ground 300 meters directly ahead. Yes, my lord. The Dwarven rocket launchers began to channel their spirit, filling their projectiles. It took a full half-minute for the rockets to fully take shape. Each rocket measured approximately 1.2 meters in length, entirely composed of condensed spirit, yet appearing remarkably tangible, with exquisite and intricate runes shimmering faintly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 20 rockets, trailing long streams of spiritual flames, soared into the sky. Suddenly, Jiang Chen bellowed. Change the target. Focus on the hill 300 meters to the left. Jiang Chen was testing the flexibility of the mental power guidance. The results were exceedingly satisfactory. He observed as 20 rockets traced a perfect 90-degree arc in the void before precisely embedding themselves deep within the target mountain. A second later, a thunderous explosion erupted, sending debris and dust soaring to a height of 100 meters. As the haze dissipated, the once towering hill was utterly obliterated. Everyone, save for Jiang Chen, was rendered speechless, including the newly manifested angel, Yan. Long Jiao, frightened, desperately concealed himself behind Jiang Chen, exclaiming, "My lord, is this what you call an exceptional weapon? If a few of those hit, little Jiao would be finished." The Empress remarked, "Such power likely surpasses that of the goddess warrior's Thunderstrike, and with a range of several hundred meters. It astonishingly combines armor-piercing capability with area damage." Angel Yan murmured, then posed the pivotal question, "My lord, how many of such rockets can they condense?" Jiang Chen cast a look of admiration at Yan and replied, "2. However, if one were to employ overload to condense a super rocket, only one could be produced. This would deplete one's spiritual energy, leaving one vulnerable, sacrificing physical strength, mobility, and even basic offensive capabilities in exchange for 2 strikes that far exceed one's tier. That is the allure of the ultimate weaponry." Angel Yan exclaimed, "This is a formidable tool for both defense and siege." Jiang Chen replied with a faint smile, "Every unit has its unique role. While the strategic value of dwarves and RPGs is immense, one should not rely on them for leveling up against monsters. The group could not help but envision the terrifying scenario of a rocket obliterating a level 1 goblin. Night had fallen. With matters concluded, Jiang Chen resolved to return. Giselle, you and the goddess warriors shall escort the newly recruited dwarven warriors via land and return to the territory overnight. The rest will return by dragon. Everyone responded in unison. Understood. Jiang Chen continued. Empress, Van Yin, Zizishan, Longjio, you will accompany me. The Empress inquired, where are we going? After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Chen replied, to strike a lucrative deal. Chapter 52, The Dragon Descends. World Rules. And Xuan-Yuan gazed at the dwarven king, Greeny Storm, as he ravenously consumed from a barrel of ale. Her expression clouded with discontent. The use of the heroic order was an entropy-increasing process, irrevocable in nature. Thus, Xuan-Yuan could only resign herself to the circumstances. Xuan-Yuan, based on your description, it is highly probable that there exists a dwarven military structure within that mountain range. And Luoshi remarked with a reassuring smile. If we secure it, it would synergize splendidly with our dwarven monarch. Indeed. And Xuan-Yuan nodded. Sister Ying and I share the same sentiment. We have agreed to explore the mountains tomorrow. However, upon mentioning Ying Man, and Luoshi's demeanor turned slightly grave. The Xianqining family, it appeared, still had its direct descendants, having a daughter forge such a friendship. One could only wonder if it was a blessing or a curse. Has Jiang Chen not responded to you? Not yet. And Xuan replied, he is likely quite occupied. Very well. Despite Luoshi's desire to converse with Jiang Chen, there was little to be done if he was busy. Suddenly, a piercing alarm blared from the watchtower, woo-woo. And Xuan sprang to her feet. What is happening? A ranger swiftly appeared, panic evident in his voice. My lord. The watchtower has detected a colossal flying monster rapidly approaching our territory. It appears to be. At this point, the ranger swallowed hard. And Xuan demanded, what is it? Speak. It is a dragon. The ranger's eyes widened in terror, and it seems to be a level 10 dragon. A legendary creature, a dragon? And Xuan's voice escalated an octave. Just days ago, it was an epic creature, and now it is a legendary one. My luck is truly abysmal. The disheveled dwarven king set aside the barrel, his mouth agape. Isn't it I who is unfortunate? I have only just arrived. Nevertheless, the dwarven king grasped his warhammer and stood resolutely beside Xuan. All units, stand ready. And Xuan commanded. At that moment, the massive creature became visible to all with the naked eye. The dwarven king stated, my lord, I sense no malice. Perhaps it is merely passing through. That would be for the best. And Xuan responded hastily, though she remained wary. Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated from above. Ha, Xuan, long time no see. I've come to pay a visit. What the Jiang Chen? And Xuan's face was overtaken by astonishment, quickly followed by excitement. You've become a dragon knight? To her surprise, Jiang Chen was equally astonished. Am I mistaken? Or is that the lord of the city beside you? The alarm was lifted. Longjio soon descended in the center of the territory, the overwhelming presence causing every unit within to tremble. Jiang Chen dismounted from the dragon's back, gazing at Luoshi. It truly is Lorden. How is this possible? To Jiang Chen's astonishment, he effortlessly discerned Luoshi's attributes. Luoshi, at level 0, possesses attributes of physique 1, spiritual power 1, soul 1, and burden 1, and is currently in an invincible state. The term invincible raises a question in her mind. Is it possible that this is a game master? Although she struggles to comprehend, the expression on Jiang Chen's face leads her to surmise his meaning. Rest assured, classmate Jiang Chen, this is merely one of the privileges of a city lord. As of now, I lack any formidable powers and can only enjoy the scenery and engage in conversation. Jiang Chen breathes a sigh of relief, realizing. So that is how it is. A formidable celestial being with a combat power of 1,000,000 stars would not need to play if he could freely access the new district. And Luoshi gazes at Longjio, her eyes still reflecting her astonishment. This is indeed a legendary unit. As a powerful warlord who has toiled for over 20 years, her own legendary units number fewer than 100. Soon, and Luoshi deduces the truth of the matter, exclaiming, I never expected that just after classmate Jiang Chen earned 10,000 points of prestige and became renowned, a member of the Dragon Clan would come seeking him. It seems that classmate Jiang Chen not only possesses great talent, but also extraordinary fortune. My visit was indeed worthwhile. Regarding Luoshi's conjecture, Jiang Chen feels genuine admiration from the depths of his heart. Your Excellency, the city lord, possesses an astute eye. Perhaps this truly is fate. Looking at Long Jiao and Luo, she finally resolves, classmate Jiang Chen, if you don't mind, I would like to have a private conversation with you. Jiang Chen readily agrees. Of course. I originally intended to do business with Chuxia, but with the arrival of a major player, this is even better. He then turns to the dwarf king, praising. So this is the new hero of classmate Chuxia. What a spirited young man. The dwarf king responds with silence. Soon, only Jiang Chen and in Luo she remain. What I am about to reveal to you is my deepest secret, as well as the greatest secret of Chuxia. I hope you can keep it confidential. In Luo she sets such a grave tone that it leaves Jiang Chen feeling somewhat uneasy. If it is a secret, perhaps I should refrain from listening, he replies, lacking the curiosity to delve deeper, as his intent for this visit is merely to strike a lucrative deal. With 300,000 spirit stones in hand, Jiang Chen finds himself somewhat constrained for the upcoming plans. However, in Luo she seems unfazed, her gaze filled with a profound weariness as she asks, do you know who Chuxia's father is? Jiang Chen is taken aback by the abrupt mention of a former husband and wonders if she is hinting at something. Unbeknownst to her thoughts, in Luo she continues to drop a bombshell. In fact, I do not know either. The weight of this revelation is staggering. Jiang Chen can only attempt to reassure her, saying, mistakes made by the young are forgiven by the divine. I completely understand. In Luo she is momentarily stunned before her anger flares. What are you thinking? Jiang Chen is equally taken aback, questioning, isn't that what you just said? Sigh. In Luo she exhaled deeply and abruptly posed an unrelated question. Classmate Jiang Chen, do you comprehend why the myriad deities of the first heaven, despite being immortal, are still reluctant to relinquish their ties to the primary world, Blue Star? Naturally, Jiang Chen replied earnestly. The first reason is the propagation of life. The second is the inheritance of power. Precisely. And Luo she nodded. We, as foreign lords, are unable to procreate in the battlefield of myriad races. However, as the territory expands, the intervals for lords to travel back to Blue Star lengthen considerably. Take the first emperor as an example. He could only return to Blue Star once every century, with his last visit occurring 19 years ago. Wait a moment. A sudden epiphany struck Jiang Chen. You mentioned the first emperor last returned to Blue Star 19 years ago? And Luo she, with a hint of relief, replied, while this isn't a closely guarded secret, it is not widely publicized either. It is hardly surprising that you were unaware. Jiang Chen's heart raced. He finally understood why the name Ing Man sounded somewhat familiar to him. He had previously assumed he had encountered it during the National Lord competition, but now it seemed he had likely glimpsed it on some social media platform in a past life. Impressive. The governor has lived for millennia and can still reproduce. Jiang Chen swiftly composed himself and queried curiously, what does this have to do with Chuxia's father? And Luo she replied solemnly, perhaps I am somewhat uninformed, but Chuxia is indeed the only human individual I am aware of who has procreated within the battlefield of myriad races. At this juncture, and Luo she inexplicably added, and she did so asexually. Jiang Chen was taken aback. So, Chuxia is a child without a father. And Luo she's eyes were filled with nostalgia. I recall that year when I uncovered a mythical item, the mother-child source liquid, but the description merely stated, drink it, and there will be unexpected surprises. I was so exhilarated that I did not think much of it. Only after consuming it did I understand that unexpected surprises was a euphemism for being with child. It is all this world's fault for lacking journey to the west. Jiang Chen silently scoffed, then inquired, but why are you sharing this with me? Chapter 53, 20 million spirit stones. Legendary set. In response to Jiang Chen's inquiry, and Luo she's expression turned grave as she remarked, are you aware? In just 3 days since the server opened, Chuxia has already encountered 51 rare monsters, 14 extraordinary monsters, and 2 epic monsters. This does not even account for the mountain guardians from one of the squads. Fortunately, among the epic monsters, one tiger demon was slain by Ing Man, while the other refrained from attacking recklessly. Otherwise, Chuxia would have been in peril. Jiang Chen found himself at a loss for words. Are you implying that Chuxia's remarkable lineage grants her a unique constitution that attracts powerful beings? Just that morning, he had been lamenting this very notion, only to find it manifest so swiftly. Unbeknownst to Luoshi, he had just vanquished a legendary monster several kilometers away. Jiang Chen began to comprehend why Luoshi had decided to confide in him. While this was merely his conjecture, it was likely correct. Indeed, Luoshi stood and performed a gesture of respect customary between lords. In 3 volumes, one can construct a teleportation array. Should Xuxiao encounter a crisis, I hope you will extend your assistance. In return, I shall take upon myself the grievances between you and those noble families. If you so desire, you may return to Blue Star at once. Though Jiang Chen held little concern for those noble families, how could he refuse an opportunity to confront a boss presented to him? Despite his exhilaration, he still questioned, "Do you truly trust me so readily?" And Luoshi replied candidly, "Firstly, I have just reviewed your dossier. The ventures you have undertaken, such as Alipay and Pingo, though amusing, at least demonstrate your broad-mindedness and unconventional thinking. Secondly, perhaps it is precisely this boundless imagination that has enabled you to become the creator of extraordinary troops. Thirdly, your recent procurement of the epic hero's decree reflects your integrity and sincerity. After all, not everyone can resist the allure of an epic hero. What ultimately solidified my decision was your dragon. Though Luoshi's analysis was entirely incorrect, it was nonetheless reasonable and convincing. Your Excellency, the City Lord, I accept." Jiang Chen also rose in return and then shifted to the main topic. "I originally came to negotiate a significant transaction with Xuxia. Encountering you, the City Lord, is even more fortuitous." "A significant transaction?" And Luoshi was momentarily taken aback before exclaiming in astonishment. "Could it be that the troop you created can already reverse engineer the troop symbols?" Jiang Chen immediately shook his head. "That is absurd. My creation of troops is entirely due to the Empress's inherent troop architecture. Who knows how to reverse engineer troop symbols? Please, City Lord, take a look." Jiang Chen gestured, conjuring a photograph of the Dwarven King's palace attribute interface. And Luoshi, having weathered countless storms, could not help but gasp, "The Dwarven King's palace? Moreover, one that can produce the King of the Hills." Her reaction was swift, and she solemnly inquired, "This Dwarven King's palace? It wouldn't be located in the mountains to the east of Xuxia's territory, would it?" Jiang Chen replied calmly, "Indeed." And Luoshi gazed at him with a serene expression. "So, you intend to negotiate terms with Xuxia using the military structures within their territory?" Jiang Chen stood his ground. "However, this Dwarven palace is now registered under my name. The crux of the matter is, do you truly believe that with Xuxia's current military strength, they can seize such a Dwarven palace? Moreover, if the Xianxining family were to intervene, would there be any hope left for Xuxia regarding this Dwarven palace?" And Luoshi fell into contemplation. She could not deny the validity of Jiang Chen's assertions. Furthermore, she turned her gaze towards Long Jiao, whose body bore numerous scars, and her thoughts raced. Jiang Chen possessed at least 300 elite troops. Such formidable power necessitated the involvement of a precious dragon, which even sustained injuries, underscoring the ferocity of the battle. With this realization, Luoshi felt a newfound equilibrium within her. "What are your terms?" Jiang Chen stated. "A flat price of 20 million spirit stones, granting Xuxia the recruitment rights for all military units within this Dwarven palace, excluding the Hill King. Should Xuxia wish to recruit the Hill King, that can also be arranged, calculated separately at a price of 5 million spirit stones. By exchanging troops he deemed worthless for a staggering sum of 20 million. Jiang Chen had undeniably maximized the value of the Dwarven palace. Surprisingly, Luoshi found this price quite reasonable. Seemingly reading her thoughts, Jiang Chen bowed elegantly. "As you mentioned, this Dwarven palace resides within the territory of Xuxia. Now," and Luoshi regained both her dignity and composure, a smile resurfacing on her face, "I accept, but my territory's cash flow is nearly depleted due to you. I can only pay 10 million now, with the remaining balance settled when the Two Realms passage reopens. Furthermore, you must provide some after-sales service." Jiang Chen was taken aback. "What after-sales service?" And Luoshi replied, "A Dwarven palace will inevitably attract the attention of other major powers. I hope you can assist Xuxia in defending it together." Jiang Chen immediately responded, "This matter will be entrusted to me, without involving Xuxia." He had already savored the sweetness of slaughtering other lords. And how could he let such a blatant opportunity slip away? The transaction was concluded. Jiang Chen received another 10 million spirit stones, with 10 million left to settle. and Xuan-Yuan presented the finest food from her territory, hoping to invite Jiang Chen to dinner. However, upon glancing at it, Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. It turned out to be the spirit snake soup he had sold the previous day. Considering the pleasant collaboration and the prospect of future partnerships, Jiang Chen waved his hand. Instantly, a feast appeared on the dining table. Besides 2 servings of the epic quality Dragon Tiger Duel, the others were all of exceptional quality. These delicacies are the specialties of my territory. Lorden and Xuan-Yuan may indulge, he declared, but I truly have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. With that, he disregarded the astonished gazes of the mother and daughter and mounted the dragon's back. Let us return home, Xiaojiu. Certainly, my lord. It was not until the dragon soared into the sky that Xuan finally came to her senses, shaking her tiny fists and exclaiming, Jiang Chen. Now I possess epic heroes and commanding troops. I will undoubtedly prevail in the mayoral contest against you. Jiang Chen did not turn around, but merely waved his hand dismissively. Do not dream. At last, they returned to the territory. As soon as Jiang Chen dismounted from the dragon's back, he spotted the angel Yan, rubbing her belly, contentedly emerging from the drunken immortal pavilion. Jiang Chen chuckled and inquired, Yan, how was the fare at the territory's cafeteria? The angels of the Maloshan heaven, being warriors, were unfamiliar with culinary delights. And Yan succumbed to the experience. Yet she stubbornly retorted, I must admit, my lord is indeed a connoisseur of life, but gluttony only leads to degradation. Ha. Observing Yan's obstinacy, Jiang Chen laughed heartily and then said to the Empress and others, Come, let us dine first. Leaving the angel, Yan in a state of confusion. She pondered, why is he laughing so? Have I shattered my persona? In the private room designated by the character Tian, Jiang Chen did not rush to eat, but instead opened the regional channel to post a purchasing message. Jiang Chen, brothers, I am seeking level 10 equipment sets, preferably ranger class, and I will buy at a high price. Please note in private messages. A ripple of excitement ensued. Oh dear, half a day has passed, and the great deity finally made an appearance. Everyone, come and witness the god. Brother Jiang Chen, just let little sister sleep for one night, and I shall offer you 10,000 spirit stones with both hands, creating an extraordinary troop type and breaking the century-old record on Blue Star. Is this for real? I say, brothers, we have been discussing for an entire afternoon, and you still do not believe? Show me a screenshot, and I shall believe. What a fool you are. This is not a regional channel message. How can one take a screenshot? Wei Ming. All right, everyone, do not mind that fool. Who has the equipment set that my boss Jiang Chen seeks? Do not hold back. Huang Xian, brother Wei, your sycophantic demeanor is somewhat disgraceful. Wei Ming is correct. Whoever possesses what the great Jiang Chen desires should promptly present it. Under the mobilization of the town, Jiang Chen swiftly received private messages from several lords. With his ample finances, he acquired everything without hesitation. He randomly selected a piece of exquisite level, boots of courage, and opened the enhancement list. A smile crept across his face as he remarked, seemingly stating the obvious. As expected, enhancing the set still retains its set properties. Jiang Chen began to examine the enhancement lists of various sets, seeking equipment suitable for the disciples of Tianyin, involving expenditures of millions of spirit stones. He dared not act hastily. After a thorough comparison lasting 10 minutes, Jiang Chen finally discovered a set that satisfied him. This is the one. Consuming 3 million spirit stones, he chose enhancement direction for the flowing cloud armor. Consuming 2 million spirit stones, he chose enhancement direction for the flowing cloud footwear. Consuming. The flowing cloud set consists of 4 pieces: armor, helmet, footwear, and weapon. The legend is born. For beams of golden light soared into the sky, startling everyone present. As the radiance dissipated, for legendary artifacts, exuding formidable spiritual power, floated mysteriously 3 feet above the ground. Observing the remarkable attributes of the flowing cloud set, Jiang Chen felt an exhilarating thrill within him. With the flowing cloud set in his possession, he could finally embark on the mass production of epic units. Chapter 54, Annihilation. The Xianying Palace. Flowing Cloud Celestial Armor. Legendary. Level 10 Durability. 150 Attributes. Constitution 45. Spiritual Power 15. Soul 15. Load 15 Skills. Cloud Ring. Flowing Cloud Celestial Sword. Legendary. Level 10 Sharpness. 145 Durability. 100 attributes. Constitution 35, spiritual power 15, soul 10, load 12 skills. Cloud sword. Flowing cloud celestial boots. Flowing cloud celestial helmet. Set bonus. All attributes increase by 40, except for load. Additional passive effect, like flowing clouds, speed enhancement of 50. The flowing cloud set is a quintessential physical equipment set, enhancing constitution by 165 points when considering the set bonus, and it has a low load requirement, making it suitable for a level 10 disciple of Tianyin. The effects of the 4 skills, Cloud Sword, Cloud Ring, Cloud Shadow, Cloud Clarity, are comparable to A-grade advanced skills. They cover attack, defense, agility, and resistance, with no apparent weaknesses. Upon observing the attributes of this equipment, the Empress felt even more elated than Jiang Chen. My lord, with such formidable armor, you shall not require my protection when next you venture forth to confront monsters, shall you? Jiang Chen shook his head. The flowing cloud set is not for me. The Empress, incredulous, queried, Is it for me then? Not quite. Jiang Chen replied with a mysterious smile. It is intended for the disciples of Tianyin. The Empress's eyes widened in realization. You intend to. At that moment, the figure of Angel Yin suddenly burst through the window, exclaiming, My lord, I just sensed a tremendous energy fluctuation. Could there be an enemy? She then gasped, such powerful equipment, and it seems the 4 pieces can resonate with one another. Have you all had your fill? If so, follow me to the Tianyin Pavilion. Jiang Chen rose, addressing Angel Yin. Yin, you should come along as well. Although it was nighttime, disciples frequently entered and exited the Tianyin Pavilion. After all, the pavilion housed special cultivation areas such as the Comprehension Room and Spirit Gathering Room, where training yields remarkable results. Jiang Chen observed for a moment before selecting a disciple with high skill proficiency. What is your name? The disciple, petite and delicately featured, upon noticing the presence of the Lord and the Saint, hastily responded, I report to you, my lord, my surname is Li, and my name is Yin. A pleasant name indeed. Jiang Chen waved his hand, casting a shower of golden light. Energy consumed, 1760. Your unit Li Yin has leveled up, current level, 4, consumption. With a consumption of 35,000 points of energy, Li Yin ascended directly to level 10. Only at level 10 could the disciples of Tianyin embark on their training. Subsequently, Jiang Chen waved his hand once more, and the flowing cloud set appeared before Li Yin. Put it on and enter the training tower. A series of unexpected events left Li Yin astounded. Is this legendary equipment? The Empress had endured for half a day before finally speaking softly. My lord, the purpose of the trial tower is to refine their willpower and skills. Is it appropriate to take shortcuts? Jiang Chen retorted. What is the purpose of honing one's will? The Empress replied. Naturally, it is to become strong. Jiang Chen smiled lightly. If one can be born in Rome, why would one need to travel thousands of miles to reach Rome? Is it merely to seek hardship? The Empress fell silent. Indeed, the Empress had a point, but it did not apply to the battlefield of myriad races. As a competent lord, Jiang Chen sought to maximize benefits. Meanwhile, Li Yin had donned the flowing cloud set, under the Empress's command. Her basic attributes were as follows. Li Yin, level, 10 attributes, physique 288, spiritual power 182, soul 128, capacity 3. Skills, great Sumeru sword technique. Jiang Chen could not help but marvel. This was hardly the profile of a level 10 elite unit. Li Yin's physique had already surpassed that of a level 10 legendary dragon, and with 5 formidable skills, she could likely single-handedly defeat Dragon 9. Jiang Chen encouraged her loudly. Go forth, my girl, and become the first true disciple of the territory. Li Yin exclaimed, Thank you, my lord, for your support. With that, she excitedly entered the trial tower. Your unit Li Yin has applied for the trial. Do you approve? Activating the trial tower will consume 36,640 energy points. Approved. The energy required for an epic unit to reach level 10 is approximately 22, 5 times that of an elite unit. If activating the trial tower did not require energy, one could easily wait for the Tianyin disciples to level up further before advancing. Unfortunately, the heavens did not grant Jiang Chen such an opportunity. The first layer of the trial tower illuminated, instantly attracting the attention of many Tianyin disciples. Observing this, the Empress remarked, My lord, the trial tower has 9 layers. It may take several hours for the disciples to clear the trials. I will guard here while you take a rest. Several hours? Jiang Chen chuckled. That is an affront to the legendary set. No sooner had he spoken than the second layer of the trial tower lit up. The Empress was left speechless. This had barely taken a few seconds. During the wait, Jiang Chen placed 1,000 servings of spirit snake soup, produced daily by the drunken Immortal Tower on the trading post, priced at 2,000 each. Although notifications of sales rang out continuously, it was nowhere near the previous day's fervor. Jiang Chen had been mentally prepared for this. As the number of second-generation lords with purchasing power in the novice town was limited. Half an hour later, notification. Your unit Li Yin has passed the trial and has been promoted to true disciple of Tianyin, epic. Almost simultaneously, a beam of light descended from the top of the trial tower, enveloping Li Yan's form. With an ecstatic expression, Li Yin exclaimed, "My lord, I succeeded. I am now a true disciple." Jiang Chen immediately inquired, "How does it feel? Was it difficult?" Li Yin pondered for a moment and replied, "Like crushing dry twigs." "Excellent." Jiang Chen was immensely satisfied. He accessed Li Yan's panel and confirmed that the heavenly sound true transmission also fell under the Empress's dominion. Turning to the observing disciples of heavenly sound, he inquired, "Who will step forward next?" The disciples eagerly volunteered, their loyalty significantly rising, with most surpassing a score of 90. The discerning Brahma Sound Tian took the initiative to maintain order, saying, "One at a time, please line up with a 1-meter gap." Observing her disciples' reactions, the Empress sighed. "It seems I was indeed mistaken." Angel Yen smiled. "In our Meluo Heavenly Court, 90 of the angel warriors' strength derives from the dark planes of the civilization Lord. Thus I wholeheartedly support the Lord's approach." At this moment, night had deepened. Although there were still tasks left undone, Jiang Chen, having labored throughout the day, felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. He let out a yawn. He first elevated all the heavenly sound disciples preparing for promotion to level 10, then set the training tower to automatic mode. Subsequently, he assigned the 9 Heavens Holy Princess to organize the disciples' participation in the training. After completing all these tasks, Jiang Chen returned to the bedroom of the Lord's mansion. To his delight, the expansion of the mansion, now increased by more than double following his promotion to level 3, revealed a much more luxurious master bedroom and 2 additional guest rooms. "Sister Yin, your timing is impeccable," the Empress remarked enviously. "You cannot imagine. I have been sleeping on the floor for several days." Angel Yin hesitated for a moment before saying, "I am already 7,000 years old." Meanwhile, on Blue Star, in Long City, at the Xianyang Palace, a yawn escaped Yin Man, though she had just awakened. Earlier that day, she had been so enraged that her bloodline evolved, resulting in significant exhaustion of her physical faculties. Upon returning to Blue Star and issuing a few commands, she collapsed into slumber, causing a commotion in the palace. Now, seeing Yin Man awake, a middle-aged female official appeared silently. "Your Highness, the military talismans and hero orders you requested have been prepared. Additionally, Your Highness must be hungry. Why not have dinner before returning to the battlefield of the myriad races?" Yin Man touched her flat stomach, admitting, "I am indeed somewhat hungry." A sumptuous late-night feast was soon laid out on the dining table, and as she ate, she casually asked, "By June, have there been any significant events in the battlefield of the myriad races lately?" Chapter 55. The Gamble of 100 Million Spirit Stones. The Advancement of the Lord's Talent. What began as a casual inquiry left the female officer momentarily stunned. A lord in the new district had created an extraordinary troop type, and a public announcement had been made in the Blue Star domain. Yin May's gaze sharpened as she bit into a dragon rib, exclaiming, "An extraordinary troop creation? Could it be that a great master has entered the new district for a recultivation?" Not at all. The officer's eyes flickered with confusion. "It is a young man named Jiang Chen from Donghai City in Jiangnan Province. I understand this may sound unbelievable, but this news has been corroborated through multiple channels." Yin Mei was taken aback. "Repeat that name." "Jiang Chen. No way." Yin Mei quickly pressed for details. "Which novice town is this Jiang Chen from?" 10,086. Clatter. The dragon rib fell from Yin Mei's hands onto the dining table as she murmured, "It really is him. So, the existence of those 300 troop types is indeed true." Reflecting on how she had silenced Jiang Chen earlier that day before returning to Blue Star, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The thrill of her previous derision now felt painfully awkward. Yet, this fellow was rather gentlemanly, having refrained from retaliating. At that moment, the officer continued. We suspect that this Jiang Chen may be the reincarnation of a celestial being who has already unraveled the mysteries of his birth, though this conjecture is still under verification. Impossible. Inmei immediately countered. How could a rustic fellow, who lights up at the sight of 2 million spirit stones, possibly be a reincarnated celestial? I'm done eating. I'm returning to the battlefield of the myriad races. In the Xianyang Palace, there existed a two-realm altar. In a flash of brilliance, Inmei materialized within her territory. Your Highness, you have returned. Meng Tian, as a hero, lacked the qualification to receive the heavenly Dao announcement. Upon hearing this news from Inmei, she was left utterly speechless, unable to believe it. Inmei, disregarding the late hour, immediately initiated a video call with Xia. Just as Xia was about to sleep, she perked up upon seeing her friend. Jia, you're finally back. I told you, Jiang Chen never lies. And I've now become a major player with an epic hero. Wonderful. Jiang Chen is indeed remarkable, Inmei replied, though she was somewhat dismissive. Yet, she felt genuine joy for Xia. With anticipation, she continued, what time shall we meet tomorrow? I've brought back 6 epic troop tokens, including 3 squads of Iron Eagle warriors. The tokens are bound to the troop types. What a display of wealth. Xia sighed, then sheepishly replied, but there's no need. Sister, Jiang Chen has already cleared that mountain range today. This matter would not remain concealed for long, so Xia decided to spill everything. Moreover, within that mountain range, there exists a dwarven royal palace. An epic troop building, the dwarven royal palace? Inmei gasped, then gritted her teeth. He has actually beaten me to it again. Why add the word again? Xia inquired. The following day, as Jiang Chen rose from his slumber, he learned that the dwarven troops, under the leadership of Giselle, had returned to their territory under the cover of night. Intrigued, Jiang Chen instructed Li Yan to engage in a duel with the Storm Guardian. As anticipated, Li Yan emerged victorious with overwhelming dominance. After a night of ascension, the heavenly sound true transmission had reached a count of 16. However, the consumption of over 1.7 million energy units indeed pained Jiang Chen's heart, considering the upgrades of the dwarven warriors and the 3.6 million energy expended from vanquishing the Hill King. The resources had been significantly depleted. After breakfast, Jiang Chen swiftly assessed the current state of his territory. Heroes, Empress, Yen. Troops, Black Dragons 12, Goddess Warriors 12. 9 Heavens Holy Maidens 9. Heavenly Sound True Transmission 16. Heavenly Sound Disciples 284. Hill King 1. Storm Guardians 2. Dwarven Rockets 20. Centaur Leaders 16. Farmers 552. Legendary Farmers 2. Resource Points. Wood Mines 41. Quarries 35. Iron Mines 25. Fine Iron Mines 4. Crystal Mines 1. Gold Mines 1. Robust and well-equipped, with ample provisions. Jiang Chen congratulated himself and, as per his routine, opened the mysterious cottage to inspect today's offerings. A portal? Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. What a fortuitous start. He wondered if Inmei would still be interested. The mysterious cottage did not always yield remarkable items. Aside from the dark bait on the first day, recent days had only brought materials and equipment. Today, however, a coveted item had appeared once more, priced at a mere 20,000 spirit stones. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen secured the purchase and immediately initiated a video call with Inmei. The connection was established promptly. Inmei appeared slightly surprised, exclaiming, "The renowned Jiang Chen from Blue Star has contacted me directly. This is indeed an honor." Jiang Chen chuckled. "You jest, my esteemed one. I have obtained a portal. Are you still interested?" "Most definitely," Inmei replied. After the 3rd book, territories can construct teleportation portals, rendering the practical value of the portal considerably diminished. Yet, without a flicker of hesitation, she further impressed Jiang Chen with the significance of having a supportive lineage. Upon completing the transaction, Jiang Chen received another 1 million spirit stones. Inmei continued, "Jiang Chen, I was just about to seek your assistance." Jiang Chen inquired with a smile, "What is it that you need, esteemed one?" With a serious demeanor, Inmei declared, "Now, as a descendant of the first emperor, I formally invite you to become my vassal lord." Jiang Chen was taken aback. "A vassal lord? Surely you jest. Who invites someone to be a vassal lord at such an early hour? However, contemplating Ng Man's true identity, such a proposal was not altogether surprising. Ng Man, sensing his hesitation, insisted, "My identity is unique, and I cannot disclose it at this moment. But trust me, you shall not regret becoming my vassal lord. How about I sponsor you with an initial fund of 50 million spirit stones? What do you think?" Jiang Chen was left speechless. It must be said, the allure of a wealthy benefactor is indeed irresistible. However, the vassal lordship is not merely a verbal agreement. It is established under the witness of the heavenly principles, entailing both the enjoyment of power and the fulfillment of obligations. Noticing Jiang Chen's silence, Ng Man continued to raise her offer. "How about 100 million? Jiang Chen feared that if this continued, he might truly capitulate. If I recall correctly, one must become the town mayor to possess the title of a vassal lord. Isn't it just the mayor? Ng Man scoffed. At the current rate of development, the competition for the mayoral position will likely commence in 2 days. Jiang Chen replied. But what if you cannot become the mayor? No way. Ng Man finally understood, laughing in surprise. Are you suggesting a contest for the mayoral position? Jiang Chen smiled. Shall we wager? Ng Man, brimming with confidence, responded, All right. If you can seize the mayor's position from me, I shall become your vassal lord. The prospect of having the daughter of the ancestral dragon as his vassal lord intrigued Jiang Chen, as it would certainly elevate his status. Yet, upon further reflection, he declined the offer. I still have a fondness for that 100 million spirit stones. He genuinely feared that if the ancestral dragon were enraged, an army might descend directly from the third heaven. Though the cost would be monumental, it was not without precedent. It seems you are blinded by wealth. Jiang Chen's choice left Ng Man feeling somewhat offended. Fine, should I lose, I will pay you 100 million spirit stones. Should you lose, you will become my vassal lord. Jiang Chen rejoiced. A gentleman's word is as good as a horse's. Ng Man was equally elated. Jiang Chen, do you truly believe that with just an epic hero and a multitude of elite troops, you can contend for the mayoral position against me? In the mayoral competition, it is not the quantity of troops that matters, but their quality. Moreover, any examination of official positions encompasses far more than mere combat. It includes construction, resource gathering, farming, and more. Do you possess high-quality farmers? Prepare to be my vassal lord. Ha ha ha. After declaring her victory, Ng Man abruptly ended the video call. Jiang Chen sighed, still as fiery as ever. Yet, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in his eyes. I wonder what form this lordship competition will take. A secret realm? Tower defense? Level challenges? A duel? Or perhaps a free-for-all? Regardless of the method, Jiang Chen could not find a reason for his defeat. Bound by the constraints of heavenly rules, the highest quality items that could be brought from the main world into the new district were of epic quality. No matter how formidable Zhengge was, he could never surpass the heavenly principles. Thus, victory in this wager seemed assured. With thoughts of the impending influx of 100 million spirit stones, Jiang Chen cheerfully hummed a tune while retrieving a finely crafted talisman. E-rank, territory advancement talisman. Upon use, it can elevate an F-rank lord's talent to E-rank. There were 3 such talismans in the merchant caravan, all of which he had acquired. If memory serves, advancing green mountains and clear waters to E-rank should yield picturesque scenery, which, aside from marginally enhancing the happiness of the citizens, offers little else of value. But what of the higher ranks? The value of a territory advancement token is no less than that of a lord's heart of the same quality. Hence, no one has ever utilized a high-tier territory advancement token on the lord talent of the Green Mountains and Clear Waters entertainment faction. After all, with that amount of money, it would be far more economical to purchase a finished product outright. Yet I am different. I possess the ability, but lack the choice. With this thought in mind, Jiang Chen immediately took action. He expended 100,000 spirit stones to select Enhancement Direction 2, the D-grade territory advancement token. Then, he spent 1,000,000 spirit stones to choose Enhancement Direction 3, the C-grade territory advancement token. Upon completion of the enhancements, Jiang Chen gently tossed the 3 territory advancement tokens he held. The territory advancement would directly elevate to the C-grade Lord talent. Chapter 56. Enveloped in ethereal mist. The apex delivered to one's door. 3 territory advancement tokens transformed into shimmering specks of energy, which were subsequently cast into the Lord's Manor. Notice, you have utilized an E-rank territory advancement token, elevating the Lord's talent to picturesque scenery. Note, the effects of the original talent remain intact post-advancement. Notice, you have employed a D-rank territory advancement token, enhancing the Lord's talent to Eternal Spring. The effects were immediate. Jiang Chen, having invested significantly in attribute tomes, had attained a modest level of expertise and possessed keen perception. He sensed the environment around him instantaneously adjust to his utmost comfort. Inhaling deeply, he felt rejuvenated. Moreover, according to the talent description, the effects appeared to be personalized. For instance, if Jiang Chen were to recruit a Flame Lord, that individual would experience an environment tailored to their own needs. Notice, you have activated a C-rank territory advancement token, elevating the Lord's talent to enveloped in ethereal mist. Crack. It sounded akin to the shattering of an eggshell. Wisps of spiritual energy emerged visibly from the void at an astonishing pace. Soon, within the 30,000 square meters enveloped by the territory, the spiritual energy flourished, occasionally revealing tendrils of misty essence. Remarkably, the concentration of this spiritual energy was likely tenfold that of before. The Empress had appeared beside Jiang Chen unbeknownst to him. The spiritual energy concentration within the Heavenly Drunken Tower's VIP room was merely 5 times. Under such a concentration, not only would the speed of cultivation accelerate, but the recovery of spiritual power would also be enhanced. Consequently, the disciples of Tianyin could perform their skills more frequently, and Great Sumeru's sword technique could swiftly advance to proficiency, if not mastery. Jiang Chen observed and found that indeed, the Tianyin disciples, currently resting within the territory, were all exultant, their loyalty rising once more. Jiang Chen nodded, stating, while it is undeniably beneficial for techniques and skills to grow stronger, one must not lose sight of the fundamentals. The essence of the myriad races battlefield remains in levels. After the territory's advancement, Jiang Chen found himself devoid of pressing matters and finally felt a sense of leisure. He still possessed a deep-sea bait, yet he intended to leverage it for something grander. Thus, he planned to wait until he amassed a greater quantity of true transmission of Tianyin before utilizing it, as prudence was paramount. Since he had some time to spare, he decided to clear out the inventory accumulated over the past few days. The inventory primarily referred to lower-tier treasure chests, superior chests, 845 common chests, 4623 beep, beep, beep. Just then, a notification rang out. Oh, a new announcement in the regional channel? Jiang Chen opened it to take a glance. Announcement. In light of the exceptional development of Town 10086, the resource collection leaderboard has been activated. The Lord ranked first in points will receive an epic chest. The Lord ranked 210th will receive a superior chest. The Lord ranked 100th will receive a rare chest. The calculation rules are as follows. During the ranking period, each unit of ordinary resources acquired yields 1 point, while exquisite resources garner 10 points, and so forth. The resource leaderboard updates in real time. The settlement time is set for noon tomorrow. Resource collection? How intriguing. Jiang Chen clicked on the leaderboard below. 1. Wei Ming, 11-2. Ying Yi Man, 9-3. Huang Xian, 8-4. Tu Shan Ye, 7-5. The values on the leaderboard refresh instantaneously. Perhaps Wei Ming had just produced a unit of exquisite resources, catapulting him to the top. Yet, merely 5 seconds later, he was surpassed by Ying Yi Man. Observing the leaderboard, Jiang Chen quietly extracted a unit of crystal. He consumed 100 spirit stones to enhance direction, yielding empty crystal stones. These empty crystal stones, a byproduct of ordinary crystal mines, boast rare quality and are essential for constructing portals. Other lords in the town might scarcely possess 3 books. Hence Jiang Chen was not in a hurry to build the portal. The moment he enhanced the empty crystal stones, Jiang Chen instantly gained 100 points, soaring to the summit. Indeed, resources obtained through enhancement count as part of territorial resource collection. Meanwhile, the regional channel was already abuzz with activity. Resource gathering. This is perhaps the only fair leaderboard since the opening of the district, isn't it? Haha, the big shots began with high-quality farmers, whose yields multiply effortlessly, and one might question the fairness of that. My goodness, how did the esteemed Jiang Chen increase his points by 100 in an instant? Do the brothers above recall the bloody incident triggered by that gold mine? Gold is a rare resource, with each unit worth 100 points. Soon, another batch of dark horses emerged, and Xuxiao ascended rapidly and steadily to the first position. How formidable is Goddessin? She is indeed at the top. And Xuxiao, most of the resource points near my territory are of high quality, leaving my ordinary resources insufficient. This display of grandeur immediately sparked envy and jealousy. Only Jiang Chen understood the situation. It seems in Xuxiao's physique not only attracts powerful entities, but also high-quality resources. Truly enviable. Yin Man. Xuxiao's luck is simply extraordinary. The epic farmers possessed by Yin Man propelled her to the second position. And Xuxiao, if you need, Ying's sister, you are welcome to mine at my place. Yin Man quickly replied, no need. You have high-tier resource points, and I have epic farmers. Let us, as sisters, vie for the first position based on our merits and create a remarkable tale. And Xuxiao boldly agreed. All right. As expected, within 10 minutes, the two ladies distanced themselves from Jiang Chen, for he only had 2 legendary farmers. Wei Ming, epic farmers indeed. It seems the first position will emerge between these 2 goddesses. Huang Xian, could this break the spell of Jiang Chen's first place? Suddenly, someone exclaimed excitedly. Indeed. Resources obtained from treasure chests also count. Had I known earlier, I would have saved my treasure chests. Ha ha ha. I have amassed dozens of treasure chests yet to be opened. Previously, I feared uncovering resources, but now I genuinely hope they are all resource-laden. Dozens of chests? I am utterly envious. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen cast a glance at the thousands of chests piled high in his warehouse. His expression tinged with doubt. This is practically a gift of the top spot. Could it be that I possess some extraordinary constitution? Shaking his head to dispel the curious thoughts, Jiang Chen bellowed. Empress, it is time to open the treasure chests. At the mention of treasure chests, the Empress appeared beside Jiang Chen in a flash, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Are there any epic chests? None. Then could you perhaps use your abilities to conjure some? Is this truly addictive? Jiang Chen retorted with a hint of annoyance. No. Let us focus on our tasks. If we work diligently, we shall have them by tomorrow. Naturally, ordinary chests hold little significance. Jiang Chen still planned to enhance all of them into the most cost-effective exquisite chests. After all, exquisite chests at least yield blueprints. And 100 spirit stones are hardly expensive. Thus, Jiang Chen and the Empress worked in tandem, one enhancing while the other opened, each with clear roles, thoroughly engrossed in their tasks. You have opened an exquisite chest and obtained the slaughtering ox blade. Exquisite. 1. You have opened an exquisite chest and obtained exquisite with 70. You have opened. However, the lords who had been monitoring the leaderboard were no longer calm. Merely 1 minute later, the Empress had opened over 1,000 units of exquisite resources, and the resulting tens of thousands of points propelled Jiang Chen to the top of the leaderboard without question. Wei Ming, is Boss Jiang opening treasure chests? Yin Man, how much resource can a treasure chest yield? It's merely a temporary rise to the top. It holds no real significance. Tu Xuan-Yuan, Sister Ying, should we place a bet? Let us wager. Yin Man, Yaya, you still bet on Jiang Chen winning? Tu Xuan-Yuan, yes. Yaya wants to make money. Yin Man, haha. Yaya, you are adorably foolish. And Xuxiao, Yaya, listen to your sister. Jiang Chen's ascent to the top through opening treasure chests is only temporary. Once the chests are exhausted, he will be left powerless, especially with over a day remaining until the final tally. This analysis was reasonable, causing Tu Xuan-Yuan to hesitate. In that moment of uncertainty, the betting pool never materialized. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen's points soared to 20,000. Wei Ming, Boss Jiang is incredible. He must have opened over 100 exquisite chests. Yin Man, what is the use? Can he open 100, or perhaps 1,000 more? Chapter 57. I have finished. You all compete for second place. Minutes passed, and Jiang Chen's score had surpassed 100,000. Tu Xuan-Yuan, Sisterin, is it still too late for me to open a betting pool? And Xuxiao was taken aback and began to feign ignorance. It appears that the situation is quite intense. Most of the lords had ceased their tasks, fixated on the rapidly and steadily fluctuating numbers at the top of the leaderboard. In less than an hour, Jiang Chen's points finally breached the 500,000 mark. Yin Man could no longer contain herself. This cheat. Tu Xuan-Yuan, wah, I missed another billion. And Xuxiao, everyone was in a frenzy. The great Jiang Chen must have opened at least 1,000 exquisite treasure chests. What an astonishing drop rate. Could it be that the green mountains and clear waters talent possesses a hidden attribute of luck? Perhaps it truly does. You wouldn't believe it, but just yesterday, the Lord's heart with the green mountains and clear waters talent in Donghai City had sold out completely. Yet, regardless of their frenzy or jealousy, nothing could impede Jiang Chen's swift accumulation of points. At noon, the resource points leaderboard read 1. Jiang Chen 1, 563, 252. And Xuxia 48, 253. Ing Man 46, 672 4. Tu Xuan-Yuan 12, 365 5. Wei Ming 11, 0, 82 6. Jiang Chen, I am finished. Though my little brother has ascended to the top, as the esteemed Ing Man just mentioned, this is merely temporary. After all, we still have a day left, right? Let us all do our best. Ing Man. With over 1,000,000 points, even if Ing Man and Xuxia teamed up, they could not surpass Jiang Chen in a single day. Moreover, Jiang Chen's original output was already substantial. This meant that with a day remaining until the results were announced, Jiang Chen had effectively secured victory. As if to say, you all can compete for second place. And Xuxia, rarely indulging in banter, remarked, yeah, how about we bet on who will be second? Tu Xuan-Yuan. But I only want to bet on brother Jiang Chen winning. After a considerable time, someone weakly inquired, could any of the scholars analyze how Jiang Chen did it? This surely requires at least 2,000 to 3,000 rare treasure chests. The crowd buzzed. Yet no satisfactory conclusion emerged. The consensus among all was singular. Jiang Chen was a cheat. Jiang Chen quietly observed from the sidelines, curious to see who would guess the answer first. At that moment, Tu Xuan-Yuan suddenly exclaimed, I know. It's the Hall of Prestige, isn't it? Jiang Chen chuckled softly at her quick thinking. And Xuxiao also realized, Yaya is truly clever. Why didn't I think of that? Many remained doubtful. Wei Ming elucidated. It seems that big brother Jiang fortuitously discovered a Hall of Prestige, utilizing the 10,000 points of prestige from creating his own troupe to exchange entirely for exquisite treasure chests. Impressive. My little brother is truly admirable. The Hall of Fame is a randomly appearing structure in the wilderness, with its existence and the items available for exchange being uncertain. Man, I feel as if the heavens are aiding him. Wei Ming, I apologize, brother Jiang. I should not have doubted your ability to claim the top spot. From now on, I shall learn from Yaya and unconditionally support you, my leader. Tu Xuan-Yuan, are you implying that I lack discernment? Heh. Upon witnessing this exchange, Jiang Chen let out a soft chuckle. As he gazed at Wei Ming, he was reminded of his own semi-abandoned centaur lair. Adhering to the principle that even the smallest mosquito is still flesh, Jiang Chen initiated a video call to Wei Ming. The connection was established almost instantly, but the sounds of cheers and clashing weapons resonated from the other side. Jiang Chen apologetically remarked, I'm sorry, brother Wei. I noticed you were still in the water group and assumed you were free, not realizing you were in the midst of battle. Should I contact you later? Before Jiang Chen could end the call, Wei Ming appeared on screen, his face beaming with enthusiasm. It's merely a small goblin tribe. It's no trouble at all. Whatever you need, brother Jiang, just command me. Through the screen, Jiang Chen could sense Wei Ming's excitement, confirming that there was no immediate danger on Wei Ming's side. He smiled and said, there is a centaur lair situated between our territories, capable of producing centaur warriors, centaur captains, and centaur leaders. It has become useless to me now. I wonder if you might be interested? Elite troops are of little value to Jiang Chen, yet they are a boon for ordinary lords. Wei Ming's eyes lit up with delight, showing his understanding. Thank you for your consideration, boss. I'll transfer 100,000 spirit stones right away. That is too much. Jiang Chen felt satisfied with Wei Ming's perceptiveness, but replied, let us stick to the market price, 30,000 spirit stones. Wei Ming did not press the matter. All right, boss. Should you ever require my assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. After ending the communication, Jiang Chen chuckled to himself. This fellow has good character and knows his place. There may be an opportunity to elevate him in the future. Upon unexpectedly acquiring an epic treasure chest, Jiang Chen began categorizing the spoils. He had 150 0.000 units of exquisite resources sufficient for 4 books. Next, there were over 2,000 pieces of quality equipment. Jiang Chen instructed the Heavenly Sound Pavilion disciples to distribute the needed gear, as even though they were merely exquisite items, they were better than nothing. The remainder was cast into the marketplace, with an auction time set for 1 hour. With this move, Jiang Chen instantly disrupted the supply-demand equilibrium of the town. The regional channel erupted with mixed reactions. Some lamented, while others rejoiced. Oh no, my territory's economy relies entirely on a single elite blacksmith. With such upheaval, I might go bankrupt. Brother Jiang is magnificent. My sister just brought back a quality soldier talisman from Blue Star. I was in dire need of equipment. Aside from resources and gear, Jiang Chen placed the utmost value on the blueprints. Farmland Blueprint 11, Pasture Blueprint 4, Arrow Tower Blueprint 8, Watchtower Blueprint 2, Spring Blueprint 1, Beehive Blueprint 1. Indeed, the haul was monumental. At last, the Watchtower has arrived. Yesterday, I beheld the Watchtower in the territory of Enchuxia, and Jiang Chen expressed a sense of envy. Upon opening the enhancement list for the Watchtower, a smile graced Jiang Chen's face. Indeed, the Lookout Tower, a structure that counters invisibility, was available. However, with ample funds at his disposal, Jiang Chen was not content with merely constructing the Lookout Tower. After some contemplation, he chose the most cost-effective option. With an expenditure of 200,000 spirit stones, he selected Enhancement Direction 5, the Lighthouse. The lighthouse was swiftly completed, and Jiang Chen promptly upgraded it to Level 3. Lighthouse, Level 3 Skill 1 illuminates the fog of war within a radius of 1,300 meters. Skill 2 marks enemy invisible units for a duration of 5 minutes. Skill 3. Under the lighthouse's illumination, it can moderately dispel negative statuses from allied units. Effectiveness depends on lighthouse level and the relative strength of both parties. Skill 4. Provides adjustable lighting at night. Excellent. The first 3 functionalities are undoubtedly practical combat skills. As for the 4th feature, it serves as a streetlight at night, enhancing the happiness and loyalty of the populace. After setting the illumination time and brightness for the lighthouse, Jiang Chen took out the blueprint for the spring, his expression revealing a rare conflict. The spring is considered a relatively obscure architectural blueprint. Many structures in the enhancement list are quite impressive, such as the various grades of spirit springs, which yield remarkable results for both drinking and irrigation. Yet, what truly troubled Jiang Chen was the enhancement direction at the very bottom of the list. Enhancement Direction 7 to 6, Fountain of Life, Legendary, requiring an expenditure of 100 million spirit stones. Although the Fountain of Life does not directly enhance Jiang Chen's combat prowess, its effects are nothing short of miraculous. Should he opt for the Fountain of Life now, or continue to await a suitable legendary troop building? Chapter 58, Energy, or Dual Rankings at the Pinnacle. The Battle of the Broken Domain. Jiang Chen possesses one final opportunity for enhancement without expenditure. The decision to reserve it for the legendary unit building was not solely due to its exorbitant cost. Rather, the construction of a singular legendary unit building would undeniably double Jiang Chen's formidable strength. The Life Spring. While primarily serving the secondary purpose of swiftly healing wounds and restoring spiritual energy, harbors a far more terrifying capability. It can resurrect units and heroes, requiring merely a modicum of energy and a brief span of time. With the Life Spring at his disposal, Jiang Chen would wield an astonishing capacity for endurance, remaining invincible as long as he is not subjected to attacks on the spring. It is indeed a challenging choice. With a gentle exhale, Jiang Chen resolved that even the materials required to construct the Life Spring would demand tens of millions of spirit stones for enhancement. He would first await the acquisition of the 100 million spirit stones from Yin Man. Should a suitable unit building remain elusive by that time, he would proceed to construct the Life Spring. With this in mind, Jiang Chen carefully stored away the Spring Well blueprint, alongside the Hive blueprint. After all, he currently possessed a mere 6 million spirit stones, and with the impending conflict, it was prudent to retain funds for contingencies. In the ensuing period, the territory experienced steady development, and the town remained tranquil. It was not until the midnight hour, as Jiang Chen prepared for slumber, that he received a divine notification. Your hero Yan has captured an energy stone mine. An energy stone mine? Jiang Chen sprang from his bed with sudden vigor. This was a favored opportunity for a farming lord. In the realm of myriad races, beyond the mainstream of monster hunting, there exist alternative avenues for acquiring energy. For instance, the energy gathering chamber within the Tianyin Pavilion, and now the energy stone mine discovered by Angel Yin, from which energy could be continuously harvested as long as farmers were employed to mine it. Although the yield may be modest, its stability and safety were paramount. Jiang Chen promptly constructed a quarry and dispatched several disciples from the Tianyin Pavilion to escort the farmers. However, Yin displayed an extraordinary level of discipline. Still engaged in wild battles at such a late hour, Jiang Chen had not seen Yin's presence throughout the day. Yin was certainly not slacking. Rather, she had contributed 428 battle logs within a single day. After a brief interlude, Jiang Chen drifted into a deep slumber. The following morning, as Jiang Chen emerged from the Lord's manor, Xinxiao awaited him with 5 divine warrior maidens in tow. "Good morning, my lord. The divine warriors have successfully escorted the farmers back to the fold." Jiang Chen surveyed the 6 weary divine warriors and smiled. "It is good to have you back. Your journey through the night must have been arduous. You shall rest in the territory this morning, for an intense battle awaits us in the afternoon." Initially, to facilitate the construction of the Tianyin Pavilion, Jiang Chen had left the 6 divine warriors, led by Xinxiao, at the gold mine. With the nearby lord mostly vanquished by Jiang Chen, the monster resources flourished, allowing him to leave them there for leveling up. Now, with several battles on the horizon, Jiang Chen had summoned them back. The divine warriors, upon hearing of the impending conflict, exchanged glances filled with anticipation. "Yes, my lord." At precisely noon, the resource collection leaderboard was updated as scheduled. The first place was claimed by Lord Jiang Chen, earning him an epic treasure chest and 300 prestige points. Without a hint of doubt, Jiang Chen secured the top position once again, acquiring yet another epic treasure chest. "Your Majesty, we have acquired an epic treasure chest," Jiang Chen exclaimed. However, the Heavenly Dao unexpectedly issued another announcement. The rewards system for the next phase of rankings has been revealed. The first place lord who upgrades to level 3 will receive an exceptional treasure chest. The lords ranked 2nd to 10th who upgrade to level 3 will receive a rare treasure chest each. The lords ranked 11th to 100 who upgrade to level 3 will receive a fine treasure chest each. In the regional channel, someone timidly remarked, "Surely someone has already upgraded to level 3. I think there's no need for speculation. Aside from Lord Jiang Chen, I truly cannot think of anyone else." Theoretically, Goddess Ing is surrounded by high-level resource points, and Goddess Ing possesses epic farmers, making them popular contenders. But as I said, that is merely theoretical. Tu Xuan-Yuan commented, "Everyone seems to have become so adept. It seems I won't be able to earn any money in the future." Yet, none of Ing Man, and Chu Xiao, Wei Ming, Mu Qingxuang, or the others spoke up. At that moment, the Empress appeared beside Jiang Chen. "Lord, you are indeed a trusted individual. What about the treasure chest?" Jiang Chen glanced at the Empress and replied, "Just a moment longer. Perhaps there is another exceptional treasure chest to claim." Indeed, the announcement came. Announcement: Lord Jiang Chen has achieved first place and upgraded to level 3, receiving 1 exceptional treasure chest and 100 prestige points. Meanwhile, in Xinxiao's territory, she looked at the announcement and muttered, after sending Jiang Chen off that day, "I worked tirelessly with the Dwarf King to clear the crystal mine overnight. To be the first to upgrade to level 3, I woke up at 4 a.m. yesterday. One can only imagine the agony. I never expected to be a step behind Jiang Chen." Soon, a hopeful expression returned to Xinxiao's face. "I wonder if this time I can surpass Sister Ing and secure 2nd place?" Once again, it was him. With a swift motion, Ing Man's eyes flashed with determination as she unleashed a blade of qi, cleaving the level 10 mountain demon chief in two. Huh. She then took a deep breath, gently placing her hand on her chest. Stay calm. Thankfully, I didn't speak up earlier, or else I would have embarrassed myself." Meng Tian, standing not far away, was watching over Ing Man with concern. "Your Highness, why are you upset?" Ing Man widened her eyes and replied, "Sister, how can I not be angry?" Meng Tian quickly smiled. All right. However, after your last bloodline evolution, your fundamental attributes have nearly increased by 30%. Although we are here to ensure your safety, strength is always advantageous." Though Ing Man understood this logic, she retorted, The only way to make me angry is if Jiang Chen manages to defeat me in the mayor's contest. Meng Tian helplessly remarked. Your Highness possesses the B-level Lord talent, Golden Armored Steed, combined with General Baizong's leadership. The attributes of the Armored Troopers and Iron Eagles can already rival those of a typical epic 4-star unit. Although Jiang Chen is exceptionally gifted, his self-created abilities are merely of remarkable quality. How could he possibly compare to Your Highness? The second hero of Yi Man, Baizong, was a robust and stoic middle-aged general. Coming from a military lineage, he commanded the Armored Troopers and Iron Eagles with a B-level proficiency. Had it not been for Meng Tian's foresight through her Yin-Yang arts, Baizong would likely have been Yin Man's foremost hero. Stepping forward, Baizong declared, If I cannot assist Your Highness in securing the position of town leader, I am prepared to offer my head. Yin Man quickly responded, General Bai is a nephew of the esteemed General Wen. By lineage, he is indeed my elder. Such words are truly excessive. At that moment, the announcement of the second-place winner was made. Announcement, Lord Chuxia has been upgraded to the second place, rewarded with a rare treasure, chest 1 and 50 reputation points. It was surprisingly Chuxia. Yi Man was momentarily stunned, then joyfully exclaimed, At last. I am no longer the perennial second place. The rankings continued to unfold. As expected, Yi Man secured the third place. Fourth place went to Wei Ming, and fifth to Mu Qingxuan. Yi Man nodded. This Lieutenant Mu Qingxuan is quite commendable. Meng Tian chuckled. It is indeed worth Your Highness's assistance. Yi Man, in a rare moment of solemnity, stated, Soldiers who protect their homeland deserve our respect. Lieutenant Mu's territory is adjacent to mine. If I can assist, I shall. The list soon revealed the 10th place. Announcement, Lord Xuan-Yuan has been upgraded to the 10th place, rewarded with a rare treasure, chest 1 and 5 reputation points. How swift. 10 lords have already achieved the third book. Just as Yi Man finished speaking, a golden announcement suddenly appeared and was pinned at the top. Announcement. Below are the rules for the 10086 Novice Town's domain-breaking battle. All lords are requested to prepare accordingly. Subsequently, a series of golden announcements began to roll out. Chapter 59. This wave is steady. The deep sea descends. When the number of 3-tier lords in the town reaches 100, the protective barrier of the town will dissipate. The lords who attain 3 tiers, along with their territories, will be teleported to the town's border to fend off the invasion of foreign tribes. In addition to the usual acquisition of energy and items, slaying foreign entities will yield points. Accumulating a total of 1 million points will successfully breach the barrier of the town, granting all participating lords a bonus of 10 attribute points. However, if the breach fails, all lords will regress to 2 tiers, with an attribute penalty of 10 points. In the breach war, the lord with the highest score will be appointed as the town mayor, receiving an additional 10 attribute points and unlocking mayoral privileges. Ha ha ha. Yi Man laughed heartily. Wonderful, it's tower defense. This wave is secure. This vassal lord, Jiang Chen, is as good as mine. The competition for the mayorship encompasses merely a handful of modes, all meticulously studied and documented by our predecessors. Yi Man felt elated, for in the tower defense mode, there exists no element of luck. It is solely reliant upon raw strength. Consequently, Jiang Chen shared in her joy. This wave is indeed secure. Currently, there are already 10 lords who have attained 3 tiers, and it is anticipated that an explosive growth will soon occur, if all goes well. By tonight, or at the latest by tomorrow, the number of 3-tier lords will reach 100. Naturally, based on past experiences, the heavens tend to show leniency. The breach war may last several hours, or even longer. If the conditions are met after 9 p.m., the commencement of battle will generally be postponed until the following morning. I still have at least half a day to prepare. This includes that deep sea bait. At this moment, the regional channel was abuzz with fervent discussions. Wow, I had no idea there were so many prominent figures at 3 tiers already. I haven't even located a crystal mine. My junior just secured a crystal mine and expects to achieve 3 tiers by dawn. I wonder if it will be in time? If I can't participate in the breach war this time, my junior will have no choice but to retreat, and will fight again in District 667 next year. The monsters in the crystal mine are too formidable. I've been hesitant to clear them due to potential troop losses, but it seems I must face them head-on now. Only 100 lords can partake in the breach war. Thus, This is far more than a mere reward for the top 100 to upgrade to 3 tiers. It represents the first significant disparity in the attributes of the lords. In pursuit of this coveted 100 spots, all lords have gone into a frenzy. Yet, there are also those who remain clear-headed. Mu Qingshuang stated, "The breach war requires collective effort. On average, each person must acquire 10,000 points. Let us not be mere 3-tiered individuals without the corresponding combat prowess." This is not mere alarmism. Historically, there have been numerous cautionary tales. Many individuals, driven by greed for small gains, occupied slots without contributing, leading to the failure of the breach. Immediately, someone countered, "The commander jest. The esteemed Man surely possesses epic troops, and Jiang Chen commands all exceptional units. With so many distinguished figures, my points will not make a difference. I also plan to join in for a reward and then withdraw." Huang Xian exclaimed, "Everyone cannot harbor such thoughts. If we rely solely on a few prominent figures, our attempt to breach the domain is destined for failure, which would inevitably affect us all." Man added, "Even if I alone can secure 500,000 points, the remaining 500,000 still relies on everyone." Wei Ming interjected, "Brothers, do not forget that in tower defense mode, we can observe how many waves of monsters each person can withstand. Slacking off is not advisable." The group employed both gentle persuasion and firm resolve, causing the assembled lords to refrain from further discussing the matter of merely collecting rewards. Naturally, what they truly thought remained a mystery to all. Perhaps the only one unperturbed was Jiang Chen. Man was unaware of Jiang Chen's true strength, yet Jiang Chen had a fair understanding of Man's capabilities. He felt that with just the two of them, they could easily amass 1,000,000 points through sheer effort. In the past 2 days, Jiang Chen utilized the majority of the energy he acquired to advance the Heavenly Sound True Inheritance. It was not that he favored the Heavenly Sound True Inheritance, but rather that it required reaching level 10 to participate in the trials. Soon, aside from leaving a centaur and several disciples of the Heavenly Sound to guard the resource points, all high-tier combat forces were recalled to Jiang Chen's territory, including the Empress and Angel Yan, 10 level 8 Divine Warrior, 9 level 8 9 Heaven Saintesses, for level 10 dragons, 8 level 8 dragons, 1 level 10 King of the Hills, 2 level 10 Storm Guardians, 20 level 10 Dwarven Rocketeers, and 35 level 10 Heavenly Sound True Inheritance Disciples, along with 235 level 5 Disciples of the Heavenly Sound. Still lacking in energy, but this lineup should suffice. Jiang Chen produced the deep-sea bait obtained from Enchuxia and softly declared, "Consume 3,000,000 spirit stones to select Enhancement Direction, Ultimate Deep-Sea Bait." The enhancement was swiftly completed. Ultimate Deep Black Bait possesses a formidable allure for the deep-sea tribe, capable of triggering an ultimate beast tide of the current territory level from the deep-sea tribe. At that moment, the Empress and Angel Yan approached Jiang Chen's sides. Yin fixated intently on the deep-sea bait, such terrifying water spirit energy. This is the deep-sea bait, capable of summoning a massive wave of aquatic kin, among which there may very well be legendary powerhouses, hence the reason for recalling you. Yin was momentarily taken aback. Aquatic kin? However, Jiang Chen had already turned to the Empress. The treasure chests have been opened. Having closely monitored the regional channel during this time, he had neglected to notice the Empress's treasure opening notifications. Upon completion, the Empress sighed, its equipment. A long spear. A spear, you say? There are no units or heroes in the territory that utilize spears. Nevertheless, obtaining a weapon from an epic treasure chest is undoubtedly not a loss, although it pales in comparison to the Empress's previous achievements. Not bad. Jiang Chen offered a word of consolation, then instructed, "You should don the flowing cloud set and prepare for battle." The Empress replied earnestly, "Yes." Once everyone was ready, Jiang Chen gently tossed the deep-sea bait. Under the illumination of the lighthouse, the onlookers beheld a mesmerizing sight. A shimmering void several hundred meters beyond the territory began to transform, gradually coalescing into a deep blue barrier. The entire domain seemed ensconced within an aquatic paradise, reminiscent of the depths of an aquarium, with the azure barrier resembling a delicate pane of glass. A palpable anxiety arose, as one pondered whether the immense weight of the ocean would, in the next moment, cascade downwards, engulfing the territory entirely. Shadows of varying sizes, some agile, others colossal, glided gracefully behind the barrier. Suddenly, with a splash, a clawed figure breached the surface. As it landed on the ground, its form glistened with moisture. Yin exclaimed in astonishment, "Indeed, a creature of the sea." To which the Empress added, "It certainly appears delectable." Chapter 60, The Abyssal Realm. The Spectral Leviathan. Little King Squid Race. Deep Sea Tribe Level, 17 Quality. Rare Combat Power, 62 Skills. Deathbind. Poison Water Arrow, truly remarkable, a rare grade squid. Jiang Chen expressed his approval, albeit from a culinary perspective. Handed over to Known E for collection, this sizable specimen could yield over 100 units of exquisite ingredients. With the increasing number of mouths to feed in the territory, high-quality ingredients had become a scarce commodity. Thud, thud. Soon, over 100 little king squids fell to the ground, each standing upright at an imposing height of 7 to 8 meters, creating a formidable spectacle. Following this, a 10-meter-long tiger shark monster burst forth from the barrier, imitating the others as it landed on the ground. However, despite its fierce demeanor, the tiger shark monster lacked the tentacles of the octopus monster, floundering aimlessly on the ground. The members of the territory exchanged glances. The tense atmosphere before the battle dissipated in an instant. Could it be? The angel Yin incredulously remarked, "They have truly come to deliver ingredients?" Jiang Chen, however, wore a grave expression. The heavenly path is not a delivery service. The emergence of the beastly tiger shark monster rather than a tiger shark warrior suggests but one possibility. "Look, what is that?" the youngest Zizishan suddenly exclaimed. The crowd turned, immediate dread washing over them. A dark silhouette emerged from beyond the barrier, rapidly expanding. They all understood this to be a visual effect caused by the shadow's swift approach. This was a colossal entity. Suddenly, a ghastly pale, human face erupted from the depths of the sea. The face measured a staggering 10 meters in diameter, directly connected to a scaly body of indeterminate length. Exuding an aura of terror, it loomed over the territory, its expression rife with greed and vigilance. In an instant, a peculiar wave enveloped the territory, and everyone felt the air around them grow thick and viscous. Jiang Chen inhaled deeply. Indeed, this is the Abyssal Realm. Notice, affected by the Abyssal Realm, the speed of all allied units decreases by 5 to 30. Conversely, the Deep Sea Tribe thrived in this environment. The tiger shark monster, which had been floundering moments before, now moved with the grace of a fish, effortlessly navigating through the air. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Almost simultaneously, the lighthouse blazed with brilliance, casting a radiant glow over all allied units. Notice, under the lighthouse's illumination, the negative effects of the Abyssal Realm on allied units are mitigated. The effects of the lighthouse were immediate. Jiang Chen expressed his satisfaction, though his brow furrowed. Yet, it is the Spectral Leviathan, which complicates matters. The Spectral Leviathan, race, Deep Sea Tribe Level, 20 Quality, Golden Legend Combat Power, for 110 Skills. My lord, this creature's combat power is not particularly formidable. I can handle it myself. The Empress, adorned in a flowing cloud ensemble, instantly achieved a formidable power level of 450 stars, her confidence soaring. However, the challenge lay not in her combat prowess, but rather in her temperament. Despite her immense strength, she was inherently cautious. Should she sense any hint of danger, she could swiftly retreat back into the depths of the sea. This characteristic is precisely what inspired the moniker Phantom. Jiang Chen quietly elucidated this point, then swiftly orchestrated the strategy. Empress and Yin refrained from engaging immediately. Let us see if we can lure it within our territory. Vandal, await my command before unleashing your ultimate ability, then strike with the Storm Hammer. The Hill King, Vandal Storm, solemnly replied, "Yes, my lord." As they spoke, swarms of deep-sea monsters broke through the oceanic barrier, charging menacingly towards the territory. Among them were 2 epic sea serpents, each measuring 20 meters in length. The emergence of the Phantom Leviathan seemed to signal the commencement of hostilities. The 2 species, each regarding the other as prey, wasted no time, and the battle erupted instantaneously. Blood-red arcs of light flashed. Chief Disciple Li Yin unleashed a blade of energy, cleaving a small king squid in 2. Your unit, Li Yin, has slain a small king squid, earning energy 1,700 and spirit stones 180. Great Sumeru sword technique. Form the formation. Meanwhile, the 5-level Tiansong disciples grouped into 12s, forming a grand virtual sword array to collectively confront the enemy. Storm Hammer. The Storm Guardian, displaying a more ferocious demeanor, hurled his hammer, instantly devastating an 18-level tiger shark monster. The powerful defenders of the territory showcased their unique skills. The 4 Towers of Wrath steadily launched fireballs, igniting explosive bursts among the deep-sea creatures. As for the 2 sea serpents, they were entangled in a fierce aerial struggle, locked in combat by Long Jiao and Long Yi. Jiang Chen had retreated to the VIP room of Drunken Immortal Tower, surveying the battlefield from the terrace with an elevated perspective. Within mere minutes of the battle's onset, his side had already established an undeniable advantage. Creatures from the deep sea occasionally plummeted from the skies. Furthermore, the dwarven rocket troops had yet to make their move. Ordinarily, Jiang Chen relished such overwhelming dominance in combat. Yet, at this moment, his brow furrowed deeply. Throughout the encounter, the Phantom Leviathan had only revealed half of its body from the depths, watching impassively as its minions were slaughtered. Truly, it was a master of survival. Jiang Chen muttered a curse under his breath and promptly commanded through his lord's heart, "Consolidate the defensive perimeter." The Empress cautioned, "My lord, if we withdraw our defenses, the structures of our territory may suffer damage." "Fear not," Jiang Chen nodded. "If we can lure the serpent from its lair, this minor loss is inconsequential." Thus, they engaged in a tactical retreat. A few minutes later, the city walls succumbed. Boom. A nearby residence was shattered by several bottom-dwelling demon fish, yet Jiang Chen remained unmoved. At that moment, the deep-sea creatures that had invaded the territory suddenly slowed their assault, greedily absorbing the essence of the land around them. Jiang Chen sneered, "I wonder how long you can endure." Indeed, the Phantom Leviathan observed its underlings as they began to vie for the delectable aura that belonged to it, emitting silent ripples from its mouth. Yet, before the allure of the ultimate deep-sea bait, this band of minions had become beyond its control. The Phantom Leviathan was finally agitated. Its massive form slowly emerged from the abyss. If not for the ghastly pale visage, one might mistake the Phantom Leviathan for an exaggerated pike. Its length approached 50 meters, its body adorned with menacing bone spines, radiating an ethereal blue luminescence as it gradually encroached upon its territory. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Chen's face broke into a smile. However, just as the Phantom Leviathan was a mere 200 meters from its domain, it abruptly halted, turning swiftly back toward the depths from whence it came. "Cunning creature," Jiang Chen bellowed, "attack." This occurrence presented 2 possibilities. The first, the Phantom Leviathan indeed possessed a unique ability, detecting a mortal threat within its territory. The second, it was a mere test. Should there truly be an ambush within, seeing it retreat would surely prompt a scheme to ensnare it. Jiang Chen surmised the latter. Yet he could not afford to take the risk. The Empress, Angel Yan, and Vandal all heeded the command, soaring into the sky simultaneously. The 12 divine warrior maidens, led by Zenxia, prepared to unleash a thunderous assault. For added assurance, Jiang Chen waved his hand. "Upgrade." The Empress, Angel Yan, and Vandal all ascended to level 12, depleting the 60,000 energy they had just acquired. The gods descended. As the frontline controller, Vandal inhaled deeply, the boundless power of the storm coursing through him, transforming him into a 6-meter-tall giant midair. Storm Hammer. Boom. The several-meter-wide storm hammer materialized in an instant, slicing through the void for hundreds of meters before accurately striking the crown of the Phantom Leviathan. Chapter 61. The Empress erupts. All upgrades. A singular blow from the storm hammer may not have inflicted a fatal wound, yet it carried with it a stunning effect. The Phantom Leviathan momentarily faltered, its speed significantly reduced. But the onslaught did not end there. Thunder projection. 12 bolts of lightning surged forth like frenzied dragons. In an instant, 12 horrifying gashes erupted from the belly of the Phantom Leviathan. Hissing in agony, the creature's speed diminished further. Stabilized, Jiang Chen exhaled softly. "The Empress will obstruct it, Yan. Prepare for the Blade of Heaven strike." Cloud Shadow. The Empress had already activated the Cloud Shadow skill, coupled with the passive effects of the Flowing Cloud technique. Her speed doubled, successfully intercepting the Phantom Leviathan a mere 50 meters before the deep-sea barrier. However, the Leviathan gazed at the Empress with disdain. as though mocking her audacity to stand against it. It radiated a ghostly blue light, accelerating directly towards her, crushing the human before it would allow it to plunge into the sea like a dragon, rendering it untouchable thereafter. The Empress's expression remained indifferent, showing no inclination to evade, as if the colossal beast before her, 1,000 times her size, were inconsequential. Cloud ring. Centered around the Empress, the mist coalesced into a 10-meter-tall gaseous figure, reminiscent of a simplified version of the celestial manifestation. Bam! The two forces clashed with undeniable impact, both retreating several meters. The phantom Leviathan, disoriented, while the Empress grew ever more resolute, directing the flowing cloud celestial sword with a pointed gesture. Cloud sword. Massive sword energies materialized from thin air, piercing towards the phantom Leviathan. Fear finally gripped the creature. How could a mere 12th-level human possess such terrifying combat prowess? Alas, burdened by multiple negative statuses, it could not evade the Empress's relentless assault. Thud, thud, thud. Dozens of sword energies found their mark into the Leviathan's pallid visage. Explosion. The terrifying aspect of the cloud sword lay in the Empress's ability to control the timing of the sword energy's detonation. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the Leviathan's head was utterly obliterated. Its massive body writhed in a futile frenzy. Ultimately, the lifeless behemoth plummeted to the ground like a meteor, causing tremors hundreds of meters away. Though it may seem prolonged, in reality, mere seconds elapsed from the moment the Empress intercepted to the instant she vanquished the phantom Leviathan. Yen observed the soon-to-be formed blade of heaven and lamented, "What shall become of my blade of heaven strike?" All heroes and units under Jiang Chen's command knew that the blade of heaven was the mightiest skill, unparalleled in its power. Its only drawback was its lengthy preparation time. The Empress smiled and gestured, "Do not waste it. There are still 2 Sea King serpents over there." Yen pondered for a moment, then promptly redirected the blade of heaven, aligning his aim and striking down with force. Sizzle! The 50-meter-long blade of heaven effortlessly cleaved the 2 20th-level Sea King serpents in half. Long Jiao was startled by the enormous sword that had nearly severed his nose. "Newcomer, you almost sliced me. Your hero, the Empress, has slain the phantom Leviathan, legendary. And you have received energy 2, 150,000, spirit stones 280,000, the abyssal dock, legendary, and a high-level book of spiritual power 1. Your hero, Yen, has vanquished the Sea King serpent, epic, and you have obtained architectural blueprints. Are they legendary blueprints?" The heavenly Tao's prompt filled Jiang Chen with immense joy. Yet, upon scrutinizing the description of the blueprints, his expression shifted to one of slight regret. It was merely the blueprint for a dock. It must be of exceptional quality. The abundance of resources within the oceans, whether in the main world or in the battlefield of myriad races, is indisputable. To enhance it, this blueprint would likely consume tens of millions, if not over 100 million spirit stones. However, the small town had yet to break through the domain, and the environmental conditions of the county were still unknown. Thus, this blueprint must be stored away for now. Next came the attribute book, which he undoubtedly intended to utilize himself. A flash of light enveloped him, and Jiang Chen's spiritual power surged by an additional 100 points. Feeling the explosive increase of his spiritual energy, Jiang Chen mused, "My current base attributes must surely surpass those of equally ranked elite troops." Suddenly, the drunken immortal tower trembled. It seemed something had landed on the rooftop. Jiang Chen hastily glanced out the window, just in time to witness a devilfish desperately flapping its wings. Yet, even with such efforts, it could only slow its descent, ultimately meeting its demise at the hands of Zensia's spear. With the loss of their deep-sea domain, the entire deep-sea tribe had forfeited their ability to soar through the skies. Instantly, a rain of seafood descended upon the territory. At that moment, the Empress and Yen landed gracefully on the terrace. The Empress suggested, "With so much seafood, should we not raise them first? After all, they won't be fresh once dead." Jiang Chen. Yen unusually concurred. "I once traveled to a civilization called Earth for work, and many seafood establishments there do the same." Upon hearing the long-absent name of Earth, Jiang Chen's expression momentarily froze. However, he quickly regained his composure and curiously inquired of the Empress, "So, how does it feel to dominate with equipment?" The Empress's face flushed, but she replied, "It's exhilarating. Truly exhilarating." Just recently, she had opposed Jiang Chen's use of external assistance for the ascension of the Tianyin disciples. Yet today, donning the legendary equipment, she had discovered its undeniable allure. 5 minutes later, all invading foes had been annihilated. Following the conclusion of the Heavenly Dao battle, Jiang Chen emerged victorious once more. Of course, when compared to the spoils from the monsters, the rewards from the battle's conclusion were negligible. Perhaps the Phantom Leviathan had dropped the legendary blueprints, while the 2 epic Sea King serpents yielded only a single epic piece of equipment. Boots of the Sea King, level 20 durability, 120 attributes, Constitution 30, spiritual power 25, soul 28, carrying capacity 15 skills, water walking, like a fish in water, boots of the Sea King. Having repeated the names of the equipment, Jiang Chen glanced at the myriad of vibrant figures in the territory, his brow furrowed in confusion. Could it be that the Heavenly Dao is hinting at something? Shaking his head to dispel the odd thoughts that crept into his mind, he declared, "Extract with a single click. You have obtained energy 322-4200. You have obtained spirit stones 485200. You have acquired a chest, exquisite." Once again, he garnered an impressive 3.2 million energy. As for the various seafood, it took over an hour to clear them all. Consequently, Jiang Chen reinforced the recruitment of 2 legendary volunteers, enlisting Farmer 3 and Farmer 4. The warehouse brimmed with seafood of all qualities, ranging from rare to legendary. This surge in resources elevated the loyalty of the epic chef at the Drunken Immortal Tower to a remarkable 95 points. Finally, his tasks were complete. Jiang Chen opened the regional channel and scrolled up, discovering that the number of lords had just reached 33. There was ample time ahead. Next came the repair of buildings and upgrades of troops. After swift calculations, Jiang Chen commenced a comprehensive upgrade of his forces, spending 700,000 energy. All goddess warriors were elevated to level 10, with an expenditure of 1,040,000 energy. All 9 heavens holy maidens ascended to level 10, using 100,000 energy. The remaining 8 dragons were upgraded to level 10, and with 720,000 energy, all heavenly sound disciples reached level 6. Once again, energy was entirely depleted. As dinner time approached, the epic chef of the Drunken Immortal Tower unleashed his culinary prowess, preparing a dish renowned even in the second heaven. The Neza stirs up the sea. This feast not only delighted the masses, but also boosted their attributes by several to dozens of points. What followed was a period of anticipation. At 9 p.m., the number of lords had increased to 79. The lords in the regional channel seemed to exhale in relief simultaneously. It appeared that the Battle of the Broken Domain was set to commence tomorrow. This was fortuitous, as the battle would last several hours. Even if the troops did not rest, he himself would need to recuperate. Tomorrow marks the day the Blue Star portal opens. Perfect timing to indulge a little after the battle. At 11:42 p.m., the announcement from the Heavenly Dao finally arrived. Announcement: the number of lords in the town has reached 100. The Battle of the Broken Domain will commence tomorrow at 9 a.m. Lords participating in the Battle of the Broken Domain include Jiang Chen and Chuxia, Yin Man. Please prepare yourselves. Jiang Chen stifled a yawn and then sent out a notification through the Lord's heart to all members. Tonight, everyone must conserve their energy. The real battle begins at 9 a.m. tomorrow. He was determined not only to seize the position of town mayor, but also to seize this opportunity to amass a significant amount of energy. If he could take down a few legendary bosses, that would be even better. Chapter 62. Have I not even begun, yet the great Jiang Chen has already concluded? The following morning, all 3 chosen lords for the domain-breaking war prepared themselves for the impending battle. A palpable atmosphere of impending conflict enveloped the entirety of the 10086 novice town. At precisely 9 o'clock a.m., an announcement resonated. The domain-breaking war has commenced. Instantly, hundreds of golden pillars of light soared into the sky, connecting heaven and earth, heralding the phenomenon of territory transportation. As the light dissipated, the multitude of lords and their domains vanished from the town's map. You have arrived at the border of the town, at the Riftwind Mountains, canyon number 88. You have entered the battlefield channel. In 10 minutes, the first wave of alien foes will reach the battlefield. Should any of the following conditions occur, your domain-breaking war will be terminated. 1. The Lord is slain or the Lord's estate is destroyed. 2. Over 100 aliens breach your territory. 3. Voluntary withdrawal requires the extermination of the current invading aliens. The battlefield is a realm of reality after the domain-breaking war concludes. Casualties among hero units and destruction of structures will not be restored. With the golden light fading, Jiang Chen found himself in a canyon nearly 200 meters wide, perfectly obstructed by his territory, flanked by towering rock walls. Canyon number 88, a promising omen indeed. Jiang Chen ascended the city wall to survey the scene, where the fog of war swirled ominously in the distance. Fortunately, equipped with a lighthouse, his territory's vision spanned 1,300 meters, affording him ample time to prepare. After spending a few minutes familiarizing himself with the terrain, Jiang Chen commanded, Empress, organize the disciples of the Tianyin Pavilion into segmented defenses. Rest assured, my lord, the Empress replied earnestly. Please proceed to a safe area. Jiang Chen nodded and then accessed the battlefield channel. The battlefield channel contained only 100 individuals. Oh no, I am in canyon number 1. Does that mean the enemies will be stronger the earlier the number? Brother, you're overthinking it. It's all random. My little brother suffered heavy losses while seizing the crystal mine for the 3rd level territory. This battle relies on all of you esteemed leaders. Wei Ming exclaimed. Is my brother preemptively preparing? At the very least, we must endure the first 5 waves. The initial waves are merely a warm-up. Wei Gu, with strength. Who wouldn't he want to withstand a few more waves? Upon reading this, Jiang Chen could not help but shake his head. However, the rarity of selflessness is precisely because selfishness is human nature. Thus, it is not surprising. Suddenly, Mu Qing declared, Everyone, prepare for battle. There is 1 minute remaining until the first wave of monsters launches their assault. Countdown to the alien attack. 00:58. Jiang Chen turned to the angel Yan and said, Yan, why don't you join me at the Zui Xian Lu for a moment? Yan nodded. Soon, Jiang Chen, accompanied by Yan and Zizai, returned to the exclusive room at Zui Xian Lu, positioning a chair on the terrace. This place was safe and comfortable, offering a panoramic view of the battlefield, making it the ideal spot for a commander. Just as they settled in, the distant fog of war began to churn ominously. Dozens of monstrous beings erupted from the mist, charging frantically toward their territory. The lesser demons, the most common low-tier soldiers of the abyss, were instantly recognized by Jiang Chen. Lesser demon race, demon level, 7 quality, common combat power, 22 skills, sharp fangs and claws. The lesser demons, with their pitch-black bodies, stood approximately 1.5 meters tall, their gaping maws stretching wide like those of the undead ghouls. Following the horde of hundreds of lesser demons were around 10 slender demons, each 2 meters in height. With arms outstretched, crimson flames danced around their fingertips. Flame Geller. Jiang Chen exhibited a look of satisfaction. The adversary this time was formidable. Although the demons possessed considerable combat power, they lacked the cunning of devils. Geller demon race, demon level, 8 quality, elite combat power, 30 skills. Fireball. Suddenly, Jiang Chen sensed a disturbance from Yan. Calmly, he remarked, Yan, relax a bit. There are merely a few hundred low-tier demons before us. No need for you to intervene. The angel Yan released the hilt of her sword, apologizing. Forgive me, my lord. It is my instinctual reaction. Understanding her response, Jiang Chen chuckled. I see. You've been influenced by Queen Kesha's order of justice for thousands of years. It is no wonder you react this way upon encountering evil beings. Yan, visibly astonished, exclaimed, My lord, you are aware of Queen Kesha? Jiang Chen adopted the rhetoric he had once employed against the Empress, entering his oratory mode. The holy Kesha has fought throughout her life, breaking monopolies and slaying evil gods. I have certainly heard tales of her. Tip. Your acknowledgement of the holy Kesha has increased Yan's favorability by 5. Current favorability, 90 points. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Yan hesitated, wanting to speak, but holding back. Yet Jiang Chen seemed to see through it all. You wish to know if Kesha can be resurrected? The angel Yan immediately responded, Please, my lord, enlighten me. Without turning back, Jiang Chen softly stated, The holy Kesha is indeed immortal in this world. There are countless unknown realms like the myriad races battlefield, where perhaps exists someone who can aid her in remaking her form. After a moment of contemplation, the angel Yan solemnly replied, I understand now. Thank you for your guidance, my lord. Tip. Yan's favorability increased by 5, current favorability, 95 points. Jiang Chen inwardly sighed. As long as she understood. After all, I know nothing. It seems that to rapidly enhance favorability, one must employ extraordinary measures, addressing the issue directly. At that moment, hundreds of low-tier demons had approached within 300 meters of the territory, perfectly within the range of the Tower of Heavenly Wrath. The Fury of Heaven unleashed 10 dark red fireballs, each 2 meters in diameter, hurtling down into the densest cluster of lesser demons. Boom, boom, 10 small mushroom clouds erupted, reducing the majority of the demons to ash. In the bottom left corner, the battle log instantly filled with reports of the conflict. Your Tower of Heavenly Wrath has vanquished a minor demon, normal, earning you 11 energy and 1 battlefield point. Your Tower of Heavenly Wrath has defeated a Geller demon, elite, granting you 120 energy, 2 battlefield points, and 1 war drum. Following this, a regular fireball assault ensued. The Tower of Heavenly Wrath stands as the most cost-effective defensive structure. Last night, Jiang Chen constructed 6 additional Towers of Heavenly Wrath, bringing his total to 10, all upgraded to level 3. Under the relentless bombardment of these 10 towers, hundreds of lesser demons were obliterated before they could breach the walls by even 100 meters. The disciples of the heavenly sound on the walls exchanged glances, astonished by the ease of the victory. Though the Empress was at a loss for words, she sternly cautioned, the monsters will grow ever stronger. We must not let our guard down. Indeed, the resounding affirmation echoed through the canyon. You have successfully repelled the first wave of attacks. The second wave will arrive in 10 minutes. This 10-minute interval serves as a respite for the lords. However, Jiang Chen remained unperturbed. Calmly, he retrieved the items recently acquired. War drum. Upon use, the time until the next wave of alien attacks is shortened by 5 minutes. Sound the war drum to declare battle upon the alien forces. These items hold little value, having dropped 5 during the recent skirmish, designated for battlefield use. He decided to use 2 war drums. Boom, 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 boom. After the resounding beats, the enemy seemed incensed. As hundreds of minor demons mingled with Geller demons surged forth once more through the mist. The second wave of attacks not only saw an increase of approximately 20 in the number of demons, but also an elevation in their average level by 12. Simultaneously, the battlefield channel broadcasted an announcement. Announcement: Lord Jiang Chen has successfully repelled the first wave of alien invasion. Just as Wei Ming had remarked, the initial waves of alien forces were mere warm-ups. Any lord capable of competing in the domain break war would certainly possess 1 or 2 elite units, rendering the current situation relatively manageable. As the announcement reverberated, it sparked a flurry of excitement within the battlefield channel. Why is Lord Jiang Chen always so swift? My sister is quite fond of him. The girl above should refrain from making such definitive statements. This is madness. I haven't even begun. And Lord Jiang Chen has already concluded? The aliens are merely 100 meters from my territory. Wei Ming first posted a tearful expression, then remarked, 100 meters is fortunate. I am faced with the crocodile turtles of the demon clan, which have just emerged from the mist. Chapter 63. Far ahead. Successful breakthrough. In the wake of astonishment, many began to speculate how Jiang Chen achieved such a feat. Perhaps it was due to the defensive structures. Let us not forget the formidable arrow tower that Li Muse encountered during his campaign against the illustrious Jiang Chen. Li Muse coughed. Let us just let this matter rest. Moreover, how could the arrow tower have such an impressive monster-killing efficiency? Could it be that Jiang Chen had created a new troop type, the Heavenly Sound Disciples, a ranged unit capable of eliminating foes from hundreds of meters away? Xuan-Yuan conjectured. I suspect Brother Jiang Chen ventured outside the city and cornered the alien forces within the mists. Jiang Chen interjected. Why do I feel as though you are not truly praising me? As the protagonist appeared, the assembled lords began to shower him with accolades. Announcement: Lord Ing Man has successfully repelled the first wave of alien invasions. Wei Ming remarked, let us set that aside for now. My crocodile turtle has finally crawled down to the city. Could it be that the Heavenly Sound Disciples are indeed a ranged troop? Ing Man, while directing farmers to repair the city walls, furrowed her brow. Your Highness need not worry. Meng Tian smiled gently. The selection for mayor is determined by who accrues more points, not by speed. Ing Man nodded, then boldly declared, let him take the lead for now. Before she could finish her thought, Another announcement echoed through the battlefield channel. Announcement: Lord Jiang Chen has successfully repelled the second wave of alien invasions. This fellow actually used a war drum? Man's eyes widened in disbelief. How audacious! Did he, knowing he could not prevail, simply abandon the pursuit of the mayoral position against me? Meng Tian pondered. If your highness wishes to utilize the war drum, the previous waves of monsters would not have a considerable impact. Man immediately shook her head. There's no rush. Let us first repair the city walls. I do not covet such a meaningless title. Meng Tian and Bai Zong exchanged glances, both sharing a sense of relief. Although their princess could sometimes be impulsive, she displayed remarkable composure in this pivotal contest for mayor. Rest assured, I am well aware of my limits. Jiang Chen closed Xuan-Yuan's chat window, his expression rife with helplessness. After effortlessly vanquishing the second wave of demonic invaders, and Chu Xia, the little fox, and even Mu Qingxuang sent messages, subtly urging Jiang Chen to adopt a more cautious approach. Even in the battlefield channel, pleas for Jiang Chen to exercise restraint turned into a chain reaction. Jiang Chen recognized that his performance had drawn considerable attention. Generally speaking, even if the preceding wave of monsters inflicted minimal damage, the Lord would take a moment to regroup, as the troops would inevitably experience some degree of physical and mental fatigue, and the city walls may have sustained damage. Yet, the Tower of Heavenly Wrath required no respite. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen commanded, "Use the war drum." Bang, 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 bang. As the third wave of demonic monsters emerged, their minimum level had already escalated to level 10. Boom, boom, boom. The output from the Tower of Heavenly Wrath was already overwhelming. Thus, this wave of demons was reduced to ashes before even approaching 100 meters from the territory. Announcement: Lord Jiang Chen has successfully repelled the third wave of foreign invaders. Continue, sound the war drums. Announcement: Lord Jiang Chen. Half an hour later, leveraging the Tower of Divine Fury, Jiang Chen effortlessly vanquished the 10th wave of demons. While his troops enjoyed the spectacle for half an hour, his score reached an impressive 20,000, far exceeding the average level. In the battlefield channel, numerous lords stood in astonishment. Brothers, it seems Lord Jiang Chen is about to face the 11th wave of attacks. Remember, our high school record was only 13 waves. Surely, his troops do not require rest. It is confirmed, the disciples of the Heavenly Sound are undoubtedly ranged units. The resources required for defensive structures like the Tower of Divine Fury are far beyond what a small town can produce. Thus no one would even consider that aspect. Wei Ming remarked, "The gap between me and Lord Jiang is simply too vast. The 10th wave of foreign invaders must be at least level 20. Mu Qingxuang lamented, "I fear I won't even last until the 10th wave. I can only do my best." Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "This is bad. While ranged units possess great destructive power, what if they are overwhelmed by the foreign monsters?" The other lords felt a jolt of concern. Should Jiang Chen falter, they would lose a formidable ally. Just then, one lord announced, "Esteemed lords, I can no longer hold on. I must retreat." Wei Ming retorted, "Wait. You've only withstood 3 waves, right? Are you jesting?" Huang Xian added, 3 waves only yield 2,000 points. If you retreat, others will have to shoulder your 8,000 points. Woe is me, the losses incurred yesterday for seizing the crystal mine were tremendous. I barely managed to withstand the 3rd wave. If another wave comes, I shall surely meet my end. As he spoke, the Lord shared several images. Indeed, his militia lay scattered across his territory, and half of his city walls had collapsed. While everyone was infuriated, they could not allow him to perish. Wei Ming stated, "Lord Jiang Chen is a ranged unit. If he faces several more waves, he will inevitably be overwhelmed and may not endure much longer. Therefore, we must all strive together." Jiang Chen couldn't help but admire the imaginative prowess of these individuals. Jiang Chen replied, "Fear not. I can withstand at least 10 more waves without issue, but my brothers must also exert themselves, for the monsters yield considerable energy and rewards." Man scoffed, 10 more waves without issue? Why don't you just fly to the heavens and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? Meanwhile, Jiang Chen faced the 11th wave of demons. This wave featured small demons, with the lowest level already reaching 22. Most notably, a 3-headed boss finally emerged among these creatures. Hellfire, race, demon level, 26 quality, Rare combat power, 112 skills. Hell as Fist. Flame resistance for infantry, heroes, and wild monsters. Level 20 serves as a pivotal threshold. Taking ordinary militia as an example, before level 20, each level increases combat power by 2 points. However, from level 20 to level 30, each level increases combat power by 4 points. Just as the third level of territory reached a cap of 20 for both heroes and units, it became evident that this threshold marked the end of novice status. With the capacity to break through the domain and step beyond the confines of the novice town, it was clear that levels below 20 were indeed considered beginner levels. The level 22 minor demon had already amassed a formidable combat power of 55 stars, which presented a modicum of pressure for Jiang Chen during this assault. Thanks to its flame resistance, the three-headed hellfire withstood the onslaught from the Tower of Wrath and finally breached the walls of the territory. Not wishing to see his walls damaged, Jiang Chen commanded through the heart of the Lord, Heavenly Sound's true inheritance, engage. With that decree, nearly 40 members of Heavenly Sound's true inheritance leapt from the walls, initiating a fierce battle. Yet, rather than a mere battle, it resembled a massacre. In under 5 minutes, the enemies, including the three-headed hellfire, were utterly annihilated. You have successfully repelled the 11th wave of attack. The 12th wave will arrive in 10 minutes. Jiang Chen ceased the use of battle drums and adopted a steady approach. After a brief period of around 10 minutes, the 12th wave of foes approached the city. Goddess warriors, hill kings, storm guardians, engage. Then, the 13th wave descended, dragons, engage. And the 14th wave loomed, 9 heaven saints, engage. Jiang Chen's momentum was unstoppable. With each wave he repelled, cheers erupted in the battlefield channel. Not only in the battlefield channel, but lords who could not partake in the domain breach also followed the developments in the regional channel. Wei Ming frequently shared battlefield score snapshots in the regional channel, allowing the entire town to witness Jiang Chen's ferocity. However, as time progressed, more and more lords opted to withdraw from the battlefield. The majority managed to endure only 5 or 6 waves, falling short of the average. With a swift strike, the Empress personally took action, effortlessly slaying a subsequent level 30 berserker, exalted. You have successfully repelled the 20th wave of attack. The 21st wave will arrive in 10 minutes. Within a few hours, countless demons lay defeated before Jiang Chen's territory, while his personal score had soared beyond 150,000. Based on experience, it was anticipated that the next wave would unleash epic-level monsters. Jiang Chen opened the battlefield channel to assess the total score. Score, 991, 523. At this moment, only 19 lords remained in the battlefield, and Xu Xiao exclaimed, I need less than 10,000 points. I will finish this wave soon. It should be secure. With her epic hero, and Xu Xiao had pushed through to the 11th wave and appeared to have some reserve left. Tu Xuan-Yuan chimed in. Ye is currently circling the last monster of the 9th wave. If I delay a bit longer, I can tackle the 10th wave. Well, it seems there's a bug to exploit, Huang Xian remarked. Wei Ming chuckled ruefully. Our town breached the domain too swiftly. The unit levels didn't keep pace. Otherwise, the process wouldn't have been so arduous. And Xu Xiao concluded, fortunately, we have finally succeeded. Announcement. Lord and Xu Xiao has successfully repelled the 12th wave of alien invasions. Almost simultaneously. Announcement. Lord Ing Man has successfully repelled the 15th wave of alien invasions. The scores surged once more, instantly surpassing the critical threshold of 1 million. The dimensional barrier has been successfully breached. Meanwhile, a series of golden announcements flooded both the battlefield channel and the town area channel. Chapter 64. The First Town. I am reasonable. The 10086 town has successfully broken the boundary, granting all participating lords a boost of 10 in all attributes. As the inaugural novice town to breach the boundary in Xingyang County, the rewards are doubled, resulting in an impressive 20 in all attributes. The county channel has been unlocked, allowing each individual to send 10 messages per day, while the town mayor enjoys unlimited messaging privileges. Additionally, the county teleportation portal is now accessible, contingent upon the territorial teleportation portal reaching level 3. Simultaneously, the chat interface has expanded, introducing a new county channel alongside the existing town and battlefield channels. After a brief moment of silence, the entire town erupted in joyous celebration. First, Each county has 1,000 novice towns, and we are the first to break the boundary. Rewards are doubled. A total of 80 attribute points, equivalent to 8 intermediate attribute books. Jiang Chen is formidable, and so is Ying Man. Haha. With the Blue Star portal now open, I am going to revel all night upon my return. Not only the ordinary lords, but also all the second-generation lords, including Ying Man, were beaming with delight. After all, additional attributes are a rare commodity that cannot be purchased with spirit stones. Suddenly, Ying Man remarked, however, Jiang Chen's ability to withstand 20 waves is truly impressive. It seems I underestimated you before. The crowd fell silent, realizing that although the boundary had been successfully breached, the war was far from over, as the position of town mayor had yet to be determined. While Jiang Chen had already withstood 20 waves of monsters, Ying Man was steadily progressing, leaving the outcome uncertain. At that moment, someone voiced the collective confusion. How strange. I don't recall the textbooks ever mentioning that the first town to break the boundary would receive doubled rewards. Does anyone know what is going on this time? Before anyone could respond, the answer was revealed through a sudden golden announcement that appeared in everyone's view. County announcement. The 10086 town has successfully broken the boundary, triggering the Qingyang County Town Ranking Competition. The rules are as follows. Competition content. Total points earned during the town boundary battle. First place, Town Mayor with 50 in all attributes. Town Fortune 5. Second place, Town Mayor with 30 in all attributes. Town Fortune 3. Third place, Town Mayor with 20 in all attributes. Town Fortune 2. Fourth to 10th place, Town Mayor with 10 in all attributes. Town Fortune 1. Settlement time. Upon the completion of the boundary breach by 100 towns in Qingyang County, this is it an announcement that all lords in the county can receive? Everyone was taken aback. A wave of astonishment followed. We triggered the town ranking competition? No wonder the rewards are doubled. Although the prospect of 50 in all attributes is enticing, there can only be one mayor. Hence, the majority were more concerned about the town fortune. My goodness, this can significantly influence the yield and quality of resources within the town. Moreover, a one-time bonus of 5 points. Not only resources, but even the emergence of advanced outdoor structures is closely related to the town fortune. It is said that once one's fortune value reaches 100 points, epic structures may spontaneously appear in the wilderness, alongside monster resources and a heightened likelihood of triggering unexpected events. The crowd engaged in lively discussions about the advantages of fortune. However, it did not take long for someone to realize a discrepancy. Huang Xian exclaimed, "This reward has nothing to do with us. We've barely broken through the realm, reaching only 1,000,000 points. The Heavenly Dao has just announced the ranking matches. This is decidedly unfair to our small town." Wei Ming chuckled, "Does it really matter? Even if it were announced in advance, do you have the energy to push through a few more rounds?" Huang Xian replied, "Not at all. But currently, everyone's heroes and troops are only just above level 10. He continued, "Had we known about the town ranking matches earlier, we could have coordinated our efforts to suppress the domain levels. Once most warlords' heroes and troops reached level 20, we could have initiated the realm-breaking battle. Securing 2,000,000 points would then be effortless." One must admit that Huang Xian had a point, and Chu Xiao interjected, "But if that were the case, we wouldn't be able to obtain the doubled rewards." Mu Qingxuang added, "Clearly, this ranking match is designed to be triggered solely by the first small town. The Heavenly Dao 1T bestow all the benefits upon one town." Huang Xian, feeling resigned, said, "Well, all right then." Wei Ming chimed in, "Let us break through the realm as soon as possible, allowing us to explore the maps beyond the town and expand our lead." It was foreseeable that many towns would follow Huang Xian's suggestion, with major players organizing a collective effort to challenge the town ranking matches. After all, given the stakes involving the town's fortune value, all lords would lend their full support. Missing out on the rewards from the town ranking matches somewhat dulled the joy of acquiring 20 points in all attributes. Aside from Jiang Chen, who stood to gain 50 points in all attributes as the first-place town mayor, along with 5 points in town fortune. He chuckled, contemplating the total points from the realm-breaking battle for the town. Jiang Chen glanced at the spring water blueprint he had stored away. He had been deliberating whether to construct the Fountain of Life or to wait for the legendary troop building. Now, the Heavenly Dao had made the choice for him. One who does not seize the opportunity will bear the consequences. Thus, however, The materials required to enhance the Fountain of Life would entail a substantial expenditure. Jiang Chen naturally set his sights on winning over Man. At that moment, Huang Xin declared, "Since it seems the town ranking match is beyond reach, I shall withdraw." Notification: Huang Xian has exited the battlefield. Mu Qing added, "I too shall withdraw. While defending against the alien tribes has yielded decent rewards, the toll is too great." Notification: Mu Qing has exited the battlefield. Tu Shan Ye remarked, "The monsters I was trailing have committed suicide. The 10th wave has already commenced. And I too must take my leave." With that, several lords exited the battlefield. In an instant, only Jiang Chen, Man, and Enchuxia remained. Being familiar with one another, Enchuxia felt no need for concealment. The Dwarf King's skill hasn't been utilized yet. I feel we can still manage 2 more rounds. Alas, I once believed that with the presence of an epic hero, I could contend for the position of mayor alongside you all. However, it seems I was exceedingly naive. Man, Sister Chuxia, if you are capable, do engage, but do so within your limits. Enchuxia, it is you who should act within your capacity. Do not let the pursuit of the mayoral title lead to mutual destruction. Jiang Chen, rest assured, that will certainly not happen. I can assure you of this. With his strength, who could possibly contend with him to their mutual detriment? After a simple lunch, Jiang Chen's 21 waves of foreign tribes commenced their assault. He entrusted the battlefield to the Empress and then dialed Man's video call. The connection was established swiftly. Man, though somewhat taken aback, remarked, "Jiang Chen, seeking me out now seems rather uncharacteristic of you." Jiang Chen, momentarily stunned, noticed that behind Man, in addition to Meng Tian, there was another middle-aged general. He was already aware of Man's identity and naturally deduced that this heroic figure, Meng Tian, was likely the sister of the renowned human sage Meng Tian, enshrined in the Hall of Immortals. The middle-aged general, too, seemed to possess a significant background. Out of respect, Jiang Chen nodded gently at the 2 human sages before saying, "I wish to discuss with the esteemed ones. Could the wager of 100 million spirit stones be advanced to me by 50 million? Advance." Man was taken aback, then furiously retorted, "Do you presume that after defeating 20 waves, victory is assured? You are exceedingly arrogant. Let me tell you, I am merely proceeding steadily and do not wish to compete with you in speed." "Misunderstanding, esteemed one. I am a person of reason," Jiang Chen replied earnestly. "Consider this. If I win, you would owe me 100 million spirit stones, would you not?" Fuming, Man responded, "You have not won yet." Jiang Chen continued, "Now, hypothetically, if I were to lose, I emphasize hypothetically, and became your vassal lord, did you not promise to provide me with 100 million spirit stones for expenses?" Man's eyes widened in disbelief. She had already anticipated Jiang Chen's next words. Sure enough, Jiang Chen spread his hands. "You see, regardless of winning or losing, the outcome is the same. Whether given now or later, it amounts to the same. You. Man was taken aback by Jiang Chen's audacity. Suddenly, his raven hair billowed, and within the depths of his eyes, vertical pupils emerged. Such an extraordinary phenomenon startled Jiang Chen, yet in light of Man's identity, he instinctively thought of a legendary lineage, bloodline, specifically, the bloodline of the ancestor dragon. At that moment, Meng Tian, standing behind Man, revealed a look of surprise, gesturing with a clenched fist to encourage Jiang Chen to exert more effort. The middle-aged general also bowed respectfully to Jiang Chen, his eyes brimming with gratitude, leaving Jiang Chen utterly perplexed. "You shall not." Man gritted her teeth, declaring, "Even if I were to give, it must await the results before being granted." With that, Man abruptly ended the video call. Could it be that what I just articulated bore no merit? Jiang Chen muttered, "You, the girl with the surname Ing. Since you are so unreasonable, I can only allow you to experience the depths of despair." Chapter 65, 100 million spirit stones. The authority of the mayor. An hour later. Announcement. Lord Man has successfully repelled the 17th wave of alien invasions. Announcement. Lord Jiang Chen has successfully defended against the 23rd wave of alien invasions. Announcement. Lord Enchuxia has successfully withstood the 14th wave of alien invasions. After the 21st wave, the monsters, in terms of quantity, level, and quality, significantly increased, with the emergence of over 20-level epic monsters known as flame demons. Yet, Jiang Chen's pace showed no sign of abating. And Chuxia, Jiang Chen, Jia, the 14th wave has reached my limit. I must retreat. Please ensure you do not suffer mutual destruction. Yin Man, Chuxia, do not advise me. Direct your counsel at him. Jiang Chen likewise. And Chuxia, exuding a sense of helplessness. The Blue Star passage has already opened. You must hurry. I am eagerly awaiting my return to Blue Star. I wonder if my mother managed to procure the high-ranking dwarf soldier talismans. Each trip to and from Blue Star allows the Lord space to carry 10 slots of items. For any second-generation Lord, this presents a substantial opportunity to enhance their strength. Tip: Lord Chuxia has exited the battlefield. Only Jiang Chen and Yin Man remained on the battlefield, both enveloped in silence. Yin Man was infuriated by Jiang Chen, while he was disinclined to explain. 2 hours later. Announcement: Lord Jiang Chen has successfully repelled the 28th wave of alien invasions. Upon seeing the announcement, Yin Man clenched her fists. Disbelief etched across her features. How? How did he accomplish this? She had just dealt with the 25th wave, managing to catch up somewhat. However, since the 23rd wave began, his troops were forced to utilize their skills. Moreover, just moments ago, had it not been for Meng Tian's timely execution of the Yin-Yang Harmonization Seal, the Ironclad Legion would have suffered casualties. Meng Tian solemnly stated, Your Highness, the potions for restoring spiritual energy are running low. If we expend all our strength, we might withstand 3 more waves of invasions. But the warriors will likely incur heavy losses. As a protector, she merely stated the facts, trusting that Yin Man would make the right decision. If only the Battle of the Broken Domain were to commence tomorrow, then I could return to Blue Star to procure another batch of soldier talismans, equipment, and potions. Yin Man sighed, then suddenly spoke with calmness. Alas, there is no if. Meng Tian remarked. Jiang Chen possesses not only capability, but also great fortune. The terrifying source of water power I sensed yesterday through the art of Qi observation undoubtedly relates to Jiang Chen. Fortune is also a facet of strength. Thus, I concede this round with full satisfaction. At this, Yin Man burst into laughter. Ha! How delightful. I initially thought that with my foundation, I would surely encounter no rivals upon entering the battlefield of myriad races. Yet, unexpectedly, I encountered such an intriguing individual right in the novice town. In her laughter, there was a blend of composure, wild abandon, and audaciousness. Had Jiang Chen been present, he would undoubtedly exclaim, Wow, a fan-shaped diagram. General Baizong, convey my command to the palace. Unleash all your might against the 26th wave of foes. Baizong respectfully replied, Yes, Your Highness. Soon, Meng Tian, Baizong, the Iron Eagle Elite, and the armored warriors unleashed their skills with abandon, effortlessly vanquishing the 26th wave of invaders. Naturally, they soon found their spiritual energy depleted, leaving them unable to withstand the next onslaught. The Lord Yin Mei has sent you 110 million spirit stones. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, This girl is quite generous. But why is there an extra 10 million spirit stones? Beep, beep, beep. A video request from Yin Mei followed closely. Upon connecting, Jiang Chen did not put her in an awkward position. The immortal Qin lineage, descendants of the first emperor, truly possess a reputation that commands admiration. Yin Mei displayed no hint of disappointment. Instead, she smiled and said, It is merely a matter of accepting defeat. There is nothing praiseworthy about it. Jiang Chen admired her even more. Were he in her place, losing 100 million spirit stones would undoubtedly be painful. Of course, perhaps she genuinely was not short on funds. Yin Mei got straight to the point. I wish to know where I faltered. At last, Jiang Chen understood the reason for the extra 10 million spirit stones, an information fee. It would be foolish to pass up an opportunity for profit. After a moment's thought, he activated the rear camera of the video function and pointed it towards the sky. Is this explanation sufficient? Yin Mei gasped as she beheld 12 colossal beasts soaring through the heavens. Legendary dragons? A whole squadron. Jiang Chen chuckled, offering no further clarification. He opted to use the dragons as a diversion for 2 reasons. Firstly, the dragons had already been exposed to Chuxia and her mother. Secondly, in his territory, the dragons were nearing the status of mere transporters. Below their level, A single angel yin could slay an entire squad of dragons. The Empress, adorned in legendary attire, surpassed even yin in strength. The Nine Heavens Holy Princess, bolstered by the Empress's dominion, alongside the great Sumru sword style, could contend against 2 dragons single-handedly. Even the epic tier unit, the goddess warriors, held far greater potential than the dragons due to their extreme attributes. Moreover, revealing a squad of the weakest dragons would spare Yin Mei from unnecessary speculation. To think an epic treasure chest could yield a legendary troop insignia. You indeed possess remarkable fortune. Yin Mei understood and then proposed, I have a suggestion. I shall give you another 10 million spirit stones. And you need not act as a vassal lord. Just call me Sister Ing from now on. What do you say? Jiang Chen's expression turned peculiar. From the information he gathered from City Lord and Luoshi, this girl appeared to be just over 18. Why was she so eager to take on the role of an older sister? After all, Xu was already 19. Regarding the preferences of his benefactor, Jiang Chen did not wish to pry further, merely expressing regret. If the esteemed one has no other matters, the 29th wave of alien invasions is about to commence. Yin Mei was taken aback. I have already conceded. Do you still wish to continue? Jiang Chen remarked. Opportunities to accumulate energy are rare. I shall launch a few more assaults. Despite Yin Mei's imaginative mind, she could scarcely fathom Jiang Chen's ambition to single-handedly ascend to the pinnacle of the town's ranking tournament. Do take care of yourself. Legendary units are elusive, and should you lose one, my heart would ache for you. After offering a few words of simple advice, she cheerfully added, please reconsider my earlier proposal. When you have made your decision, reach out to me. We can negotiate the price. With that, she abruptly ended the video call. Having a couple of extra coins doesn't make you impressive, Jiang Chen muttered under his breath. His excitement building as he gazed at the vast amount of spirit stones in his lord account, 9 digits worth. In his past life, he had never encountered such wealth. Notification, Yin Mei has exited the battlefield. Only Jiang Chen remained on the battlefield. He cast a glance at his score, 526, 320, with nearly 300,000 points contributed by Yin Mei. If she had exerted herself, perhaps her earlier claim of 500,000 points was exaggerated, but 400,000 was certainly within reach. Immediately following, notification, you have attained the highest score in the Battle of 10,086 town, becoming the town mayor. Notification, you have been granted the following mayoral privileges. Hero Position 1, Vassal Lord 1, Construction Speed 10, Resource Gathering Speed 10. Acquire the exclusive mayoral building teleportation gate. Requires spirit stones to use. Appoint and dismiss officials within the town. Set rules for lord migration in and out of the town. Name the town. Though he had anticipated the mayoral bonuses, Jiang Chen was still filled with elation. However, what name should he bestow upon the town? Contemplating this, he sent a message in the town channel, crowdsourcing names for the town. Brothers, if you have any brilliant ideas, feel free to comment below. Simultaneously, all lords within the town receive the news of the mayor's emergence. The 2 great figures are astonishing. They must have endured at least 25 waves by now. Yin Mei is formidable, but Jiang Chen is even more impressive. Oh, had I known how extraordinary these 2 were, I would not have exerted myself so vigorously. Henceforth, if anyone tells me that rewards cannot be earned in the Battle of the Broken Domain, I shall be furious. Wei Ming, Boss Jiang, I humbly request an official position. Huang Xian, the vocal child receives nourishment. My brother Wei is generous. With a considerable number of individuals online, perhaps they were all awaiting the mayor's arrival. The 29th wave of monsters soon commenced. Jiang Chen commanded, for the next few waves, try to prolong the battle. Though uncertain of the intent, the Empress responded solemnly, understood. Yin proactively offered, my lord, do you require my participation in the battle? Wait a moment, Jiang Chen replied, then retrieved the blueprint for the spring. He utilized a one-time enhancement opportunity, selecting enhancement directions 7 and 6, Fountain of Life. Chapter 66, The Fountain of Life. Undercurrents aglow, a dazzling golden light ascended, surpassing any previous enhancements. Yin stood agape, astonished. In the territory, everyone instinctively turned their heads towards the drunken immortal pavilion, now enveloped in golden radiance. As the light dissipated, Jiang Chen toyed with the blueprint of the Fountain of Life. Constructing the Fountain of Life necessitated resources, energy, 400,000, life stones, 2,000, which could be obtained by enhancing ordinary stones at a cost of 10,000 spirit stones per unit. Thunderstrike wood, 1,000. Obtainable through the enhancement of common timber at the same rate. Origin gold, 1,000, which could be acquired through the enhancement of gold at 15,000 spirit stones per unit. Altogether, this amounted to a staggering 45 million spirit stones. For a legendary structure, this was undoubtedly quite affordable. Naturally, upgrading the Fountain of Life would also require considerable resources and energy. Before commencing the enhancement, Jiang Chen waved his hand, initiating the upgrade. Countless upgrade halos erupted, and over 600,000 units of energy vanished, elevating more than 200 disciples of the Tianyin clan to level 9. The energy gained from the first 28 waves of the alien races was entirely consumed, while strength was vital as the number of monsters increased. The nearly 200-meter-long defensive line would primarily rely on the Tianyin disciples for protection. After all, if over 100 aliens breached the territory, it would signify a failure in defense. Jiang Chen, unhurried, continued to accumulate points. Meanwhile, the county announcement, propelled by the opening of the Blue Star Passage, finally began to circulate. Centered around Xuan-Yuan County, whether in the myriad battlefields or the main world, undercurrents were subtly surging. In 10010 town, a resounding boom echoed as a youth clad in dark armor unleashed a punch. A fist imprint, the size of a water tank, resonated through the void, manifesting an extraordinary phenomenon. Within that imprint, vast landscapes and a bright moon could be faintly discerned. Should a knowledgeable sage be present, they would immediately recognize this as the royal secret art of the Ming domain, mountains and rivers under the bright moon. The elite level 18 half-orc blocking the youth's path was instantly obliterated. What a splendid ranking competition for the town. With 50 points in all attributes and 5 points of luck, the youth chuckled softly. I never expected that just a few days after the opening of the district, the heavenly Tao would bestow upon me such a grand gift. No, it should be the 10086 town to whom I owe my gratitude. Achieving a breakthrough in just 6 days, Jiang Chen, the progenitor of exceptional troops, truly is remarkable, though it seems I have reaped the benefits. With this thought, Zhu Yeqing promptly sent a message in the town channel. Dear brothers and sisters of the Dragon Nation, you should all have received the county announcement. I, Zhu, would like to formally introduce myself. I am a descendant of the Ming domain, the 28th generation grandson of King Yan. I am eager to lead 10010 town to victory in the town ranking competition, so that we may elevate our fortunes and soar to great heights. What say you, Jinyi? After a moment of silence, the town channel erupted with cheers. Zhu Yeqing was exceedingly pleased. I shall select 100 warlords. In the town of 10,222, a fervent discussion is currently underway in the regional channel. To our astonishment, town 10,086 is situated within the same county as ours and has already completed the domain breach. Jiang Chen, the creator of exceptional troops, hails from town 10,086. God 8 Yue, allow me to share some splendid news. Has His Excellency God 8 returned? What delightful tidings do you bring? Please, enlighten us. God 8 Yue. Following the county announcement, I promptly commenced an investigation. The results reveal that there are currently over 500 confirmed towns of the Sakura Kingdom in Xuan-Yuan County. Upon hearing this, a wave of cheers erupted. Splendid. This ensures that our great Sakura Empire will hold an absolute advantage within the county. We shall dominate Xuan-Yuan County. Town 10086 has been eliminated from the town ranking competition so early. This time, our great Sakura Empire aims to secure all top 10 positions in the town ranking. His Excellency God 8, a descendant of the divine martial emperor, will undoubtedly lead us to victory. According to the rules of the myriad races battlefield, the numbering of novice towns within a county may be consecutive or non-consecutive. Thus, prior to today, even if the lords were aware of their town numbers, they could not ascertain their county affiliations. However, the situation has now changed. With Jiang Chen's successful domain breach, the Heavenly Tao has released the county announcement. Anyone who receives this announcement is guaranteed to be within Xuan-Yuan County. On Blue Star, in Donghai City, and Chu Xia frowned upon hearing her mother's investigative results. So, Our county town is predominantly occupied by lords of the Sakura Kingdom. And Luoshi nodded in agreement. The positioning of novice towns in the myriad races battlefield typically follows a normal distribution based on their position in the main world. If fortune smiles upon you, you might randomly land in the heart of the Dragon Kingdom. Conversely, if luck is not on your side, it is entirely possible to find oneself surrounded by lords from the Lighthouse Nation in the Western Hemisphere. Our Donghai city is already adjacent to the Sakura Kingdom and the South Bang Kingdom. Your town's position has merely shifted slightly eastward, which is hardly surprising. In the myriad races battlefield, conflict between lords of different nations is permitted and will not result in any lords being deemed bloodthirsty. Naturally, the methods employed cannot be excessively cruel, for all nations must maintain the veneer of humanitarianism. Thus, it is foreseeable that the future of Qingyang Town will undoubtedly be turbulent. Yet in Chuxia exuded confidence. With Jiang Chen and Sister Ing on our side, and now possessing an epic hero, what is there to fear? Seeing in Chuxia's resolute determination. And Luoshi did not press further, but instead handed her a token inscribed with the character for migration. And Chuxia gasped, "A migration order?" And Luoshi nodded. "To my knowledge, many well-informed lords in your county have already prepared migration orders. Of course, we cannot easily abandon the Dwarven Palace. This migration order is merely a contingency plan." At long last, Jiang Chen has fortified the materials. Construct the Fountain of Life. Immediate completion. The Fountain of Life has been upgraded to level 3. Jiang Chen has successfully elevated the Fountain of Life to this esteemed level, expending a total of 78 million spirit stones and 1.3 million energy. The level 3 Fountain of Life boasts a diameter of 10 meters, its waters encircled by pristine, white life stones. The spring water emanates a pale green hue, radiating an aura of formidable vitality. Even within a 10-meter radius, a dense atmosphere of spiritual essence envelopes the surroundings. Legendary Fountain of Life. Effect 1. Units within a 10-meter radius of the Fountain of Life can rapidly heal injuries, replenish spiritual power, and restore their souls. Effect 2. Any unit, excluding the Lord, can be resurrected through the Fountain of Life upon death. The cost of resurrection is contingent upon the strength of the resurrected unit and the integrity of the corpse. If no corpse is present, full-price resurrection applies, as well as the level of the Fountain of Life. At level 3, each unit may be resurrected 4 times daily. Effect 3. Without compromising the foundation of the Fountain of Life, it can yield 1 vial of Essence of Life and 10 vials of Water of Life each day. Essence of Life, infused with potent primal life force. Consuming it enhances the Lord's capabilities. Heroes and troops benefit from improved quality. No additional energy expenditure required. Water of Life. Upon consumption, the effect mirrors that of being within the Fountain of Life's radius for 100 seconds. For resurrections daily. How formidable. And this is merely the 3rd level of the Fountain of Life. Jiang Chen marveled. It was worth the vast expenditure of spirit stones and energy. Moreover, there is the Essence of Life. With a wave of his hand, a small vial of emerald liquid materialized in his grasp, gleaming like imperial jade. It was indeed the Essence of Life. Without hesitation, he uncapped the vial and drank it in one swift motion. Chapter 67. Attributes comparable to dragons. Terrifying effects. RPG redemption. A refreshing sensation surged from his abdomen, coursing through his limbs, soon transforming into warmth. Beads of sweat appeared on Jiang Chen's forehead, and upon closer inspection, one would notice the presence of numerous dark impurities within the droplets. This was indeed the process of refining one's essence. Jiang Chen felt an unparalleled comfort, far removed from the agonizing depictions often portrayed in cinematic works. At that moment, a notification from the heavens echoed in his mind. Notification: your aptitude has been elevated to C grade. The compensatory attributes are as follows: Physique 24, Spiritual Power 24, Soul 31, Capacity 25. If aptitude were to be applied to heroes and units, it would equate to quality. Aptitude determines the attributes a lord can acquire with each level gained, as well as the speed of cultivating techniques and skills. The majority of individuals possess a natural aptitude of F grade. Jiang Chen was originally around E grade, just shy of D grade, making him a top-tier genius even within the prestigious East C3rd Academy. Now, after consuming a vial of life essence, he had astonishingly reached C grade. with initial attributes that could rival those of exceptional heroes. The attributes just acquired were precisely the compensatory difference for his level 110 upgrade. Jiang Chen, level 10, attributes. Physique 248, 6, spiritual power 188, soul 102, capacity 121, 6. Techniques, 9th set of broadcast calisthenics, minor achievement, F grade, skills, none, equipment, phantom armor, combat rating, 165. Gazing at his attributes, Jiang Chen could not help but exclaim, I am akin to a humanoid dragon, having consumed no less than 10 attribute tomes, along with an endless supply of exquisite cuisine. And coupled with the rewards from the recent domain break battle, it was hardly surprising that his attributes were so formidable. Of course, regardless of his newfound strength, Jiang Chen had no intention of engaging in battle himself. At that moment, a notification chimed. You have successfully repelled the 32nd wave of attacks. The 33rd wave will arrive in 10 minutes. The territory had successfully eradicated 33 waves of invading foes. My lord, 5 disciples of the Heavenly Sound sect have unfortunately sustained injuries, reported the Empress through the heart of the Lord, her tone laden with gravity. One of them has had an arm torn off by a level 28 minor demon. They are unlikely to fight again. A level 9 disciple of the Heavenly Sound sect, even while conserving spiritual power, indeed struggled against common demons nearing level 30. Understood. Jiang Chen nodded, promptly repairing the city walls before summoning the injured disciples. Without the life spring, he would have been forced to follow in Enman's footsteps, relying on skills to fend off a few more waves before retreating from the battlefield, unless he was indifferent to the survival of his units. However, the situation was different now. Soon, the injured disciples were brought forth by the Empress. At Jiang Chen's gesture, they cautiously stepped into the effective range of the life spring. Almost immediately, incredulous expressions adorned their faces. Oh my goodness, my wounds are healing. It's tingling, so delightful. Not only have my injuries healed, but the spiritual energy I had just expended has almost instantaneously returned to its full capacity. I feel an overwhelming sense of fatigue dissipate entirely. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Sound disciple, who had lost her arm, watched in astonishment as a snow-white arm gradually sprouted from her shoulder. Overwhelmed with joy, she was moved to tears. She brandished her treasured sword, only to discover that it felt completely natural in her hand. The Empress, equally astonished, expressed her reverence, saying, My lord, you are truly unfathomable. Note, Empress's favorability level, 1. Current score, 97. Jiang Chen felt an immense satisfaction. Just 3 more points, and the Empress's favorability would reach the maximum value of 100. Naturally, as one progresses, it becomes increasingly challenging to enhance favorability. Moreover, the loyalty of the recently healed Heavenly Sound disciple had also surged beyond 95 points. Generally speaking, when the loyalty of a unit exceeds 90 points, betrayal becomes exceedingly rare, unless the Lord undergoes a drastic change in character and commits actions that provoke widespread outrage. With the fountain of life at my disposal, I can finally unleash my skills without restraint. Everyone was filled with fervor, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the 33rd wave of foreign creatures to showcase their prowess. Jiang Chen, however, raised his hand and commanded, Dwarven rocket soldiers, upgrade them all to level 20. A staggering 450,000 energy was instantaneously expended. The 20 Dwarven rocket soldiers were all elevated to level 20, which was the current maximum for the 3 available tomes. Soon enough, the 33rd wave of demons broke through the mist. The diminutive demons, approximately level 30, towered over 2 meters in height, their robust limbs and glistening claws numbering in the thousands. In addition, there were hundreds of fire golems, dozens of hellfire beasts, 6-armed serpent demons, several berserkers, and a formidable 34-level Balrog. Even in peak condition, Yin would be brought to her knees by such an assembly. Angel Yin, brimming with impatience, once again requested to join the fray. My lord, please allow me to battle. With the fountain of life supporting me, I need not worry about my spiritual energy consumption. Why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? Jiang Chen chuckled and ordered, Dwarven rocket soldiers, engage overdrive, and assemble super rockets. After 30 seconds, 20 rockets, each measuring 8 meters in length and 2 meters in diameter, soared skyward, trailing long streams of spiritual fire. Although the demon army had never encountered rockets, The sheer size of these projectiles made it abundantly clear that they were not to be trifled with. Their expressions turned to terror as they attempted to evade, but alas, the canyon was not wide enough to escape. Boom, boom, boom. 500 meters from the territory, 20 mushroom clouds, each exceeding 10 meters in diameter, erupted into the sky. Even the diminutive demons at the edge of the explosion were swept away by the terrifying shockwave, crashing violently against the canyon walls and reducing to a pulpy mass. Your unit, dwarven rocket soldiers, has slain a diminutive demon. You have gained energy 28, points 10, spirit stones 6. Your unit. The battle log was instantly flooded with thousands of notifications. After 3 seconds, the shockwave from the explosion finally reached the territory, causing everyone's garments to flutter wildly. The sheer magnitude of the power left all in a state of astonishment. Even Angel Yin slightly parted her lips, exclaiming, "How terrifying!" Jiang Chen elucidated. If you were aware that this strike condensed a full 200 points of spiritual power from the dwarven rocket shooter, you would not be astonished. 200 points of spiritual power. Yin nodded in realization. Her heavenly blade strike consumed only 150 points of spiritual power. Naturally, unless it directly hit. The rocket attack posed limited threat to high-tier monsters. Indeed, as Jiang Chen had stated, as the dust settled on the battlefield, the remnants of small demons lay scattered, dismembered limbs strewn across the ground. Out of thousands of small demons, it appeared that fewer than 1,000 remained. However, the mid-tier demons, such as the 6-armed serpent demon and the frenzied warrior demon, were merely in a state of disarray. The level 34 Baylor flame demon roared in fury. The remaining 1,000 demons regrouped and charged toward the city walls. Alas, what stood before them was the Empress, who no longer needed to concern herself with the consumption of spiritual power. Under the full release of her skills, the Empress's explosive power had multiplied several-fold compared to before. Cloud Shadow, Cloud Ring, Cloud Sword. In merely 5 seconds, this Baylor flame demon was cleaved into several pieces by the Empress. A smile crept upon Jiang Chen's lips. Yan, with her keen perception, inquired curiously, "What causes the Lord to smile? Have you not noticed?" Jiang Chen gestured toward the Empress, who stood suspended in midair. With the cloud flow set, the Empress no longer needed to rely on her sect skills. Yan's lips curled into a smile as well. "If I am not mistaken, this is what we call the law of true fragrance." After annihilating the 34th wave of monsters, the Empress and the recently engaged troops immediately retreated to the Fountain of Life to restore their state. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen glanced at the total score, 952, 300. It was still far from sufficient to secure the first place in the town's ranking competition. Next came the 35th wave, the 36th wave. Each wave began with the dwarves' RPG striking first, followed by the relentless bombardment of the Tower of Divine Wrath, ultimately resulting in less than 30% of the demons being engulfed by the descending skills. Jiang Chen's singular move proved remarkably effective. The only source of his discontent was that while the monster levels continued to rise, legendary monsters had yet to make an appearance. Of course, this also served to underscore the rarity of legendary monsters. You have successfully repelled the 44th wave of attacks. The 45th wave will arrive in 10 minutes. Warning, your tenacious resistance has thoroughly enraged the demon Lord Obisito. Jiang Chen's spirit surged. A legendary monster was finally about to emerge. Chapter 68, The Third Hero, The Blade of Lifelessness. A legendary demon. The heavenly path displays a surprising degree of humanity, granting me a forewarning. Suddenly, a figure dashed swiftly across the territory, heading towards the Fountain of Life. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Fanning Tian, cradling a dismembered corpse in her hands. It belonged to an ordinary disciple of the Tianyin sect. The 44 waves of monsters had finally inflicted casualties upon Jiang Chen's domain. Notification, body integrity at 82. Resurrection requires 9,000 energy, duration 1 minute. As the territory consisted of mid to high-tier troops, Jiang Chen had set up automatic resurrection. Upon entering the range of the Fountain of Life, the body of the Tianyin disciple began to mend at a visibly rapid pace. 1 minute later, she opened her eyes again, bewildered. Am I still alive? The territory erupted in cheers. After all, the shock of witnessing it firsthand was profoundly different from merely hearing the Lord's description. Even the goddess warriors displayed expressions of excitement. With the Fountain of Life, As long as the territory remained intact, they would henceforth possess immortality. In a heartbeat, the loyalty of all troops surged above 95. Beep, beep, beep. An unexpected video call request came from Enchuxia. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Chen chose to answer. Enchuxia greeted him with a smile. Esteemed mayor, have you completed the construction of your teleportation portal? Would you care to visit my territory? Just then, Jia also appeared, waving at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen replied with a grin. Perhaps tomorrow. I have no idea what time it will be after I finish this wave of monsters. And Chu Xiao paused for a moment, then incredulously exclaimed, It's been a whole day, and you're still not done? Yi Man also gave a thumbs up. Even if you were to employ a strategy akin to Ye's monster dragging delay, you must have endured at least 30 waves by now. I cannot compare, Jiang Chen candidly stated. The energy and item rewards are quite substantial. The more waves I can clear, the better. And Chu Xiao nodded, her expression suddenly turning grave. In that case, I shall be brief. The location of our little town may not be very optimistic. The Sakura Nation. Listening to Enchuxia's description, Jiang Chen's brow gradually furrowed. It reminded him of the warning given by the caravan manager, Tian Ding. Days prior, the Hua clan situation in Qingyang County may not be as favorable as you imagine. It appeared that not only the Blue Star Lords, but also the natives faced similar predicaments. Perhaps, once this battlefield concluded, he should venture to the county town to gather more information. 1 minute later, Jiang Chen calmly replied, I understand. In the main world, Donghai City was merely separated from the Sakura Nation by a sea, so Jiang Chen found no surprise in this. In fact, a subtle thrill stirred within him. This was all experience to be gained. You remain remarkably composed. And Chu Xiao remarked with a hint of exasperation. Currently, panic reigns within the town channel, as many lords are contemplating using the city relocation order to make a hasty escape. If they all decide to leave, you, as the mayor, will become a solitary figure. Yi Man expressed her dissatisfaction, stating that those who were most eager to gather rewards during this tumultuous time are now scrambling away at the slightest hint of trouble. However, Jiang Chen remained unfazed, replying nonchalantly, Everyone has their own aspirations. I have completely opened the permissions for the town's relocation. Those who wish to stay are most welcome. As for those who wish to flee, I have no right to demand they remain in Qingyang County to fight against the Sakura Kingdom. Depart? Of course. We do not engage in moral coercion. Just ensure that when the town's transport capabilities are fully realized, they do not regret their choice. Well, my battle is about to commence. Let us talk later. After disconnecting the video call, Jiang Chen glanced at his score. 523, 540. After 30 waves, the points provided by each wave of foreign creatures had significantly increased. With 5 million points, he should be able to secure the top position in the town's ranking. However, legendary monsters are rare and elusive. Now that he possessed the Fountain of Life, he naturally intended to strive for one more chance. After some contemplation, Jiang Chen retrieved the legendary hero token that he had acquired from the King of Hills. Recruitment. The mayor's first enhancement was to summon a hero. Although Jiang Chen was not particularly in need of this hero's combat prowess, especially since Yin had yet to make a move, he had to be fully prepared to face a legendary hero above level 30. He hoped for a powerful hero. Soon, a figure clad in a blue robe emerged through the summoning portal and appeared before Jiang Chen. The figure wore a silver mask, a straw hat atop her head, and held a gleaming sword inverted in her right hand. Although her features were obscured, it was clear to anyone with sight that this individual was a woman disguised as a man. I have mastered the sword and was about to inquire about Jianqing City. Yet I suddenly find myself here, the battlefield of myriad races, the lord, levels, attributes. Such a wondrous place exists in this world. Perhaps here, I can glimpse the realm of the sword Dao. The woman gazed at Jiang Chen and endeavored to speak in a low voice. Are you the esteemed lord? Xuan-Yuan, sword Immortal Li Han Yi. Jiang Chen inwardly marveled, then looked at Li Han Yi's attributes. Li Han Yi, legendary, level 1, affection 80 attributes, physical strength 24, 32, spiritual power 28, 32, soul 18, 32, capacity 18. Equipment, listening range sword, martial arts, sword heart technique, mastery, C grade, skills, swordsmanship will, great accomplishment, a grade, moonlit flowers at dawn, minor perfection, C grade. Paper falling like smoke, Minor perfection, C grade, still water sword technique. Minor perfection, C grade, sword chi. Transformation, D grade. Basic swordsmanship, transformation, F grade. Heroic command, sword type troops, A. Combat power, 45. In terms of overall combat capabilities, Li Han Yi was not as versatile as Yan. Even akin to the Empress, the world S tier was initially not high, with her practice techniques merely classified as C grade. However, what astonished Jiang Chen was Li Han Yi's A-grade skill, Sword Intent. Sword Intent, a passive skill that amplifies the power of any sword technique by 2. For times, with the enhancement of Sword Intent, even a common D-grade skill, Sword Chi, could potentially unleash the might of a B-grade skill without incurring additional spiritual energy costs. This was merely at the stage of great completion. One could only fathom the power if it reached the stage of perfection or even transformation. If Li Han Yi possessed an A-grade offensive sword technique, she would instantly become the foremost combatant under Jiang Chen's command. According to cinematic tropes, Jiang Chen should have dramatically removed Li Han Yi's mask and tenderly remarked, "You must be a little fairy." Yet, with formidable adversaries at hand, Jiang Chen chose to forego such theatrics. "Honey, prepare for battle. Are there strong enemies?" Li Han Yi, ever the warrior, raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Could I perhaps, level up a few times first? Just 10 levels would suffice." Jiang Chen erupted into laughter. 10 levels? That is hardly adequate. He had long calculated his energy for combat enhancement. All levels up. In an instant, 8 million energy dissipated. The 3 legendary heroes were enveloped in a glow of advancement, each ascending to level 20. The Empress, bolstered by Heavenly Sound Sovereign and Flowing Cloud Set, achieved a combat power of 701 points. Angel Yan, equipped with Holy Body, and her Fateful Gear, reached 628 points. Only Li Han Yi's combat power stood at 450 points, a standard for an ordinary level 20 legendary hero. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Chen retrieved an iron sword and swiftly perused the enhancement list. This one will do. With ample resources at his disposal, he quickly identified the most suitable weapon for Li Han Yi. Spending 6 million spiritual stones, he chose to enhance to direction, acquiring the Whooshing Sword. The Whooshing Sword is a level 20 legendary equipment. It's yours. Still immersed in the joy of her newfound power, Li Han Yi instinctively grasped the Whooshing Sword and gasped in amazement. What a magnificent sword! It far surpasses my mother's heart sword. But how can I accept such a gift? Jiang Chen replied with a smile. Here, no one is more deserving of the Whooshing Sword than you. The Whooshing Sword not only boasted extraordinary attributes, but also could unleash a sword chi comparable to A-grade skills. Under Li Han Yi's Sword Intent enhancement, Whooshing Sword chi would be unstoppable, slaying gods and demons alike. Li Han Yi recognized this as well, cherishing the Whooshing Sword to the extent that her original Listening Rain sword now seemed lackluster. Moreover, there was an unexpected reward. Her affinity towards Jiang Chen surged by 8 points, reaching 88, prompting him to marvel at the day he, too, could wield financial influence. Li Han Yi excelled in combat, rendering other equipment of lesser value. Thus Jiang Chen refrained from further enhancements. Before long, the Tao of Heaven delivered another notification. Alert! The 45th wave of monster invasion begins. Jiang Chen lifted his gaze. At the end of the canyon, swirling mists arose, and suddenly, a monstrous creature, towering over 10 meters, thundered forth from the fog. Its body was adorned with menacing bony spikes, and its robust tail swayed nonchalantly, producing a resonant buzzing sound as it sliced through the air. Following it were 8 epic fire demons, forming an exceedingly formidable array. Abisto race, demon level, 35 quality, golden legend combat power, 1125 heroic command. Skills. A legendary hero of level 35. Jiang Chen instinctively leaned slightly forward, but upon confirming the type of demon, he let out a gentle sigh of relief. Fortunately, it is merely a fire demon, a clumsy giant. If it were a great demon endowed with spatial abilities and the scythe of death, it would indeed be troublesome. Yindi, you two hold it back. Honey, swiftly eliminate the other foes. After issuing these commands, Jiang Chen produced 10 vials of life water and distributed them among the 3. This was the entire yield from the fountain of life for the day. The trio's eyes brightened with renewed confidence as they assured him, "Rest assured, my lord." At that moment, Abisto stepped forward, his voice resonating throughout the canyon. A mere novice lord has compelled me to act. You are truly the first in the Blue Star domain in millennia. In a gesture of respect for the strong, I, Abisto, shall exert my utmost effort and bestow upon you the glory of annihilation. After a flurry of incantations, Abisto pointed to the heavens. The clouds above instantaneously transformed into a deep crimson hue, enveloping the canyon in an oppressive and suffocating atmosphere. Chapter 69, Decimation. Meteor Hell. A-class territory advancement symbol. This is the legendary magic, Meteor Hell. Jiang Chen's pupils constricted, and he abruptly rose, bellowing, "Protect the territory." No sooner had the words left his mouth than hundreds of meteors hurtled down from the clouds, trailing 10-meter-long blacktails toward Jiang Chen's domain. Given the magnitude of this assault, should they truly land within the territory, it was likely that everything would be obliterated, save for a few epic structures. The powerful defenders of the territory reacted swiftly. Angelic activated the wormhole defense barrier, soaring into the sky. The Empress summoned a cloud ring, magnifying the size of the cloud giant to an immense height of 40 meters, swatting the meteors aside with ease. Li Han Yi softly uttered moonlit flowers at dawn, and boundless spiritual power transformed into a protective net above the territory. The dragon, the goddess warrior, and the 9 heavens holy princess all displayed their extraordinary abilities. Boom, boom, boom. A portion of the meteors were shattered, while most were diverted, landing outside the territory. Jiang Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Beware. Meteor Hell is a composite magic of fire, earth, and summoning. Indeed, the meteors that struck the ground each transformed into towering 5-meter-high hellfires. However, the countless superior-grade monsters were now incapable of threatening the territory. A rumbling voice echoed from Abido's. Quite interesting. Black-red flames erupted from its body as it pointed its massive sword forward. At Abido's command, countless demonic forces surged forth from the mist, crashing toward the territory like a black tidal wave from a kilometer away. Under Abido's dominion, the demonic army's power surged dramatically. For instance, the battle prowess of the superior-grade berserker demons increased by at least 2-star levels. Consequently, after a volley of RPGs from the dwarven rocket men, the demonic army suffered only 1,000 casualties. 1 minute later, the demonic forces were upon the gates. Destruction. Abido's colossal sword, wreathed in intense flames, swung down toward the territory. Thunderous might. Wormhole defense barrier. Angelic unleashed her full power, colliding fiercely with Abido's. Boom. Yan's face paled as she was sent flying several dozen meters before barely regaining her balance. Abido's, however, merely staggered, surprised. An angel? It is rare to encounter an angel capable of wielding the power of thunder. Yet, your ability to withstand my attack relies solely on your formidable defensive skills. Does it not? Seizing the moment, the Empress commanded the finely tuned cloud giant to thrust a sword toward Abido's chest. Yet, Abido's did not even flinch. Sizzle. The cloud sword, akin to an A-class skill, merely left a 1-inch deep scar upon its body, which rapidly healed under the searing hellfire. The Empress exclaimed, "This creature is far too resilient." Yen replied swiftly, "It seems only my heavenly blade strike and Hani's lifeless sword can harm it. We must hold it off for now." Ha ha ha, what a joke. You expend such immense spiritual energy with your powerful defensive skills. What makes you think you can delay me? Abido's scoffed effortlessly. The malevolent flames that enveloped it consumed minimal spiritual energy, and it was unfazed by the prospect of enduring against 2 level 20 heroes. Moreover, the demonic army under its command held an undeniable advantage, rendering any possibility of its defeat seemingly non-existent. However, mere minutes later, as Yan's wormhole defense barrier teetered on the brink of collapse, she suddenly produced a vial of life essence and consumed it in one swift motion. Her aura surged once more, leaving Abido's momentarily stunned. Following suit, the Empress also partook of a vial of life essence, her power escalating dramatically. Unable to contain himself, Abido's bellowed, "Shameless! You are cheating." Unfortunately, his most formidable skill, Meteor Hell, was a group instant kill ability, proving ineffective against a powerhouse like the Empress. The battlefield among the three descended into a stalemate. Jiang Chen exhaled in relief, then turned his attention to other skirmishes. Silent sword energy. A razor-sharp gray sword aura sliced through the void. A level 35 epic fire demon suddenly froze in place, its massive form cleaving in two, revealing Li Han Yi behind it. Without hesitation, Li Han Yi unleashed a series of sword strikes, sending forth over 10 ordinary sword auras, each precisely beheading a 6-armed serpent demon. Jiang Chen marveled. To manipulate sword energy to such a degree, she truly lives up to the title of Sword Immortal. Under Abisto's command, this wave of demons far surpassed the last. With 8 epic demons alone, the battle commenced, and the territory found itself in a position of absolute disadvantage. Fortunately, the formidable Li Han Yi was present to extinguish the flames of crisis. Coupled with the revival abilities of the Fountain of Life, they managed to hold their ground. Even so, the disciples of Tianyin continued to fall in battle, and even the leader of the goddess warriors, Xinxia, was compelled to choose mutual destruction while besieging an epic demon. At this juncture, Jiang Chen had no time to reclaim the fallen warriors' bodies. Full revival. 100,000 units of energy vanished. Xinxia soon emerged from beside the Fountain of Life, her former body dissipating into specks of light. She bowed respectfully towards the direction of the drunken immortal tower before rejoining the fray. The number of demons dwindled with each clash, while the forces of the territory remained constant. The scales of victory began to tilt in favor of the territory. 10 minutes later, Li Han Yi dispatched the final epic demon. She drank the last vial of life essence and charged towards Abystos. A realization dawned upon Abystos. The Fountain of Life. It must be the legendary source that nourishes the world tree. How could a fledgling lord, just descended from Blue Star, possibly construct such a mythical edifice? Yet, his epiphany came a tad too late. The lifeless sword energy struck. With a piercing sound, the unassuming gray sword aura tore through Abystos' waist, inflicting a ghastly wound that exposed bone. The demon's blood, akin to molten lava, splattered onto the ground with a sizzling sound. Abystos' face was a mask of disbelief. How could a mere level 20 human possibly inflict harm upon me? A faint gray mist clung to the wound, desperately hindering its healing. What filled him with despair was the fact that the hellfire engulfing him began to wane. At last, Abystos' spiritual energy had reached its limit. 2 minutes later, the celestial blade strike. In utter frustration, the battered Obius let out a roar before finally succumbing to Yan's celestial blade strike. The Empress blinked. Is this considered a kill steal? Yan replied, likewise. Your hero, the Empress, has slain the demon Lord Abisto, legendary hero. You have received energy 7 million. Spirit stones 1 million. High-grade carrier tome 1. Skill book. Meteor Hell 1. A-class. Territory advancement token 1. Upon seeing the heavenly down notification, Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned, then erupted into hearty laughter. An A-class territory advancement token. An A-class talent corresponds to a legendary lord's heart. If he were to enhance it, it would require 100 million spirit stones. Bound by the rules of the heavenly Tao, the highest quality lord's heart that can be brought in and out of the myriad races battlefield is of epic quality. This is why even someone as formidable as Yin Man can only possess a B-class lord talent. His Green Waters and Verdant Mountains has advanced to C-class. Shrouded in spiritual mist, with the concentration of spiritual energy increased tenfold. So what would it be like to elevate it 2 more grades, advancing to A-class? Chapter 70. The Celestial Paradise. Inventory of Acquisitions. Indeed, the recent wave of monsters posed a certain risk. After weighing the pros and cons, Jiang Chen decided to call it a day. The advancement of his talents could wait until he returned to the town. The 45 waves of monsters had yielded nearly 1 million points, bringing the total score of the Battle of the Broken Domain in Town 10086 to 4 million, with Jiang Chen himself accumulating over 3 million. This score was more than sufficient to secure the top position in the Qingyang County Town ranking competition. In just a few minutes, he gathered all the high-quality demon corpses into his territory and softly commanded, "Exit the battlefield." As the golden light faded, the territory returned to the original town map. He made simple arrangements for repairing buildings and reviving troops. Jiang Chen then took out the A-grade territory advancement rune. Territory advancement could not skip levels, but Jiang Chen, now flush with resources, easily purchased an E-grade territory advancement rune for 50,000 spirit stones. He then expended 10 million spirit stones to enhance it to B-grade. The Lord's talent advanced to B grade. Notification: you have used the B grade territory advancement rune, and the Lord's talent has advanced to a celestial paradise. With a thunderous sound, Jiang Chen felt a tremor in the space around him. The spiritual energy spilling forth from the void multiplied instantaneously. Subsequently, to Jiang Chen's astonished gaze, all the spiritual mist rapidly condensed. Antlers, lion manes. Eagle talons, a mini divine dragon, several meters long, gradually took shape. The little dragon circled around Jiang Chen for a moment before affectionately rubbing against his cheek, then dove into the ground. A dragon vein. This is indeed a dragon vein. Jiang Chen immediately examined the attributes of the dragon vein. Inferior dragon vein. Effect 1. Condenses spiritual energy, producing 10,000 spirit stones daily. Effect 2. High-quality resources are more likely to appear near your territory. Effect 3. With the spirits of the earth and exceptional talents, you are more likely to recruit high-quality farmers and troops. Though it does not directly enhance combat power, each effect accelerates the development of the territory, particularly the second one. In comparison, the first effect, which produces spirit stones, seems the least significant. Regaining his composure, Jiang Chen once again cast the A-grade territory advancement rune he had just acquired. Continuing, he advanced to A-grade talent. Notification: you have used the A-grade territory advancement rune, and the Lord's talent has advanced to a celestial paradise. No extraordinary phenomena occurred, yet as the Lord, Jiang Chen could sense a faint energy enveloping the territory. He immediately checked the attributes. Celestial Paradise, Effect 1, allows the division of deep spaces within the territory, with the total area of deep spaces not exceeding the current territory area. Effect 2, while maintaining the total amount of spiritual energy in the territory. You can adjust the proportion of spiritual energy in each space. Effect 3, by burning a substantial amount of spirit stones, you can alter the flow of time in certain spaces. Deep spaces? This effectively doubles the area of the territory and can remain concealed. Moreover, it allows for the alteration of time flow. Jiang Chen felt his breath grow heavy. After a considerable time, he finally exhaled softly, exclaiming, "Such picturesque scenery. Ethereal mist, multi-layered space, and accelerated time. This truly is a celestial paradise." With a casual wave of his hand, he summoned the deep layers of space. A ripple of spatial waves enveloped the Tianyin Pavilion, causing the entire structure to vanish into thin air. Yet, from Jiang Chen's perspective, the pavilion stood intact amidst the seemingly illusory depths of space. The onlookers were utterly astonished. Where has the Tianyin Pavilion gone? The Empress searched the site where the pavilion once stood, realizing it had indeed disappeared. It was no mere illusion. The Empress marveled. "I can vaguely sense the existence of the Tianyin Pavilion, yet I cannot pinpoint its location." Jiang Chen smiled gently, releasing several azure orbs that embedded themselves into the foreheads of a few individuals. These served as keys to access the deep space of the Tianyin Pavilion. The Empress took a step forward, her figure disappearing, only to reappear moments later. After a few repetitions, she sincerely remarked, "The methods of the Lord are truly beyond description." Jiang Chen replied, "If you enter the first enlightenment chamber of the Tianyin Pavilion and cultivate for a night, I assure you, you will be even more astonished." Oh, upon hearing this, the Empress's interest was piqued. "Very well, I shall give it a try." She then turned to Li Han Yi and said, "Han Yi, the Lord's residence only has 2 guest rooms. I will be out all night, so you may sleep in my room." Li Han Yi nodded, somewhat bewildered. Suddenly, the Empress recalled something. She cast a glance at Yin and cautiously asked Li Han Yi, "You aren't also several thousand years old, are you?" After confirming that she was still 2 years older, the Empress finally entered the Tianyin Pavilion with satisfaction. Yin, observing the Empress's retreating figure, inquired with curiosity, "Could it be that the increased concentration of spiritual energy has also enhanced the efficacy of the Enlightenment Chamber?" "Indeed, it has." Jiang Chen nodded before clarifying, "However, the enhancement is not due to the concentration of spiritual energy. You may inquire with the Empress later." "Later?" Yin was taken aback. "Aren't you sending the Empress to cultivate for a night?" Jiang Chen smiled slightly, offering no explanation, and instead began to sift through his recent acquisitions. The Advanced Book of Carrying, along with 4 intermediate attribute tomes dropped by epic demons, were still applied to himself, resulting in a significant surge in attributes. He had obtained 3 epic treasure chests, 5 pieces of epic equipment, and an epic-grade, spatial ceiling scroll. Next was the legendary skill book, Meteor Hell. Jiang Chen had already witnessed the formidable power of this spell, which boasted an extensive casting range, making it a formidable siege weapon. However, upon reviewing the conditions for using Meteor Hell, Jiang Chen could only sigh. It required 500 points of spiritual power and 500 points of divine soul. After some calculation, he realized that the Empress, being the strongest in attributes, would likely need to reach at least level 30 to barely utilize it. Moreover, her primary attribute was physique. Such a pure magic skill would yield greater efficacy when wielded by a magic-oriented hero. Jiang Chen could only temporarily store the demons in the warehouse. Ultimately, the plaza of his territory was filled with the corpses of these fiends. After some contemplation, he once again expended 4 million spirit stones to enhance 8 legendary recruitment orders. The legendary farmers of the territory coincidentally reached a small team of 12 individuals. Decomposed to obtain Demon Essence, legendary. Effective Divine Farmer activated, yield increased 5-fold. Acquired Demon Essence, legendary, 5. Decomposed to obtain Demon Remains, legendary. Effective Divine Farmer activated. Yield increased 5-fold. Acquired Demon Remains, legendary, 5. Decomposed to obtain. As the 12 farmers busily toiled, the Empress reappeared while stifling a yawn. I practiced all night. I am utterly exhausted. She soon realized that everyone was looking at her with peculiar expressions, rendering her momentarily speechless. I practiced for 10 hours. How can it still be night? Yin seemed to grasp something, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes, to be precise. From the moment you entered the Tianyin Pavilion until you exited, it took only 62 minutes. The Empress was no fool. Upon hearing Yan's words, a moment of dazedness washed over her. This is the power to alter time. Jiang Chen was also quite pleased with the effects of time acceleration. With this power, the primary combat strength of the territory could elevate their skills and proficiency to the highest level in an exceedingly short period. Of course, the expenditure of spirit stones was rather distressing. Yan and Han Yi, if you're interested, you might want to experience it as well. I'm tired and will take my leave to sleep. The functions of the Cave of Abundant Lands were numerous, and Jiang Chen was in no rush to explore them. However, just as he lay down, he received another celestial notification. Notification: Empress's favorability 1. Current favorability 98 points. Notification: Yan's favorability 1. Current favorability 96 points. Notification: Li Han Yi's favorability 2. Current favorability 90 points. He chuckled. In the face of tenfold cultivation time, even the homebody Li Han Yi could not escape the norm. The following morning, as Jiang Chen stepped out of the Lord's mansion, he beheld a pillar of light ascending from the east. Shortly thereafter, the celestial notification resonated once more. Notification: Lord Lin Jian has relocated from the town. Chapter 71. The First Gathering. The dragon emerges from the abyss. The ordinary city relocation order is inferior to the advanced version, as it does not permit the selection of coordinates. Coupled with its lengthy cooldown period, the price is relatively modest. Upon utilizing the ordinary relocation order, the territory will randomly migrate to another publicly accessible town within the Dragon Kingdom. However, such a migration entails relinquishing the resources already occupied. Of course, should fortune smile upon one, it may present an opportunity for reclamation or even an encounter with higher-tier wild troop structures. Regardless of the outcome, no one would readily abandon their territory. Contemplating this, Jiang Chen opened the town channel. Wei Ming, alas, some have indeed relocated. Huang Xian, a brother who returned this morning, has delivered the latest intel. We have confirmed that there are over 600 towns belonging to Sakura Nation within our county. Huang Xian, Brother Wei, will you leave? Wei Ming, leave? Absolutely not. Have you forgotten the atrocities committed by Sakura Nation in District 632? Dozens of towns, and they spared neither entertainment lords nor agricultural lords. Wei Ming, to be candid, I too have prepared a relocation order, but if I am to leave, I shall first engage in a fierce battle with those invaders. Many of the lords from Sakura Nation excel in the art of summoning spirits, earning them the moniker invaders among the Dragon Kingdom lords. Huang Xian, Brother Wei speaks wisely. We cannot simply cede a county's land to the invaders without contest. Although the immediate impact may be negligible, in the long run, the battlefield of myriad races revolves around resources and territory. Handing over the resources of an entire county will inevitably constrict the living space of other lords in the Dragon Kingdom. This is a principal reason for the criticism directed at the Qingyu royal family. Notice, Lord Wang Lanlan has migrated out of the town. Notice. However, Wei Ming's words seem to evoke a dreadful realization among the crowd. Once again, several lords have chosen to depart. Observing this, Jiang Chen promptly issued an announcement. Greetings, everyone. As the town mayor, I hereby solemnly declare that I shall never forsake the territory of Qingyang County. Those willing to stand together in solidarity are wholeheartedly welcomed. For those contemplating departure, I shall not impede your decision, but please make your choice by today. For tomorrow, I shall close the permissions for town migration. The cost of forced relocation is well known to all. Please decide swiftly whether to stay or leave. Wei Ming, excellent. What a fine statement from you, Jiang. On the strength of these words, I shall henceforth follow you, my leader. Ing Man, as descendants of the immortal Qin, we know only death in battle, never retreat. Mu Qing, I am a soldier, for every inch of land. There is an inch of blood. Tu Xuan-Yuan, wherever brother Jiang is, there I shall be. Though I am of the celestial fox lineage, I have also embraced the nationality of the Dragon Kingdom. After a moment of silence, the regional channel buzzed with activity, rapidly showing a polarized trend. Indeed, we shall cede not an inch. We stand united with Qingyang County in life and death. Though I yearn to remain, my family has been passed down for 8 generations. Thank you, esteemed leaders, for your understanding. Does anyone possess a relocation order? I do, but I charge a 50 procurement fee. Brothers profit from the chaos of war. Does their conscience not ache? Thus, as time passed, the town witnessed a steady exodus of its inhabitants. Even the esteemed second-generation leaders, Lin Mo and Li Muse, departed quietly, leaving not a word behind. Wei Ming vented his fury on the town channel, cursing Lin Mo for several minutes over the 100,000 spirit stones he was owed. As the sun set, the town still harbored 403 lords. Jiang Chen felt no sense of loss, while each individual had their own reasons for leaving. This opportunity served as a purification of the town's leadership. That was about it. Jiang Chen surveyed the list of lords and, utilizing his mayoral authority, created a small group. Brothers who have constructed the teleportation portal, you are warmly invited to my territory as guests. Tu Xuan-Yuan inquired, what about the sisters? As evening fell, in Jiang Chen's domain, the overtly striking structures such as the Fountain of Life, Drunken Immortal Tower, and Heavenly Sound Pavilion were all relocated to the depths of the territory. Even the rich spiritual energy surrounding the area was transferred to the spaces of the Heavenly Sound Pavilion and the Drunken Immortal Tower. Thus, aside from a few conspicuous disciples of the Heavenly Sound Pavilion, Jiang Chen's domain now resembled an ordinary level 3 territory. Ing Man and Chu Xia, Wei Ming, Tu Xuan-Yuan, Mu Qing, Huang Xian, and Jiang Chen, a total of 7 lords, gathered around a round table in the center of the territory. The table was laden with delectable dishes, predominantly seafood. Of course, to avoid shocking the senses, Jiang Chen only provided a few epic quality delicacies, with the remainder being of exceptional quality. This alone left everyone astounded. Even Ing Man wore an expression of surprise. Though their strengths varied, these 7 represented the most formidable force of the town. Huang Xian had previously gambled everything to secure the 10th position on the troop strength leaderboard, and to his astonishment, his reward chest yielded a squad of exceptional troops. The Shadow Knights, barely elevating him into the ranks of the powerful. Tu Xuan-Yuan, standing around 5 feet tall, often remarked that among the Tianhu clan, she was considered tall. With her delicate features adorned by gold-rimmed glasses, she exuded a semblance of a professional woman, albeit with her furry ears lending her an endearing charm. At this moment, she sat beside Jiang Chen, her equally fluffy tail wagging excitedly, a hallmark of the Tianhu's delight. It's delicious. Absolutely delightful, exclaimed the little fox, her mouth smeared with grease. If only there were chicken as well. Huang Xian, hailing from a modest family, seemed a bit anxious at his first high-profile gathering, cautiously remarking, "It's for the best that these guys have moved away. The resources occupied by the other lords in the town have doubled, and monster resources are now more abundant." Wei Ming sighed. But what about the upcoming town ranking competitions? We are left with only half the number of participants. It's a disadvantage. Jiang Chen can carry the weight of the world. Xuan-Yuan swallowed her piece of fish and added, with brother Jiang Chen here, we have nothing to fear in any ranking competition. Though the little fox spoke truthfully, Jiang Chen still served her a generous piece of fish. If you cannot articulate, then perhaps you should indulge in more sustenance. What does it mean that Jiang Chen can support half the sky? Wei Ming patiently elucidated. The town ranking competition tests the comprehensive strength of a town, much like the recently concluded Battle of the Broken Domain. Even if Boss Jiang and the formidable Yin Mei are exceptionally powerful, one individual can only accumulate tens of thousands of points. It is impossible to secure a ranking in the town competition solely through individual efforts. Jiang Chen felt helpless. He certainly could not disclose that he alone had amassed over 3 million points. Explaining was one matter. Leaking information prematurely was another. It would be better to let them speculate after he secured the first place. After all, this group should be quite accustomed to it, right? Yin Mei nodded, acknowledging. This is indeed a concern, but given Jiang Chen's current reputation, announcing within the Dragon Kingdom to recruit some individuals should not pose much difficulty. As she spoke, she cast a glance at Jiang Chen. Although the advanced city relocation order is costly, it is not a significant sum for the second generation of prominent families. Jiang Chen had initially presumed that with Yin Mei's status, she would at least bring Meng Tian along for protection. To his surprise, she arrived alone, which once again caused Jiang Chen to regard her with newfound respect. The matter of recruiting individuals requires careful deliberation. Jiang Chen smiled and added, the purpose of gathering everyone here, aside from meeting one another, is twofold. First, the town shall be named Xuan-Yuan, symbolizing the hidden dragon emerging from the abyss, soaring to great heights, and I wish to solicit your suggestions. Second, we need to discuss the town's official positions. While the other official roles do not offer as significant enhancements as the mayor's position, they still provide minor individual boosts. Yin Mei replied directly, I have no objections to the name, but I shall forego the official position. Jiang Chen was not the least bit surprised. Are you planning to relocate? The crowd gasped at his words. Yin Mei inquired curiously, how did you deduce that? Jiang Chen gently uttered 3 words, hero position. You are quite astute. Yin Mei revealed an advanced city relocation order. Gesturing slightly, I can relinquish all other enhancements, but I cannot forfeit the hero position boost. So I must seek a town where I can become mayor instead. However, rest assured, there are a few descendants of Su Fu, that traitor, in Xingyang town, so I will not be leaving. We shall continue to fight alongside each other. And Chu Xiao expressed some reluctance. So, have you chosen which town to go to, sistering? I have chosen. It costs 10,000. Coincidentally, that town has a few lords descended from the Xianqin. Jiang Chen laughed upon hearing this. Then I wish you a smooth journey, great leader. As for the various official positions, I shall assign them now. Wei Ming will be appointed as the town's security officer. After distributing the several roles, Jiang Chen continued, in the future, I shall rely on you all to manage the affairs of the town. And Chu Xiao retorted, I feel as though you intend to be a hands-off manager. Jiang Chen responded, be confident, remove the as if, suddenly. Jiang Chen's expression shifted, and then he smiled, saying, the second town has broken through the domain. In the county channel, a notification appeared. Notice, Town 10148 has successfully breached the domain. Notice, all lords of Town 10148 have joined the county channel. Chapter 72, The Valor Lord. Another benefactor has arrived. However, what astonished Jiang Chen was that the second town to break through the domain was also from Dragon Country. It is noteworthy that the number of towns in Dragon Country is quite limited in Xingyang County. Soon, a message arrived. Greetings to the compatriots of Town 10,086. I am Yiren, the mayor of Town 10148. Oh, you have renamed it to Xuan-Yuan Town. The hidden dragon emerges. What a splendid name. Is the illustrious Jiang Chen, the creator of exceptional troops, present? And Chu Xiao glanced at Jiang Chen in surprise and remarked, Yiren seems to be that genius from the Bai Yi family. Indeed. Jiang Chen nodded, recalling that he had encountered this name during the provincial lord competition. Hello, Mayor Yi. I am Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen greeted politely, then inquired curiously. You completed the domain break so swiftly. Does that mean you have given up on the town ranking competition? Yiren expressed her frustration. Surely. Jiang Chen knows the plight of our Dragon Country town in Xingyang County. Many powerful lords intend to claim their domain rewards and then relocate. The most significant reward from the town ranking competition, town fortune, cannot be taken with them. This explanation was quite reasonable. It was indeed unwise to delay the domain break for rewards that could not be transported. Moreover, relocating earlier would allow the relocation order to cool down more swiftly. If unsatisfied, one could always move again. What are your plans, Mayor Yi? Yi Yiren replied calmly. It is impossible for us to retreat in such a cowardly manner. Even if we cannot prevail, we must engage fiercely with the little devils. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. This aligned perfectly with Wei Ming's thoughts. An hour later, the heavenly decree announced that the third town had successfully broken through the domain. Jiang Chen was delighted to discover that it was yet another town from Dragon Country. The mayor was named Xiao Wushang, also hailing from Baya City. Yi Yiren exclaimed in surprise. Senior Xiao Wushang has also broken through? Xiao Wushang cursed. Don't even mention it. These cowards have been frightened to death by those little devils and are eager to break through. Yi Yiren sighed. It seems that our Dragon Country town will face complete annihilation in this ranking competition. Xiao Wushang replied, not necessarily. I've heard that Town 10010 has a descendant of the Ming Emperor who is willing to spend lavishly to retain the warlords of the town. They might have a chance to enter the top 10. Man interjected. You must be referring to Zhu Yeqing, to my knowledge. He is a valor lord and seems to command the Jinyui. Upon hearing this, the crowd reacted with varied expressions. Xiao Wushang remarked. So it turns out to be a prominent figure from the Xianqining family. I am truly humbled. And Chu Xia, Wei Ming, and the others were elated. After all, having such a formidable ally emerge from the county seat would alleviate their pressure. Jiang Chen, however, was somewhat taken aback. A valor lord was indeed a rare breed among lords, focusing on enhancing personal combat prowess. Even the heart of a lord is akin to a talent that enhances oneself, such as gaining an extra point of spirit for every 100 inhabitants that populate their territory. In the later stages, valiant lords will possess the strength to tear apart dragons. Of course, this is contingent upon their survival until that point. Regardless, those with the audacity to become valiant lords, provided they do not fall, are destined for extraordinary achievements in the future. Yi Yiren exclaimed in astonishment. Epic unit, the Imperial Guards? Valiant lords. Shouldn't they dominate the rankings in the town's competition? Xiao Wushang replied. It's exceedingly difficult. It is said that for this ranking competition, a faction known as the Divine Eight Sakura royal family has spared no expense in acquiring high-level city relocation orders, inviting 3 formidable warlords from other Sakura Kingdom towns that have yet to break through the domain, all descendants of the 6th celestial realm. Xiao Wushang continued, and this is merely the 10222 town. Other Sakura towns are not lacking in strong contenders, given their vast numbers. And Chu Xia suddenly interjected. As soon as 100 towns break through the domain, the town ranking competition will conclude. If all Dragon Kingdom towns manage to break through within 2 days, they could secure all top 10 positions as the diplomatic envoy from Longyuan town. And Chu Xia was the only lord besides Jiang Chen allowed to speak without restrictions. Yi Yiren remarked. It's classmate Chu Xia. What you propose has crossed our minds, but it seems rather impractical. Among our towns, we have quite a few strong individuals, yet even some weaker towns may struggle to break through, even with an additional week. And Chu Xia considered this as well. With Jiang Chen, Man, and herself, their own town's battle for domain was still quite arduous. It was even less feasible for other towns. Ultimately, she could only let out a resigned sigh. The group savored their delicacies while engaging in conversation with their compatriots from the other 2 towns. However, just as the gathering was about to disperse, 2 announcements flashed across the screen. Announcement: Town 10111 has completed its domain break and joined the county chat channel. Announcement: Town 15123 has completed its domain break and joined the county chat channel. Wei Ming muttered. Those little devils have returned. What a dampener. Sanben Si Lu sputtered a series of unintelligible words in the Sakura language. Xiao Wushang, known for his fiery temper, retorted, keep your foreign tongue to yourself. This is a battlefield for all races. Either be silent or use the universal language. Sanben Si Lu snapped back. Baka, how dare you insult the noble Sakura tongue? You shall pay dearly. Tukauchi Shinichi declared. In less than a month, our great Sakura Empire will conquer the entire county. At that point, the entire county will speak our language. Sanben Si Lu chimed in. Indeed, Xuan-Yuan is right. We shall unify Qingyang County, starting with this town ranking competition's first place. The two seemingly proud yet inwardly insecure individuals from the Sakura Kingdom left Jiang Chen feeling somewhat repulsed. Nevertheless, he persisted in observing the unfolding events. Xiao Wushang warned, "Do not celebrate too soon, lest you find yourself slapped in the face." Tukauchi Shinichi proposed, "Yamamoto-kun, let us not pay heed to these stubborn Dragon Kingdom denizens. How about we wager on which lord's town will secure first place in this town ranking competition?" Sanbin 46. "Very well, Takeda-kun. I shall proceed to establish a betting platform at the exchange." Takeda Shinichi, "Dragon Kingdom folks, aren't you all so boastful? If you have the guts, wager on your own dragon town to win." Xiao Wushang, seething with indignation, could not truly stake a bet on Dragon Town's victory, for that would be akin to throwing his own money into the abyss. Yi Iran urged, "Senior Wushang, temper your anger. Let us exhibit rational patriotism." Xiao Wushang retorted angrily, "I shall not stoop to their level." Before long. Notice, Lord Sanbin 46 has established a betting platform at the exchange. Click to view rules. Jiang Chen was elated. Another opportunity for fortune had arisen, courtesy of the Sakura Nation. Spending this money would undoubtedly be more gratifying. Moreover, this was a county-level betting platform. Even though only towns that have transcended the limits could place bets, it still encompassed over 100 towns. In truth, with Jiang Chen's current capabilities, amassing wealth would be a trivial endeavor. Without delving into other ventures, merely enhancing a legendary piece of equipment could yield an income in the millions of spirit stones. However, Jiang Chen remained exceedingly cautious. Otherwise, he would not have sold an epic hero token to Enchuxia under the pretense of a merchant caravan. After a forthright discussion with Lord Luoshi, Jiang Chen's prudence intensified. As Luoshi remarked, "You are currently navigating turbulent waters. It is wise to remain as inconspicuous as possible." Thus, compared to selling high-tier items, Jiang Chen preferred the legitimacy of gambling as a source of income. Of course, revealing one's strength was permissible, but only when the benefits were substantial. For instance, the overall attributes of 50 for the first place in this town ranking competition, along with a fortune of 5 for the town. Upon seeing the Sakura Nation's betting platform, Ing-Mei jested, "Yeah, did you not claim that Jiang Chen could shoulder half the sky? Now that the Sakura Nation has opened a betting platform, would you care to place a wager on our Xuan-Yuan town?" And Chuxia shot Ing-Mei a disapproving glance. "Ingjia, do not tease Yaya." Unexpectedly, Tushan Yaya, in a fit of defiance, declared, "Humph, I shall place a bet." Jiang Chen hastily opened the betting platform and discovered that indeed, Xuan-Yuan town had been staked with 10,000 spirit stones. He inwardly cursed Ing-Mei for stirring up trouble. Now, a portion of the betting funds would be siphoned off by the little fox. Moreover, the little fox seemed to have wagered 10,000 spirit stones for the sake of pride. Ing-Mei also noticed the betting platform, initially taken aback, then apologetically stated, "My apologies, Yaya, I was merely joking with you. I shall cover this amount." With that, she promptly transferred 10,000 spirit stones to Tushan Yaya. Seeing that she had incurred no loss, Tushan Yaya instantly beamed. "Thank you, Ingjia. If we lose, it shall be on you. If we win, it shall be ours." Haraha. Ing-Mei laughed heartily. Yaya was simply adorable. Naturally, both regarded the 10,000 spirit stones as a sunk cost. At that moment, Sanbin 46 exclaimed, "Ha ha, foolish Dragon Kingdom inhabitants, to think someone would wager 10,000 spirit stones on the 10,086 town. Oh, it is now called Xuan-Yuan town, is it? Shinichi Takeda, Yamamoto-kun, do they truly possess the confidence to stake 10,000 spirit stones?" Sanbon Shijiroku, "What nonsense are you speaking, Takeda-kun? Their premature breach of the domain is merely a stroke of luck. Do not even mention the first place. If Xuan-Yuan town manages to secure a position within the top 10, I shall immediately take my own life." Chapter 73, The Profound Arts of 8 and 9. The Outer Realm. The construction of the arbitrary gate. Upon hearing Yamamoto's words, Takeda Jini hastily offered his apologies. "I spoke thoughtlessly. Please do not take offense, Yamamoto-kun." The other two from the Dragon Kingdom towns were equally perplexed. Xiao Wushang inquired, "Which esteemed individual has exerted such pressure? Is there truly some hidden information behind this?" Ing-Man swiftly took charge of the situation, declaring, "No, there is no hidden agenda. This is my doing, and I miscalculated. She did not wish for these individuals to blindly follow suit and incur losses. Yi Yiren remarked, so it is. Sister Ing, please refrain from making further mistakes. This is akin to gifting the little devils our funds. Seeing that the two believed her, Ing Man breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Chen also felt a sense of ease. Takeda Zhini exclaimed, Baka, I have tolerated that Chinese woman for far too long. Should you utter another disrespectful word, do not blame me for invoking the order of eradication. Yi Yiren retorted, how presumptuous of you, little devil. You think I have given you face? If you dare, invoke that order now. Jiang Chen could not help but chuckle at their fiery tempers. After a brief interlude, the gathering concluded on a pleasant note. At least, Jiang Chen was quite pleased. Before departing, Jiang Chen presented a selection of delicacies from the drunken Immortal Pavilion to everyone. My territory possesses only a few local specialties. Consider this a token of payment for your services. In truth, what Jiang Chen offered was merely the communal meal prepared for the disciples of Tianyin. After all, as they prepared to contend for the county seat, the efforts of everyone would be indispensable. Although these delicacies held little value for the Tianyin disciples, they could still provide a modest enhancement to the attributes of elite and even rare troops. Wei Ming was profoundly moved, thumping his chest heartily. Rest assured, boss. I shall spare no effort in ensuring the security of our territory. Huang Xian felt as though he were in a dream. Thank you, Boss Jiang. Thank you, Boss Jiang. Mu Qingxuang took a deep breath. I am but a lieutenant and cannot represent the Jiangnan military region, so I can only express my gratitude as a soldier. You are all too kind, Jiang Chen reflected. Before retrieving the epic spear, the dragon beard spear, offered by the former Empress as deep-sea bait. Would the esteemed Ing Man be interested in this? It was obtained from a treasure chest previously. Jiang Chen spoke candidly. The epic equipment, the dragon beard spear, made Ing Man's eyes sparkle. What a pity that its level is somewhat low. If only it were level 20. How about 5 million spirit stones? Her 100 battles penetrating armor army consisted of spearmen. Jiang Chen was quite satisfied with this price. The two parties reached a pleasant agreement. In truth, Jiang Chen still possessed several pieces of epic equipment acquired during the Battle of the Broken Realm, though all were above level 30 and currently of no use to anyone. The portal shimmered and shrank as Jiang Chen watched the silhouettes of the six vanish into the night. Later that night, Jiang Chen sat upon the bed in the Lord's manor and consumed today's life essence. Instantly, he felt invigorated and his mind cleared. He anticipated that after consuming 2 more bottles, his aptitude would advance to B level, resulting in a further surge in attributes. Subsequently, Jiang Chen retrieved a tome. Iron Shirt, a cultivation technique of body refinement, when perfected, can transform one's flesh into bronze and bones into iron. This was one of the techniques acquired from the Tian family's merchant group. Although this technique can grant additional attributes, it lacks the immediacy of leveling up or donning equipment. The enhancement to combat strength is even less pronounced than that of skills. Moreover, since Jiang Chen did not need to engage in battle personally, he had never chosen a technique for himself. However, having now completed the breakthrough into a more grandiose world and poised to engage in battle against the Lord of Sakura country, Jiang Chen deemed it necessary to bolster his self-defense capabilities. How to enhance his self-preservation? Naturally, by mindlessly augmenting his physical prowess. This time, he had won a staggering 111 million spirit stones from Ing Man. Although constructing the Fountain of Life and other extravagant expenditures consumed a significant portion, Jiang Chen still possessed nearly 30 million spirit stones. He had long since decided on his enhancement target. With the expenditure of 20 million spirit stones, he chose to enhance the direction of the 8-9 mysterious art, upper volume. As the golden light dissipated, a jade tome materialized in Jiang Chen's hand. 8-9 mysterious art, upper volume, a grade originating from the protective divine arts of the second heaven. It is the paramount body refinement technique among myriad races. Reminder, this technique is divided into 3 sections, upper, middle, and lower. When perfected, it can manipulate the heavens and the earth, and its practitioner can achieve a saintly physical form. However, this technique cannot be practiced in conjunction with others, and progress is slow. Only those of great will, profound wisdom, and extraordinary fortune can master it. Practicing this art carries risks. Caution is advised when beginning. The illustrious 8-9 mysterious art was certainly known to Jiang Chen. If the upper volume alone is rated as a grade, then the middle volume must be S grade, corresponding to the divine level. And the upper volume has likely transcended the divine, achieving eternity. As for the warnings regarding great will, wisdom, and fortune, Jiang Chen paid them no mind. Why should a prodigy concern himself with such matters? He was eager to learn. The jade tome vanished. The Yin number is 8, the Yang number is 9. The product of 8 and 9 represents the highest number in Taoism. A profound incantation firmly etched itself into Jiang Chen's mind. Hiss! Jiang Chen felt his physical form being reinforced to an unfathomable degree, involuntarily letting out a moan. 1 minute later. Notification, your 8-9 mysterious art. Upper volume has reached the entry level. I am so hungry. Fortunately, Jiang Chen was well prepared. He took out several portions of legendary meat and ravenously devoured them, accompanied by the fountain of life. Ah, much better. After consuming 5 servings of meat, Jiang Chen let out a satisfied burp and then turned his gaze to his attributes. Jiang Chen, level 10, attributes. Physique 248, 300, spiritual power 198, soul 142, 100, capacity 221. Technique 8-9 mysterious art, upper volume. Entry level, a grade. Skills, none. Equipment, phantom armor, combat strength evaluation, 265, 300. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. The entry-level 8-9 mysterious art had increased his physique by a remarkable 300 points. It is worth noting that he was only at level 10. From the perspective of attributes, he could undoubtedly tear apart dragons of the same caliber. The Angel Yan's holy body, also an A-grade technique, boasts a full attribute score of 100. In comparison, it is evident that the specialized physique training of the 8-9 profound art surpasses it. This is merely the upper level. The extraordinary effects left Jiang Chen with an impulse to further enhance a volume to present to the Empress. Such a gift would enable all disciples of Tianyin to instantly access the technique, doubling their combat prowess. However, upon noticing that his previously minor achievement level, 9th set of radio calisthenics, had vanished from his skill list, Jiang Chen promptly dismissed this notion. He finally comprehended the meaning of incompatibility with other techniques. Although the 8-9 profound art is formidable, its progression is slow and demands astronomical resources, which he could not afford. If the Tianyin disciples were to learn it, they might find themselves forever stagnated, rendering that class essentially obsolete. Having acquired the new technique, Jiang Chen treasured it immensely. He immediately began practicing according to the comprehensive guide of the profound arts. A few minutes later, the sound of even breathing resonated through his bedroom. The following day, Jiang Chen rose early, feeling invigorated. He couldn't help but exclaim, "The 8-9 profound art is indeed wondrous." The first thing he did upon waking was to check the status of the county channel. Overnight, the number of towns that had breached the domain had increased to 11. Aside from the 2 towns from Sakura country that had broken through last night, astonishingly, all the others were from Dragon country. A flicker of realization crossed Jiang Chen's eyes. This was undoubtedly a directive from the higher-ups of Sakura country, instructing all towns to delay their breaches to allow the seed towns more time to compete in the town rankings. As for the 2 that breached last night, they were likely also at the behest of Sakura's higher echelons, entering the county to gather intelligence. Of course, no matter how Sakura country orchestrated its plans, it was merely a race for second place. The only impact on Jiang Chen was a delay of a few days in securing his gambling winnings. Next, Jiang Chen inspected the newly constructed mayor-exclusive building, the Gateway. It upgraded directly to level 3. Gateway, level 3, function 1. Consumes spirit stones to open a gateway between any 2 coordinates within the town and a 300-kilometer radius. A maximum of 4 gateways can exist simultaneously. Function 2. The gateway can exist permanently, but maintaining it requires the consumption of spirit stones. Function 3. The gateway size can be adjusted. Larger sizes consume more spirit stones. Function 4. The mayor can share the gateway with other lords of the town or their heroes. The gateway is also one of the mayor's privileges, with the level 3 gateway extending the range to 300 kilometers beyond the town map. Jiang Chen designated 1 gateway for his exclusive use, while setting the other 3 as shared for the town. Notice, Mayor Jiang Chen has shared the gateway. Click to use. After a moment of calm, the regional channel erupted into a jubilant frenzy. Oh my, 3 teleportation gates. The mayor is truly impressive. My territory's portal has yet to be completed, yet the leader has already established the teleportation gates? Wei Ming exclaimed. 3 teleportation gates. This indicates that the leader has at least upgraded them to level 2. How many empty crystal stones must that require? If those deserters from yesterday knew that the leader had constructed the teleportation gates so swiftly, they would undoubtedly be filled with regret now. Alas, upon inspection, I discovered it is a reasonably priced shared service. Long live the leader. Long live the leader. Brothers who have finished using it, please release it promptly, so as not to hinder others from utilizing it. Seeing this, Jiang Chen smiled faintly and closed the town channel. With the teleportation gates, the lords could instantaneously reach their desired leveling spots, greatly conserving time. Jiang Chen also opened the built-in terrain map of the teleportation gates and studied it intently. Soon, Jiang Chen selected his destination and gently said, "Generate the teleportation gate. Height 5 meters. Notice, the 2 coordinates you selected are 400 kilometers apart, consuming 4,000 spirit stones. Each additional minute will require 400 spirit stones. Do you confirm?" For Jiang Chen, 4,000 spirit stones were relatively inexpensive. This was due to the great distance and the size of the portal. Confirm. No further prompts. In no time, a 5-meter-high teleportation gate unfolded in the center of the territory square. Through the gate, one could see an endless expanse of grassland. Jiang Chen, feeling a surge of excitement, proclaimed, "Empress, Li Han Yi, all dragons, divine warriors, the saintess of the 9 heavens, and the true transmission of Tianyin. Let us go. This lord shall take you to the outer realms." Chapter 74. The Transformation of Longjiao. A win-win collaboration. The copper mine. The concept of the outer realm is relative. For a newly ascended lord, the unknown territories beyond the town represent the outer realm. Exploring these regions signifies greater peril and abundant opportunities, a favorite pursuit of warlords. In contrast, for agrarian and entertainment lords, the extensive maps within the town suffice for early upgrades and development, offering relative safety. Even if a territory is subjected to a conquest order, allies can swiftly provide support via teleportation arrays. 300 kilometers from Xuan-Yuan town. Amidst the boundless expanse of the vast grassland, a 5-meter-high portal abruptly materialized, shattering the ancient tranquility. The Empress stepped forth, and a sightless iron lion beast, just about to unleash its gaping maw, was cleaved in 2 by her sword. Following her, the 9 heavens' holy maiden and the goddess warriors emerged in succession, taking their positions to either side. It was then that Jiang Chen strode out. The visibility in the outer map far surpassed that of the town, allowing him to see a kilometer ahead. Notification: you have discovered the wind-whispering grassland, the iron lion beast. Jiang Chen gazed at the carcass. A level 35-45 iron lion beast, with the king variant reaching exceptional quality. Quite impressive. Following Jiang Chen were the 70 members of the Tianyin True Inheritance. Finally, the colossal form of Longjiao squeezed through the portal and soared into the sky. Jiang Chen began to allocate teams. Yin and the giant dragons would freely explore the map. The Tianyin True Inheritance would be grouped into teams of 10, each led by a 9 heavens holy maiden. The goddess warriors were divided into 2 smaller squads. 2 days prior, when departing from the Broken Realm battlefield, Jiang Chen had 10 million energy remaining. Coupled with the energy acquired over the past few days, the goddess warriors, 9 heavens holy maidens, and giant dragons had all reached level 13. With level 40 ordinary monsters averaging a combat power of around 140 stars, this assembly was more than capable of handling them with ease. According to the rules of the Myriad Clan's battlefield, defeating monsters over 10 levels higher would yield additional energy and drop rate bonuses. This too serves as one of the advantages of higher-tier troops. After organizing the teams, Jiang Chen emphasized, everyone, act freely. Should you encounter monsters of exceptional quality or above, immediately report your location. However, it was understood that high-quality monsters are a rare find. Routine monster hunting remains the norm for all lords. As Jiang Chen's words faded, a notification beeped. It was a video call from Enchuxia. "I truly do not know whom I have offended." Upon answering, Enchuxia complained, "I just arrived in the outer realm and encountered an epic level earth bear, a daunting level 30. The dwarf king is no match for it. And now this accursed beast is relentlessly pursuing me, having already slain 2 of my Longbeard warriors. Can you, esteemed town master, resolve this? If not, I will have no choice but to retreat back to the town. Jiang Chen was momentarily speechless, then promptly declared, give me the coordinates. I will dispatch troops immediately. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The path had certainly narrowed. As long as he followed the footsteps of his classmate in Xuxia, how could he possibly lack a boss? After a brief contemplation, Jiang Chen waved his hand decisively. Level up. Ascend directly to level 20. A series of radiant halos enveloped Long Jiao, whose form continuously expanded, quickly transforming into a colossal being exceeding 30 meters in length. A level 20 dragon, with combat power reaching 360 stars. Notification: your unit Long Jiao has reached level 20. Unlocking the skill, transformation. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction and then curiously inquired, Little Jiao, let me see your transformation. The others also gazed at Long Jiao with intrigue. Long Jiao, feeling somewhat shy, remarked, with so many people watching, it feels a bit awkward. Lord, could you perhaps ask them to turn around? Jiang Chen chuckled, stop dawdling. Hurry and transform. We have tasks to attend to. Beside them, Long Shi comforted, Sister Jiao, among the dragon kin, you are a true beauty. Even if you appear less than attractive post-transformation, it won't be too far off. Thank you, little Shi. Long Jiao shot Long Shi a sideways glance. Then, her massive form seemed to condense into a sphere of energy, rapidly shrinking until she assumed a humanoid shape approximately 1.7 meters tall. Upon seeing Long Jiao's transformed visage, Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Chen Farong? Post-transformation, Long Jiao sported a sleek bob of black hair, clad in a short jacket and a form-fitting skirt. Her long legs adorned with silky, flesh-toned stockings. This was undeniably the image Jiang Chen had of Long Jiao from the Hong Kong films in his mind. Goodness, could my ingrained stereotypes have such a profound influence? Even a dragon's transformation is affected. Jiang Chen was quite pleased with Long Jiao's transformed appearance, and even more so with her attributes. After the transformation, Long Jiao's combat power remained unchanged at 360 stars, indicating that her overall attributes were consistent. The distinction lay in her physique, spiritual energy, and soul, all of which had diminished, merely surpassing that of an ordinary level 20 legendary unit by a slim margin. However, her capacity was no longer 0 but had reached 270 points, signifying that Long Jiao could finally don equipment. Jiang Chen retrieved an exquisite piece of courage armor, consuming 700,000 spirit stones. He opted for enhancement direction, resulting in a level 20 dragon soul armor. Ultimately, Jiang Chen expended 4 million spirit stones to custom enhance a superb epic set for Long Jiao. The level 20 epic set, when evaluated solely on its additional attributes, was no less impressive than the Empress' flowing cloud set, though its additional skills were significantly inferior. Long Jiao's combat power surged to 480 stars, with her physique soaring to an impressive 600 points. This is the might of a dragon. Without premium equipment, the strength of the dragon form vastly exceeds that of the humanoid. However, with premium equipment, the humanoid's prowess far surpasses that of the dragon form. Thus, it all boils down to wealth. Of course, until combat power reaches 10,000 stars, the humanoid form cannot fly. At this moment, Xuxiao also sent her coordinates. Activate the portal. After greeting Xuxiao, who stood opposite the portal, Jiang Chen addressed Long Jiao. Little Jiao, I appoint you as the special envoy of the territory. For the time being, you shall remain by Lord Xuxiao's side. Should any monsters arise that Lord Xuxia cannot handle, you are to take action. Long Jiao responded eagerly, yes, my lord, at once. Jiang Chen leaned against the portal, watching as Long Jiao swiftly dispatched a level 30 earth bear. Meanwhile, Xuxia stood beside him, her expression one of astonishment. After a considerable pause, she finally exclaimed, this is the dragon from that day, transformed at level 20? Her name is Long Jiao, and you may call her Little Jiao. Jiang Chen nodded, a smile gracing his lips. In the outer realm, you might encounter unforeseen dangers. You often attract high-tier bosses, so it is prudent for Little Jiao to accompany you from now on. Rest assured, she will not interfere with monsters you can handle. This arrangement would not only allow for boss defeats, but also provide reassurance to Enluashi, a true win-win situation. Xuxiao was deeply moved, yet hastily declined. Little Jiao is your greatest asset. If you place her by my side, what will happen to your safety? You have created an extraordinary unit, and your reputation precedes you. I fear that even Sakura Kingdom and Lighthouse Kingdom are secretly coveting your prowess." Jiang Chen was pleased with Enchuxia's words. Not only did they show her understanding, but they also proved that Yin Man held principles, as she had not divulged his secret weapon to her close friend. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Chen summoned the remaining 11 dragons, which roared past the portal, coming into view for Enchuxia. Not just a single dragon. Jiang Chen chuckled at Enchuxia's stunned expression, but a whole squadron of dragons. Yet, he had underestimated the awe inspired by a legion of legendary units. Good heavens! 12 dragons. Enchuxia instinctively clutched her chest, her excitement rendering her almost speechless. Is this the benefit of achieving the status of world-renowned? No wonder you were able to defeat Sister Ing and secure the mayoral position. At that moment, Long Jiao had also vanquished the Earth Bear. Fortune smiled upon her, as she looted an epic scroll, earthquake, and a piece of 30-level epic armor. Jiang Chen gestured toward the massive bear carcass, saying, "I shall not be shy about claiming the item rewards. I will share half of the epic bear meat with you later, which should amount to around 1,000 units." Feeling a bit guilty for taking such a substantial share, Jiang Chen recalled that his legendary farmers not only produced 5 times the yield, but could also decompose legendary ingredients beyond their tier. By this reckoning, the 1,000 units he offered Enchuxia barely constituted a fraction of his gains. Yet, Enchuxia resolutely shook her head. "Without your support, I would have had to retreat in utter disarray, suffering even greater losses. What you have gained is a testament to your own abilities. It is a win-win situation." Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and remarked, "Then how about this? I shall prepare some exquisite epic delicacies and send them your way." Enchuxia hesitated before nodding. "Well, all right, but not too much." He chuckled lightly. "You carry on with your tasks. I shall also venture forth to slay some monsters." Long Jiao jumped up and waved. "Farewell, my lord. Little Jiao will miss you." Enchuxia gazed on, filled with envy. Even an ordinary lord, upon acquiring epic units, would require lavish feasts to sustain them. For instance, her own dwarf king, despite his diligent efforts, incessantly demanded ale, throwing tantrums if denied. Yet here, the dragon was nearly becoming a sycophant, while Jiang Chen remained somewhat aloof. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen had just waved his hand to dismiss the teleportation portal when he received a message from Yin. "Report, my lord. 10 kilometers to the southeast. A pack of ironback howlers has been discovered, numbering approximately 1,000. Among them is a level 43 exceptional howler king. Furthermore, there is a fine copper mine near the wolf pack." Upon hearing about the copper mine, a radiant smile blossomed on Jiang Chen's face once more. Chapter 75, Promotion to Level 4. The domain is shattered. The cherry blossoms approach. After the initial excitement, Jiang Chen could not help but remark, with such a constitution, classmate and could activate her abilities even through a dimensional gate. Refined copper is an essential resource for upgrading to level 4 territory and is the only resource Jiang Chen currently lacks. Under normal circumstances, it is quite challenging to find refined copper mines in the town's map unless one is blessed with fortune. In other words, if the town does not shatter its domain, it would be exceedingly difficult for the territory to advance to level 4. A splendid start indeed. "It seems I must interact more with classmaten. I shall go over now," Jiang Chen commanded, then called to the Empress and others. "Let us get to work." 10 minutes later, with a resounding boom, Jiang Chen delivered a powerful punch, sending the 3-meter-tall ironback howling wolf flying several dozen meters. When it landed, its skull was significantly caved in, and after a few convulsions, it lay still. "Haha, what a thrill." Jiang Chen laughed heartily. "With my current foundation, it would be a pity not to become a valiant lord." However, after slaying a few creatures, Jiang Chen decided to cease. It is said that battles can be addictive, and he did not wish to become a battle fanatic. After all, one who frequently walks by the river is bound to get their shoes wet. The great warrior of the Ming dynasty from the 6th heaven serves as a cautionary tale. Before long, the entire wolf pack, including the ironback howling wolf king, was eradicated, yielding 360,000 energy and over 200 items, including treasure chests and equipment, all of which he unceremoniously stored away. Subsequently, Jiang Chen opened his exclusive dimensional gate and disposed of dozens of well-crafted wolf corpses back at his territory. He then instructed through the dimensional gate, farmers 1 to 4, You are to immediately begin harvesting the refined copper mines here. The four responded respectfully, at your command. My lord. Within Xuan-Yuan town, apart from Jiang Chen, no other lord could venture 300 kilometers into the outer domain. Perhaps Yi could, but with her strength. Entering a map populated by level 40 monsters would not only fail to enhance her leveling efficiency, but could also result in casualties among her troops. Thus, for the next 2 days, Jiang Chen monopolized the map, reveling in the experience. He systematically exterminated large monster groups within a radius of 100 kilometers, slaying 11 exceptional level creatures alone. Meanwhile, Long Jiao, on Enchushia's side, once again dispatched an epic-level Golden Lion King, causing Jiang Chen to reflect on his foresight. In these 2 days, 2 significant events transpired. The first event, Town 10,000 successfully shattered its domain. After bidding farewell to everyone, Yi used a high-level city relocation order to depart, successfully becoming the mayor of Town 10,000. The second event, another cherry blossom town shattered its domain. While a commonplace occurrence, it soon became noteworthy when the town's mayor, Fujiwara Rya, announced in the county channel, "Greetings, Lord Jiang Chen. The Grand Cherry Blossom Empire has always valued talent, and we hope to establish a close friendship with you. Any conditions such as wealth, beauty, or status, please feel free to propose." A sudden stirring in Jiang Chen's heart prompted him to glance at his private messages. To his surprise, he discovered that this individual had sent him numerous messages, but he had never bothered to read those from strangers. With a sense of indifference, Jiang Chen scoffed at the notion. Can an ant truly befriend a dragon? Xia Hoshang chuckled. Haha, well said, Master Jiang Chen. Even Fujiwara Long seemed taken aback by Jiang Chen's merciless retort, leaving him in a fit of rage, muttering a single word, arrogance. However, following this incident, Jiang Chen grew increasingly cautious, for while it is wise to underestimate one's enemies strategically, one must always regard them with seriousness tactically. Before long, the day arrived for the Blue Star Passage to open. The strategy for monster hunting in the Outer Realms had become routine, with even the ordinary disciples of Tianyin venturing into the level 30 Outer Realms to hunt. Jiang Chen entrusted the authority of the portal to the Empress, retreating to his territory to enjoy a life of ease. As evening approached, Jiang Chen was diligently practicing the 8-9 profound art. Just as he began to drift into slumber, he received a prompt from the Heavenly Tao. Notification: you have upgraded your lord's mansion to level 4, unlocking the building Swordsman Hall, and your territory has expanded to 70,000 square meters. Notification: the area of the deep space in the cave heaven has been expanded to 70,000 square meters. At last, he had reached level 4. The area of the deep space in the cave heaven now matched that of the external space. With this upgrade, Jiang Chen's territory had instantaneously increased to 140,000 square meters, greatly alleviating the pressure of land scarcity he had been experiencing, especially since epic buildings demand vast expanses. As for the newly unlocked building, Swordsman Hall, it allows for the recruitment of human swordsmen. After reaching level 4, ordinary lords could finally begin mass-producing elite troops. Yet, for Jiang Chen, it was still of little significance. Suddenly, a notification from the county town caught Jiang Chen's attention. Announcement: Town 10222 has completed its dimensional breach and joined the county town chat channel. 10,222. Jiang Chen instantly recalled what Xiao Wushang had mentioned days prior. This Sakura town boasted a descendant of the divine martial emperor, who had rallied several formidable warlords, making it the top seed in the town's ranking tournament. Shortly thereafter, announcement: Town 10010 has completed its dimensional breach and joined the county town chat channel. Zhu Yeqing, greetings, brothers of the Dragon Kingdom. I am Zhu Yeqing, willing to share life and death with my fellow compatriots of the Dragon Kingdom. Indeed, it was the descendant of the Ming Emperor. Zhu Yeqing, oh, has a betting pool opened for this town ranking tournament? Haha, I happen to be quite confident in my own town, so I shall wager 1 million spirit stones for fun. Announcement: Town 12158 has completed its dimensional breach. Yet another Sakura town. Within a mere 2 hours, over 20 towns had successfully breached dimensions. It appears that the small town, eager to compete in the rankings, has begun to break the boundaries. Indeed, if they do not act swiftly, they risk falling beyond the top 100 and losing their qualification for the rankings. This implies that, at the earliest today and at the latest tomorrow, the standings for the small towns competition will be announced. At that moment, I shall gain a substantial fortune in spiritual stones. As Jiang Chen contemplated how to spend this newfound wealth, a message flashed across the county channel. Xuan-Yuan remarked, "Lord Jiang Chen, I have heard that you have declined my generous offer. Although this is a foolish decision, in my magnanimity, I am willing to grant you another opportunity to choose." Jiang Chen could not help but chuckle in disbelief. Yi Irin retorted sharply, "Are the lords of Sakura country all as dull as dogs, unable to comprehend human speech?" Yamamoto 46 interjected, "Baka, how dare that Chinese woman show disrespect to Lord Shinba? She deserves to perish." Shinba-Yu responded, "Yamamoto, how can you speak so to a lady?" Yamamoto 46 replied, "Lord Shin, you are indeed correct. Lady Yi, please accept my apologies." Seeing Jiang Chen's silence, Xuan-Yuan remained unfazed. "In that case, I hope Lord Jiang Chen continues to exhibit such fortitude. If I were you, I would immediately flee Qingyang County with my tail between my legs." This fellow is employing a provocation tactic to compel me to stay in Qingyang Town. Is he preparing for a confrontation? Jiang Chen finally felt a flicker of interest. In the management group of Longyuan Town, and Xuxia expressed her concern. "Jiang Chen, did you see what that Xuan-Yuan said in the county channel?" Jiang Chen replied, "You are aware of my capabilities. Do not worry." And Xuxia cautioned, "A direct attack is easy to evade, but a hidden strike is perilous." Wei Ming, somewhat anxious, added, "Boss, if they issue a decree against you, remember to inform everyone immediately. Although we may not possess your strength, we can still lend our support." Today, after returning to Blue Star, I was summoned by the military district commander. Mu Qingshuang suddenly declared, "The commander's intention is for you to vacate Qingyang County immediately. He even entrusted me with a high-level relocation order for you. Your creation of an exceptional troop type is a value beyond what we ordinary warlords can compare. Any of us may perish, but you must not." Jiang Chen was somewhat moved. "Please convey my gratitude to the commander. I appreciate his goodwill." Tu Shanye, with her unique perspective, suggested, "Why not have brother Jiang Chen seek refuge in my territory? They would never suspect it." Jiang Chen laughed softly. "There is no need to be anxious. Even if the Sakura country truly intends to take action, it will undoubtedly occur after the rankings for this small town competition are announced. We shall deal with it then." Unfortunately, before Jiang Chen could finish his thought, he was abruptly interrupted. A disciple of Tianyin, tasked with guarding the territory, hurried to Jiang Chen's side. "My lord, several humanoid cloaked units have appeared outside the territory and have been marked by the lighthouse." "Cloaked units?" Jiang Chen's spirit lifted, and he immediately commanded, "Relay my orders. Do not act rashly." Ascending to the terrace of the drunken immortal pavilion, Jiang Chen gazed into the distance in the direction indicated by the Tianyin disciple. This is one of the functions of the blessed realms. In the depths of space, one can observe the exterior, yet the interior remains shrouded from view. Indeed, several shadowy figures are probing the vicinity of their territory. Each shadow is adorned with a grand lantern atop their heads, a mark of the lighthouse. Naturally, this lighthouse emblem is visible solely to Jiang Chen and those he has authorized. The figures themselves remain oblivious. Fascinating. Moments later, the shadows recede. Soon after, hundreds of figures emerge from the mist of war, a mere 1,300 meters away. The Qidao troops, the Kamakura warriors, the Xinjiang division, and a small squad of sword masters. Upon recognizing several distinctly Sakura Kingdom units among them, Jiang Chen's expression darkens. There are no indications of an external territory forcibly migrating into the town. This implies only one possibility. They have entered Longyuan Town via a teleportation array belonging to a lord within the town. 1 kilometer outside Jiang Chen's territory, a lord from the Sakura Kingdom chuckles. Indeed, just as Lord Shinba predicted, there are only a handful of units within Jiang Chen's domain. His self-created elite units are still upgrading in the outer realm. Watanabe, once we are 300 meters from Jiang Chen's territory, promptly employ the spatial sealing scroll to prevent him from utilizing the teleportation array and any gateways. How surprising that Jiang Chen's territory lacks even a watchtower. Watanabe, filled with excitement, exclaims, "This is even smoother than anticipated." Initially, We aimed merely to destroy Jiang Chen's territory as a lesson. Yet we did not foresee that Jiang Chen himself would be present within. Matsushita nods. If we can eliminate Jiang Chen, or even capture him alive to bring back to the Sakura Kingdom, we shall undoubtedly earn Lord Shinba's admiration, perhaps even be favored as trusted allies. Matsushita then adds, however, the streetlights within Jiang Chen's domain are quite impressive. I wonder if we could acquire the blueprints upon their destruction? Chapter 76. The True Instant Kill. Exposing the Traitor. Streetlight? Watanabe inquired with a hint of skepticism. What streetlight? Matsushita addressed one of his subordinate, Jonin. Please describe the condition of that streetlight. Yes, the Jonin exclaimed in admiration. That streetlight is incredibly bright. As Watanabe listened to the Jonin's description, a frown creased his brow. Suddenly, a flicker of disbelief crossed his eyes. By the grace of the divine martial emperor, it cannot be. Matsushita, puzzled, asked, what is it? At this moment, they had already entered the 500-meter radius of their territory. Watanabe suddenly shouted, we may have been exposed. Quickly, accelerate the march, and immediately activate the spatial sealing scroll to prevent Jiang Chen from escaping. Although Matsushita was bewildered, he chose to trust his comrade's judgment. Just then, a buzzing sound pierced the air. The group looked up to see 20 missile-shaped objects breaking through the fog of war, hurtling towards them. Disperse quickly. What kind of skill is that, so thick and so long? Fear gripped their hearts as they screamed. A second later, an explosion erupted. 20 miniature mushroom clouds ascended into the sky. This was the true instant kill. Vision grants opportunity. Range begets truth. Notification, your unit, the Dwarven Rocketman, has slain Lord Watanabe Itsuki, earning 18,000 energy and 1 rare spatial sealing scroll. Notification, the Dwarven Rocketmen have slain Matsushita Ijitsu. Hundreds of battle reports flashed instantaneously, with roughly half featuring units adorned with cherry blossom motifs. A spatial sealing scroll? These fellows were remarkably well prepared. This spatial sealing ability can inhibit the usage of portals and other spatial capabilities. If combined with a silencing scroll, it could effectively become a means of invisible slaughter. Of course, the spatial sealing scrolls possessed by these 2 cherry blossom nationals were merely of rare quality, capable of sealing off a radius of several kilometers. In contrast, the epic quality spatial sealing scroll that Jiang Chen had uncovered during the Domain Break War could instantly seal an entire town. The tragic incident in Zone 632, previously mentioned by Wei Ming, involved the Cherry Blossom Nation employing a legendary grade spatial sealing scroll to seal off an entire county of the Dragon Nation. Jiang Chen addressed the 20 Dwarven Rocketmen below. The mission is complete. You may return and enjoy a drink. Is it over so soon? The 20 Dwarven Rocketmen exchanged glances, seemingly somewhat unsatisfied. To be honest, Jiang Chen envied the Dwarven Rocketmen's lifestyle. Yet, they lacked standard attacks, making them unsuitable for leveling up. Watanabe Itsuki, Matsushita Ijitsu. 2 lords from the Cherry Blossom Nation, along with a squad of epic tier units, the swordsmanship masters, to dispatch such an ensemble for a raid. Even Kamahachi regarded me with esteem. What a pity for a team of epic units. This team of swordsmanship masters, only at level 18, bore attributes akin to that of a level 40 minor demon, devoid of any defensive skills, and thus could not withstand the relentless bombardment of the Dwarven RPG. Their demise was nothing short of tragically lamentable. In an instant, over 2 million energy points were accrued. Indeed, the phrase killing and arson bring wealth resonated with Jiang Chen, who sighed in reflection, only to furrow his brow. Astonishingly, there appeared to be a hidden traitor within the town. As the mayor, Jiang Chen's authority could influence the territorial level, such as determining which territories could migrate in or out of the town. However, the utilization of the teleportation portals within a territory remained the personal prerogative of the lord. Thus, in the absence of any incoming territories, the emergence of such circumstances could only imply one possibility. These adversaries had entered Xuan-Yuan town through a teleportation array orchestrated by a traitor. Contemplating this, Jiang Chen dispatched several messages in the town channel. Just now, 2 lords from the Sakura Kingdom assaulted my territory. Please remain vigilant. However, the 2 Sakura lords had already been apprehended, and I was subjecting them to rigorous interrogation. I trust results will surface shortly. 5 seconds later, a notification appeared. Notice, Lord Wang Jinghao, forcibly migrated out of the town. A smirk crept across Jiang Chen's lips. Fortunately, this traitor's mental fortitude was lacking. All transpired in the blink of an eye. Yet, the majority of lords reacted swiftly. Given the current level of the mayor's portal, forcibly breaching into other towns was beyond his capability, nor was there any indication of territorial migration. Thus, Wang Jinghao's hasty departure was indicative of guilty conscience. Wei Ming bellowed. I recognize this fellow. He is not far from my territory. I never imagined he was a despicable traitor. And Chu Xia added, The price of forced migration is enough to drown this scoundrel. Mu Qingshuang's tone turned icy. Upon my return to Blue Star, I shall report this matter to the military district. The rules of the myriad races battlefield may not restrain him, but our military court in the Dragon Kingdom certainly can. Tu Xuan-Yuan expressed her indignation. This traitor is also surnamed Wang. Perhaps he is related to that infamous Wang traitor. I long to cast him into the sea as well. Jiang Chen praised. Yeah, your knowledge of history is commendable. Tu Xuan-Yuan replied. It is merely your discerning eye. Brother Jiang Chen, you are the first to commend me so, unlike Su Su and the others. Even in the absence of dwarven rocket archers, these few hundred individuals posed no threat to Jiang Chen. Deep within the spatial abyss lay 10 towers of heavenly wrath. Yet, after careful consideration, Jiang Chen decided to summon Zizaishan and 10 true disciples of Tianyin from the outer domain. Zizaishan could provide physical relief while the Tianyin disciples could rest. Once the town transcended its boundaries, notifications regarding the death of lords of such stature ceased to be announced by the heavens. After all, a county could harbor nearly 1 million lords, with countless perishing daily. Consequently, the deaths of the 2 Sakura Kingdom lords stirred no ripples. Save for the envoy who had dispatched them, Shenbei. Shenbei, with a pallid complexion and a sinister gaze, stood aloof. Standing at an impressive height of 1.7 meters, he exuded an aura of grandeur in the land of cherry blossoms. At this moment, he was entertaining 3 esteemed guests, warlords hailing from the illustrious Mori, Yasuji, and Oda clans. Below, 12 elite warriors, the geisha, danced gracefully, their enchanting figures evoking the imagination. Shinhachi Yuichi elegantly lifted his wine glass and spoke softly. Gentlemen, the lords of the Dragon Kingdom are timid as mice. A mere fright has prompted many to vacate Qingyang County. Once we secure the first position in the upcoming town ranking competition, we shall unleash a blitzkrieg, completely annexing Qingyang County within a month, thereby bolstering the prestige of our great cherry blossom empire. Oda Yua chuckled. Many media outlets domestically have begun reporting on this matter. Surely, your clan is orchestrating this behind the scenes. Shinhachi Yuichi did not deny it. If we can capture a county city in the battlefield of myriad races within a month, your family shall undoubtedly share in the glory. That is indeed natural. Oda Yua replied earnestly. However, the Dragon Kingdom has always been blessed with talented individuals, such as Jiang Chen. His self-created elite warriors are likely formidable opponents. Jiang Chen. Shinhachi Yuichi nodded thoughtfully. Though Jiang Chen possesses commendable strength, his intellect leaves much to be desired. Oda Yua, suddenly struck by a revelation, exclaimed, Could it be has Lord Shinhachi already taken action? Shinhachi Yuichi responded nonchalantly, Perhaps tonight. You shall witness Jiang Chen kneeling at our feet. With admiration, Oda Yua raised his wine glass, declaring, Lord Shinhachi, your strategic prowess is unparalleled. I am in awe. Let us toast in respect. Before Shinhachi Yuichi could lift his own glass, a notification emerged. Warning, your unit, Swordmaster, has been slain by Jiang Chen. Notification. Nanny? Chapter 77, 240 million spirit stones. An unexpected 10th place. The sudden 12 notifications from the heavenly Tao struck like a bolt from the blue. Shun Baiyu stood up abruptly, even toppling his wine cup without realizing it. Bakayuru, Watanabe had just reported that Jiang Chen's territory was virtually empty, with hardly any troops remaining. How could they possibly have failed the mission? At that moment, his vassal lord, Miyamoto, burst in, drenched in sweat. Lord Shinbaiyu. The avatars of Watanabe and his companion have vanished. Shinbaiyu barked sternly. How did they perish? Miyamoto stammered, I don't know. In the blink of an eye, they were dead. Not a single word was relayed back. It's not that. Baka. Shinbaiyu was on the verge of madness. Speak quickly. Miyamoto glanced at the 3 prominent descendants present and murmured, Watanabe only relayed 4 words. Thick and long. The atmosphere in the room turned peculiar. Xuan-Yuan muttered. Thick and long. What did they do to Watanabe? Odayu and the others exchanged knowing glances, their expressions laden with amusement. As esteemed descendants of the top-tier daimyos from the sixth heaven, their relationship with Xuan-Yuan was more akin to collaboration than subordination. Upon witnessing this, Xuan-Yuan was filled with indignation, momentarily forgetting his concern for Watanabe. What was even harder for him to accept was that he had lent Watanabe a team of swordsmanship masters to ensure the mission's success. Even during the Battle of Breaking Domains, he had only suffered the loss of 4 masters. Yet now, an entire squad had been annihilated. Through gritted teeth, Xuan-Yuan seethed. What utter incompetence! And that Jiang Chen, dead as well. By the way, what was the name of that traitor from the Dragon Kingdom? Miyamoto promptly responded, Wang Zhenghao. Xuan-Yuan declared, I see it clearly now. It must be that Wang Zhenghao colluding with Jiang Chen, setting a trap that led to Watanabe's failure. You must contact the Mei organization immediately, regardless of the cost. Eliminate this traitor. Miyamoto replied, Hi. After Miyamoto departed, Xuan-Yuan forced a smile, saying, Who would have thought that a pawn planted in the Dragon Kingdom for years would betray the great Sakura Empire? You must forgive me, esteemed guests. Odayu inquired. But why did Watanabe only communicate 4 words? It must be a silent scroll. Xuan-Yuan asserted with gravity. Watanabe and his companion possessed a team of epic troops and over 100 elite soldiers. If it weren't for the silent scroll, they would certainly have transmitted some useful information. Odayu nodded thoughtfully and then shifted the topic. The Breaking Domain town has now reached 93. I believe the rankings for the town's competition will soon be announced. I wonder if you gentlemen have participated in Yamamoto's betting pool? Upon mentioning the town's ranking competition, Xuan-Yuan's spirits lifted somewhat. Hee. With the assistance of 3 steadfast allies, our town has amassed an impressive 2.9 million points, effortlessly securing the first position in the rankings. We must place some bets, if only to add to the festivities. Odayu chuckled. I am not particularly concerned about the spirit stones. However, after acquiring 5 points of town fortune, the high-quality resource points and wild beasts in our town are bound to experience a tremendous surge. Lord Xuan-Yuan solemnly assured. Rest assured, my 3 companions. 130 million. Jiang Chen gazed at the sum of spirit stones in the betting pool, a look of exhilaration adorning his face. 1. Xuan-Yuan Town, 42. 58 million, odds, 3. 24, 2. Yiming Town, 11. 28 million, odds, 12. 23, 3. Among the top 10 bets, only one Dragon Country town, Yiming Town, where Zhu Yeqing resides, was present. The rest were all towns from the Sakura country. The reason Yiming Town ascended to second place was likely due to the abundance of Dragon Country towns that had already broken through their domains. Meanwhile, the bets under Xuan-Yuan Town remained limited to the 10,000 spirit stones from the Little Fox, with current odds soaring to 13,000. To Jiang Chen's surprise, the town dubbed Old Qin by Ing Yanmei also had a stake of 100,000 spirit stones, likely placed by Ing Yanmei herself, though it was uncertain whether it was merely for amusement or if she held a trump card. At that moment, the number of towns that had broken through their domains had reached 96. The spirit stones in the betting pool continued to swell. Jiang Chen anticipated a substantial influx of betting capital before the betting closed. In the town channel, Wei Ming declared, Brothers, I have wagered 1,000 spirit stones on Beiming Town, just to support our compatriots. Huang Xin added, Wei Gu is right. I have also placed 500 after all. We must not let the enemy look down upon us. Wei Ming laughed. Haha, we are indeed taking a small risk for a potentially great reward. With the confidence of the esteemed Zhu Yeqing, what if an upset occurs? Half an hour later, announcement, 10. 568 towns have completed their domain break and joined the county chat channel. Qingyang County's 100th town finally completed its domain break, and a notification from the exchange followed. Notice, in 10 seconds, the betting pool for this town ranking competition will close. 10, 9, 8. Jiang Chen placed a wager of 990,000 spirit stones just within the last 3 seconds under Xuan-Yuan Town, bringing his total stake to 1 million. After all, even if he wagered 10 million, the profit would only be a little over 1 million spirit stones. Though the risk was minimal, it still existed. As Jiang Chen had anticipated, in the final seconds. A massive influx of spirit stones surged into the betting pool, reaching an astounding 240 million. Jiang Chen could not help but rub his hands together in excitement. 240 million? What does that signify? It is worth noting that a level 3 spring of life, even if the blueprint is derived from spirit stones, consumes merely 178 million spirit stones. With this sum, he can immediately enhance the materials, elevating the Fountain of Life, the Heavenly Sound Pavilion, and the Drunken Immortal Tower all to level 4. If utilized for strengthening a set, it could at least replenish 20 sets of the Flowing Cloud set or 60 sets of the Dragon Soul set. Regaining his composure, Jiang Chen gazed at the already locked betting board. 1 Shenhausen, 67. 83 million. Odds, 3. 53. 2. Beiqiao Town, 43. 21 million. Odds, 5. 55. 3. Yinming Town, 16. 82 million. Odds, 14. 28. 32. Longyuan Town, 1 million. Odds, 240. Beiqiao Town? Upon seeing this second-ranked town, Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. The Beiqiao family is one of the most prominent families in Sakura Country's Fifth Heaven. He recalled that the wager placed on Beiqiao Town was merely 12 million spirit stones. It now appeared that the lord of the Beiqiao family was equally confident, seeking to seize the opportunity to monopolize 240 million in wagers. Ding ding ding. A message from a friend arrived. As Jiang Chen had anticipated, it was indeed the little fox. To Shan Ye, brother Jiang Chen, the bet for our town has changed to 1 million. Did Ye miss another billion? Jiang Chen replied with a smile. Don't be greedy, earning 2 million is still considerable. To Shan Ye. Oh, to Shan Ye. I guessed correctly. It was indeed brother Jiang Chen's wager. To Shan Ye. However, brother Jiang Chen, your calculations seem off. If I hit it, I could earn 2 million spirit stones. Jiang Chen, did you forget what you said to your winning sister? Losses count as hers, and wins are yours. To Shan Ye. Oh, Jiang Chen, I'm just reminding you. No need for thanks. At that moment, amidst the fog of war, in the heights of 1,000 meters, lines of gilded characters emerged from the void, now announcing the rankings of this town's competition. In the total points of the domain-breaking war, 11,478 town ranks 10th, rewarding town Lord Watanabe Itsuki with all attributes at level 10 and town fortune 1. This town hasn't even been named yet. Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback. However, the name Watanabe Itsuki felt oddly familiar. The heavenly Tao quickly elucidated the mystery for him. Due to the death of 11478 town Lord Watanabe Itsuki, the attribute reward for the town lord is cancelled, and town fortune 1 is nullified. Jiang Chen was speechless. He finally recalled that this name had appeared in his battle reports. Jiang Chen surmised the truth. This Watanabe Itsuki must have been a formidable warlord. Perhaps, in a bid to align with Shun Bazhen, he had recklessly ventured into Longyuan Town to raid his territory after the domain breaking, only to be obliterated before he could even name the town. The subsequent announcement from the heavenly Tao caused Jiang Chen's eyes to widen in astonishment. The attribute rewards of Lord Watanabe Itsuki will be inherited by the town lord of the first-ranked town in this competition. With the release of this information, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The entire county was in an uproar.